I am Xiaobai, and 30 seconds is all I need to turn the tide of annihilation. The ground shook beneath the weight of their rotting feet. A sea of corpses, endless and ravenous, surged toward the survivor base. Their guttural moans echoed like a death knell, and the stench of decay filled the air. Inside the walls, panic erupted. People screamed, cried, clung to each other as if their fragile grip could hold back the inevitable. Despair hung thick, a suffocating fog. But I stood tall. Calm. Unyielding. Don't panic, I said, my voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. Just let me go. They stared at me, wide-eyed, as if I were mad. But madness was a luxury I couldn't afford. I tapped the device on my wrist, its holographic interface glowing a fierce blue. The countdown began, 30 seconds. The sky above churned, dark clouds parting as if the heavens themselves were making way. A low hum vibrated through the air, growing louder, deeper, until it felt like the world itself was holding its breath. 20 seconds. The corpses were closer now, their hollow eyes fixed on the base, their clawed hands reaching for the walls. I could see the desperation in the survivors' faces, the flicker of hope they didn't dare believe in. 10 seconds. The hum became a roar, a thunderous crescendo that shook the earth. And then it appeared, my super battleship, a colossal titan of steel and light, descending from the heavens like a god of war. Its cannons glowed, energy crackling along their barrels, and its hull shimmered with an otherworldly aura. 5 seconds. The ship hovered above the battlefield, its shadow casting the horde into darkness. I raised my hand, and the ship responded, its weapons locking onto the sea of corpses. Now. The first blast tore through the horde, a beam of pure energy that vaporized everything in its path. The second followed, then the third, each strike carving a swath of destruction through the undead tide. The survivors watched in awe, their fear replaced by something else, something fierce and unyielding. Hope. I turned to them, my eyes blazing with determination. This is not the end, I said. This is our beginning. The battleship roared above us, a symbol of humanity's defiance. The corpses fell by the thousands, their advance halted, their threat crushed. I jolted awake, leaping up from the desk, drenched in sweat and heart pounding. My eyes darted around, and for a moment, I thought the girl swaying in the front row was a roaring zombie. Instinct took over, and I slapped her. A piercing scream echoed through the room. Wait, a classroom? I froze, staring at my surroundings in disbelief. I was standing in a university lecture hall, packed with students. At the front, a middle-aged teacher with black-rimmed glasses glared at me. I recognized him, Professor Yipu, my freshman math teacher. And the girl I just slapped? That was Xiaolin, the class beauty. So, I was back in my freshman year? But, what about the zombies? I remembered it clearly. At 2317 on October 17, 2118, the zombie outbreak swept the globe. An unknown virus turned over 70% of the world's population into ravenous monsters overnight. I barely survived the initial chaos, narrowly escaping my zombified roommate. For 5 years, I'd fought to survive, transforming from a gaming-obsessed otaku into a hardened apocalypse veteran. Just when I thought I'd found stability in a survivor base, the real disaster struck. Alien creatures descended, their power unmatched. The base was obliterated, and I was swallowed by the endless tide of corpses. So, I should be dead. Or worse, a zombie. But here I was, alive and back in my freshman year. Reborn? Or was this a dream? No, it couldn't be a dream. Every memory of those 5 years was vivid, every detail etched into my mind. This was real. I'd been reborn. Excitement bubbled up inside me. If this was real, if I truly had a second chance. My thoughts were cut off by Professor Yipu's furious voice. What's wrong with you? Not only do you sleep in class, but you also yell and hit your classmates? Sit down and stay quiet. His tone was commanding, the kind that usually sent students scrambling to obey. But I didn't move. Instead, a grin spread across my face. Before I knew it, I jumped onto the desk, my excitement overflowing. Teacher! You're alive! You're alive! This is amazing! Yi Poo's eyes widened in shock as I leaped down and pulled him into a bear hug. I can't believe it! You're still here! Get back to your seat, he roared, his face turning red. But I was too caught up in the moment. I planted a loud kiss on his cheek before letting go, leaving him utterly stunned. It took me a second to realize what I'd done. The entire class was staring at me, their jaws on the floor. I took a deep breath, trying to regain my composure. The contrast between dying one moment and being alive the next was overwhelming. Anyone would lose their cool. Before leaving, I turned to my classmates. Listen, everyone. The apocalypse is coming tonight. If you want to survive, get to a remote area, stock up on supplies, and arm yourselves. If you're still human when it all goes down, come find me. Without waiting for a response, I strode out of the classroom. Behind me, Yi Poo's voice boomed down the hallway. I'm reporting you. Don't think you can get away with this. But I was already out of the building, my mind racing. The initial euphoria faded as I focused on the task ahead. I had 5 years of survival experience, and I knew how critical the early stages of the apocalypse were. Cities would become death traps, overrun by zombies and chaos. I checked the time, 9:27 a.m., October 17, 2118. 14 hours until the outbreak. Not much time, but enough to prepare. I hurried back to my dorm. First, I posted a warning online, though I knew it would likely be ignored. Doomsday predictions were a dime a dozen. Still, I had to try. Next, I started planning. My parents were gone, so I had no one to worry about but myself. The early days of the apocalypse were the most dangerous. Cities would be slaughterhouses, and survival would depend on luck as much as skill. I needed a safe shelter, supplies, and weapons. I was about to leave the dorm when an unfamiliar voice echoed in my mind. The Black Technology battleship system has been loaded. Captain's identity confirmed. Mothership is ready for launch. System recommendation: launch the mothership in an open area to avoid environmental damage. I froze. What the? After the initial shock wore off, I took a deep breath and steadied myself. Drawing on my years of reading novels, I tentatively called out, "System? Dear Captain, welcome to the Black Technology battleship system. You can communicate with this system through voice commands or telepathy. To learn more about this system, please first deploy the unique warship at your chosen location." I tested the system a bit, confirming it was real and not some hallucination. Once I was sure, I followed its instructions. The system was an unexpected boon. If it lived up to its name, having a battleship in the coming apocalypse would be a game-changer. But where to deploy it? Launching a battleship in the middle of the street was out of the question. Running to the suburbs wasn't feasible either, time was too precious. After some thought, I settled on the school playground. It was open, and while it might draw attention, I had no other choice. Besides, with the apocalypse just hours away, who would have time to investigate? I hurried to the playground. It was just past 10 a.m., and the area was deserted. Taking a deep breath, I said, "System, deploy the battleship." "Dear Captain, are you sure you want to deploy the battleship? Once deployed, it cannot be retrieved." "Do it." A bright flash of light erupted, and I braced myself, half expecting a massive warship to crush me. But when the light faded, I was staring at a van. A silver-white, 5-seater van. I blinked. "System, are you sure this is a battleship and not a delivery van?" "Dear Captain, the current battleship is at level 1. Upgrading will improve its appearance, materials, and unlock advanced technology." I sighed. If I'd known it would be this underwhelming, I wouldn't have bothered with the playground. The flash of light had already attracted curious glances from a few students nearby. I quickly hopped into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove the van to a secluded corner. Once parked, I took a closer look. The interior was different from a regular van. The front had 2 seats, while the back half was dominated by a massive, integrated metal box. System, what's this? This is the primary facility manufacturing module. You can use it to create necessary facilities by spending energy points. Only you and authorized individuals can operate it. So, it's a maker? I asked. What are energy points, and what's the manufacturing list? Energy points are collected by the system. You can earn them by eliminating energy-rich creatures, destroying high-energy units, or through primitive methods like charging. The current energy point total is displayed on the control panel. I glanced at the panel. The energy point counter read 0. The manufacturing list is the system's technology tree. The items you can produce depend on your battleship's level. Higher levels unlock more advanced items. You can upgrade the battleship by collecting energy points. The system was straightforward: collect energy, upgrade the ship, and unlock better tech. The van was currently at level 1, the lowest tier. Despite its humble appearance, it had some operational features. Under the system's guidance, I found the missile launch button. The van could carry 2 small missiles, and there was even an emergency escape feature that ejected the driver's seat like a missile. While these features were impressive, they felt a bit over the top for a van. What really caught my attention was the manufacturing module. At level 1, the van could produce basic items, food, water, and even some necessities. It could also manufacture firearms, albeit limited to pistols. In a country like China, where guns were rare, having a pistol at the start of the apocalypse would be a huge advantage. And with enough energy points, I could produce an endless supply of food, weapons, and ammunition. This van wasn't just a vehicle, it was a mobile factory. A factory that could churn out the essentials for survival. If level 1 could do this, what about higher levels? What kind of advanced technology could I unlock? I noticed it took 100 energy points to upgrade to level 2. Despite the van's unimpressive appearance, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. I'd been reborn, and now I had this system. This time, I'd survive the apocalypse with more than just luck. I'd have the tools to change everything, to avoid the regrets and tragedies of my past life. Xiaobai used the most primitive method to plug in the electricity for his battleship, and then set out to buy supplies. He has lived alone for several years, and all his money for college depends on his part-time job. Therefore, he does not have much money, only a few thousand yuan, which is all his belongings. Now he can go back and sell his old house at home for money. When he arrived, he took the several thousand yuan and went out to buy a lot of food and necessities. As for weapons, Xiaobai didn't know if the energy points accumulated from more than 10 hours of charging were enough to build a pistol, so he bought the weapons himself. He spent more than 1,000 oceans to buy a crossbow, 30 crossbow arrows and a boning knife. In the previous life, Xiaobai once used a crossbow to kill 5 zombies at once. He was very good at this thing, so he bought it. In the early days of the apocalypse, if you are a non-awakened person, your survival rate will be higher if you use long-range weapons. Even if Xiaobai has combat experience, his current physique is that of a weak chicken 5 years ago, so he should not think about fighting zombies in hand-to-hand combat. Awakened people, also called awakened people, are people with special physiques. Not only do they have special physiques, but they also have talents that far exceed ordinary people's strength, agility, and other talents. They are infected people who have not turned into zombies and the lucky ones under the alien virus. Xiaobai had never become such a person in his previous life, and it was impossible for him to become such a person in this life. Regardless of whether he was reborn or not, his physique had not changed. However, the system is Xiaobai's biggest support at this moment. When Xiaobai returned to the van and battleship, it was already dusk. As he expected, his doomsday warning was not taken seriously by anyone. However, what he did in the classroom today spread out, leaving Xiaobai baffled. It became popular and was called the Master Gnawing Madman. The van was charged for half a day, but its energy points only increased by 2, which was far from the 10 energy points needed to build a pistol. Xiaobai couldn't help but ponder. Sure enough, the system said that charging is a primitive method, so there are very few energy points that can be obtained from it? Then, from what channel can we obtain energy? Nuclear energy? There are no nuclear power plants near Ice City. Xiaobai sat in the car and sent a text message to the only brother in his dormitory who was not infected in his memory, asking him not to return to the dormitory tonight no matter what. The zombie virus that broke out in the early morning caught almost everyone off guard. Some people were even bitten to death by family members in their sleep. Xiaobai's original plan was to go to the outskirts of the city to find a remote place to hide and survive the initial dangerous period of the apocalypse. But now that he has this van, he no longer plans to do so. At the beginning of the apocalypse, although it was 5 years ago, Xiaobai still remembered that among the many civilian survivors in Ice City at that time, one of them came from his own school and was said to be led by an awakened person. The teen was once in the limelight. Xiaobai thought to himself that if he could win over this guy at the beginning of the end, then he might have the opportunity to pull up a force of his own at the beginning of the end. In the 5 years of the previous life, Xiaobai he was always in a state of following a team of survivors and not working alone if there was no one. It was not until about a year before his death that he was taken in by the Shengjing survivor base at the time and was infected by the good atmosphere there. He chose to stay there, but in the end, the Shengjing survivor base was destroyed due to internal and external troubles, and he was also buried with it. At that time, Xiaobai was thinking that if he was not a white guy and if he could have a power of his own, maybe the situation would not evolve to the worst. In this life, Xiaobai was not only reborn, but also had the blessing of the system. He no longer wanted to be like a lost dog being chased by zombies and other living people like before. He wanted to control himself and the people around him. Man's destiny. And if he wants to do this, he must stay in the city. Only here can he have the opportunity to gather survivors and truly capable people to help him, and if one day, Xiaobai's battleship really transformed into a behemoth across the sky, he also needs a real crew. At the beginning of the apocalypse, low and ordinary zombies were rampant in the city, and high-level mutants had not yet appeared. Xiaobai had a chariot in hand. If he could win over the awakened person in their college, he could fight with the army. When the two sides come together, he will be absolutely sure to accomplish what he wants to do. Therefore, Xiaobai made up his mind and parked his van in the woods behind an unmanned new building construction site behind the school, waiting for the moment of doom. However, what made Xiaobai dumbfounded was that after he got out of the car, more than an hour later, while sitting in the car, he heard some kind of weird scream in the woods. There was no doubt that it was a young couple having a secret night fight in the woods. Xiaobai listened to the live erotic palace honestly, holding a crossbow in his hand. He could only hope that neither of the young lovers would turn into zombies. Otherwise, as long as one of them mutated, the other would probably die. Time passed by little, and Xiaobai was not idle. He was eating compressed biscuits while talking to the system. He wanted to dig out the origin of the system, that is, why such a system would befall him, but unfortunately however, the intelligence of this system is not high, and it has almost no idea about issues other than the system and the battleship. Xiaobai has no idea about this. As for energy points, Xiaobai confirmed through the system that nuclear power plants can indeed obtain energy, but the question is, where can Xiaobai find nuclear power plants? Apart from these two things, Xiaobai was trying to recall what happened at the beginning of the apocalypse in his memory. That memory left Xiaobai with boundless fear. However, under such fear, other details became blurred. He remembered how he escaped from the dormitory and how he killed the first zombie, but Xiaobai could remember very little other tidbits of information. After all, when the apocalypse broke out, it was difficult for him to survive, so where could he go to pay attention to the situation of others in the Ice City at that time? And because of this, Xiaobai could only remember that there seemed to be a very powerful awakened person in his school at that time, but the gap between an ordinary person and an awakened person was too big, and that person was someone Xiaobai could not come into contact with at all. So I have no idea who that person is. Time passed little by little, and in Xiaobai's nervous eyes, the moment of 23:17 on October 17, 2118 finally arrived as scheduled. And at this moment, at the far end of the city, a beast-like terrifying howl suddenly came from the far side of the Ice City. In an instant, it tore apart the silent midnight of the entire Ice City and brought endless terror to the city. Only then did Xiaobai suddenly remember that at the beginning of the apocalypse in his previous life, it was said that there was an extreme mutant that evolved from a zombie in the Ice City, known as the Black Devil. Although Xiaobai had never encountered it, that is a terrifying existence that is regarded as a nightmare by countless people in Ice City. Now, please collect and recommend. I hope everyone can support me. A scream rang out in the woods. It's that perfect couple. Xiaobai immediately jumped out of the car. He held a crossbow in one hand and held a tactical hand under the crossbow in the other hand. He looked directly into the depths of the dense forest where the sound came from. In that direction, a woman was staggering out. The woman was half-clothed, and her upper body was exposed to a large area of beautiful scenery. However, a horrific wound on her neck that was bleeding suddenly turned the scene into a scene from a horror movie. The late-night fight in the grove was really exciting for his grandma. She ran out of the shadows deep in the woods with a panicked look on her face. When she saw Xiaobai, it was as if she had seen some kind of savior. She rushed towards Xiaobai screaming, "Help me, save me!" However, what responded to her words was a cold crossbow arrow. Although this body was a little raw, Xiaobai relied on his experience in the previous life to still hit the arrow accurately. It only took less than 2 seconds from aiming to shooting, and the sharp crossbow arrow penetrated directly inside the woman's head. The other person fell to the ground without a word, making a loud noise. This woman has been bitten and it will only be a matter of time before she turns into a zombie, so Xiaobai did not hesitate with this arrow. As the woman's body fell, another swaying figure behind her was revealed. That was a real zombie. The moment the virus broke out, it had been infected through the air and turned into a complete monster. As an air-infected individual, its body was still intact, but its face was pale and its eyes were white. It discovered Xiaobai here in an instant, and let out a miserable howl of hee-hee from its mouth, and then, the zombie started running wildly. That's right, running wild. Not only will the bodies of zombies infected by this alien virus not become sluggish, on the contrary, they will gain stronger running and jumping abilities from the virus, and even terrifying single-body strength. Even a centenarian, after being infected, can turn into a terrifying being who can leap 3 meters as fast as he can. This is the horror of this virus. If you are targeted by such zombies, it is almost impossible to get rid of them by just running. In just an instant, this zombie appeared in front of Xiaobai. If other college students were to stand here, they would undoubtedly face a disastrous outcome. However, this zombie was facing Xiaobai. With a dong sound, an arrow flew out and hit the zombie's head. The opponent's body instantly lost all kinetic energy and fell heavily backwards to the ground. The location where it was shot was less than 3 meters away from Xiaobai. Rice. Xiaobai exhaled slightly, but he still frowned slightly. The 2 corpses lying here would undoubtedly attract more monsters in a shorter time through the diffuse smell of blood. At this time, outside this quiet grove, screams and howls began to sound one after another. The doomsday has broken out, and a large number of randomly appearing zombies are turning the quiet night of the city into a purgatory. Xiaobai retreated, boarded the battleship, and took advantage of the chaotic sounds outside to move the car deeper into the woods. The first night when the apocalypse broke out, zombies were everywhere. Most people were in panic, and few people could stay calm. When Xiaobai ran out at this time, it was like he had no teammates. However, when Xiaobai boarded his van and battleship, he found that the number displayed on his energy point display had jumped from 2 to 4. Xiaobai thought of a possibility for a moment and asked, "System, are those infected by the virus belonging to rich energy creatures?" "Dear Captain, the creatures you killed are the lowest level energy-rich creatures. When you or the battleship slaughter them, the system can absorb the biological energy leaked by their death and fill it into the energy points required by the battleship." "Can you accumulate energy points by killing zombies?" Xiaobai couldn't help but take a breath and asked, "Does it have to be killed by me or the battleship before it can be collected?" "Dear Captain, because you carry this system and the battleship itself carries the absorption facility, only you and your battleship can complete the absorption of energy from energy-rich creatures." Xiaobai glanced at the zombie lying outside the van. After a moment of silence, a bold idea gradually came to his mind. At the moment, he drove his van and battleship deeper into the woods, and he himself jumped out of the car. He brought his boning knife and his crossbow, and put on a simple suit of clothes he bought specially. Wearing protective equipment and locking the car, like Green Arrow in American comics, he used the darkness in the woods to feel towards the edge of the woods. The campus outside was already in chaos. The closer Xiaobai got to the outskirts of the grove, the clearer the screams he heard. And some people even screamed without thinking, not realizing the devastating consequences that their reckless behavior would have. That night, at least 2/3 of the people in the Ice City turned into zombies, and more than half of the remaining 1/3 would die in the mouth of the deceased or die from various accidents. These people and the zombies, there will be chaos in this city for at least 3 days. When the chaos is over, the idiots are almost dead, and the remaining people will abide by the survival rules of the doomsday. The city will once again become quiet and return to the silence before the end. That's when the end really begins. But at this moment, Xiaobai was taking action. He came to the edge of the grove, looked out at the forest path, and saw a howling, twitching zombie walking aimlessly. Immediately, an arrow whizzed out, and the zombie fell to the ground with an energy point. That's it. Xiaobai knew the quality of the arrows he bought. The ability to penetrate a zombie's head at one time was already the limit, so he had no intention of recycling it twice. After confirming the kill, he took steps to use this under the cover of a small forest. He patrolled along the original edge of the small forest, hunting the zombies wandering on the edge of the small forest. There were only a few people who would appear here at midnight, so even if they turned into zombies, they would still be lost. To be honest, Xiaobai walked around in a small circle along the grove and acquired 7 energy points in the blink of an eye. This also meant that a total of 7 zombies died in his hands, plus the 4 he had obtained before. At this moment, Xiaobai has as many as 11 energy points. If he uses it to make a pistol, he can get a standard pistol and 10 bullets. The woods with a sharp roar, a zombie fell to the ground, its body twitched slightly and stopped moving. Xiaobai exhaled. This was the 15th zombie he had hunted. Including the 2 in the woods before, he had already shot 17 rounds with just the bow and arrow. If it weren't for the battleship backing up, Xiaobai would never dare to consume these precious arrows so easily, but arrows are also one of the things that a first-level battleship can make, and 1 energy point can be exchanged for 10 crossbow arrows, which is the same price as bullets. In other words, Xiaobai used 1 crossbow arrow to kill a zombie, but he could harvest 9 arrows from it, making absolutely no loss and still making a small profit. However, despite this, Xiaobai couldn't help but stop. Because in such a short time, he had almost crossed half of the grove and reached the other side of the grove, close to the densely populated student dormitory. The number of zombies here is far greater than that at the construction site. If Xiaobai takes action rashly here, he is likely to put himself in danger. Therefore, Xiaobai restrained his movements and stood on the edge of the grove and looked out. There was indeed chaos in the direction of the dormitory building. The dormitory ant did her duty and even did not forget to turn on the switch in the chaotic end. Several of the dormitories were brightly lit because of this. This means that the students inside can more clearly see the coming danger. For those with sufficient psychological quality, this can undoubtedly greatly improve their chances of survival. After all, zombies have no vision, but for those who are panicked, it is said that facing zombies under the light will undoubtedly make them die faster. Xiaobai remembered that this area was a female dormitory building, and the survival rate of female students was even lower. He saw more zombies as far as he could see, but there seemed to be an organized fight against zombies in 1 or 2 dormitories. Xiaobai took one look and decided to stop. There were too many zombies in this direction. Although he had the ability to hunt 5 or 6 more zombies on the edge, there was no need to take this risk. Crossbows had their drawbacks after all. Xiaobai bought, although this one costs more than 1,000 yuan, it is not a high-end product. It would be safer to go back and build a gun. However, at this moment, a school bus suddenly emerged from the depths of the campus, with a group of zombies clinging to it. Under the separation and shaking of those things, the school bus swayed left and right, and finally after a moment, accompanied by there was a loud noise and the screams of many students inside, and it crashed onto the ground. This group of people obviously wanted to borrow a school bus to rush out of the school, but they didn't seem to think about it. The school has become like this inside, and what kind of hell it must be outside. However, there seemed to be a few capable people in the car. After the car overturned, someone still broke the window and ran out. First, a man wearing only one pair of trousers held a fire axe and started chopping wildly. With the help of several other people, they were stunned and cut a way out, shouting and rushing towards the girls' dormitory building over there. Xiaobai, who was not far away, was stunned when he saw this scene. He thought to himself, is this the legendary night break into the girls' dormitory? But the situation of this group of people is not optimistic. Their school bus attracted the attention of many zombies. The dense zombies rushed towards their location from both sides. What can be confirmed is that they did not need to break into the girls' dormitory. If you find a room to hide, you will be killed alive by this group of zombies. Seeing this, Xiaobai took a deep breath, but slowly raised the crossbow in his hand. Then, there was a sharp roar, and a zombie that was rushing towards the group of people at high speed suddenly fell down. Each of Xiaobai's arrows was extremely accurate and would definitely be able to kill a zombie. This is an ability that he has developed during his 5-year career in the apocalypse. If he had not even made such preparations, he would not have survived that long. At first, the group of fleeing people didn't realize Xiaobai's help at all, until a zombie jumped in front of the man in trousers holding a fire axe. The man in trousers was still calm and waved the fire axe in his hand. The fire axe intended to kill the zombie, but he was just an ordinary college student with great courage. Whether he could kill it all depended on luck. But at this moment, his luck was obviously not good. He swung the axe randomly and failed to make a single hit. It hit him, and he himself was almost knocked over by the zombie. The leader of the group, the man in fire axe pants, was stopped, which meant that the escape speed of everyone behind him was restricted. The situation of this group of people instantly became dangerous. However, at this moment, a ray of cold light cut through the vast night, and penetrated into the head of the zombie like lightning, killing the zombie on the spot. The man in the fire axe pants was shocked. At that moment, he even thought that he was certain to die. Now he trembled with trembling lips and said, "Fuck, oh. What's going on?" At this moment, another cold light came over, and a zombie fell to the ground. Someone shouted, "Someone is helping us." And as if in response to this voice, another cold light flashed. This time the man in the fire axe pants saw clearly. It turned out to be an arrow, and looking at the direction, it turned out to be shot from the gloomy grove on the other side. At this time, a companion of the fireman in axe pants rushed up and helped him up. The man, whose liver and gallbladder were frightened by the zombies, stammered, but could not hide his shock. "Fuck, we have a sharp archer in our school." The man in the fire axe trousers was more sensible, and he raised his arms and shouted, "Brothers, run, there are experts in the woods to help, follow me, follow the arrow and you will survive." Xiaobai couldn't hear what this guy was shouting from far away, and he could only shoot arrows steadily. After using up all the arrows on his body, he didn't care about the situation over there. Of course, without arrows, even if he wanted to, Guan was also helpless. He retreated directly to the woods behind him. Because he noticed that he had attracted 2 or 3 zombies here, moving in his direction with staggering steps. However, those zombies should not have completely confirmed his existence, otherwise they would have walked away slowly. But Sayatsi ran towards him. Xiaobai has done his best to be kind and righteous, and it's time to retreat. 30 crossbow arrows, throwing away the missed ones and those that missed the vital point. There were 25 or 6 zombies that died in Xiaobai's hands. Xiaobai could be said to have become rich instantly in terms of energy points. Please collect, recommend, vote and support. Collect. October 18, 2318, 054. At this moment, the Ice City has turned into a hell on Earth. The sudden outbreak of the zombie virus and the terrifying creatures that followed swept through the entire city like a wave. There were wailings and screams everywhere. The zombies hunting wantonly in the streets and alleys, knocking down panicked humans one after another, tearing their bodies apart bloody, crazily stuffing those hot and warm organs into their mouths, and on the main roads in the city, cars, it was extremely crowded. Flames burned all over the city, and even in the small woods where Xiaobai was, one could see the red sky in the distance. He retreated to his battleship. After the recent hunt, the amount of energy points accumulated by his battleship had jumped to 27. Xiaobai did not hesitate and went directly to operate the manufacturing process at the back. Facility, directly invest 2 or 3 energy points to create a Type 92 pistol and the corresponding silencer, 70 rounds of bullets and 30 crossbow arrows. In fact, the warship's manufacturing facilities can build many types of pistols, some of which are far more powerful than the Type 92. However, this model of pistol was the most commonly used pistol by Xiaobai in his previous life. Xiaobai was most familiar with the performance of the Type 92 and was the most proficient in it. For this kind of pistol, I chose the Type 92 without hesitation. In the current environment, convenience is the most important. Anyway, the power of the Type 92 pistol is enough to kill ordinary zombies. The first level van battleship has limited functions. These things need to be built piece by piece, and the time required is relatively long. It takes 10 hours to build them all. Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a little pained. His current battleship was a first-level battleship. Xiaobai could only check the next-level functions of the battleship through the system. The number, type and quality of items that a second-level battleship could build would increase, and it seemed that it will have the ability to fly at ultra-low altitudes. And for this reason, Xiaobai's small goal is to seize the time to collect 100 energy points to upgrade the battleship's level. But the energy points spent on firearms and supplies are also crucial. Without weapons, once he is surrounded by zombies, what is the point of Xiaobai having 100 energy points? Xiaobai can still understand this truth clearly. During the waiting time, Xiaobai just wrapped his own blanket and fell asleep in the driver's seat. This battleship has an enemy warning system. Once a dangerous creature approaches within 10 meters of the battleship, it will send an alert to Xiaobai immediately. Therefore, Xiaobai slept peacefully. In the previous life, when the end had just begun, Xiaobai was so frightened that he had trouble sleeping and eating. He slept for less than 5 hours in 3 days and 3 nights. But now, he already has excellent psychological quality, even the importance of adequate sleep, and sleeping very solidly. And he slept for nearly 8 hours. When he woke up, the sky outside was already bright. Although the outside world was no longer filled with screams like the horror chorus last night, there were still various trembling sounds coming from time to time. But there was an eerie silence and desertion in the grove. The pistol and silencer have also been built, and some of the 9mm bullets required for the pistol have been produced. For Xiaobai, the self-defense items are complete. He got out of the car and checked, and found that on the other side of the grove, where the bodies of the unlucky young couple who were wild cannons were yesterday, 2 zombies were attracted by the smell of blood and were gnawing at the bodies of those 2 people. Xiaobai came over and fired 2 bullets at a time, sending the 2 monsters into the sky. And at this moment, outside the small forest, there was a sudden earth-shaking loud noise, as if something exploded. He's a survivor from the girls' dormitory building. Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, then walked through the woods again with the pistol in his hand, looking in that direction from the edge. In the direction of the 3 girls' dormitory buildings over there, a lot of people were pouring out at the moment. The man in firefighting trousers that Xiaobai saw last night was among them. The guy was very strong and had an extra coat on his face today. He was wearing a girl's jacket, but the size seemed too small. He could only open his arms, and with a strong wind passing by, he could even see his big pants underneath. There were only 5 or 6 boys, and they all rushed here with the man in trousers last night. Most of the survivors who escaped were girls. They should have been trapped in a dormitory building at the back. I don't know what method was used to trigger a large explosion, which opened a way out. Now I am flying in the direction of the bus that rolled over yesterday. They attracted a large number of zombies downstairs in the dormitory. Those terrifying creatures started running wildly on the ground, roaring and rushing towards this side. Girls were constantly being knocked down, howling miserably, and being dragged into the dead group to be quartered. In an instant, he was torn into pieces by countless zombies. The scene was so bloody that it even made people sick. But this kind of scene was nothing to Xiaobai. In fact, his attention was attracted by a woman who was leading the group of survivors. It was a college student with a ponytail and dressed in black. He also carried a fire axe in his hand. He looked thin and frail, but he rushed to the front. A zombie rushed towards him with terrifying momentum. He was chopped down by this little girl head-on. The most important thing is that this little girl chopped down a zombie but continued to run forward as if she was not affected by any impact. Almost instantly, Xiaobai dared to conclude that this person must be the awakened person in his school that he was looking for. He didn't expect that the other party would appear on his own before he could look for it. However, this was too fierce. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and this woman had just become an awakened person. She actually dared to lead people to escape, and even rushed in front to kill zombies herself. Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a little trembling. Could he fool such an awesome awakening girl? You know, in the previous life, the awakened people were the favorites in the apocalypse. Not only did they have superhuman physical fitness, they were also immune to zombie viruses. They were guests wherever they went. The survivor base that Xiaobai visited in his previous life, as long as there are awakened people, they will definitely enjoy the best treatment. This shows how powerful and important this existence is. And because of this, these awakened people are often aloof. They are either powerful loners or lone rangers in the doomsday. Either he was a guest of a large survivor base. As for hanging out with ordinary people, Xiaobai had never seen him before. Because of this, when Xiaobai thought that there was an awakened person in his school, he decided to take advantage of the fact that the awakened person didn't know anything at the beginning of the end and directly lured him to his side. But looking at the fierce posture of this awakened person, it seems to be different from the rookie awakened person he imagined in the early days of the apocalypse, who was at a loss and easy to deceive. Women's dormitory on the other side, the awakened person had already led everyone to rush to the side of the overturned bus. Yesterday, the bus rolled over, and many of the survivors had been bitten to death by zombies on the spot. Blood was everywhere. Therefore, here too a lot of zombies gathered. When this group of survivors rushed here, they had to face zombies from both directions, and they also had to find a way to right the overturned bus. The situation became extremely dangerous in an instant. When they rushed to this position, nearly half of the survivors, who originally numbered 40 or 50, were already dead. However, Xiaobai knew that there was no way around it. This group of survivors were trapped in the dormitory building with insufficient food, and the number of zombies attracted to them by the breath of living people would only increase. If they didn't take advantage of the opportunity, hurry up and rush out now. In another day and a half, not only will you have to face more zombies, but you will also not have enough physical strength. Therefore, rushing out now is their only option. Seeing this, Xiaobai was no longer ready to be a cat in the woods. No matter what role this awakened person was, it was time for him to take action. Now that the first night of the apocalypse had passed smoothly, he and this awakened person to join together, even if the other party doesn't care about him, as long as he can go all the way, no matter those ordinary survivors with little fighting ability. Just by adding him and this awakened person, he can already greatly improve his chances of survival. When the time comes, he can join up with the military and evacuate. Going to the survivor base that was transformed from the former Ice City prison in the previous life, this was Xiaobai's survival plan for the entire pre-apocalyptic period. But now, he returned directly to the depths of the grove, started his van battleship, roared out directly, and rushed to the position of the bus over there. Xiaobai's driving momentum was quite ferocious. Even though his minivan looked shabby, it was a battleship after all. Even a first-class battleship, according to the system introduction, was made of bulletproof material and extremely strong. Therefore, Xiaobai was also fierce and opened the way with his van battleship. While driving over there, he stretched the muzzle of the gun out of the car window and fired randomly. The survivors in the direction of the bus were already surrounded by zombies and were in a dire situation, but they didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin would come out at this time and directly cut a hole in the zombie group. Steady, the ground stopped in front of everyone. Xiaobai jumped out of the car and fired several shots, knocking down several zombies. The man in firefighting trousers noticed that the direction Xiaobai drove towards was the school grove, and couldn't help but said, "Are you the big boss in the grove last night?" Xiaobai was stunned by his question and didn't realize what the other party was saying, but he realized that the other party's words were the kind of nonsense that was no different from farts, so he said directly, "There are zombies everywhere. What nonsense are you talking about?" The man in the fire axe pants was stunned by Xiaobai. He was a junior. From a strict point of view, Xiaobai still wanted to call him senior, but at this moment, Xiaobai turned directly to look at the awakened one. The awakened person is a delicate little girl with a delicate face and fair skin, but her look gives people a cold feeling that repels people thousands of miles away. Coupled with the large amount of blood splashed on her body by the zombies she killed, it makes her even more. It is to make it appear that no strangers are allowed to enter. Xiaobai said, "Find a way to get the bus right and hurry up and leave." With that said, Xiaobai raised the muzzle of his gun and started firing at the surrounding zombies. He used his van, battleship, and bus to form a relatively safe space, reducing the number of zombies he could face in an instant. With his precise marksmanship and the help of other students, he was barely able to fend off the zombies for a while. And the awakened person was indeed, as Xiaobai had judged before, an extremely ruthless character. He did not panic at all in this situation, and directly took the man in pants to help the bus. In less than 2 minutes, this car, the bus, whose body was a little twisted, was righted by them, and the terrifying power of the awakened ones played a decisive role in this. As soon as the bus was righted, everyone got on the bus one after another, and the bus immediately started moving, heading directly to the other side. Seeing this, Xiaobai also directly boarded his battleship and followed the bus forward. Although the body of the bus was twisted and deformed, it was a medium-sized car after all, and its tonnage was there. It hit the bus all the way and forcibly opened a road. Xiaobai followed behind and had some time to relax. Of course, Xiaobai was not idle either. As he followed the bus, he fired randomly, shooting the zombies around him. After all, for him, zombies are energy points, and energy points are items for him to upgrade his battleship and build. Key. Even in the chaos, Xiaobai didn't even forget to ask the battleship to make another 100 bullets. The morning light fell leisurely from the far end of the sky and spread all over the entire campus. However, today, what existed here was no longer a quiet and peaceful atmosphere, but an atmosphere of extreme terror. On the road next to the library, a zombie was twitching and shaking its body. Its eyes were white and its intestines were pierced. And at this moment, it suddenly turned its head alertly, as if it had discovered prey, and let out a terrifying howl of hee-hee from its mouth. It took steps and rushed to the other side of the asphalt road where it was, but it only took 2 steps forward before it was thrown away heavily by its prey and landed on the ground in the distance. Its head hit the curb, and with a click, it was twisted and broken. A bus with broken windows and twisted bodywork roared past, and following it was a van that also looked tattered. The zombies on both sides were attracted by them and changed from a static state to a dynamic state. They rushed towards them like crazy. However, although they were fast, they could not be faster than the speeding car. They would be thrown away in the blink of an eye. Behind him, but still chasing after him, Xiaobai and the others whizzed past the group of zombies, and he realized that the awakened person wanted to go to the school cafeteria. This is indeed a wise decision. In the apocalypse, food is the most important. The more people there are, the more important food becomes. The time when the loss occurs is late at night, the canteen has long been closed, and there will definitely not be many zombies in that direction. They only need to use the speed of the car. If you get rid of the zombies chasing behind you, you will have enough time to get a lot of necessary food from the canteen in the doomsday. In fact, in the early days of the apocalypse, most areas of the school were relatively safe. Due to the special environment of the university and the fact that the zombie virus breaks out at night, most of the zombies in the college are destined to be concentrated in the student dormitories. The number of zombies in other places on the Nottingham University campus will not be high. If there are many, they won't be dense. This is also the reason why Xiaobai, a mere college student, was able to miraculously survive in the early stages of the apocalypse in the previous life. Please collect and support Awakened, please collect it. Xiaobai's guess was correct. The destination of the survivors on the bus was the school cafeteria. Xiaobai followed the bus in front and crossed nearly half of the campus, but came to the campus radio station and cafeteria. It was close to the stadium and teaching building, but the zombies were there. There were relatively few, and the zombies attracted by them became sparse because of the distance. After arriving here, Xiaobai got out of the car and actually met many students in the bus. But at this moment, it is not the time to relax. The zombies spawned by the alien virus move at extremely terrifying speeds. If they want to survive, they must get rid of these zombies first. Xiaobai put the boning knife on his waist and walked past the side of the bus with a gun in both hands, facing the zombies rushing towards him from several directions. Seeing this, the man in the fire axe pants also stood up with several other courageous boys, preparing to fight with Xiaobai. As for the girls, only the awakened one jumped out, carrying the fire axe, and also stood up come over. The zombies quickly approached, and Xiaobai fired 3 times in an instant. The sound of the Type 92 pistol equipped with a silencer was extremely dull, but it had a powerful texture. He alone stopped most of the zombies in one direction. The Pants Man and others had little combat experience. Although they had courage, they were still overwhelmed when facing the zombies. If it weren't for the terrifying combat power of the awakened one, they would have been unable to fight. Several people may have been knocked down by zombies long ago. But the awakened ones are really powerful. The awakened one girl has no combat experience at all. She relied solely on the awakening one's brute strength and reaction speed, and cooperated with the man in pants and a few others, and she was able to stabilize her position and kill the zombies one by one. Xiaobai, on the other hand, retreated while fighting, using the distance to directly knock over these zombies. However, despite this, the last zombie still successfully killed it in front of Xiaobai's eyes, opened its bloody mouth, and charged towards Xiaobai head-on. Bai's head bit off crazily, and Xiaobai turned back to the gun from the other direction. But Xiaobai was extremely calm. Faced with such low-level zombies, he was still in this state of confrontation. He had nothing to be afraid of. The muzzle of the gun could not come back, so he took a step to one side and then backhanded him. Pull out the boning knife from your waist and pull it from bottom to top. There was a sting. Xiaobai used 100% of his strength with this knife, and it was executed very quickly, cutting off the zombie's neck in an instant. The head rolled down like a rubber ball, but because it was a zombie, not much blood spurted out. Xiaobai had already taken half a step back. Although he had cut off the opponent's head with the knife just now, he felt that his wrist bones were about to be broken. After all, this body was still too fragile. Lai Xiaobai has to blame himself for this matter, who told him that he never exercised before. At this point, the nearby zombies that could pose a threat to them had basically been dealt with, but Xiaobai knew that it wouldn't take long for a large number of zombies to follow them following the smell of blood. Therefore, the time left for them is limited. There were at least 40 or 50 survivors who had rushed out of the girls' dormitory building before. However, at this moment, there were only a dozen or so survivors on the bus. A space for storing various supplies. At this moment, as the zombies were eliminated, they all took action and began to move supplies into the canteen. Xiaobai had mostly bought things like cooked food before. He still had some space in his car, so he planned to get some rice, flour, oil, and the like. But Xiaobai just turned his head, and a person stood in front of him. It was the fierce awakening girl. She looked at Xiaobai and said, "I want to talk to you." Xiaobai was stunned for a moment and nodded. About a minute later, on the first floor of the empty cafeteria, Xiaobai was holding a can of canned beef and a box of kefir that he had taken from his car. While eating, he looked at the girl in front of him, waiting for the other party to speak first. "You can really eat it." The awakened girl looked at Xiaobai, who was eating with gusto, complained, and then said, "My name is Bailan, I am a junior student at the School of Materials Science and Technology. I know you, are you Xiaobai? Yesterday someone uploaded a video of you kissing teacher Yipu, so, Xiaobai was currently staring at the expiration date on the kefir in his hand. In the 5 years since the end of the world, Xiaobai had not drunk this kind of thing. Therefore, he had seen this thing in the supermarket before. Xiaobai was so excited that he bought 3 large boxes, but he completely ignored the existence of such things as the shelf life. Although the shelf life is no longer important in the apocalypse, eating too much is worse than being hungry. At this time, Xiaobai raised his head, exhaled, and asked very politely, "Canned beef, do you want to eat it?" No need." Xiaobai thought for a while and said, I didn't expect that I could be so famous, but let me introduce myself. I am Xiaobai, a freshman. From this point of view, I should call you senior sister. Woolen cloth. Bailan said, "In this current situation, what kind of senior is not a senior? I want to ask you a few questions, okay?" Xiaobai shrugged and signaled the other party to ask casually. Bailan said, did you already know that the end was coming? The end has come. In fact, it makes no difference whether Xiaobai admits this kind of thing or not. But if he admits it, he will undoubtedly have to provide a lot of explanations, which will be more troublesome. Therefore, Xiaobai said directly, if I had known about this kind of thing in advance, I have long found a place to hide where no one is, don't you think so? Bailan obviously didn't believe what Xiaobai said. If Xiaobai didn't know something, where did he get pistols, crossbows, canned beef and yogurt? How could a college student be so free as to get something like this for no reason? But Xiaobai didn't want to say it, and Bailan didn't ask. She thought about it and then said, are you, the same as me? You mean, this ability of yours? The conversation between Xiaobai and Bailan seemed a bit vague, but they both knew what each other was talking about, and it was undoubtedly Bailan's awakening ability. Bailan nodded when he heard this. Xiaobai exhaled and said, I'm not. I just used to like shooting in sports, so I performed a little better than ordinary people. Bailan looked at Xiaobai and thought that the marksmanship and mobility that Xiaobai had just shown along the way could not be explained by a simple love of shooting in sports. But Xiaobai already said, however, I also know a little bit about your situation. Did your super strength only start to show up after the doomsday outbreak? This is a sign that you have been infected by a virus, but the virus infection you have received is benign. It does not turn you into a zombie. Instead, it rarely causes benign changes in your body, giving you superpowers. Strong strength, physical fitness, reflexes, and even the ability to be immune to zombie viruses, etc. I call these awakened ones, that is, new humans with super strong physiques spawned by the doomsday zombie virus. Immune to the virus. Bailan looked thoughtful. Xiaobai already said, what are you going to do next? Bailan raised his head, looked at Xiaobai, and said, this is exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. We received a broadcast from the military last night. They were searching for survivors throughout the city. They were on several traffic routes. The main roads have opened passages out of the city, and the nearest highway exit is less than 3 kilometers away from us, so I want to wait until I have collected all the supplies here, then go directly out from there and find the protection of the army. No matter what, it's not safe to stay in a densely populated urban area. So, I want to ask you, would you like to come with us? When Bailan said this, he smiled sheepishly and said, it doesn't matter if you don't want to. After all, we all know your strength. It might be safer without us being so burdensome. Xiaobai's show of strength in the woods last night and the powerful fighting power he just showed have left a deep impression on these people. Xiaobai, who has survived for 5 years in the apocalypse, has accumulated a lot of combat, and the combat ability is almost the same as that of real soldiers, and is even much stronger than ordinary soldiers. But Xiaobai was still a little surprised. He was thinking about how to hug the awakened man's thigh, but he didn't expect that the other party would first extend an olive branch to him. Xiaobai thought to himself, I wanted to hug your thigh, why did you hug mine instead? But he still nodded and said, in this situation, there is no burden or burden. No matter how powerful one person is, there is no higher probability of survival than a group of people. Although Xiaobai didn't say it explicitly, the implication was already very clear. Bailan couldn't help but exhale, looking a little happy. After that, everyone got busy. Xiaobai poured rice, flour and oil into his car, while others also carried various supplies. However, many of the ingredients in the school were raw, and some items were delivered by dedicated personnel every morning. Therefore, there aren't many things that can be taken away. As for why he doesn't move things to the supermarket on campus, this is mainly because Xiaobai's university is not large and the supermarkets are close to the student dormitories, which are currently full of zombies. If you go there to move supplies, you will risk your life. As time passed, the number of zombies surrounding the canteen gradually increased. At this time, everyone began to discuss retreating. Xiaobai said at this moment, you go first, I will stop these zombies and catch up with you soon. Everyone's reaction to Xiaobai's decision was different. Some people looked obviously happy. After all, having someone stay to help them stop the zombies from taking risks was the best of all good things. But some people expressed nervousness and worry about Xiaobai. The man with a fire axe in trousers was the first to stand up and said, "Boss, there's no need for that. Although these ghost zombies run fast, our cars are also driving fast. They can't catch up with us." This man's name is Ho Zhuang. Although he was teased by Xiaobai before, he was already impressed by Xiaobai's amazing performance along the way. He is a fitness enthusiast himself, so he is very fond of the strong and capable Xiaobai. Admire. Bai Lan also wanted to stop them. Her thoughts were more long-term. With Xiaobai's strong fighting force, they would have a greater chance of surviving in the future, but Xiaobai only smiled and said, "Hurry up." With that said, he walked directly into the canteen, picked up cans of gas cans, tied them up with ropes, and stacked them at the main entrance of the canteen. Seeing this, even if he still wanted to persuade him, he couldn't say anything else. Ho Zhuang was even more in awe of Xiaobai's heroic act of staying to help everyone cut off the queen. He thought to himself, this is the moment. He is a capable person in the apocalypse. But only Xiaobai himself knew that he was not so selfless. He wanted to stay because he saw a lot of opportunities to earn energy points. The small space, the dense zombies, and the gas canisters everywhere in the canteen. Xiaobai wanted to attract all the zombies surrounding him, and then use the gas canisters to blast them into the sky, earning a lot of energy points in one go. At that moment, Xiaobai gathered all the gas tanks he could find and opened them one by one to deflate them. When Bai Lan, Ho Zhuang and others left the canteen through the side door on the other side, he took action. Xiaobai removed the silencer on his gun, then picked up the boning knife, raised the knife with his hand, and directly cut open the locked front door lock. The door was knocked open by zombies in an instant, and Xiaobai was very simple with a simple shot. He directly hit the head of a zombie in front of him. The heavy gunshots reverberated like muffled thunder. The zombies gathered outside the canteen suddenly turned their heads and howled as if they were electrocuted. Then they took steps and rushed towards the canteen like a tide. Xiaobai started to retreat. But the zombies had already swarmed in, roaring into the cafeteria. The 4 or 5 in front instantly jumped over the gas tanks. Xiaobai blocked the door, and rushed towards Xiaobai howling. Xiaobai fired several shots, and the zombies in front fell down amidst the reverberating gunfire. However, there were too many zombies, and the environment of the canteen was relatively open. Soon, the number of zombies that came in far exceeded the number that Xiaobai could resist. And it was at this moment that Xiaobai threw out the lighter that had been prepared and landed it in the direction of the gas tank not far away. At the same moment, he turned around like lightning and rushed directly behind. Then, behind him, the gas tank burst into flames and then exploded. Boom! The flames of the explosion soared into the sky in an instant, and the bodies of several zombies there were instantly torn apart. In the rising flames, even the bloody light from the cracked corpses seemed dim. The explosions were in a chain, as the first gas tank was detonated, and then, the gas tanks stacked by Xiaobai also exploded one after another. Xiaobai flew forward and heard a series of loud noises, and the burning heat even rushed to his back. At this moment, this cafeteria, loved and despised by countless college students, has completely turned into a huge burning furnace. When Xiaobai came out, Ho Zhuang and others had already restarted the bus and were rushing out as planned. The school cafeteria has turned into a huge furnace. Explosions were heard one after another. Zombies on the campus were attracted in large numbers. They ran like moths and rushed into the flames. In an instant, they turned into a burning man, but they were still alive and kicking, extremely terrifying. Zombies are the stupidest creatures and the most terrifying creatures. But when Xiaobai left the entrance of the canteen, he had already exceeded the farthest distance that the system could collect energy points. Therefore, the zombies that died next would not be able to increase Xiaobai's energy points. However, despite this, the zombies killed at the moment of the explosion, plus the zombies Xiaobai killed along the way, also brought Xiaobai's energy points to 156 points, which was even enough for Xiaobai to upgrade. It's a second-tier battleship. This wave, you won't lose any money. However, the battleship cannot be moved or used during the upgrade process. Now is obviously not a good time to upgrade. At this moment, he is driving all the way to catch up with the bus in front of Ho Zhuang and others. Battleship. There are not many zombies outside the school, they are sparse. At this point, everyone can feel a little relieved. After driving 2 streets, the bus in front of Bailan and the others stopped in a narrow alley. They wanted to take a rest here, eat something, and finally catch their breath. To ensure that there will be no major problems during the rest of the trip, Ho Zhuang and others explored outside to see if they could find a bus that was not so seriously damaged. Xiaobai also took advantage of this opportunity to park his van battleship out of everyone's sight, spend 100 energy points, and started the upgrade process. System, spend 100 energy points to upgrade my battleship immediately. Dear Captain, do you plan to upgrade the battleship now? Yes. The upgrade request has been confirmed, the system upgrade has begun, and energy points have begun to be used. The estimated upgrade time is 17 minutes and 21 seconds, please wait. During the upgrade process, please ensure that the battleship is in a safe environment. Upgrading the second-level battleship is Xiaobai's plan to break out of the encirclement at this moment. The second-level battleship has many more functions than the first-level battleship, but because of its lower level, the upgrade time does not take long. Moreover, the upgrade is completed by the system, and energy points are invested to provide energy for construction. Therefore, its upgrade speed is much faster than the manufacturing equipment design items that come with the battleship. Then, in front of Xiaobai's eyes, his van battleship emitted a bright golden light from the inside out, wrapping the entire battleship in it. Xiaobai tentatively stretched out his hand and approached the golden light, but immediately felt an astonishing burning pain. 17 minutes passed quickly. The upgrade was completed and the system immediately sent a reminder to Xiaobai. Your battleship has been upgraded. You have unlocked the secondary manufacturing list. Your warship gains new features, ultra-low altitude flight capability, camouflage deformation capability. Immediately afterwards, what appeared in front of Xiaobai was no longer a compact van, but a 7-seater white commercial vehicle that had expanded in size. From the appearance, it still looked shabby and ordinary. But Xiaobai knew that the second-level battleships had undergone earth-shaking changes from the previous first-level battleships. At this moment, Xiaobai's battleship had 2 different forms. The white business car in front of Xiaobai now is in a camouflage form. In this form, the operation interface and equipment belonging to the battleship will be completely hidden. From the inside to the outside, there is no difference between it and a real 7-seater business car. The difference is that as long as Xiaobai issues an authorization command, this so-called ordinary commercial vehicle will instantly turn into a warship with ultra-low altitude flight capabilities and a real aircraft appearance. In addition to the original 2 missile slots of the first-class battleship, it will also have a 30 caliber ship-based cannon. Although second-level battleships still cannot manufacture missiles, they can manufacture 30mm bullets. In other words, at this moment, Xiaobai's battleship can be considered to have the prototype of a battleship and the corresponding weapon system. With the upgrade of the battleship, the items Xiaobai can create through the battleship and energy points also increase. First of all, the number of basic items he can create has increased, but large items are still unable to be manufactured, let alone living creatures. Secondly, in terms of weapons, there are many more types and bullet types such as rifles and submachine guns, and missiles are still unable to be manufactured, which means that unless he steals missiles from the military, the missile launchers of his warships will still be useless. However, the bullets of the cannon can be crafted. A 30mm caliber bullet can only be crafted with 1 energy point. 5 of them came, but it also meant that Xiaobai had a real heavy weapon that could kill a large number of zombies on the second day of the apocalypse. As for the others, Xiaobai also discovered 2 things that he had never seen before. Item, freezing bomb. Introduction, a special grenade that can create a frostbitten low-temperature environment in an instant. Energy required for production, 10 energy points. Is this thing an ice grenade? Item, extreme virus inhibitor. Introduction, it can suppress the effects of most biological viruses in a short period of time. Depending on the individual constitution of the organism, the suppression time ranges from half an hour to 3 hours. Energy required for production, 50 energy points. Can it suppress the effects of most biological viruses? So, can this thing suppress the zombie virus? Although it is an extremely terrifying alien virus, in the final analysis it is also a biological virus. If there is a sufficient amount of this thing in continuous injection, can it be prevented to a certain extent from becoming a zombie after being infected? The battleship was upgraded to level 2, and Xiaobai finally saw two things besides conventional items. Not to mention the freezing bomb, this inhibitor was absolutely not found on Earth. You know, this alien virus is extremely terrifying. 5 years after the end of the previous life, there was nothing on Earth that could suppress the emergence of this virus. If this extreme virus inhibitor could really resist the zombie virus, even if it could only temporarily contain the virus, it would be called a god in the current doomsday. Same thing. However, the price of 50 energy points was still a bit high for Xiaobai. Xiaobai looked at the mediocre business car in front of him and took a deep breath. As the battleship was upgraded to the second level, it meant that he had one more bargaining chip to survive in the apocalypse. Even after 5 years of struggling in the apocalypse, Xiaobai couldn't hide his excitement. But he knew that the second-level battleship was just the beginning. As long as he kept upgrading, it would mean endless possibilities. However, Xiaobai took a glance and found that the third-level battleship was extremely powerful, but the energy points required for upgrading were 10 times that of upgrading from the first to the second level, 1,000 energy points. This number is absolutely an astronomical figure for Xiaobai at this moment. But Xiaobai also believed that as long as he didn't die violently, it was only a matter of time before the battleship could be upgraded to level 3. At the moment, he still had 56 energy points in his hand. Xiaobai spent them all and made a Type 92 pistol and the corresponding silencer in 2 white bullets. In addition, he also made a freezing bomb, and he invested all the remaining energy points into making 130mm caliber machine gun bullets. Although the second-level battleships can manufacture items faster than the first-level battleships, they are not that fast. It takes 11 hours to build these things. And just when Xiaobai was a little depressed, waiting for time and drinking her own kefir that was about to expire, Ho Zhuang came over. They found a new means of transportation and were ready to set off. Asking for all kinds of support. Collect it. October 18, 2018 at 11:24 p.m. Xiaobai drove his commercial vehicle Zhanjian, drank some yogurt, and followed the bus in front of him obediently. There was a huge bus opening the way, and Xiaobai moved forward quite leisurely. Ho Zhuang and the others found a number 3 bus to replace their previous car. In fact, Xiaobai felt that it might be better if one person could have a car at this time, but these people were only college students. Originally, there are only a few people with driver's licenses, and even those who have driver's licenses are still far from being able to drive in a city full of zombies, so they can't be broken into parts at all. Previously, there was a girl who was painted like a fairy and wanted to board Xiaobai's business car, but Xiaobai mercilessly refused. Is it possible for you to board my battleship just by being cute? Right now, it is the second day of the apocalypse, and the city is still filled with the miserable howls of humans and the terrifying howls of unknown creatures. In addition, there are also the sounds of gunfire and gunfire. Echo. The streets are full of zombies. The closer to the main road, the more zombies there are. Most of them have rotten stomachs and missing limbs, but they attack every non-kind thing that passes by them. Xiaobai and his convoy had only driven less than 2 streets, and a large number of zombies were already following behind them. Zombies were constantly attacking from both sides, trying to tear open the iron sheets of the cars and rip out the living people inside to eat. Lose. The closer we get to the highway, the more vehicles on the streets increase. Most were scrapped cars belching thick smoke, and some even had burnt bodies inside. Beyond this, Xiaobai even saw survivors in the buildings on both sides. Those people were trapped in their homes, using red paint pens to write words like help on the windows. They even stood next to the windows, watching helplessly as Xiaobai and his convoy whizzed past their buildings, trying to he shouted, but he was afraid of attracting more zombies and causing his own death. However, no one except the military men, or the real Holy Mother, would stop and take huge risks to save them. In the current situation, the trapped people have only 2 choices, either to save themselves or to try their luck. If you are lucky, you may be able to meet someone from the military to rescue you. If you are not lucky, you may never wait for rescue. He could only watch as more and more zombies gathered outside his home, and he was eventually trapped alive. People who have courage may not survive, but people who don't even have courage will definitely die. However, there are some people who are chased by zombies on the street and cry for help, and there is a possibility of being rescued. Xiaobai is not the kind of person who refuses to save others. He will save others if he is within his ability and does not endanger himself. He is very clear about the truth that people can survive by being cold-blooded, and they can indeed survive in the apocalypse. But when one day, you find that you can't see a living person even if you walk for more than 10 kilometers in this world, you will realize the importance of doing your best. What surprised Xiaobai was that there were actually people joining their small team. They were driving in a serious manner on the street, with a bunch of zombies behind them. A small black Audi drove out of the alley on the other side and followed them without saying a word. It was obviously planning to join the gang. But as they moved forward, the number of zombies surrounding their vehicle gradually increased, and the road ahead became increasingly difficult. Close to the road out of the city, a large number of survivors moved closer in this direction, thus attracting a large number of zombies and reunited them in this area. The bus where the awakened person by lawn was in front was the largest, so it was under the greatest pressure from the zombies at this moment. Although Xiaobai's commercial vehicle and battleship looked shabby and invulnerable, it was unusually hard and could not be penetrated by zombies in a short period of time. However, at this moment, a large group of zombies suddenly appeared at the intersection in front. The guy driving the bus in front was obviously taken aback. He turned the steering wheel and turned the bus directly into a small road on the other side. However, it was extremely unfortunate that at that moment, a convoy was driving out of the alley. The off-road vehicle in front of them collided directly with their bus. With a loud noise, the off-road vehicle was overturned. The number 3 bus rushed into a store on the other side with great momentum. The team behind the off-road vehicle also braked suddenly, and Xiaobai almost hit it. He turned the steering wheel hard to avoid the risk of collision. Xiaobai had seen this kind of scene many times. He walked into the alley through the gap between the bus and the off-road vehicle, and then slowly stopped. The Audi that was following Xiaobai couldn't react in time and almost hit Xiaobai head-on. In Bai's car, the zombies on both sides took advantage of this gap and began to swarm over. Xiaobai opened the door and got out of the car. There are not many zombies in this alley, but the two sides of the alley are connected to the city's main roads, and there are a large number of zombies behind the convoys on both sides. They were all speeding, but now they have stopped. Zombies began to swarm into the alley. The fleet of off-road vehicles were all high-end off-road vehicles. They seemed to be the fleet of a car club. The vehicle in the accident had been severely deformed. There were also some casualties among the students on the bus. There were people on both sides of the bus. I came down to take a look at the situation. After realizing that the zombies were swarming over, they all changed their colors. But the bus was still moving. The classmate who was driving in front miraculously survived and was trying to reverse the bus, but he didn't know what was stuck and couldn't get out for a while. If it could move, it might be able to clear a path through the zombie swarm. There seemed to be a young couple in the Audi. They didn't get out of the car or move. They seemed to be observing the situation. Anyway, they were friends on the roadside. If the situation went wrong, they would definitely prioritize their own survival. And zombies are swarming from both sides. At this time, most people couldn't care less about rescuing people. Some people in the off-road vehicle team over there even started shouting, "It's over, it's over." Ho Zhuan shouted on the bus over there, big brother, what should I do? The current situation is really bad. There are zombies on both sides, and there are even more zombies on the streets outside. There are only 30 or 40 survivors on both sides of the convoy here, less than half of the zombies, and there are not many combatants. There are no weapons that can kill zombies in large numbers. It seems that they can only wait to be trapped here alive by zombies. Most of the students on the bus had even begun to panic, because everything from the crash to being surrounded by zombies happened so suddenly, without any warning, and they didn't even have time to react. Especially there were so many girls, some of them started to scream now. However, Xiaobai knew that this was a true portrayal of the doomsday. In this chaotic doomsday world, situations were all sudden. Without sufficient adaptability and psychological quality, he might not even know how he died in the end. Xiaobai was frowning. The people in the cross-country team over there seemed to have made up their minds in such a short period of time. 5 or 6 burly men, carrying various weapons, walked directly towards the bus with evil looks on their faces. "Come over." Ho Zhuang changed his color slightly and said, "What do you want to do?" The first of those people said, "Brother, I'm sorry, you hit our car, now we have to rely on you to open a way for us to survive." Ho Zhuang looked confused. "How can we open a way for you to survive? And it was obviously you who rushed out of the alley and hit us." Ho Zhuang couldn't understand what was going on, but Xiaobai, an experienced doomsday bird, could understand it at a glance. The way this group of people thought of was to chop up a dozen of their students and let them bleed to attract zombies, so that they could take the opportunity to escape. Xiaobai once met someone who did this. This is the second day of the apocalypse. It stands to reason that human nature has not been completely lost, but before the desperate situation, people can do anything to survive. And the facts seemed to be exactly what he had guessed. This group of people carried a variety of weapons, and instead of fighting the zombies, they pressed towards the bus. Xiaobai's eyes narrowed slightly. Facing such people, he knew that there was no possibility of theory at all. Therefore, he directly pulled out the Type 92 from his waist, loaded the gun with a heavy metal sound, pulled the safety, and then raised the gun. The hand is a shot. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word. He doesn't think there is any difference in the way of survival of these people. In the face of death, life has no dignity. In order to survive, people can do anything, and everything is understandable. But these people don't think of him as a survivor. Sacrifice. Xiaobai's marksmanship was extremely accurate. He shot the man who just spoke in the head with one shot. The man fell down without saying a word. But what Xiaobai didn't expect was that this group of people seemed to be a tough bunch. Xiaobai killed one of them with one shot, and the remaining few people actually accelerated their pace and rushed towards him, swarming up and planning to beat up Xiaobai. This group of doomsday people dared to think of killing more than a dozen people at once on the second day. They really had enough psychological quality. But Xiaobai's psychological quality is stronger than them. He then raised his hand and fired the second shot. The second man fell to the ground with a crash. At this moment, the movements of those people really froze. Xiaobai said coldly, "If you drive out and run away now, you may still have a chance, but whoever wants to take advantage of me, I don't care who is right, I can make you all die before the zombies come." At this moment, the people in the off-road vehicle convoy finally became timid, and their looks towards Xiaobai became a little scary. They looked at each other, although they still seemed a little unwilling, but they were also under Xiaobai's pressure. Got off, started to retreat, and returned to his car. This was a group of vicious people. Xiaobai realized it when his first shot failed to suppress this group of people. Therefore, he fired the second shot without hesitation. If he did not suppress this group of people would be destroyed. People really dare to cut down everyone on their side and bleed them to attract zombies. There were quite a few people on the other side. If a fight really broke out, it would be chaos and zombies would swarm in unattended. In such an alley, there might not be a few people left alive on both sides. Xiaobai has been struggling in the apocalypse for 5 years. He is neither an absolutely good person nor an absolutely bad person. He only acts according to his own bottom line. Xiaobai would save people when he could, and he would never hesitate when it was time to kill. However, at this moment, not only the people in the off-road vehicle convoy over there were restrained, but even the students on the bus over there were frightened. The few girls who were screaming the most happily were stunned. Only the sound of breathing was left. Over there, Ho Zhuang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. In a place like China where gun control is severe, the gun itself has a huge deterrent effect, and shooting to kill is even more frightening. The young couple in the Audi car were so frightened that they began to drive backwards. Regardless of whether they could rush out, they plunged into the pile of zombies and were swallowed up by the dense zombies in the blink of an eye. The dead ones were like ants. It also clung to the body of the car and completely engulfed it. The situation is getting worse and worse, and some zombies have even rushed into the alleys and even rushed onto the bus. More zombies are coming. Xiaobai had no intention of wasting any more time with this group of people. In this case, if he didn't rush out from here first, no matter who of them could kill whom, they would all be surrounded by zombies for dinner in the end. Xiaobai fired a few shots randomly, killing a few of the strongest zombies, and moved closer to his commercial vehicle. If the bus could be driven out, he might be able to use his size and kinetic energy to carve a way out of the zombies. But if he doesn't wait and wants to get out of the current predicament, he can only rely on his battleship. However, Xiaobai's battleship is not big, so it is no problem for him to run away. Whether he can open a path is still a problem, and his battleship has not yet taken shape. If it is exposed in front of so many people, it is likely to attract trouble later. Endless troubles, however, the situation was getting worse and worse, and the bus was still stuck. Xiaobai returned to his commercial vehicle and battleship, and was already preparing to use his battleship to force a breakthrough and save the situation. But at this moment, Xiaobai suddenly heard a burst of exclamations coming from the other side of the bus. He immediately raised his head and saw a scene that stunned him. That's Bai Lan. The girl, who looked soft and frail, jumped out of the bus, kicked a zombie away, then grabbed the back of the bus and dragged the entire bus backwards. The most important thing is that this girl can actually move such a big car. The iron sheet of the bus was deformed, and the girl's hand was dripping with blood from the sharp scratch. However, despite this, she forcefully pulled the bus out of the sales room, completely getting rid of the embarrassing situation of being stuck. Xiaobai gasped. However, this is exactly the powerful power that the awakened person can possess. Bai Lan took half a step back. Her hands were cut several times, and they were dripping with blood in an instant. However, at this moment, a dull gunshot sounded in her ears. The sound was very close. It was Bai Lan. Suddenly, he shrank his neck in fright, and beside her, a man flew toward her. Her zombie fell to the ground. Bai Lan took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the gunfire. He saw Xiaobai coming in front of him. He handed the pistol directly to Bai Lan and said, "Can you use it?" Bai Lan raised his head and looked at the person standing in front of him. This awakened girl's face was also extremely pale. It could be seen that in this situation, although she acted calm, she was actually extremely panicked in her heart. Although she looks calm, she is still an inexperienced girl. However, there is no time for psychological counseling now. Xiaobai sighed, took out a box of yogurt from his arms, stuffed it into the other person's arms along with the bullets, and said, "Don't be afraid, it's useless to be afraid. Just think about how other people shot on TV. It's very simple. Fire step by step to ensure the vehicle's progress. If you feel anxious, drink yogurt. You won't be able to drink it anymore. Also, don't give your gun to anyone. Remember, you are standing in a group of ordinary people holding a gun. If you panic, everyone may be killed by you." Does Bai Lan understand the meaning of Xiaobai's words? Who knows? She just nodded. Bai Lan looked at Xiaobai in front of her. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that the person in front of her was a little cool. Xiaobai had no choice. If he wanted to rush out of the bus, he couldn't do it without a gun. He pushed the awakened girl and said in a loud voice, "Let's do it, get on the bus." At this time, the bus was slowly turning. As Bai Lan got on the bus completely, the classmate who was driving shouted and stepped on the accelerator to the floor. The huge bus rushed forward like a cannonball. And has been modified. Then, continue to ask for favorites and recommendations. The situation went smoother than Xiaobai imagined. The classmate who was driving the car didn't know who it was, but he was extremely vigorous. Facing a group of zombies, he didn't hesitate at all. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward, while Bai Lan and the fire axeman waited. People deal with the zombies coming from all directions to ensure that the car will not be knocked over by the zombies. The windows of buses are higher, so it is relatively safe to attack from inside. Commercial vehicles like Xiaobai's were not good enough. There were so many zombies around that Xiaobai might be torn out by the zombies just by opening the car window. There was even a zombie that climbed onto the roof of Xiaobai's business car, the battleship, and was frantically trying to hide and bang on the roof, making a howling sound, and its intestines flowing out were swaying in front of Xiaobai's car window. But the young couple driving the Audi also successfully attracted the attention of many zombies. The Audi completely collapsed, and the two people were obviously dead. The off-road vehicle convoy also followed now, lining up behind Xiaobai's convoy and following step by step. They traveled through the sea of zombies for an extremely long 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the bus in front was the first to break out of the wave of zombies, and its speed suddenly increased and rushed forward. Xiaobai's car followed closely behind, and behind him were the people from the off-road vehicle team. The zombies surrounding the car howled in terror and took steps to chase them crazily, but no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the car. The distance between the two was increasing with the passage of time. Getting bigger and bigger, it seems like it's only a matter of time before we get rid of them. However, at this moment, Xiaobai's car suddenly shook and someone pushed him forward for a distance. The car behind is hitting him. It was the cross-country team, and they obviously planned to take this opportunity to take revenge on Xiaobai. Xiaobai's eyes narrowed dangerously. Through the rearview mirror, he saw an off-road vehicle behind him accelerating to hit him. On both wings, there were two off-road vehicles approaching from two directions. He could even see the sarcastic sneer of a man wearing a red peaked cap and an off-road vehicle on one side. The purpose of this group of people is obvious, which is to topple Xiaobai's car. Now behind them are zombies chasing him. Once Xiaobai's car is damaged, he will be swarmed by zombies and pounced to death. At the same time, Ho Zhuang, who was on the bus in front, was the first to notice the abnormality. When he looked back to see the distance between the zombies and himself, he saw Xiaobai being surrounded by 3 off-road vehicles. Among the 3 off-road vehicles, Xiaobai's commercial vehicle looked extremely shabby and dilapidated. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before it was overturned. Most of the commercial vehicles on the market now have just a layer of iron outer shells. How can they survive off-road collisions? Ho Zhuang said angrily, "These bastards." As he said that, he directly picked up his fire axe and planned to throw it out to hit the group of off-road vehicles, but at this time, Bai Lan stopped him and said, "Don't." Ho Zhuang said anxiously, "We can't let them overturn Xiaobai's car." Bai Lan glanced at him and said, "Are you sure you can hit it?" "If your axe falls on Xiaobai's car," Ho Zhuang changed his color and said, "Then let's get out of the car and fuck them." But this time, before Bai Lan could speak, a girl in the corner suddenly stood up and said, "Stop the car, I don't agree." Ho Zhuang turned his head, stared at the other party, and said, "If it weren't for Xiaobai, those guys would have attacked us a long time ago." The girl said, "The zombie is right behind us. If we stop the car now, do we all have to be buried with him? If he saved us, do we have an obligation to save him?" At this moment, the second girl also stood up and said, "I don't agree to help him either." Immediately afterwards, a series of low voices sounded in the bus, but they all meant the same thing. Ho Zhuangqi's face turned red and he looked at Bai Lan beside him, obviously hoping that she could say something. However, Bai Lan glanced at the people in the car and lowered her head silently. She only looked at the pistol Xiaobai handed her in her hand and remained silent. But at this moment, Xiaobai didn't feel like he needed any help. 3 off-road vehicles flanked a dilapidated commercial vehicle. It seemed like a confrontation without any suspense. But Xiaobai's business car is more than just a business car. The moment 2 cars came up from the flanks, Xiaobai, who was in a hurry, slammed on the brakes. His commercial vehicle battleship stopped suddenly and hit the front of the off-road vehicle behind it heavily. 2 cars, one rushing forward and the other suddenly stopping, collided instantly like sparks hitting the earth. The car behind was flipped over in an instant, and the system prompts in Xiaobai's mind. There was a crazy sound. "Warning, your battleship is under impact. The current total damage to the battleship is 27%. This 27% is the extent of Xiaobai's damage from his rampage all the way through the school until now." At the moment, when Xiaobai knocked over the car behind him, he stepped on the accelerator. The dilapidated business car jumped out like a rocket. While turning the steering wheel, it hit a car without fear. A car came over from the side. The doors of the off-road car were instantly twisted by Xiaobai's impact, and it lost its balance and hit the street light on one side of the street. However, Xiaobai's business car, which should have been made of iron, was not damaged at all. At that moment, Xiaobai saw the ghostly expression on the owner of the off-road vehicle, as if to say, "Damn, you hit me and I was knocked away. How could your car still only have a scratch?" Same. Is that a commercial vehicle? Warning, your battleship is under impact. The current total damage to the battleship is 30%. Xiaobai knocked over this guy, then turned around and hit the car on the other side. There was still no suspense. The off-road vehicle Xiaobai hit was twisted and deformed and lost its balance, while his own old business car looked like it was okay, just like everyone else. At this moment, the three off-road vehicles that were surrounding Xiaobai were knocked over by Xiaobai. At this moment, there were only 2 vehicles left in the off-road team. When the owners of those 2 vehicles saw this, they were so shocked. He didn't even dare to follow Xiaobai. He didn't even care about his companion who was knocked over by Xiaobai. He drove the car directly into the alleys on both sides, wishing to get as far away from Xiaobai as possible. At this moment, this group of people realized that they were kicking on an iron plate. Even to the day they die, they will never understand how, despite the head-to-head competition between 3 off-road vehicles, they failed to defeat a piece of rubbish commercial vehicle. What they were fighting against was a battleship. Xiaobai calmly took out a bottle of kefir and drank it silently while continuing to drive. Ho Zhuang, who was on the bus in front, was shocked. He said excitedly, "Damn it, the boss is really a boss. What a beast! A commercial vehicle overturned 3 off-road vehicles without any damage." Listening to this tone, it's as if he did it himself after Xiaobai's 2 sharp shots just now. This guy is almost going to regard Xiaobai as his idol. But those who just said they would not help now have very complicated expressions. Please collect and support. It is not easy to write a new book, so I hope you will support me. City, please collect it. Ho Zhuang and his team's number 3 bus was already scarred, and they were traveling at high speed. There were running zombies everywhere around them, most of them looked terrifying. However, before they could form a large scale, they had to deal with the high-speed traveling zombies. Vehicles hardly pose any threat. This is also in the early days of the apocalypse, and most of the zombies in the city are scattered. When the zombies really gather into a zombie wave, it will be a real disaster. This is the 37th Armored Division. We are searching for survivors in Ice City. The main force is advancing in Jiangbei Park. Survivors nearby, please wait for rescue and do not act rashly. At the same time, we have opened a passage out of the city at the highway exit of Bingcheng and deployed armed forces to ask survivors in other urban areas to seize the time to evacuate the city. Repeat. Xiaobai listened to the broadcast, exhaled a breath, and raised his head. From his position, he could already see the helicopter hovering in the far sky. From their current position, they could even hear the distinct and clear sound of gunfire. This means they are about to reach an area controlled by the military. Once we leave the city, maybe we can finally get down safely, right? In the previous life, when the apocalypse broke out, when Xiaobai wanted to leave the city, the highway was completely blocked, the army had withdrawn from the city, and settled in several survivor bases on the outskirts of the city. Therefore, at that time, Xiaobai followed a group of scattered survivors out of the city from the wilderness, and he did not know what the situation was on the highway on the second day of the apocalypse. But he remembered that in the first 2 days of the apocalypse, the overall efficiency of the people in the city was still very high. Because the zombies were useless and formed a zombie wave, the survival rate was also high and it was relatively safe. This is why Xiaobai chose to take the highway and follow the military. While using his few remaining energy points to repair the battleship, he continued to move forward. After running over a zombie and turning out of the street, what appeared in front of Xiaobai was a torrent of fleeing convoys. This is still the edge of the city, but it is the straight road onto the highway. Countless survivors are driving here, zombies are scattered on the edge of the street, among vehicles, and military helicopters are whizzing by in the sky, and an infantry tank rumbled past on the sidewalk not far away. The firepower on the infantry tank was suppressing the zombies mixed in the traffic and attacking vehicles and humans. Various types of vehicles were mixed together. Some cars had their windows smashed through by zombies. The owners of the cars were killed alive in the car. The entire car was paralyzed on the road, which greatly slowed down the flow of traffic. The numerous zombies in the torrent of the fleeing convoy and the zombies coming from all directions greatly slowed down the movement of the convoy. And while this was going on, new survivors kept coming in from the outside, and people kept having problems with their cars. The driving conditions of the vehicles on the entire road out of the city were like when BJ Road was most congested, as slow as a snail. To advance forward, it often takes 5 or 6 minutes to advance a certain distance. In addition, there are many survivors who do not have cars at all, running around in the traffic, knocking on other people's car windows, hoping that someone will give them a lift. Xiaobai realized that the military was short of manpower. In other words, there were too many survivors gathered. There are tens of millions of people in Ice City. At this moment, at least 70% of these tens of millions have become zombies, and at least 2 to 3 million are still alive. At this moment, through the military broadcast, these survivors are all trying to gather here, which is enough to crowd the place, and most of these survivors who are gathering from all directions are carrying zombies behind them. In contrast, the main force of the military is in Jiangbei. Those who can appear here are at most a regiment or less. It is already very difficult for them to fight against the zombies attracted and ensure the safety of the convoy leaving the city. It is even more difficult to maintain order in the convoy. Xiaobai actually never knew why the military invested a large number of manpower in Jiangbei, but he was not from the military and did not know any military bosses, so he had no way of knowing the military's strategic intentions. However, although the military seemed to be struggling in terms of endurance, it successfully blocked a large number of zombies at various intersections. Only a few could swarm into the convoy and cause chaos, or simply the survivors themselves. They were infected and turned into zombies before joining the convoy out of the city. However, despite this, for the vast majority of people traveling on this road at this moment, this is an extremely dangerous road. The zombies mixed in the convoy and survivors may smash the car of any car at any time. Window, during the gap between the military's response, a certain unlucky guy was bitten to death. Even though these survivors have gathered here, they are still in a state of extreme fear. Here, cars, people, and zombies mingle together. This is the way out of the city, the way to escape, and the way to death. Xiaobai then saw a zombie, slowly moving forward in the torrent of the convoy leaving the city. The survivors in the vehicles on both sides looked at the monster in horror, fearing that the zombie would suddenly turn around and pounce to his car. However, this group survived. At this time, an infantry fighting vehicle was driving over from the other side. A soldier stuck his head out and blew up the zombie with one shot. The motorcade out of the city was moving at a snail's pace. Xiaobai was drinking kefir and watching, but suddenly he heard a loud noise close at hand. A bloody man threw Xiaobai's driver's seat edge of the car window and used a pair of Boo's bloody hands slapped Xiaobai's car window. Please, let me get in the car. Let me get in the car. Xiaobai looked at the terrifying bite mark between his neck, shook his head, and looked forward silently. The man's eyes turned slightly white, but he burst out with a huge desire to survive. He slapped Xiaobai's car window over and over again, and uttered a wailing begging sound from his mouth. The person may not even realize they have been bitten. However, Xiaobai had no intention of opening the door. At this time, the team moved forward again, and Xiaobai also stepped on the accelerator and pushed forward. The man seemed to finally realize that the man in front of him could never let him get in the car. He cursed and staggered out of Xiaobai's car. His steps became more and more staggering, but he's still cursing everything in this world. However, at this moment, a dull gunshot suddenly rang out, and a streak of blood exploded on the man's forehead, and his body fell heavily. Until the moment of death, his face was full of twisted expressions. It was the soldier on the infantry fighting vehicle behind who fired. Please collect and support. October 18, 2018, 1636. The glow of the setting sun was spreading across the sky, turning the entire sky into a shocking crimson color. The flood of motorcades leaving the city came to a complete halt. According to the military, it seems that the road ahead is blocked by a wave of corpses, and the military is trying to figure out a solution. But this escape convoy was too long. Xiaobai and the others were in the middle of the entire convoy. Looking from where he was now, all he could see were cars in front and behind, but he could hear the unique howling of zombies coming from the front. Voice. Those howls were connected together, like the wails and roars of mountains and tsunamis, which looked particularly terrifying in the boundless bloody sunset. That was a sound that only a large-scale zombie tide could make. Xiaobai had heard it countless times in his previous life, but this was the first time he heard it in this life. He speculated that the tide of corpses coming from the suburbs or outside the city might have blocked the exit of the highway. That's right, Xiaobai drove forward with the motorcade for more than 2 hours, and he couldn't see the exit of the highway yet. But Xiaobai had already expected this. In this situation, it was strange that he could go fast. If he leaves the city by himself, he will face more risks. If he follows other survivors and the army out of the city, his progress will be greatly slowed down. After all, there is no best of both worlds in this world. The cutoff of the way out of the city plunged the survivors in the second half of the highway into some kind of inexplicable panic. In the early days of the apocalypse, for many people, the most common thing to do was to wait where they were. Horrible things are also waiting in place. Especially at this moment, when there are still zombies around the convoy that are not ready to be dealt with, this kind of terror is even more highlighted. Of course, at this time, those with cars were better off, but the survivors without cars were panicking and looking for help and rescue everywhere. The military's infantry fighting vehicles could not accommodate the survivors, so they had to seek help from vehicles that might have room. But few people are willing to let strangers get into their cars. In this situation, who dares to travel with strangers unless they know the truth? Xiaobai also had a no accommodation policy, but he noticed that Bai Lan's bus in front of them had accommodated a few survivors who had nowhere to go. Xiaobai originally thought that they would stop here for at most 10 minutes and use the military's firepower to blow up a road. However, he did not expect that the sky had completely darkened and the sound of gunfire in front of them could be heard. For a moment, the convoy leaving the city was still stuck in place, with no intention of moving. Panic is growing quietly in everyone's heart. Xiaobai was one of the few people who was really calm. When he saw the motorcade stopped moving, he began to wonder if he should have something to eat. At this time, someone knocked on his car window. Bai Lan came over without knowing when. Xiaobai opened the car door and looked at her. The awakened man first returned the gun to Xiaobai. Xiaobai was a little surprised and said, "This is the first time I've seen someone return a weapon." Bai Lan said, "This is your thing, and I'm not very good at using it. It can only work best in your hands, right?" Xiaobai smiled, didn't say anything more, took back the Type 92 pistol, put it on his waist, and said, "You came to me not just to shoot back, right?" Bai Lan nodded and said, "I want to." However, before she could finish her words, Xiaobai continued, "Hey, by the way, I just want to eat." "Have you eaten?" "Let's talk while eating." "Well, I just ate some bread, it's okay." "Let's eat something." "Come on, let's drink a box of kefir first." Bai Lan looked at the yogurt that was forced into her arms, her mouth opened, and she was in a daze. But what she didn't expect was that when Xiaobai said eating, she really meant eating. In front of Bai Lan, this guy skillfully lit a fire next to the commercial vehicle, and then started cooking rice that was also obtained from the school cafeteria in the pot he stole from the cafeteria. Bai Lan was stunned. At the moment, many people in this convoy escaping out of the city are carrying supplies. In this situation, no one dares to get out of the car. If they are hungry, they just eat something. But at this moment, Xiaobai directly lit a fire to cook the rice, and Xiaobai's skill in the process from lighting the fire to setting up the pot and placing the rice was simply incredible. This is, of course, making a fire and setting up a pot is one of the necessary survival skills in the apocalypse. If Xiaobai doesn't know how to do this, there is no need to mess around. Xiaobai's behavior directly attracted the attention of many survivors. Some people completely sneered at Xiaobai's move. If zombies were attracted, it would be up to you to eat the rice, or the zombies to eat you. For other people, some people who do not have enough supplies, Xiaobai cooking rice openly is a huge temptation, especially after Xiaobai cooks a pot of rice and the rice fragrance wafts out. These people are even more ready to take action. But at this moment, Xiaobai seemed to have unintentionally pulled out a gun from his waist and pressed it on the ground beside the pot. Looking at the gun, those who were ready to move fell silent. This is the second day of the apocalypse, and people have not yet gone crazy with hunger, so not many people will fight against guns for this. Bailan was already stunned. She said, "Well, let's, just in case there are zombies, don't worry, our cars are next to each other. Even if zombies come, there will only be one or two. They can react at any time. Just kill them. As long as they don't spill blood on the rice, there will be no problem." With that said, Xiaobai turned around and rummaged around in his business car and found 2 pairs of chopsticks, a bottle of Lao Ganma, and 2 vacuum-packed salted duck eggs. He walked back and said with a smile, "By the way, you want to go with me?" "What did I say?" Bailan raised his head slightly, looked at the person in front of him, and couldn't help but exhale. This guy really makes people feel at ease inexplicably. She thought for a while and said, "I want to ask on behalf of everyone. Judging from the current situation, our fleet will not be able to move in a short time. So what should we do?" "Just wait," Xiaobai said easily. He handed the salted duck eggs to Bailan and waited for his rice to boil. The fragrance of the rice was already wafting out. Bailan took a sniff. To be honest, it had only been 2 days since the end of the world, but she felt as if she hadn't seen cooked rice in a century. Even the salted duck eggs and Lao Ganma looked so charming. She composed herself and said, "What I mean is that if the situation develops in the worst direction, what if, at this point, she lowered her voice slightly and said nervously, what if the military abandons us? It is not easy to write a new book. Brothers who like this book, please support me." Xiaobai did not expect Bailan to ask such a question. According to his idea, it is not impossible for the military to abandon this group of people. To survive for a long time in the apocalypse, in the final analysis, you still have to rely on yourself. But he thought about it for a while, but still didn't say it out loud. He said, "Did you see that convoy over there?" As he said that, he pointed in a direction diagonally behind them. There was a large convoy there, with 2 Land Rovers in front and a bunch of commercial vehicles and large trucks at the back. He didn't know what they were carrying, and on the side of this convoy, there are 2 infantry fighting vehicles escorting each other. After Bailan turned his attention, Xiaobai said, "Then it is probably some important person or a convoy of scientific research facilities. If they are still here, there is a greater chance that we will not be abandoned." Bailan took a look, and indeed, that convoy looked particularly different among the survivor convoys with various models crowded together. Seeing this, she was slightly relieved and exhaled. Although she is an awakened person, she is also a college student at an ordinary university. No matter how rational and calm she behaves, she will inevitably be at a loss when facing the current doomsday. At this time, Xiaobai's rice was finally cooked. He opened the lid of the pot and a charming aroma hit his face. At this moment, a howl sounded from the other side. A zombie dragged its severely twisted legs and rushed towards the side along the gap between the cars. Xiaobai raised his hand and fired a shot. The monster fell down with the sound, its brains and blood splattered all over the floor. Fortunately, the place where it died was still some distance from Xiaobai and their rice cookers, so it did not directly ruin Xiaobai's meal. Even with the blood on his side, Xiaobai was still able to pick up the disposable paper cup that he had prepared as a rice bowl and start serving rice directly. However, Bailan's face turned a little pale. She didn't take a few bites of this pot of fragrant rice. She didn't know whether it was because of embarrassment or because of the zombie on the side. Xiaobai had a full meal, and after seeing Bailan off, he boarded his battleship again, locked the door, and prepared to take this opportunity to take a nap. But just as he closed his eyes, he heard someone knocking on his car window again. Xiaobai opened his eyes and saw a chubby, slightly greasy middle-aged man standing outside his car window, looking at Xiaobai with a smile on his face. When Xiaobai turned his head, he reached out and knocked again. He opened the car window and signaled Xiaobai to roll down the car window. "What does this guy want to do?" Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, then rolled down the car window slightly. The man put half of his face in front of the car window and said with a smile, Little brother, I am Huang Jingfu, from Habang Group. I just saw you shooting, right?" Habang Group? Xiaobai seemed to have heard such a name somewhere, but he didn't have a deep impression. Regarding the other party's question, Xiaobai had no need to hide it and nodded directly. There is no need to hide firearms. They are a deterrent. When others know that they have guns in their hands, they can dispel many people's unwarranted thoughts. Moreover, the military's control over these weapons is also very loose now. Stinging took out his gun, but the military people just turned a blind eye. Seeing Xiaobai nodding, the smile on Huang Jingfu's face became even brighter. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "In this case, little brother, are you willing to sell me the gun?" Buy a gun? This guy obviously came over after seeing him shoot. After all, if he could get a gun now, it would be extremely beneficial to anyone. Xiaobai frowned slightly. Huang Jingfu obviously misunderstood Xiaobai's frown. He smiled and took out a cloth bag from his arms, handed it over carefully, and opened a corner in front of Xiaobai to reveal the contents. 3 gold bars. Xiaobai took one look, shook his head, and said, "I don't sell guns, you can find someone else." In the apocalypse, gold is one of the few common currencies that can be used besides materials. In his previous life, 3 gold bars might have moved Xiaobai, but now, with the black technology battleship system in his hand, he can build anything. Needing this kind of thing, compared to this, the value of the gun he invested a lot of energy points and time to create is actually higher. Seeing Xiaobai's refusal, Huang Jingfu was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect that 3 gold bars were not enough, but the smile on his face did not change and he said, "Well, little brother, I will give you 6 gold bars." "How about 6 gold bars?" "I will also give you 6 gold bars. I can let you join my team. Although our Habang Group is not a listed company, we do have our own team. We are in our 20s. I can barely be considered a person who can speak. I guarantee that you will not be able to eat or drink from now on. Sorrow, live submissively in the apocalypse." This is pure nonsense. A guy who even runs out to buy a gun, who can keep him safe? And you don't have to worry about food and drink? Is this person deceiving himself into thinking too well? Xiaobai shook his head and said, "You go away, my place is very nice, and no matter what price you pay, I will never sell the gun." After saying that, Xiaobai didn't bother to talk to this person anymore, and directly raised the car window. His meaning was very clear. As a result, the smile on Huang Jingfu's face gradually disappeared, and the fat on his face twitched slightly. After a moment, he said, "Young man, the mountains and rivers will not change, you kid, don't ever ask for help on my head." Xiaobai ignored this person at all, sat down in his driver's seat, closed his eyes slightly, and took a nap. His current physical condition is too poor and he must ensure adequate rest time. When Huang Jingfu saw this, he could only grit his teeth and turn around. The entire escape convoy was still jammed here. Xiaobai sat half asleep for who knows how long, and the convoy still showed no intention of moving. In the dark night, the convoy was completely silent, with only 1 or 2 gunshots and zombies occasionally heard. Howling. But at the farthest end of the convoy, the howling of the zombie tide was becoming clearer and clearer for some unknown reason. But about 2 hours later, Ho Zhuang ran over from the bus in front, knocked on Xiaobai's window hastily, and said, "Big brother, something happened." Xiaobai opened her eyes, lowered the window and looked at him. Ho Zhuang's face turned pale and he said, "Boss. Something big has happened. The army in front can't hold it anymore, and the tide of corpses is coming. Please support. Corpses, the situation is taking a turn for the worse." Xiaobai stood on the roof of his business car battleship and looked forward. About 200 meters ahead, a fire was burning that filled the sky. Under the light of the fire, there were all figures of human beings running away in all directions. But what really stood out was the wave of corpses that was moving through the firelight at this moment. These terrifying creatures gathered from all directions and formed an unstoppable wave of terror on the main road in front. They tore the bodies of the fleeing humans and rushed towards the back while stepping on the cars everywhere. Heavy gunshots resounded in the space, and people were firing everywhere. In the sky, an armed helicopter flew over the ground, moving along the tide of corpses rushing backwards, and the machine gun it carried fired heavily. Causing a bloody storm among the zombies on the ground, But this could not stop these people from rushing forward without fear of life and death. At this moment, the tide of corpses was unstoppable, but the armed helicopters had not yet made any intention of launching air-to-ground missiles. Xiaobai knew why. It was because the military was worried about killing the fleeing survivors on a large scale. But Xiaobai knew that the tide of corpses could not be stopped. With the road currently blocked, more people would die. However, there was no way around it. Now was the beginning of the end, even if he knew it was right. There are very few people who can actually choose to launch missiles at zombies and ordinary people indiscriminately. However, at the advancing speed of the zombie tide, it would take less than 5 minutes to engulf their location. The zombies spawned by the alien virus are extremely capable of action. Once a large-scale zombie wave cannot be effectively intercepted, the unstoppable zombie wave will be enough to overwhelm the army of survivors. Anyone who stands in front of a zombie tide of this size will only die. I heard from people that the zombies were so powerful that they gave up the deployment on our side and instead ensured the safety of the survivors who were already on the road. Ho Zhuang's face turned pale. It has only been 2 minutes since the zombie wave broke out, but the previous silence was completely broken. There were loud noises everywhere. The zombie wave has not yet arrived, but the panic has already caused the survivors trapped here to try their best to act. Got up. Everyone knows that if you continue to be blocked here, you are waiting for death. A car crowded on Xiaobai's side also moved, but unfortunately, the vehicles on this road were too dense. As soon as the car moved, it hit Xiaobai's car head-on. Xiaobai, who was standing on the roof of the car, almost fell off. The owner of the car was obviously so panicked that he hit someone else, but he still yelled, "Get out of my way, don't block my way." Xiaobai ignored him at all. His eyes wandered around, and finally landed on the military-protected convoy diagonally behind his commercial vehicle. At this moment, the convoy was turning, with 2 armored vehicles driving the way, knocking out several private cars along the way, and rushing towards a gas station on the side of the road. Xiaobai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he jumped out of the car. At this time, the owner of the car was hysterical when he saw that Xiaobai didn't answer at all. He stepped on the accelerator and hit Xiaobai's car. Unfortunately, the distance between the 2 cars was not far. Even if he accelerated intentionally, he could not get up any faster. With this collision, Xiaobai's car only swayed, but the bumper of the car was crooked. The car owner was obviously driven to complete despair by the current scene and began to become hysterical. Xiaobai had seen many people like this, so he said directly to Ho Zhuang, "Get in the car, let's get ready to rush out, follow me and reverse the car." Can we rush out? Ho Zhuang obviously lacked confidence in whether they could rush out by car. Because in just a few minutes, the road was completely chaotic. Some people were driving forward, some were falling backwards, some were hitting other people's cars, some were abandoning their cars and running away. There were car accidents and screams everywhere. The tide of corpses hadn't come yet, but there was already chaos here. In this situation, no matter how you look at it, abandoning the car and running away can help them get out of here. Xiaobai said, "Abandoning the car, can you outrun the zombies?" After saying such a sentence, he got directly into the car and started his commercial vehicle. He first reversed the car directly. After hitting the car behind him, he shook the car for a while, then he turned the steering wheel hard and knocked the car away from him. The 3 or 4 cars on board turned their heads completely around. When Ho Zhuang saw this, he gritted his teeth, turned around and rushed towards his bus. As a result, their bus soon began to move. However, some people still seemed to not believe that they could rush out of the chaotic and congested lane. Several college students got out of the bus and followed other people who abandoned the bus and fled in chaos. Ran backwards. However, in just a short time, the front group of the corpse wave could be clearly seen from where Xiaobai was. At that moment, Xiaobai stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and with the powerful physique of his battleship, he knocked through the scrapped cars blocked in the middle of the road and rushed to the outer lane. By Lan and the others' bus. Following Xiaobai's battleship, he reversed all the way and followed closely. Although I have never seen Xiaobai, the classmate who drove the car, he is really a character. In this situation, even if he is reversing, he can still follow Xiaobai steadily. Even if it is Xiaobai who is the other party, he can still follow him. I can't guarantee that I can drive it so well. The owner of the car that crashed into Xiaobai's vent just now stared blankly at the tattered commercial vehicle next to him that seemed to be about to fall apart at random. It forced a turn and crashed out of the car like a tank. The look on Lu Lai's face was wonderful. Hold the grass, iron-headed boy. The car owner's expression changed drastically in just a few seconds. From hysterical despair, he instantly changed to one full of desire for survival. He stopped yelling or swearing and immediately started again. He started his car and followed Xiaobai closely. At this moment, a flood of corpses like a bursting of embankments has swallowed up all the crowded streets in the first half of the street. Their number is more than Xiaobai estimated, thousands of them. From a distance, they can be seen as a sea of corpses. The black wave, the endless tide, came over, trying to swallow everyone up. Military helicopters were still hovering in the sky, broadcasting to all survivors present, "Please rest assured that we will not abandon anyone. Please ensure your own safety. We will do everything we can to rescue everyone. It's not easy to write a new book, so I hope you can support me a lot. Warning, the damage to your battleship has reached 17%. When the system prompt sounded, Xiaobai was driving away from the last car in front of him. He took a look at the balance of his energy points, which was only a pitiful 9 points at the moment. During the traffic jam before, Xiaobai had invested his few remaining energy points to repair the battleship. However, now that he had been hit all the way, Xiaobai's battleship was still damaged again, and he paid such a price. After that, Xiaobai also successfully rushed out of the road and rushed towards the gas station where the military protection convoy was retreating. The bus that Bai Lan and others were riding followed closely behind Xiaobai's car. This number 3 bus was already scarred and swaying slightly while driving. In this case, it is impossible to outrun the corpse tide without increasing the speed. It is necessary to find cover nearby, or even directly use cars to form a vehicle array to resist the corpse tide. At this moment, Xiaobai's goal is obviously that military convoy. But Xiaobai was not the only one who thought of following the military protection convoy. On the driveway, there were many vehicles and survivors gathering in this direction. The army protecting the convoy in front had now entered the gas station. They stuck the 3 trucks behind them on the outside of the gas station and surrounded the gas station to form a wall of vehicles to block the zombies. Only a gap was left in the middle, and 2 infantry fighting vehicles parked in the gap, firing at the zombies while letting in the survivors who followed them. Obviously, no matter who is in this convoy, the military has no real intention to give up on the survivors. They are still trying to find ways to protect the survivors who follow them. Xiaobai was the first person to rush into the gas station. He roared past between 2 military vehicles, followed closely by the bus that Ho Zhuang and the others were on. When they arrived at the gas station that was already surrounded by a wall of cars, everyone was slightly relieved. The firelight from far and near reflected everyone's face, which looked a little uncertain. The convoy that was the first to drive in under the protection of the military had already stopped. Only then did Xiaobai notice that the thorn flower logo was printed on the side of the vehicles of these people. If Xiaobai remembered correctly, it was the logo of the Shihuan Group. Shihuan Group is a large listed company that originated in the northeast region and has industries throughout China. This company started in real estate, but as time went by and the company grew larger, it began to engage in various industries and fields. Among them, however, Xiaobai was a little surprised the people protected by the military were actually people from the Shihuan Group. The people from the Shihuan Group quickly got out of the car and divided into 2 groups. A group of men in black escorted 5 or 6 people towards the supermarket on the side of the gas station, while another group of people began to consolidate the car formation surrounding the entire gas station. A man in a suit even stood directly on the roof of the car and shouted to the survivors who were pouring in, "Brothers, the situation is critical now. I will make a long story short, we can't outrun the zombies, we can only stay here waiting for the military's rescue, but what will arrive before the military's rescue will definitely be the tide of corpses. I need everyone's help. I hope everyone will drive over and park the trucks along the periphery to dump all your unused waste. Under the car, seal the entire gas station. More and more survivors are pouring in from the entrance of the gas station. Some people heard his words and immediately took action to reinforce the car array with their own vehicles. Some people were already panicking and got out as soon as they entered. The car rushed towards the house over there. Outside, the tide of corpses had already crossed the driveway, and a large group was following the sound and rushing down the driveway, chasing the survivors' fleeing footsteps and rushing towards the gas station here. Xiaobai jumped out of the car and looked outside. At this time, there were only the last group of survivors left outside. Most of them were unlucky people without vehicles. They were being driven away by the tide of corpses. From time to time, 1 or 2 people were knocked down. Experienced the real speed of life and death. And at this moment, the armed helicopters over there roared over, pouring firepower onto the ground from about 3 stories high, helping to block the advance of the corpse tide, allowing those survivors to successfully escape from the gas station's car array. People poured in through the opening, and as the last group of survivors entered the gas station, a Chinese truck that had been prepared behind them directly hit the gas station, completely blocking the last exit. At this moment, the entire gas station was blocked by a car array. The numerous cars formed a wall to keep the zombies out. The number of survivors inside the gas station has reached more than 200 people. Coupled with the presence of vehicles, the place seems very crowded. As the last group of survivors withdrew, the armed helicopters in the sky also stopped firing and slowly raised their altitude, apparently preparing to withdraw. However, at this moment, under the gaze of many people in the gas station, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the top of the building on the side of the helicopter. It was huge and directly clung to the fuselage of the armed helicopter. Shook the body crazily, stretched out its sharp claws, and pulled the person inside out. The armed helicopter swayed in the sky, and finally dropped lower and lower, and finally disappeared from the visible range in the direction of the gas station. Then, there was a sound from a position that seemed to be close at hand. Earth-shaking explosion. That helicopter crashed. The gas station fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, someone asked with a trembling voice, "Then, what is that?" Unfortunately, no one answered. Xiaobai, the only one in the field who knew what it was, had no intention of speaking. He just turned his head silently and looked at Bai Lan and others who also jumped out of the car and walked towards him. Xiaobai's face looked a little ugly. That's an extreme mutant. More advanced monsters spawned and mutated by alien viruses. Although this kind of thing is also spawned by the zombie virus, its size is larger, more sensitive and powerful, and its lethality and destructive power are extremely strong. It is a real the survivor killer saw this thing in the apocalypse. Without heavy weapons or enough manpower, he would almost be waiting to die. A vehicle array of their size might be able to stop the tide of corpses, but it was impossible to stop that kind of thing. Once the extreme mutant launches an attack on their car formation, it can tear a hole in the car formation in a matter of minutes. When the zombies follow and swarm in, the car formation will no longer be their protective umbrella. It became a huge cage that could trap them alive. It is not easy to write a new book. I hope you will support it and vote for it. Thank you. Gas station. After a brief silence, the gas station once again became noisy and chaotic. Human beings are like this. When zombies and monsters are close at hand and visible to the naked eye, they may understand what silence and quietness mean. But when there is an obstacle between the two, even a simple car array wall can make these people get some psychological comfort and even feel at ease. Although many people were shocked by the power of the extreme mutant that just tore the helicopter out of midair, they thought that even that kind of creature might not be able to break through their current car formation. Therefore, they in the car formation had enough reasons to breathe a sigh of relief. There were only a dozen soldiers and the 2 infantry fighting vehicles together. 1 infantry fighting vehicle parked against the vehicle formation and no one got off, but all the soldiers on the other infantry fighting vehicle were dispatched. A total of the 6 people were divided into 3 waves. 1 wave went in the direction of the supermarket, 1 wave comforted the survivors and checked the situation inside the gas station, and the other wave climbed to the top of the car array, observed the situation outside and shot those who might enter the car array. Zombies. At this moment, a burst of chaos broke out at the supermarket. Several groups of survivors rushed straight to the supermarket as soon as they entered the gas station, all trying to grab supplies, and they directly clashed with each other. This conflict made more people pay attention to the existence of supermarkets. Everyone knows the importance of supplies in the apocalypse, so even if there is a conflict there are still several groups of people heading towards the supermarket. Even though 2 soldiers were rushing there, the situation was getting worse and worse. In just a short moment, more than 20 people had gathered there, and the shouts were louder than the gunshots. When Ho Zhuang, who had just met Xiaobai, saw this, he couldn't help but ask, "Boss, should we go get something?" Xiaobai glanced at this guy and said, "Have you finished eating the food you brought out from the cafeteria?" Ho Zhuang was stunned for a moment and said, "There are many more, but, you want to say that the more supplies for the doomsday, the better?" Xiaobai said, 5 to 7 days of supplies are enough. After spending so much time grabbing supplies, can you guarantee that you can survive for that long? Even if you can, after living for such a long time, can you guarantee that you won't encounter any accidents and lose all the materials you finally obtained? If you don't have supplies, you won't necessarily die, and if you have supplies, you won't necessarily live. Ho Zhuang was slightly stunned. However, when he thought about it carefully, he really felt that what Xiaobai said was very reasonable. From the outbreak of the apocalypse to now, they had stumbled all the way and made many plans, but there were more accidents. Today's world is full of zombies and dangers, and no one can guarantee smooth sailing and absolute safety. Xiaobai said, "Of course, I'm not saying that hoarding supplies is wrong, but now, there is no need to fight with this group of people to grab such a small amount of things." He turned his head and glanced at the people gathered in the direction of the supermarket. In his opinion, these people were all crazy. It's only the 2nd day of the apocalypse. No matter how important the supplies are, they shouldn't be like this. Moreover, there is a tide of zombies outside, and an extreme mutant may come over at any time. Even if you grab something, you may not die in the end. "My own." Xiaobai said, "How many people are left on your side?" Bailan took a breath and said, 5 or 6 people ran away in the chaos just now, and now there are only 7 people left including me and Ho Zhuang. Xiaobai also felt a little emotional. This really echoed the old saying, the farther you run and the longer you run in the end, the fewer people will be left. Bailan didn't look good either. When they first came out of the girls' dormitory, there were more than 30 people there, but now. But she calmed down, looked at Xiaobai in front of her, and said, "What should we do next?" Xiaobai scratched the back of his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Have you eaten?" Bailan, Ho Zhuang. Time was passing by minute, and the dark night was reflected crimson by the firelight far and near. The fight at the supermarket was finally suppressed. The military personnel and the security personnel of the Shihuang group jointly took action and finally suppressed the chaos. However, the tide of corpses had begun to impact the outer circle of the car array, and the car array began to shake. The military Fang's men set up a machine gun on top of a truck and were firing heavily at the moment. What really reassured the survivors here was the latest progress news of the rescue forces that was continuously transmitted back through the fully disclosed military radio station. People realized that the military had not abandoned them, and there was still hope, so they became slightly calmer. Came down. Still, most looked a little uneasy. Bailan and Ho Zhuang were sent back to eat by Xiaobai, but Xiaobai took action himself. He found a seat by himself, climbed on the roof of the car outside the car array, and squinted his eyes to look out. He was looking for the voice and shadow of the extreme mutant. And soon, Xiaobai determined the location of the monster. The other party was neither far nor close to Xiaobai's position. He was clinging to an overturned bus, tearing off the bus's skin and eating the survivors from the inside like a mole eating ants. The survivors inside should have been dead long ago. It stretched out one of its sharp claws and pulled out a large ball of flesh and blood. It stuffed it whole into its mouth, with blood flowing. It looked very scary. This monster is about 4 meters long, and its body is covered with some kind of fine black scales. Except for its limbs, there are almost no human features on its body, and its eyes have become linear pupils. There is even a slowly wagging tail behind it, swaying slowly as it eats. However, Xiaobai noticed that there were a large number of burnt scars on the left side of the monster's body. Judging from the appearance of the scars, they should have been caused just now. This thing tore the helicopter out of the sky, and the explosion apparently affected it as well. The zombies on both sides turned a blind eye to this monster, and walked past it one after another, without competing with it for blood. The military people are also very smart. Although this monster is here, they have no intention of opening fire on it. Xiaobai's eyes looked a little heavy. The rarity of extreme mutants is similar to that of awakened humans among humans, but it has one key difference from zombies. It has vision and the ability to think. In other words, if it notices the gas station, sooner or later it will pounce. Came here. He must remind the military people that if he can kill this monster before it moves. Just as Xiaobai was deep in thought, a strange sound suddenly sounded from behind him. Xiaobai turned around and saw the man in a suit who had been shouting from the Shihuan group climbing up from his position at some point. The man was wearing a high-end suit, a high-end watch that Xiaobai couldn't recognize on his wrist, and even a pair of leather shoes. He looked upright and meticulous, and he looked very handsome. He was probably in his 30s, with such an appearance, placed before the end, is a typical template for successful people, and is also the object of countless money-worshipping women's screaming pursuits. But appearing here dressed like this always made Xiaobai feel a little awkward. At this moment, the car array outside the gas station separates the zombies from the humans. However, standing on the roof of the car and looking down, the surging zombies and humans are just a blur in the darkness, as if there is no one at all. Any difference? The tide of corpses is attacking the car formation, and not many people dare to board the car formation at this time. Xiaobai turned to look at this person, a little surprised. The man in the suit glanced outside. He looked beyond the tide of corpses and stared at the mutated creature outside for a moment longer. Then he turned to Xiaobai and smiled. I am Yi Qizhi, the security manager of the Shihuan group, people. Xiaobai looked at this guy's appearance and thought he was some kind of manager. He thought for a while and said, Xiaobai. Xiaobai. Yi Qizhi read the name again and said, have you been a soldier before? Xiaobai shook his head. Yi Qizhi said, then you are really brave. Not only did you dare to run to the top of the vehicle formation alone, but you also stayed so far away from the firepower points set up by the military. Xiaobai said, didn't you come up too? Me? I'm different. Yi Qizhi smiled and glanced at the zombies below. Those monsters were coming from all directions. They were being attracted by the military's firepower and launched a fierce attack on that location. However, before I saw you using a gun. This guy named Yi Qizhi talked like a ball of string, which made Xiaobai's impression of him plummet. Generally, people who talk like this are either complete idiots, or they are full of scheming people who need to be treated with caution. Man of. Both of these people are not likable people. Therefore, Xiaobai frowned slightly and said, what, you want to buy my gun too? Of course, it is impossible for the Shihuan group to come to buy Xiaobai's guns. They have relations with the military and cannot be short of weapons. Xiaobai asked this just because he wanted the other party to express his intention as soon as possible. Of course Yi Qizhi could hear the implication of Xiaobai's words. He smiled and said, of course I'm not here to buy a gun, I just want to ask, are you interested in joining our Shihuan group? Xiaobai glanced at him and said nothing. Yi Qizhi said, you should have heard of our group. Even now, we have a cooperative relationship with the military. We are protected by the military throughout the entire process, and we have resources that other survivors cannot imagine. Xiaobai said, why did you invite me? Yi Qizhi said, you are very brave, you can also use a gun, you are much better than ordinary people, we only want useful people. How about it? Are you interested in joining the Shihuan group? This is a good opportunity. Although it is the end of the world, we rarely extend olive branches to outsiders. Shihuan group is indeed a good company. If Xiaobai was looking for a job after graduation before the end of the world, Shihuan group would be a company he could only hope to achieve, but now. Xiaobai smiled and said, if you invite me at another time, I will definitely regard this as a good opportunity. Yi Qizhi asked, what do you mean? However, Xiaobai looked at the extreme mutant not far away who was still taking out the flesh and blood and biting off the severed limbs in the overturned bus, and said, you should have realized, right? This bus formation can't be defended for long. It's time. The military said that the rescue can be completed at noon tomorrow at the latest, but that may not be the latest time, but the earliest time. But before that, the monster can tear apart our vehicle formation and expose this place. Under the siege of the zombie tide. So, you are not recruiting people now, but you are looking for cannon fodder. Once the situation gets out of control, temporarily recruited people like me can be sacrificed in place of your own manpower to ensure the safety of your personnel to the greatest extent. Under such circumstances, a large convoy of survivors was recruiting people from all over the place, without even asking for the details of others. The more sincere they seemed, the more strange they became. Xiaobai had foolishly been used as cannon fodder for others in his previous life. When the crisis came, they were pulled in by a large group of survivors, and they were happy for a while. However, it turned out that the other party had recruited cannon fodder. When the danger came, all of their temporary recruits were expelled by outsiders. The look on Yi Chiji's face froze slightly, and after a moment, he said, "You misunderstood me. I really want to find someone for help, but I have no other intention." Xiaobai smiled, glanced at the extreme mutant over there, and said, "It is about to eat up the people in that car." Although this kind of thing has a certain sense compared to zombies. There is no difference between them and zombies in terms of their desire for human flesh and blood. Yi Chiji's expression changed slightly and said, "You mean, it's about to attack us?" Xiaobai shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, maybe what I said is a bit narrow-minded, but I really have no intention of joining other survivor teams now." So, Yi Chiji opened the car door for a moment, smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time." As he said that, he stood up, clapped his hands, and jumped out of the car. After he walked out of Xiaobai's sight, a person from the chaotic crowd of survivors came up and said, "Boss, we have gathered 5 or 6 people, but they are all ordinary people and can barely act." Yi Chiji nodded and said, "I failed there." The man was a little surprised and said, "He rejected you? That shouldn't be the case. Now our Shihuan group is the only one here, and we have the support of the military. Does he have a problem in his head and doesn't want to hang out with us? I'm very cautious, but you have a brain blister when you come here?" Yi Chiji said, "But it doesn't matter. Shali should also have gathered a lot of people there, and put them in a car, and the front of the car rushed out. I removed the brakes and gave them 2 guns. It doesn't matter whether they are ordinary people or not. It doesn't matter if they can hold back the zombies at the critical moment." The man nodded, indicating that he understood. But at this moment, Yi Chiji remembered something again, and suddenly said, "By the way, the military and those nerds cannot know about this, are you clear?" The man nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "But boss, isn't it a bit unconscionable for us to do this?" Yi Chiji glanced at him, sighed, and said, "If someone must die, do you think it's better for you to die or for someone else to die?" The man was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and said nothing. Yi Chiji patted him on the shoulder and said, "In this world, if you want to live a long time, don't take other people's lives as your fate. Dear book lovers, please collect and recommend. Please support." At the same moment, at the top of the vehicle formation, Xiaobai stood up and walked towards one of the firepower points set up by the military on the vehicle formation not far away. There were 6 of them in total, divided into 3 groups, and they intercepted the influx of zombies from 3 directions of the vehicle formation. The heavy gunfire attracted a large number of zombies to these 3 firepower points. Those zombies were making terrifying howling sounds and were charging into the car formation frantically. When Xiaobai walked over, the 2 soldiers didn't even notice him at first until Xiaobai squatted down next to one of them and said, "Brother." The man suddenly reacted and looked at Xiaobai in front of him with a pair of bloodshot eyes. If Xiaobai was a zombie, this guy might have fired with thunder at this moment. They are the group of people who are under the greatest pressure here. The soldier stared at Xiaobai for a moment, swallowed and said, "Go back to the car formation. This is not a place where ordinary people should come." Xiaobai shook his head and said, "Have you seen that monster?" As he spoke, he pointed directly at the extreme mutant that was eating not far away. The soldier turned his head and glanced. When he realized that Xiaobai was talking about the 3-meter-long monster, his face couldn't help but change slightly and said, "Please get down immediately and go to a safe area." Xiaobai still shook his head and said, "You should kill it first." "Kill that thing?" Are you kidding? It has no intention of attacking us at all. If it is attracted to you, do you want everyone here to die? The soldier was under heavy pressure, and his emotions were obviously also different. Already on the verge of explosion and collapse, he said, go down immediately and return to the safe area, otherwise I cannot guarantee your safety. No, Xiaobai said, if we don't attack it, it will attack us. It has the same extreme hunger as the zombies. When it eats up the current food, it will immediately look for the next target and gather in we here are its best choice, and by the time it rushes over, it will be too late. Unfortunately, the soldier seemed not to have listened to Xiaobai's words at all. He said, go back to the safe zone immediately. This is not a request, but a warning. You are threatening the safety of hundreds of survivors here, I have the right to kill you immediately. Xiaobai remains silent. After giving this person a silent look, he gritted his teeth and prepared to move to another point of fire to try to convince others. But as soon as he took a step forward, the soldier already said, please leave the top of the car formation immediately and return to the safe zone. Xiaobai looked at the man's blood-red eyes, finally sighed, and walked towards the edge of the car formation. The soldier took a slight breath, seemed to calm down slightly, and said, sorry, this is what I received. The order, don't worry, we will ensure everyone's safety. Xiaobai looked at this man, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, thank you. The soldier smiled, turned around, and continued to fire at the zombies below. At this moment, Xiaobai had confirmed that he could not convince the military to attack the extreme mutant first. He was not the superior of this group of people, and he could not prove what he said. Even if he said that he was a reborn person, nor can it be accepted. Xiaobai jumped down from the car formation and walked quickly in the direction of his commercial vehicle and battleship. Chaos still breaks out among the survivors from time to time, and people are trapped here. Amidst the sound of gunfire and the roar of zombies, their emotions can only become more and more anxious and uneasy. Of course, in addition to the restless venters, there were some people who hid in the corner early, trembling, or even sobbing quietly. In addition to these two extreme people, there are also some rational people who feel that they should use this precious time to do something to ensure that they are in an absolutely safe state when an emergency occurs. But few people really realize what they should do, and those who realize what they should do are mostly forming cliques at the moment, trying to increase the number of people in their team as much as possible. Like Ichiji, the idea of recruiting others to be cannon fodder is the same, but the actual idea is the same. The more people in one's team, the greater the possibility of killing others and surviving when zombies come. The so-called death. This is the reason why Taoist friends will never die but are poor in Taoism. Xiaobai even saw the figure of Huang Jingfu. The greasy middle-aged man even stood on a car and talked loudly, coming up with an escape plan and wooing the survivors. Bai Lan and the others followed Xiaobai's request and ate something honestly, but they were also very nervous due to the chaotic atmosphere. When they saw Xiaobai coming, they immediately rushed up. Bai Lan's expression is quite calm. As an awakened person, she also has the capital to be calm. Ho Zhuang's face looked like his but was on fire. It was like his but was on fire. He couldn't stand anymore. He looked in front of him and said, "Boss, you are back. I heard that the military will not be able to hold on. Now, people are panicked and everyone is looking for their own way out." This Xiaobai glanced at it and said, "Why is there someone missing?" Before, there were 7 people on Bai Lan's side including Bai Lan and Ho Zhuang, 4 girls and 3 boys, but now, there were only 6 people standing in front of Xiaobai. Bai Lan said, Xiao left with the man named Huang Jingfu, saying that the chances of people living there being more alive are higher. Xiaobai nodded when he heard the words and didn't say anything. He just said, "It doesn't matter if there are 6 people left. The situation is indeed not good, but there is no need to worry. We don't want that bus anymore. We can go look for useful things and move them all. Come up in my car, and if something happens later, just drive away in my car." Ho Zhuang heard this and said, "Well, boss, don't we recruit some people?" Obviously, he also wants to recruit others to join and strengthen his team like Huang Jingfu. But Xiaobai didn't mean this. For him, the fewer people on his side the better. So he shook his head and said, "Don't worry." Ho Zhuang still seemed a little suspicious, but along the way, he had already developed an unprecedented trust in Xiaobai. Seeing Xiaobai's persistence, he nodded and said, "Listen to the boss." Xiaobai always felt a little awkward when others called him boss. At the moment, Ho Zhuang and others went back directly to sort out supplies on their bus. However, as soon as they got there, there was some commotion there, and it seemed that they had a conflict with someone. When Xiaobai rushed over, Bai Lan and others were arguing with another group of people. Xiaobai also knew the other group of people. They were the survivors recruited by Huang Jingfu. Within a few minutes, many people had gathered in the commotion here. In today's era, even the slightest disturbance can instantly attract the attention of a large number of survivors. People are afraid that they have missed something and are in danger. Before Xiaobai squeezed into the crowd, he heard Huang Jingfu's unique voice, "You have so much supplies here that you can't even finish them all, but some of us here are about to starve to death. How can you lose your conscience like this? I'm not willing to share anything." Following the words of this greasy middle-aged fat man, the group of people following him started to make a commotion. Even the people on both sides who were not on Huang Jingfu's side were booing. Obviously, they were all here for supplies. Bai Lan was blocking the door of the bus and said calmly, "We don't have any supplies at all." However, just after she finished speaking, Huang Jingfu pulled out a girl from the crowd on their side and sneered, "No supplies? Do you know her? Yi Xiaoxiao, she escaped from your school with you. She has already told the truth. You ransacked your school canteen and moved away a lot of supplies, and you still said there are no supplies? Are you selfish and unwilling to share them?" The little girl named Yi Xiaoxiao that Huang Jingfu pulled out was the girl who left Bai Lan and others before. She felt that following Bai Lan and Xiaobai was no longer the best choice, so she went directly to join Huang Jingfu, who was recruiting survivors at that time. Apparently, Bai Lan and the others had supplies in their car, and it was this girl who told Huang Jingfu. Yi Xiaoxiao seemed a little ashamed when she was pulled out at first, but as Huang Jingfu said everything, she also took the risk and pointed, "Bai Lan, I thank you for rescuing me from the school, but there are only so many of you, but there are so many supplies, don't you feel unconscionable if you don't share them?" At this point, Bai Lan and the others have been branded as cunning and selfish people. Ho Zhuang has a straightforward character. Hearing this, he finally couldn't help it anymore. He picked up his fire axe, said directly, "I have something but I don't want to share it with you. What do you think?" Seeing the fire axe in Ho Zhuang's hand, Yi Xiaoxiao shrank back in fear, but Huang Jingfu did not accept this trick. He sneered, "What? Do you still want to chop us down? Brothers and sisters here, we are here now here, we are just people on a boat. When zombies come in, no one can escape. But now, these college students and these gentle scum have more supplies than they can finish. Not only are they unwilling to share them, but they also want to force us with them. Yes, I don't believe it, they really dare to chop me." As he said that, the middle-aged fat man just stepped forward and rushed with the people behind him. This guy obviously planned to grab a moral high ground first, and then grab it head-on. And his method was also very effective. With his shout, more than 30 people in the venue all started to move. Whether it was Huang Jingfu's people or the passers-by who gathered behind them, they all showed excited expressions. The look on his face, "Just kidding, there are supplies to grab, why don't you break your head and rush forward?" Sometimes it's easier to grab things from people than from right under the noses of zombies. However, just when Bai Lan showed a slightly panicked look, a deafening gunshot suddenly sounded outside the venue, close to everyone. Xiaobai took off the silencer and fired a shot into the air. The surging crowd fell silent instantly. The ant closest to him, who was also squeezing into the crowd to grab supplies, screamed, turned around and ran away. Xiaobai held the gun in his hand and pointed it in a circle among the crowd, and people started to retreat. Unlike Ho Zhuang, who looked like he was bluffing with his fire axe, Xiaobai was a man who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with an extremely sharp look in his eyes. No one would doubt that Xiaobai would shoot the awakened person at any time. Therefore, everyone who was pointed at his gun was retreating. Bai Lan and the crowd saw Xiaobai walking over. For some reason, she felt relieved. She didn't know when she started to feel that as long as it was Xiaobai, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. In her mind, Xiaobai was already a more omnipotent being than the awakened one. If Xiaobai knew what Bai Lan was thinking at this moment, he would probably be confused. But at this moment, he was walking to the center of the crowd, glanced at Huang Jingfu who was looking at him with gritted teeth, took a breath and said, "Strictly speaking, these supplies belong to me, and at most they are just save and ship it for me. So, I are willing to separate these supplies." When Xiaobai said this, Bai Lan and the others were shocked. But then, Xiaobai said, "But in the final analysis, these things are also obtained by us. We can't share them all. I think everyone can understand." As soon as Xiaobai's voice fell, someone in the crowd responded, "Of course, we are not the ones who steal other people's things." Xiaobai smiled and said, "That's it, let's take some of what we need first, and then you can distribute the rest as you like." This is how people are in the last days. The so-called reasoning is no longer the same as the real reasoning in the past. As long as Xiaobai says that he is willing to share something, these people will not make a fuss about it. And if he resolutely refuses to share anything, these people will inevitably swarm him. By then, the supplies on the bus will be the same. It is impossible to give them any leftovers. The reason why Xiaobai is so generous is of course because he does not intend to take away everything on the bus. He wants to abandon this large and heavy bus, and it is impossible to put too much in his business car. It is inevitable to make trade-offs when it comes to things. He asked Bai Lan and the others to come back before, just to take away some important things and throw away all the other unnecessary things. At the moment, it is just a matter of smooth sailing. At that moment, he directly motioned to Bai Lan and the others to get in the car to pick up things. He then looked at Huang Jingfu on the other side and said slowly, "I am willing to share my supplies, but there is a condition. I will only share my supplies with real people. People who are short of supplies. During the new book period, I hope everyone will support and collect it." When Xiaobai's words came to light, people started shouting, and without exception they all cried miserably. Looking at the slightly playful light in Xiaobai's eyes, Huang Jingfu realized something was wrong. However, before he could speak, Xiaobai already said, "I believe others when they say they have no supplies, but this Mr. Huang Jingfu, I think. It's not like you have no supplies." Huang Jingfu's face was a little stiff and he said, "What do you mean by this? You are really forgetful." Xiaobai said, "Before, you wanted to spend 3 gold bars to buy the gun in my hand. What did you say about following you to become a popular person? What's popular and spicy?" I was lying to you," Xiaobai said. "Oh, I can see those 3 gold bars clearly. If you are willing to use 3 gold bars to buy a gun, you must not be starving to death, right?" Huang Jingfu's eyes rolled slightly, and he immediately said, "Who saw me buying a gun with 3 gold bars? We don't even have the supplies for the next meal, so don't slander me." What he did was correct. Anyway, when he asked Xiaobai to buy a gun, he did it very secretly. No one except the two of them saw the 3 gold bars. As long as he didn't admit it, what could Xiaobai do to him? But Xiaobai, he had no intention of letting Huang Jingfu admit it. It was enough for him to say it to this point. He turned to look at the many survivors in the field and said slowly, "Anyway, I have already taken out the supplies, everyone. Keep your eyes open and don't let those who have already filled several trucks with supplies take away all the life-saving things I have shared with you." At this moment, everyone looked at Huang Jingfu and the people behind him with a slightly subtle look. Huang Jingfu also understood that Xiaobai just wanted to arouse everyone's hatred of the rich, and in this situation, everyone hopes that there will be fewer people competing with them for supplies. Who cares whether you really have supplies? Xiaobai looked at this man and thought to himself, "If you want to punish me, you can't get it very cheap yourself, so you are wasting your time here." Moreover, no matter what, Xiaobai would not lose money. His commercial vehicle was limited in size and could not hold so many things, so he originally wanted to give up some of his things, so now it was just the right thing to do. But Huang Jingfu didn't think so. He stared at Xiaobai for a while with gritted teeth, and suddenly laughed again. He thought to himself that although he couldn't get any benefits, it was Xiaobai who lost in the end. After all, the real loss of materials was it still Xiaobai. Of course, what Huang Jingfu thinks has nothing to do with Xiaobai. This person was just an insignificant little fly to Xiaobai. What Xiaobai was really worried about now was the extreme mutant that was entrenched outside and might attack the car array outside the gas station at any time. Once the thing tears apart the defense of the vehicle formation, the zombies will swarm in. By then it will be difficult to survive, and all supplies will become meaningless. If you can't survive, even a truckload of supplies is useless. In just a short time, Bailan and the others had finished sorting and got off the bus. Bailan understood what Xiaobai meant by doing this, so she remained silent and had no intention of speaking. However, Ho Zhuang still seemed a little unwilling. Xiaobai didn't say anything. He led everyone away from the bus and walked directly towards his commercial vehicle and battleship. As Xiaobai left, the survivors who had been coveting the supplies for a long time were suddenly. Everyone started to move and started fighting over each other. Huang Jingfu and his gang were without exception squeezed out by the larger number of other survivors. When leaving the group of survivors, Bailan glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao over there, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he turned his head silently and followed Xiaobai. Yi Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, looked at the backs of Xiaobai and others, with a bit of hatred flickering in her eyes. At that moment, Xiaobai, Bailan and others returned directly to their commercial vehicles and battleships. When the second-level commercial vehicle battleship is in the camouflage form of a commercial vehicle, except for the operation panel on the driver's side, the rest of the interior is no different from a normal commercial vehicle. The initial item manufacturing facility is also hidden. When looking at this car, it would be difficult for anyone to tell that it is any different from an ordinary business car. In addition, its slightly worn appearance makes it look lower than an ordinary business car. But only Xiaobai knew that this so-called commercial vehicle could serve as a battleship capable of ground-skimming flight at any time. Of course, describing it as a battleship may be an exaggeration now, but the doomsday survivability and safety factor it brings to Xiaobai are immeasurable. Everyone else also got in the car, but at this moment, in this commercial vehicle battleship, everyone except Xiaobai seemed a little restless. Xiaobai was sitting in the driver's seat, playing with a blue ball-shaped object in his hand. The thing was about the size of a palm, with metal structures at both ends and a translucent center. You could see a blue energy sphere floating quietly inside. This is exactly the freezing bomb that Xiaobai spent 10 energy points to create. According to the instructions for use, this thing is used in the same way as a grenade. It explodes 3.5 seconds after pulling the tab, forming a freezing explosion zone. The description of the power of this thing in the system is not detailed, but this weapon may be the system's specialty. After all, this is the first time Xiaobai has seen this kind of cold grenade in reality. After such a long time, Xiaobai's previous batch of items created through the warship item manufacturing facility had basically been completed. However, Xiaobai did not continue to create items. The reason for this is of course because Xiaobai doesn't have enough energy points. Xiaobai has not killed many zombies since he joined the convoy out of the city. He spent a lot of energy points repairing the battleship before. He now only has 7 energy points in the battleship. 7 energy points are not enough for anything, so it is better to leave them aside for now. In case something happens, you can use them as an emergency. Of course, although Xiaobai had planned this, he also knew that if something happened, he would probably be dead before using these 7 energy points. After all, the current primary item manufacturing facilities are still too slow to create things. It is almost impossible to produce things while fighting. And because of the lack of real time, it is difficult for energy points to be transferred between battles. Came in handy immediately. Now Xiaobai has 2 plans. First, once the zombie wave rushes in, he will directly drive his battleship to fight. If the car formation is only torn open by a hole, he may be able to rely on his own battleship's cannon to block it alone. Hold the car formation, but only if he is not fighting alone. Secondly, retreat with the battleship. If there are no teammates who are worthy of entrustment and have the same combat effectiveness, he can only escape. October 18, 2118, 2352. Xiaobai heard a howl that cut through the cold night. Bailan and others sitting in the business car were awakened on the spot. The howl did not stop from the moment it sounded. In everyone's ears, it quickly approached in the direction of the car array. This terrifying howl was followed by more violent machine gun sounds. Several firepower points set up by the military above the vehicle array fired in the same direction. If Xiaobai could stand at the top of the outer circle of the car formation at this moment, he would be able to clearly see a huge black figure pushing through the dense zombies and rushing to the bottom of the car formation with a 12mm machine gun, like it was like a black cannonball, shaking the entire car array. Then, this extreme mutant stretched out a pair of sharp claws and lifted it upward. Under the horrified eyes of countless people, this head the monster single-handedly overturned a truck and 2 military soldiers who set up a firepower point on it. And because of this, the seemingly indestructible car formation was easily torn open by this monster, and dense zombies rushed in from behind it. The weapons on the infantry fighting vehicles on both sides fired at the same time, and another military soldier drove an off-road vehicle directly up from the front, trying to forcefully block the gap. The soldier obviously knew that he was going to die, but he still drove fiercely towards the corpse tide, trying to block the gap with himself. However, he was also panicked. As he rushed forward, he let out a thunderous roar to embolden himself. This was an extremely tragic scene. Only Xiaobai jumped out of the car and roared across the panicked crowd, "Come back!" Only he knew that this was a meaningless death. Xiaobai has faced this kind of creature before. Without heavy weapons, anyone who confronts it will only die. Xiaobai still remembers that he once followed a group of more than 50 old survivors of the Doomsday and fought with an extreme animal. The mutants were encountered and killed at the cost of almost total destruction. And in that team, almost all of the 50 or so people were as capable of independent combat as Xiaobai. However, at this moment, no one would take Xiaobai's words to heart. Everyone clenched their fists, expecting that the soldier could block the gap in the car formation, and then the military's firepower would come, forcing these zombies back. But at this moment, the pitch-black monster suddenly jumped up, facing the high-speed off-road vehicle without retreating or escaping, and faced it head-on. There was a loud noise, and the car was forced to stop in the middle of the road by the monster. The front of the car was directly destroyed by a blow with a huge force of 10,000 kilograms. The windows of the car were shattered, and the soldier inside was covered with bruises on his head and face. There was blood, but he still gritted his teeth and pulled out the gun from his waist. Even if it was in vain, he fired crazily at the monster in front of him. And soon, the monster raised its hand high and punched it down. With a click, the roof of the car and the soldier inside were smashed together. In Xiaobai's view, this was a shocking scene. The soldiers guarding the car formation may be a bit rigid, but they are people with real backbone. No matter what era, those who dare to face the zombie wave or even extreme mutants head-on for others, no matter whether they end up dead or alive, are remarkable people. Even if they fail and end up dead, no one is qualified to judge whether these people are right or wrong. However, at this moment, there are not many people here who have the same idea as Xiaobai. In the eyes of more people, this scene was a shocking scene that was enough to make them heartbroken. Most of the people present had the same thought: it's over, run away. However, this is also normal. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it is a time of survival and elimination. People always think about staying away from danger instead of facing danger and solving problems. The same was true for Xiaobai in the previous life, so he knew very well, in the face of the great panic at the beginning of the apocalypse, almost no one can reverse the situation. It is impossible to say two shocking lines to make people have the courage to fight against zombies. At this moment, people were rushing towards the direction facing away from the zombies, and even wanted to move the vehicles behind them to open a path. The military infantry fighting vehicles on both sides were still pouring firepower, but their number was not large to begin with. With such a loss, there would be fewer people alive, making it even more stretched. As the gap was opened, the tide of corpses was pouring in crazily. In just a moment, the tide of corpses had not yet submerged the vehicle formation defense line, but panic had already defeated the formation here. Xiaobai felt sorry for those people. He looked at the military firepower on both wings, and after a moment of silence, decided to take action. No matter what, that extreme mutant must be killed. Others may not know it, but Xiaobai knows that if the monster is left alone, none of the survivors here will be able to escape. Xiaobai took a deep breath, and immediately got into the car to release the battleship status of his commercial vehicle. But before he could get into the car, he heard a loud noise. A bullet grazed his shoulder and hit the open car door behind him, ricocheting out. Xiaobai was startled. He never expected that someone would shoot at him at this moment. He turned around like lightning and saw a young man with yellow hair dressed like a killer, holding a gun. Standing not far from him, looking at him coldly, he saw Xiaobai turning his head, a sneer on his lips, and pulled the trigger for the second time without hesitation. This time he could see clearly, and he was as short as lightning and passed the shot. Xiaobai could tell from the first shot that this person's marksmanship was inaccurate. However, at such a close distance, the opponent's hit rate was extremely high. Behind that yellow-haired man were 3 or 4 people, most of whom were dressed in punk or punk style. And only Huang Mao had a gun in his hand. Although his shooting skills were not very good, he was extremely ruthless. The moment Xiaobai ducked down, he fired the third shot. This shot was already inevitable for Xiaobai. The point. At this moment, half of the person leaned out of the business car and directly grabbed Xiaobai's body and pushed him inside. That was when Bai Lan saw something was wrong and reached out in time. However, the yellow hair was extremely cruel, and each shot was faster than the other. Even if Xiaobai closed the car door in time, Bai Lan still screamed she was hit. Xiaobai just sat firmly in the car when she heard Huang Mao say coldly, "I only want your car and the supplies in the car. As long as you know each other, I won't kill anyone." Obviously, this group saw Xiaobai taking away supplies from the bus and came here for this purpose. Zombies are swarming and extreme mutants are killing everyone. Do these people still have the heart to rob others? At this moment, Xiaobai looked at the group of people standing outside the car, but he could not contain his anger. It is not easy to write a new book, so I hope you will support me. Have shot me just now. The situation in the car formation is becoming increasingly out of control. Endless zombies poured in from the gap in the car formation, stepping on the flames on the ground, turning into an unstoppable black wave and rushing toward everyone. The survivors were already in chaos, and the survivors closest to the gap were having been swallowed up by the zombie tide. Most of the survivors in the middle were at a loss, while those behind were trying to open an escape route from another direction. The 2 infantry fighting vehicles of the military soon became the targets of the extreme mutants. The roar of gunfire made this dark and terrifying creature pounce on them immediately. It may not be able to pull away like ordinary vehicles. The outer armor of the infantry fighting vehicle can easily kill the fragile humans inside. In less than a minute, it had destroyed an infantry fighting vehicle, causing it to lose all combat capabilities. At the same moment, Xiaobai was stopped by a group of survivors. Bai Lan's right arm was shot and bleeding profusely. She was immediately taken to the back row by her classmates. However, seeing such a gunshot wound, everyone was a little at a loss. They didn't know what to do with the medical kits Xiaobai had prepared early. How to show kindness. But Bai Lan herself was still calm. Her face turned pale, but her eyes were cold, and she said, "Stop the bleeding first." After Xiaobai took a look and made sure that Bai Lan could handle the situation, he simply ignored the yelling Huang Mao, turned to Ho Zhuang and said, "Will it be open?" "Ho Zhuang, what to open?" At this time, Huang Mao outside saw that Xiaobai was not paying attention to him at all, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. The tide of corpses was surging over there. If they wanted to grab something, they had to do it as soon as possible. Therefore, he fired without hesitation, intending to kill Xiaobai first to see if this group of people would cooperate. However, what Huang Mao didn't expect was that with one shot, not to mention killing Xiaobai, he couldn't even penetrate the cabin of this shabby business car, leaving only a shallow hole on the front windshield. Shallow bullet marks. One of Huang Mao's punk-style companions immediately exclaimed, "What the hell? Bulletproof? Warning, your battleship is under attack, and the current damage level is 0.2%. In response, Xiaobai just sneered. A 9mm pistol bullet trying to penetrate his battleship? Are you kidding? At this moment, Xiaobai directly stretched out his hand and slapped the middle of the steering wheel of the commercial car. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the steering wheel of the car slowly dropped down, and the 2 handles were separated from each other. The sides of the driver's seat rose, and then the system's beep sounded in Xiaobai's mind. "Dear Captain, you are removing the camouflage form of the battleship, but you confirmed the operation." "Confirm. The disguise is being lifted." Accompanied by such a system beep, this commercial vehicle underwent unimaginable changes overnight. Its outer shell rose, and things like wings protruded from both sides. The whole thing changed from a commercial vehicle to a commercial vehicle. The car turned into a flat aircraft, and the surface of the old business car turned directly into glossy black. At the top of the battleship, a black machine gun muzzle protruded directly. Under the battleship, there are even 2 built-in small missile launchers, but just like at the first level of the battleship, these 3 firepower points are all empty at this time. Inside the battleship, the driver's seat is forward, the co-pilot's position is backward, and the position corresponding to the cannon has been raised a certain position, turning it into a fire output turret. Seeing this scene, not only Xiao Huangmao and others outside were stunned, but even Ho Zhuang and others inside the battleship were stunned. A lean boy even murmured, "Am I dreaming?" Xiaobai had already pressed a button. After that, he directly pulled up the joystick. Amidst the buzzing sound, the battleship slowly rose to a position 3 or 4 meters above the ground, maintaining a suspended posture. System prompt: your battleship has been started and the entire system is currently in good condition. System prompt: the primary anti-gravity engine has been started. System prompt: you are in an ultra-low altitude flight attitude. System prompt: you are at the current limit flight altitude, 3.67 meters. At this moment, in the chaotic field, the rise of this battleship is undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Behind the car formation, Yi Qizhi, who was retreating with his own convoy, turned his head and saw this scene with a thoughtful expression. However, from his perspective, he could not see who drove the battleship. The vehicles in which the survivors he had deceived rushed into the corpse tide at a terrifying high speed. At this moment, the unlucky man in the car realized that he had been killed by Shi Huang. The people in the group were deceived and kept cursing and roaring. However, at this moment, they were surrounded by dense zombies. Even if they cursed again, they could only use their lives for the Shi Huang group as Yi Qizhi wished. The team is buying time. At the same moment, Xiaobai stood up from his driver's seat, pushed the confused Ho Zhuang into the driver's seat, and said in a hurry, "What is going on?" "I will tell you when we all survive." "Explain, now you come and help me open this thing." The operation mode is the same as playing games. If you don't want to die, move quickly. This is a battleship, not a fighter plane. Even though it doesn't look much different from an aircraft now, its firepower system and operating system are still clearly separated and must be operated by 2 people. Ho Zhuang was already a little stupid. He didn't know whether he was frightened by the zombies or the sudden appearance of the battleship. He said incoherently, "Big boss, I can't do it." "You still have to do it." Before Xiaobai could speak, another person volunteered, "I'll drive." Xiaobai didn't expect that someone else would ask for help, so he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. It was the lean boy from before who spoke. He said, "I drove the bus before, and the Thunder Fighter is all accomplished, let me do it." Xiaobai had previously lamented that the guy who drove the bus was awesome, but he didn't expect that this awesome guy who drove the bus was always by his side. Of course, what Xiaobai was even more shocked about was, so many things had happened along the way from school to now, but this guy was still alive. He was so desperate. However, with zombies and extreme mutants nearby, there was no time for such nonsense. Xiaobai said directly, "Okay, you can drive, and we will hit whoever I say." System prompt: do you want to temporarily transfer the battleship driving authority? Yes. The lean boy sat directly on the driver's seat, squeezed the operating lever, and shouted excitedly. After that, Xiaobai sat directly on the fort. The position of the fort was slightly higher than part of the hall. The operators of the fort could directly observe the outside through the 360-degree fully bulletproof glass. He sat up and directly held the operating handle of the machine gun, looked directly at Huang Mao and others on the ground, and sneered, "It seemed like someone shot me just now, didn't it?" At this moment, under Xiaobai's operation, the 30mm caliber turret slowly rotated and was directly aimed at the group of people on the ground. In an instant, Huang Mao and others were so frightened that they turned around and ran away. They never imagined that an old business car suddenly turned into a spaceship. Well, will anyone complain here? But for battleships, the captain may be qualified for many positions, but in the future, when the scale of upgrades expands, real crew will also be needed. The ship, captain, and crew combined make up a battleship, right? Please collect and recommend. New books are not easy, please support me. The gap in the car array has been completely torn open, and the zombie wave has flooded most of the gas station. Human survivors and zombies are mixed together, and there are panicked screams and miserable howls everywhere. And that terrifying and dark extreme mutant was tearing apart the 2nd Infantry fighting vehicle in front of it at this moment. The entire gas station was in chaos, and every survivor was looking for a way out. Yichiji Shihuang Group was the first convoy to rush out. Their people moved the vehicles on the other side of the gas station and rushed out, but at this moment, the outside of the gas station was full of zombies. They seized this gap and rushed out. However, before the 2nd convoy also rushed out, the zombies poured in through this gap, although there was no frontal one. The tide of corpses was terrifying, but it also greatly restricted the survivors' escape, blocking a large number of survivors at Shenzhen's exit. Huang Jingfu is the person stuck here. In the previous time, he pulled up a team of more than 30 survivors with 5 or 6 vehicles. He wanted to rush out with the bosses of the Shihuang group, but they were almost killed by the vehicle prepared by Yi Qiji. The suicide car was knocked over. Huang Jingfu looked at the car that rushed into the zombies and the large number of panicked survivors on it. He immediately understood the cause and effect. At a certain moment, this greasy middle-aged fat man even thought about deceiving others. Open the way this way. However, Huang Jingfu quickly gave up this tempting idea, because Yi Qiji could use this method, but he couldn't. He was just an ordinary survivor, and he didn't have much ability. Only by joining a group could he increase his survival rate. Now he is cheating. Killing others can only push yourself into a pit of fire. But Huang Jingfu looked at the zombies everywhere, but his heart became colder and colder. He looked at the aircraft rising not far away. In addition to shock and disbelief, he wanted to take a ride in the chaos. He didn't know that the aircraft was the battleship of Xiaobai, who had a feud with him. Even if you can't get on that aircraft, you can just follow it. However, before Huang Jingfu could take action, he saw with fear that the sci-fi aircraft opened fire. The first target of the attack was not zombies, but a group of punk-style human survivors. Shuttle 3 was shot down by millimeter-caliber bullets, and those people turned into parts that were even more fragmentary than zombies. Huang Jingfu looked at the dead souls. At this time, one of his younger brothers sitting on the other side said in shock, "Brother Huang, are they really aliens?" Originally, Huang Jingfu didn't even think about it. The apocalypse is the apocalypse, zombies are zombies, what do they have to do with aliens? But after his younger brother said this, the more Huang Jingfu thought about it, the more he realized it. The aircraft appeared suddenly. In the chaos, Huang Jingfu didn't notice the changes in Xiaobai's battleship at all, and such a big thing couldn't have been in the gas station before. It probably just flew over, and judging from the shape, it doesn't look like something from any country on Earth. The most important point is, as soon as this thing appeared, it shot the survivors without hesitation. If this aircraft was driven by people on Earth, how could it be everywhere? Shooting survivors in case of zombies? The more Huang Jingfu thought about it, the more he realized this. The more he looked at the aircraft, the more it looked like an alien spaceship. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his oily face was white as snow, as if he had seen a ghost. When his younger brother saw this, his heart was trembling with fear, and he trembled. "Brother Huang, what should we do?" Huang Jingfu looked at the flames, zombies, and alien spacecraft outside. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's blow up the gas station and blow up all these aliens and zombies into the sky, blasting a bloody path." His younger brother was shocked when he heard this and said, "There are still so many survivors here, screw the survivors, as long as we survive." At the same moment, in Xiaobai's battleship, "Kill these turtles to death." This was Ho Zhuang shouting excitedly. This guy had a straightforward character. Watching Xiaobai shoot down those yellow hairs with bullets, even if he was just a bystander, he felt the same and his blood boiled. The lean man sitting in the driver's seat held the joystick tightly and said with excitement, "This kind of person deserves to be killed more than a zombie." At the back of the battleship, Bai Lan temporarily stopped the bleeding with the help of 2 other girls, and the wound was simply treated, but Bai Lan's face looked unusually pale. In this situation, there was nothing he could do. take out the bullet. At the fort, Xiaobai slowly exhaled after confirming that the last guy was shot. It only took less than 10 seconds from the time he opened fire to the time he shot all the people. The group of guys who were extremely arrogant just now were shot dead as they fled in panic. Even if they have pistols, they can only run away in front of battleships and machine guns. In fact, even if Xiaobai didn't open fire, in this situation, these guys had no cars and no supplies, and the final result would be that they would be eaten up by zombies, but Xiaobai was indeed annoyed by this group of people. It is precisely because of such existence in the apocalypse that many people who could have survived were killed abruptly. And now, Bai Lan was shot, and Xiaobai also missed the opportunity to join forces with the military to fight against the zombies. The zombies pouring into the gap have already shown the trend of flooding, and now half of the gas station has been filled with zombies. It is swallowed up and cannot be stopped at all, and the situation has developed to the worst. At this moment, the lean boy in the driver's seat suddenly exclaimed, "Big boss!" Xiaobai turned his head immediately and saw the extreme mutant jumping high among the flames and zombies, and the target it was killing was the battleship they were on. Everyone in the battleship panicked, but Xiaobai had expected this. His battleship was too eye-catching, and it had just opened fire again. The sound of the cannon firing was like thunder, and even zombies were attracted in large numbers. It is impossible not to be attracted to this extreme mutant. Zombie Xiaobai doesn't care. His battleship is now more than 3 meters in the air. It's difficult for zombies to climb up in a short time. But this extreme mutant can reach a height of 4 to 5 meters in one leap. The turret of this battleship can be rotated 360 degrees. Xiaobai directly turned the turret and aimed at this extreme mutant. The next moment, Xiaobai's machine cannon began to spit out tons of fire crazily, and Xiaobai the voice also echoed in the battleship, "Turn around and kill it." However, everyone who was attracted by this extreme mutant did not realize that Huang Jingfu was sending a group of people straight towards the direction of the gas pumps and oil tanks. Support! A 30mm machine gun is enough to easily tear a living person into pieces in an instant, but when it hits the extreme mutant's body, it only explodes streaks of blood on it, knocking it out of the way. It was hit hard in the sky. This monster began to run above the ground, running around the aircraft at an extremely fast speed. Even if Xiaobai and the lean boy operated together, it was still difficult for the bullets to catch up with it. After a shuttle of bullets hit it, the zombies were wiped out, but he didn't even touch the edge of the monster. Under the surging tide of zombies, the zombies were extremely dense. Under the machine gun, more than a dozen would be killed alive in an instant. In just a short time, the energy points displayed in Xiaobai's battleship had skyrocketed to more than 100. Xiaobai realized that he couldn't fight like this. A 30mm caliber bullet has 5 energy points per bullet. Xiaobai has limited energy points. He didn't produce many in total during the previous build. The warship's manufacturing facilities are currently not at a high level, so it is impossible to immediately produce ammunition to replenish it. If the fight continued like this, Xiaobai might have run out of bullets before killing the extreme mutant. Therefore, at this moment, Xiaobai suddenly said, "Stop." The lean boy below was slightly startled, but he still followed the instructions immediately and steadily hovered the battleship in midair. Then, everyone realized that Xiaobai's fort also stopped firing. Along with the ceasefire of the fort, the extreme mutant that was running at high speed also stopped for a while. The few shots that Xiaobai hit it just now left the thing's skin torn open and its flesh and blood blurred. It paused not far in front of the battleship. Xiaobai knew that although extreme mutants were also born out of alien zombie viruses, they were different from zombies and more like beasts, with clear 5 senses and a certain amount of intelligence. At this moment, it noticed the moment Xiaobai ceased fire. His body was slightly arched, in a posture that thunder might strike at any time, and his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty light. Ho Zhuang and others looked at Xiaobai in confusion, wondering why they had to cease fire at this critical moment. Xiaobai took a deep breath and grabbed the freezing bomb. And at this moment, the extreme mutant on the ground suddenly started to move. Its body was like a bolt of lightning, rising from the spot and rushing directly towards the battleship. However, it was at this moment that Xiaobai opened the top cover of the fort, stretched out half of his body, and threw the freezing bomb directly amidst the exclamations of Ho Zhuang and others. The thing drew a perfect parabola in mid-air and landed steadily beside the extreme mutant. However, it did not explode immediately, but when the extreme mutant flew about 2 meters away like lightning. Then it exploded. Xiaobai realized that he had miscalculated the explosion time. However, there is no one in this world who does not make mistakes. Even if he is a reborn person, he cannot change this. And the next moment, the freezing bomb exploded. A large amount of steam rose up, and a sheet of ice spread out on the ground, instantly turning 7 or 8 square meters around the bomb into ice. Even though the monster was fast, one of its right feet was also covered in ice. It was instantly frozen on the ground and hit the ground heavily with its body. However, it went crazy to the extreme and its right leg was frozen. Instead, it struggled wildly regardless. Visible to the naked eye, its frozen right leg, the leg was torn apart inch by inch. If it continued to struggle, its right leg would probably be torn off by it. Everyone in the battleship looked at this scene with expressions of shock. The lean boy even shouted, "Shouchao, what is this?" But Xiaobai had already pressed down the muzzle of the machine gun again and fired directly. The machine gun let out a thunderous roar, and countless bullets directly hit the extreme mutant on the ground like a living target. Blood spattered in an instant. The monster let out a crazy howl and struggled even harder. But at this moment, the gas station exploded. Huang Jingfu and the others succeeded. The gas station was detonated on the spot, and the fire instantly engulfed the entire gas station like a wave. Huang Jingfu and the others were well prepared and had already started rushing out of the gas station before the explosion, but they still underestimated the power of the gas station. Under the sweep of the shock wave, several vehicles behind their convoy were directly engulfed in flames, and the remaining everyone was in disarray. Huang Jingfu, who treacherously rushed to the front of the convoy, became one of the lucky few. He jumped through the zombies that were also blown away by the shockwave, narrowly escaped from the explosion range, and finally rushed out. A wave of corpses. After narrowly surviving, Huang Jingfu was so excited that the fat on his fat face was trembling wildly. He roared excitedly, "Fuck grandma's zombies, fuck grandma's aliens, and fuck grandma's survivors, am I not the one who survives to the end?" However, he couldn't be excited for long, because soon, he noticed that his little brother didn't look excited at all, and looked in the direction of the gas station behind with a pale face. Huang Jingfu realized something and looked back, and then he saw a scene that made him fear. From his position, he could clearly see that in the direction of the gas station, among the rising flames and thick smoke, a pitch-black aircraft was rising slowly. In the flames, it showed an amazing sight. Shocking sense of cold and hard technology. Huang Jingfu changed color, and he hit his driver on the back of the head. "Drive, go, 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 go." At the same moment, Xiaobai slowly breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment of the explosion, Xiaobai directly replaced the lean boy in the driver's seat, activated the fully enclosed impact-resistant form of the battleship, and ate the explosion. However, despite this, Xiaobai also received one after another sounded in Xiaobai's mind. "Warning, your outer defense module is seriously damaged and requires urgent repair. Warning, your battleship has been damaged to 73%, please stop for maintenance immediately." Xiaobai cursed, "Which heartless idiot blew up a gas station?" Ho Zhuan and others looked at each other and thought, "I guess you blew up this gas station yourself, right?" However, Xiaobai felt that it was more likely that someone had exploded the gas station. How could a gas station explode so easily? Not to mention its original protective measures, the military had inspected it when it retreated, and the military always fired outwards. Zombies don't throw bombs or anything, even when they fire themselves. They carefully avoided those deadly things, and few of the survivors had gunpowder weapons in their hands. But now was obviously not the time to study this. Xiaobai raised the outer armor of the battleship and re-exposed the glass layer, preparing to continue to hit the extreme mutants and seize the time to leave. However, what Xiaobai didn't expect was that as soon as he raised the outer armor, he saw a black shadow hitting the glass outside the cockpit and making a loud noise. Even Xiaobai was shocked. This is a terrifying scene like a ghost movie. The battleship had just risen from the firelight, and the fully enclosed defense decks on both sides had just risen. A group of black shadows came directly up and hit the front cabin of the battleship in front of Xiaobai, making a loud noise. Scarlet blood splashed everywhere. Everyone was in a state of shock. They were so frightened by this monster that the whole place was filled with screams. Xiaobai took a closer look and realized that it was actually the extreme mutant. It is not dead yet, but it is not far away. Its body has been torn to pieces, and blood is spattered everywhere. The whole body is almost turned into a big blurry ball of flesh and blood, and it is impossible to tell what it was originally. An arrogant and powerful life form. But it still struggled to pounce on Xiaobai's battleship, and even raised its already bloody arm high, as if it wanted to launch an attack, but it ultimately failed. The raised claws fell down weakly, and then, the monster's body also slid downwards, falling heavily to the ground below. In the blink of an eye, it was engulfed by the flames above the ground, and it could no longer die. This is inevitable. When it was hit by the freezing bomb and became a living target, Xiaobai fired at least 20 or 30 rounds of bullets on it. The power of the 30mm caliber cannon should not be underestimated. At that time, this monster it was almost beaten to death by Xiaobai, and the subsequent explosion caused more serious injuries to it. It was a miracle that it didn't die immediately. Xiaobai glanced at the slot of his energy point. The numbers above were already in single digits, but at this moment, the numbers jumped to 277. With the death of the extreme mutant, the energy point display screen the amount on the list jumped again at this moment. In Xiaobai's somewhat dull eyes, it jumped by a full 100 points and suddenly became 377. When Xiaobai fired with machine guns just now, he killed not dozens but nearly 100 zombies. The gas station exploded. Although Xiaobai did not kill the zombies directly, the battleship seemed to have absorbed some of the energy points from it. The reason why partly because there were nearly 1,000 zombies crowded into the gas station just now. If he could absorb them all, Xiaobai's current energy would have exceeded 1,000. However, an extreme mutant can actually absorb 100 energy points? This is a bit exaggerated. Xiaobai said frantically, "Give me 20 more such extreme mutants." Of course, Xiaobai just thought about it. Although extreme mutants can contribute a lot of energy points, they are also very dangerous things. If 20 of them really come, Xiaobai will have no choice but to run away. Warning, the current damage to the battleship has reached 75%, please stop immediately for repairs. This system prompt successfully brought Xiaobai, who was immersed in the fantasy of killing 20 extreme mutants to earn 2,000 energy points, back to reality. The interior of the battleship was seriously damaged, and the outside was also burned by flames. Although he was sitting on, you can't feel the slightest bit of temperature inside the battleship, but if you continue to stay here, Xiaobai's battleship will probably be the first to finish playing. It was obviously impossible to stop nearby. The explosion at the gas station briefly cleared away the zombies nearby, but more zombies were swarming from all directions of the gas station. These things have no thinking ability or vision. Only the sound and the breath of living people can attract them. At this moment, the living people at the scene have basically turned into kebabs, and the explosion at the gas station is even louder than the concert. The scene is more lively, which means that this burning gas station is bound to attract more zombies in a short period of time. To stop here is to court death. At that moment, Xiaobai took a deep breath and directly pulled up the joystick in front of him. The battleship slowly turned under his control, flying at an ultra-low altitude, and rushed directly away from the driveway and the gas station. The heads of numerous swarming zombies passed by. Some zombies were attracted by the battleship. They jumped high and tried to cling to the battleship, but they were all knocked away or thrown away mercilessly. The warship was severely damaged and would be completely scrapped if it was not repaired. Sparks began to fly from the inside. Therefore, Xiaobai was eager to find a safe enough place to carry out emergency repairs. He drove very fast, completely at full speed. As for Ho Zhuang and others in the battleship, they couldn't hear the system prompts and didn't know the specific situation of the battleship. Instead, they seemed a little excited. Who are you kidding? This is the first time to ride on something like this. Who wouldn't be excited? The lean boy seemed to be a real fan of driving-related things. He couldn't put it down and touched the entire battleship as if caressing his own lover, even though the interior of the battleship was already sputtering with electricity. There were sparks, and he was also in high spirits. Bai Lan was sitting in the corner, her face looking extremely pale. Everyone here is a student. No one has actually dealt with a gunshot wound. No one has even been shot. Although people who watch TV seem to be shot when they are shot, in reality, it feels like being shot. But completely different. Fortunately, Bai Lan's mental quality was good, and he was still very calm at the moment, sitting in the corner, gritting his teeth and saying nothing. But Xiaobai in front had already rushed out of this area in a battleship at high speed, and with the help of the terrifying speed of the battleship, he completely got rid of the zombies behind. Xiaobai remembered that there should be a home furnishing mall in this area. There should be no people there and there wouldn't be many zombies. It would be an excellent temporary resting place. Xiaobai drove the battleship all the way around, and he really found it. However, at this moment, Xiaobai saw the building from a distance, and his battleship suddenly sounded the alarm again. Your fuel is seriously low, current fuel remaining, 0%. Xiaobai, Zhouchao, it's already 0% and you remind me that there is a salted duck egg for it. However, this was actually Xiaobai's negligence. The fuel display screen was on one side and he just didn't notice it. The reason why he didn't notice it was because Xiaobai remembered that he had filled up the car with gas when he first entered the gas station. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have run out of gas so quickly. But Xiaobai was only confused for a moment before he realized, with a full tank of gas, a business car can certainly be driven for a long time, but a battleship obviously consumes more fuel than a business car. Xiaobai Guan thought that he had filled up the tank, but ignored this. Even though Xiaobai is a veteran driver of the Doomsday, there are times when the car overturns. Please vote for recommendation. Please collect it. Asking for all kinds of support. Dear book lovers, it is not easy to write a new book, so please support me. Only then did Xiaobai think that the battleship had overturned. No, to be precise, it capsized. When he was still about 100 meters away from the large shopping mall, his battleship suddenly lost all power and went down. Everyone in the battleship suddenly panicked and let out a series of screams. Xiaobai was still calm. At the last moment, he successfully switched back to the form of a battleship and turned it into the form of a commercial vehicle with 4 wheels. From top to bottom, it landed steadily on the ground without any real impact. Turn over. With a click, the front bumper hit the ground hard. Ho Zhuang and others were amazed for a while at the operation of the battleship turning back into a commercial vehicle. At this moment, they might have forgotten that they were in the middle of the apocalypse, and were completely in awe of Xiaobai's battleship. Xiaobai was not in the mood to marvel, because the system prompts kept ringing in his mind like a reminder. Warning, your battleship has been damaged to 80%, please dock immediately for repairs. Warning, Xiaobai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He also wanted to repair it, but at the moment, his battleship was not at a high enough level to repair it while it was in use. He could only repair it in a completely unactivated state. Of course, if he could after upgrading to level 5 or 6, he will be able to repair while driving. But now is not the time to park, because they are still at least 100 meters away from the home furnishing supermarket. They can walk there, but leaving the battleship here will definitely not work. Bai Lan asked at this time, "What's wrong?" Although she was shot, her voice was still unusually calm. Although she didn't speak loudly, she drowned out the voices of Ho Zhuang and others. Only then did Ho Zhuang and the others realize that although this battleship was magical, they had obviously not landed safely just now, but had fallen from the sky. Something was obviously wrong. Guys like Ho Zhuang are definitely not smart enough in the apocalypse. They may have a certain ability to survive, but if they really encounter something big, they will have to finish it off. Compared with this, Bai Lan actually has an amazing calmness and rationality. However, Xiaobai does not dislike Ho Zhuang and the others, on the contrary, he likes such guys very much. Such people are at least credible. In a team of ability users, if they were all downright smart people, not only would it not be a lucky thing, but it would be the most terrifying situation. On the contrary, Xiaobai felt that these few of them were in a good situation as survivors. Ho Zhuang and others may be a little dull, but they can still help at critical moments. When doing other things, Xiaobai can also discuss with Bai Lan, who is relatively rational and calm. Only a team composed of such a group of people can achieve some real unity. Even in the end of the world, people can live in many ways. Being selfish and killing people is not necessarily the best way to survive. Xiaobai was lucky enough to join such a team in his previous life. It was a team composed of a group of brothers and their families from the same gym. Although it was in the apocalypse, it was still warm and fun. Xiaobai wanted to completely integrate into them, but unfortunately not long after Xiaobai joined, that team was plotted by another team and was eaten directly. Some people say that trust in friends are meaningless in the end of the world, but others say that only trust in friends can help you go further in the end of the world. Out of gas. As Xiaobai said that, he had already dug out the gasoline that had been prepared, opened the door and jumped out of the car. As Xiaobai expected, there were almost no zombies in the home mall. Of course, there were not all zombies at all. Xiaobai looked around and saw a dozen zombies from far and near, but these zombies were different from the previous terrifying zombies. Compared with the tide, of course it is nothing. Although this is also a large shopping mall, the doomsday breaks out at midnight. As a home furnishing mall, it is impossible to open the door at night. No matter how popular it is, there will be no people. Naturally, there will not be many zombies gathering here. Plus, here it's not too far away from the highway. Even if there are any zombies, they have already been attracted, and there will be fewer zombies left here. Of course, despite this, several zombies discovered Xiaobai and the others immediately. They moved their footsteps, shook their broken bodies, and walked directly towards Xiaobai. However, the nearest zombie was still at least 10 meters away from Xiaobai. Xiaobai didn't have to rush to deal with this group of people. He could just refuel the car first. At this time, Ho Zhuang jumped out of the commercial vehicle with a fire axe and stood next to Xiaobai, saying, "Come on, I don't know how, but don't worry, boss, if there are zombies coming to cause trouble, I will chop them to death." Xiaobai glanced at him, a little surprised, but also a little warm in his heart. At that moment, he lowered his head and cheered, saying, "Stop calling you boss, boss. Strictly speaking, I still call you senior. From now on, just call me Xiaobai. Why don't you hug your thigh? If you don't call me boss, how can you be so embarrassed to hug your thigh?" Ho Zhuang touched his head and smiled honestly. Xiaobai was a little dizzy. "Is this why you call me boss?" Before Xiaobai could complain, Ho Zhuang suddenly said, "Boss, someone seems to be coming." Xiaobai turned around and took a look when he heard this, and indeed saw someone running towards their direction. Judging from her figure, she seemed to be a little girl. And the direction the other party came from was coming from the home store. So, are they the survivors who have been hiding there for a long time? Xiaobai thought for a while, stood up, opened the door of the commercial vehicle, and said to the people inside, "There are survivors here. I let you get into my car and recognized you as my companions, but I think I should talk about it now. You should all have seen what my car looks like. It's not an ordinary thing. It's my secret. Of course, it's obviously your secret too, so I hope you don't tell anyone about my car, because once others know about it, it may mean great danger to all of us. The end of the world is only 2 days away. The world and people today you should also know what the situation is. When others find out about this car, it may push all of us to death. Therefore, I will be the first to say something ugly. If anyone does that, I will be the first to kill him. Of course, if we can help each other, we may not be able to live well." After Xiaobai's words came to light, everyone was silent for a moment, and then they all echoed. Whether this endorsement is sincere or not, I am afraid it will take time to judge. Collect it. It's really a girl who came from the home furnishing mall. The other person was probably in his 20s, carrying a boning knife, wearing a miniskirt and a bra-wrapped upper body, and looked extremely capable. Moreover, this guy has a good figure, his skin color is very healthy, and he is very strong. He ran over from a distance, more than 100 meters away, and he ran over in a short time. At this time, Xiaobai refueled his battleship. He turned around and saw the girl cutting down a zombie very neatly, and then ran in front of Xiaobai's business car. She first glanced at the shabby old car, then frowned and said, you still want such an old shabby car? Come with me quickly and get back to the house before more zombies come. Everyone in the car now knows that this business car is not just a business car. Therefore, no matter how reasonable the girl's words are, everyone is clinging to the car and staying motionless. Abandon the car? Impossible, that is absolutely impossible. The girl was a little speechless. What time of day it is now? You can find any good car on the road. Okay, refueling. Xiaobai interrupted the girl. She stood up, clapped her hands and said, "Ha, it can drive now anyway. Instead of running over, it's better to just drive over." With that said, he got into the car directly. Seeing this, the girl could only sigh and climb into the car. However, after getting in the car, she took another look at the messy supplies on the ground. The entire battleship had been severely shaken before, and the supplies piled up were basically scattered. "Oh, I asked you why you don't want to abandon the car. It turns out there is something in the car." This guy didn't seem to see the battleship form of Xiaobai's car before. Xiaobai glanced at this guy, stepped on the accelerator, drove forward, and said, "You are a survivor in the home mall." "Well, my name is Su Qiao. What do you call me?" "Xiaobai." Xiaobai's response was concise and to the point. "Xiaobai, I've never heard of it." Su Qiao immediately turned her head and looked at the other people in the car with a pleading look. Xiaobai didn't stop him either. It just so happened that he also took this opportunity to recognize the person. Although the people in this car were all students who rushed out of school with Xiaobai, Xiaobai basically knew them, but he didn't know their names yet. Ho Zhuang was the first to introduce himself. Then came the lean boy, who seemed a little shy at the moment, Chen Tianchang. Then there was another boy. The boy was gentle and had black-rimmed eyes. He looked like the kind of guy who was good at studying. At this moment, Chen Tianchang, who was acting bankrupt, looked much more generous, saying, "Li Jingyang." Su Qiao nodded and looked around the entire commercial vehicle. However, the commercial vehicle is currently in camouflage form, and the damage degree of the battleship has exceeded 80%. The commercial vehicle also looks like it is about to fall apart. In addition to the supplies on the ground, Su Qiao can't see anything. Whatever comes out. Next are the three girls. The tallest girl spoke first. "My name is Yang Xin." Another girl with freckles said, "Li Qing." The last one to introduce himself was Bai Lan. Her expression was not good, and her voice was a little weak, but her words were still clear and steady. "Bai Lan." Su Qiao had long noticed Bai Lan in the corner and the gunshot wound on her arm, and asked casually, "Is that a gunshot wound?" Bai Lan gave a faint hum, then leaned back slightly and closed his eyes, obviously not wanting to talk. Bai Lan himself has an iceberg temperament that repels people from thousands of miles away. Now with this kind of expression, it is even more difficult for people to talk to him. Su Qiao smacked her lips, turned to Xiaobai, and said, "Did you come from the highway over there?" Xiaobai nodded. Su Qiao snorted and said, "Did something happen over there? Last night I heard the explosion several miles away. The whole world seemed to be shaken." "Wow, it's true." I said, "What kind of military force is this? The way out of the city controlled by Fong is absolutely impossible to be safe. You are lucky too, you can survive such a big explosion." Xiaobai did not answer the question, but asked, "How many people are there over there?" When Su Qiao heard this, she was a little wary and said, "Why do you ask this?" Xiaobai glanced at her and said, "Nothing, I want to ask if you have a doctor over there. My friend was shot and needs to be treated." No, Su Qiao shook her head and said, "To tell you the doctor, we only have one tooth extraction person there. If you believe him, you may be able to pull out the bullet like a tooth." "Oh, let me tell you, that sister is probably dead. Everyone knows what the situation is now. She was shot, no matter where she was hit. Most likely it will be inflammation and infection in the end. Without zombies, she will die sooner or later." Su Qiao has a good figure and exquisite length, but her words are very vicious. When Ho Zhuang and others heard this, they all showed a little anger. Bai Lan, on the other hand, was still sitting in the corner with a calm look and no expression at all, but her face was getting paler. Xiaobai knew that Bai Lan's injury could not be delayed. At this time, the business car had arrived in front of Zijia's shopping mall. Su Chaoqiao stretched out a hand, pointed not far away and said, "Over there, the underground parking lot." Hearing this, Xiaobai turned on the high beam and drove the car directly in. The underground parking lot here was relatively empty. After Xiaobai parked the car, he saw a dozen men walking towards the other side of the parking lot. They were all between the ages of 20 and 40, carrying all kinds of things in their hands. Things are covered from 3 directions. Su Chaoqiao waited for the car to stop, then jumped out of the car and ran to the leading middle-aged man in a plaid shirt over there and said, "It's in stock." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up slightly. He looked at a few people around him, came to Xiaobai's car, and said, "My Xiaodeming, I used to be quite famous in this area. I thought you might not know me, but it doesn't matter, I am a reasonable person, brother, we are all survivors, and we should help each other. Since you have come to my land, you should help, but, we are here, there is a rule. All survivors who want to join us should share all their supplies. We share supplies. If nothing else, I will never lose anything to you. I just share it with everyone so that everyone can live a better life. Yes or no?" As he spoke, the guy lightly stomped his foot on the ground. At that moment, the ground beneath his feet was cracked by his gentle kick. Xiaobai's pupils contracted. This guy is an awakener. Brothers, please collect and recommend. Please collect. The power of Xiaodeming's kick appeared in everyone's eyes, and everyone's expression changed. Xiaobai glanced at Bailan, who was sitting at the back, took a deep breath, opened the door directly, and stood in front of the awakened man without fear. Behind him, Ho Zhuang looked hesitant to speak. He knew that the boss was powerful, but Bailan was also an awakened person. Ho Zhuang was very aware of the power of the awakened person. When the car crashed before, Bailan forcibly pulled the entire bus. That scene is still deeply imprinted in his mind. Therefore, even if the boss is a boss, Xiaobai has only an ordinary person's physique, and he may not be able to benefit from facing an awakened person at such a close distance. However, Xiaobai didn't seem to consider this danger at all. He took out the Type 92 from his waist in front of Xiaodeming, opened his mouth in front of the man, and said, "We won't stay here for a long time, we will only stay for a while." He said this, paused slightly, and a stern look flashed in his eyes, and said, "My friend was shot and needs emergency treatment. I have been delayed for a long time before, and now I don't want to waste any more time on anything." Xiaobai lowered the muzzle of the gun slightly, and the flashing light in his eyes was already very clear. "If you want to entangle, I will do it." Xiaodeming looked at Xiaobai in front of him and at the gun in his hand, his eyes narrowed dangerously and he remained silent. Xiaobai didn't speak. He looked at Xiaodeming in front of him with a heavy gaze, showing no intention of giving in. Bailan's injury cannot be delayed, and he will not give away the supplies in the car to anyone. This is different from the previous situation in the gas station. At that time, those supplies were originally not wanted by Xiaobai, but now, if he so-called shares the current supplies, they will eat what? What to survive on? Ho Zhuang silently jumped out of the car and stood behind Xiaobai, followed closely by Qin Tiancheng and Li Jingyang. Even the 2 girls also got out of the car and stood behind Xiaobai. Bailan, who was sitting in the car, looked at this scene and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything, she just smiled silently. After a moment, Xiaodeming laughed. He stretched out his hand, patted Xiaobai on the shoulder and said, "College student?" Xiaobai still didn't let down his guard, his body was tense and ready for action at any time. Just as Ho Zhuang thought, Xiaobai could not be an opponent of an awakened person. At such a close distance, Xiaobai was not sure that he would shoot the opponent before he broke his neck, but what he could guarantee was that, if he really takes action, this guy won't be able to live easily. Therefore, he just said a faint "hm." Xiaodeming glanced at Ho Zhuang and others who looked very nervous, then glanced at Xiaobai, smiled, and said, "College student, TSK, college student, alas, I was also an ignorant college student many years ago. Since you guys don't understand at all, you don't plan to join us, and we won't want your things. Ha, don't get me wrong. We have no other intentions. We just thought you wanted to join us. I think you can understand. After all, when everyone gets together, people with everyone hiding, it won't be long before trouble breaks out. As he said that, he nodded directly to Xiaobai and said, "You should pay more attention to the gunshot wound. The reality is not as good as the situation in the movie. Deal with it quickly. If you need anything, you can ask me directly." As he said that, he turned around and led the group of people back, and soon went upstairs through the passage of the underground garage. At this time, Xiaobai and the others exhaled slightly. Over there, after confirming that she had disappeared from the sight of Xiaobai and others, Su Qiaoqiao couldn't help it. She came to Xiao Deming and said, "Old Xiao, we just give up like that?" Xiao Deming said, "What else can we do? They don't want to join our gang, and we are not robbers." Su Qiaoqiao smacked her lips and said, "They are just a group of college students. If they don't follow us, it will be difficult for them to survive, right?" When Xiao Deming heard this, he shook his head and said, "College student? Apart from anything else, I can guarantee that the one holding the gun is definitely not a college student. Just the way he holds the gun, the action of loading the gun, and the fierce energy, is a veteran who has definitely killed people. I have also been in the army before. I am sure that he is a real ruthless person. If we really take action, we may not be able to get any good results. We are not short of supplies in the first place. How many people are sacrificed for this kind of thing? Do you think it's worth it?" Su Qiaoqiao was stunned for a moment, silent for a moment, but fell silent. At the same moment, in the underground parking lot. After Xiao Deming and others left Xiaobai's sight, he took action. As Xiao Deming said, gunshot wounds are no joke, especially in the current extremely poor medical environment. He must treat Bai Lan's injuries as soon as possible. As a veteran who has been in the apocalypse for 5 years, Xiaobai has already mastered the art of medical treatment. However, his methods in this area have always been simple and crude, and he has no professional qualities. This is why he asked Su Qiao before it just so happened that they didn't have a doctor here. In Xiaobai's opinion, it would be best if he could find a professional doctor. If he couldn't find one, he would have to do it himself. Of course, before that, Xiaobai had one more thing to do. He took Bai Lan out of the car, then asked everyone to get out of the car. He immediately turned off the commercial vehicle battleship completely, and then said to the system in his heart, "The battleship has begun the repair process. Dear Captain, do you want to start repairing your current second-level battleship?" "Yes. The repair process has begun. The energy points required to repair the damage to the battleship are being calculated. It is expected to cost 67 energy points. Repair in progress. Please wait. Estimated repair completion time, 3 hours and 51 minutes. The time it takes to repair the warship is longer than Xiaobai's previous process of upgrading the warship. During the repair process of the battleship, it will not be completely wrapped in light like it was during the previous upgrade. Instead, it will complete self-repair bit by bit in silence." At that moment, they directly supported Bai Lan into the security room on the other side, and Xiaobai officially began to prepare to treat Xiaobai's wounds. Ho Zhuang and others wanted to stay and observe. They were really impressed by Xiaobai. The boss not only had strong survivability, he could also deal with gunshot wounds. However, Bai Lan spoke up now and kicked all these people out. Xiaobai could see that this girl was surprisingly a little embarrassed. Time passed bit by bit, and Bai Lan was stronger than Xiaobai had imagined. During the process of taking out the bullet, her expression was cold and silent, with only a slight frown expressing the pain she felt. Although Xiaobai didn't have any professional skills in this area, he was still very skilled. It didn't take long for him to take the bullet out of the girl's arm, and then apply medicine and bandage. Before the end, one of the important supplies that Xiaobai collected was medicine and related medical supplies, so there was still plenty of supplies. Bai Lan looked at Xiaobai and said, "If Xiao Deming didn't retreat just now, are you really planning to defeat the enemy?" Xiaobai was stunned for a moment and said, "Why do you ask this suddenly?" "Nothing, just curious." "Ha!" Xiaobai said with a smile, "I said that I want to die, but I don't want to die that much. The other party probably has the same idea. Although the home mall sells furniture, it also has restaurants, food, etc. They will definitely not be lacking, so it is unlikely that we will fight to the death. So I knew at that time that it was unlikely that the other party would take action, unless it was a stupid green iron-headed kid." Bailan thought for a while and said, what if they are really iron-headed boys and dumb-headed green people who just don't retreat? Xiaobai shrugged and said, then I have no choice but to give away the supplies. After all, if the supplies are gone, you can still find them, but if the people are gone, there will be nothing. Bailan said, it's been 3 days since the end of the world, and this is the first time I've heard of this theory. Xiaobai smiled. He really has no shortage of supplies. Not to mention that it is the beginning of the end and there are supplies everywhere. Even if there are no supplies outside, he can still produce supplies through his own warships. He will definitely not starve to death. Therefore, Xiaobai is really not that enthusiastic about materials. But after a moment, Bailan said quietly, thank you. This made Xiaobai stunned, huh? Bailan didn't answer. At this moment, Xiaobai completely helped her deal with the injury, and said with a smile, the physique of the awakened person is extremely strong, and the recovery ability is far beyond ordinary people. An injury of this level can be completely recovered in up to 3 days. If anyone wants to say who hopes Bailan gets better soon, it is of course Xiaobai. Now is the beginning of the apocalypse. Zombies are everywhere and the city is in crisis. Although Ho Zhuang and the others can help, the real leader in combat power is Bailan, the awakened one. When Bailan regains his combat ability, plus Xiaobai, a veteran of the Doomsday, and Ho Zhuang and others to help, although there are not many in number, they will definitely be the strongest among the survivors in the early days of the Doomsday, and they can completely go sideways. The battleship is still being repaired, so everyone can only stay in the security room. The freckled girl Li Qing seems a little nervous. We told Xiao Deming before that we would leave in a while. If we continue to stay here, well, obviously, she was worried that those people would cause trouble again. Xiaobai shook his head and was about to explain, but Bailan already said, don't worry, they didn't take action before, and they won't come to us again in the future. Although they said that, if we continue to stay here, they will also I just turn a blind eye and pretend not to see. Xiaobai nodded and said, don't worry, Xiao Deming and the others. We'll sleep here for the night and we'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Although Xiao Deming and the others intend to stay here for a long time, Xiaobai has no intention of staying here for a long time in the home furnishing store. The reason is very simple. It is too close to the highway, and there are all zombies there and even a zombie wave has formed. When the military withdraws, there will be nothing to attract zombies, and those zombies will definitely scatter around, and sooner or later they will gather here. The zombies spawned by this alien virus have a sense of smell more sensitive than that of a dog and can even smell the breath of a living person from a kilometer away. In a place like Home Mall, there are no obvious things that can be used for defense, and there are not too many survivors and weapons. Once the zombies come, they will definitely be doomed, so Xiaobai has no plans to stay here for a long time. Just as he thought when he drove the battleship out of the exploding gas station, he was just looking for a safe place to stay. After hearing Xiaobai and Bailan's explanations, everyone was slightly relieved and temporarily relieved. Bailan looked at Xiaobai and said, then, what are we going to do next? This is not only a problem for Bailan, but also a problem for everyone present. At this moment, everyone turned their heads and looked at Xiaobai, looking forward to Xiaobai's next plan. Most of the survivors of the Doomsday are as panicked as headless flies. They don't know what they should do or how to do it correctly. In this situation, no matter whether you are a smart person or a fool, you can't guarantee that you can make the right choice in judgment. Most of the time, what you need to rely on is the evil, damn luck. Since the end of the world, Xiaobai has been playing the role of guide for everyone, calmly analyzing the situation and choosing the way forward. Therefore, when this situation comes, everyone almost instinctively looks to Xiaobai, wanting to hear Xiaobai's thoughts. From the perspective of Ho Zhuang and others, this is the case, but from Xiaobai's perspective, he is a reborn person. If he can't even make this plan, his previous life will be in vain. Of course, Xiaobai was actually a little depressed. After all, his plan to follow the army out of the city on the highway actually failed. He left the city very late in his last life, and he was like a headless fly in the early stage. He had never even encountered the army. It was only later that he heard that the military had successfully evacuated a large number of survivors through several main roads in the early days of the end, but didn't know what the twists and turns were, so Xiaobai almost got herself involved. However, this time Xiaobai learned his lesson. He said, I listened to the military's radio broadcast before. It seems that they are going to establish an initial survivor base in Bingcheng prison. So, I think our next step is to go there. Of course, we won't take the highway this time, let's go by ourselves, to a place with fewer people and fewer zombies. Ho Zhuang, I have been listening to the military's radio broadcasts. Why didn't I hear the news? The words he heard on the radio were of course Xiaobai's, but he didn't say anything. He just sat back on his chair and closed his eyes slightly. There is still 1 hour left before the battleship repair is completed. I want to review the battleship rights agreement. As Xiaobai thought silently in his heart, soon, a display screen invisible to others appeared in front of his eyes, which was densely filled with small characters. It is not easy to write a new book. Book lovers who like this book also hope that you can collect it, vote for recommendation, etc. I would like to thank you for your support. Agreement, please collect it. The Warship Authority Agreement mainly contains the relevant contents and terms for the captain to allocate warship authority. Although Xiaobai's current second-level battleship is still small in scale, if he can successfully continue to upgrade it, this battleship will eventually become a behemoth, and it is not impossible to even completely rise into the sky. Although the warship will have an autonomous operating system in the future, with the upgrade and the increase of various built-in modules in the warship, autonomous operation will eventually have its limitations, and it is impossible for Xiaobai to control it alone. In other words, this battleship needs crew after all. If Xiaobai wants others to help him operate the battleship more completely, the captain must delegate the use rights of various functions so that others can operate certain modules in the battleship. As for the issuance of permissions, Xiaobai, as the captain, can set the usage time and cancellation conditions of the permissions. For example, once the authority holder launches an attack on the captain or other crew members or even performs unfavorable operations on the battleship, his or her authority will be automatically revoked. As a captain, Xiaobai can also use this authority anytime, anywhere, unconditionally. Of recovery. In addition, this battleship system also has a crew recruitment function, but it can only be opened after the battleship reaches level 7. Xiaobai carefully browsed through the agreement on the battleship's authority and found that although the captain could delegate authority, the captain's control over the battleship was still at the supremacy level. Even if others had obtained higher authority, they wanted to use this to shake Xiaobai. Bai's position as captain is impossible. After all, Xiaobai is the owner of the battleship and the owner of the system, just like the boss of a 5-star hotel. The crew members recruited are just part-time workers, and those who are only given authority by Xiaobai are temporary workers. In other words, in this system, apart from the boss, there are only 2 types of work, wage earners and temporary workers. Given these 2 types of work, it is impossible to overthrow the boss and annex the hotel. When Xiaobai thought about this, he always felt like he was like a wealthy landlord who wanted to start a great life path that squeezed the labor force. However, all of this is in vain until the battleship level increases. Now Xiaobai's battleship only has level 2, and it only has 8 or 9 people aboard. What kind of battleship do you want? At this point, Xiaobai no longer thought about it, but exhaled and shook his head. If there is a book, it will be long, if there is no book, it will be short. As time passed, the battleship was quickly repaired, but from the outside, the battleship still looked shabby, like an old car that had been used for more than 10 years. 67 energy points were spent to repair the battleship, and Xiaobai still had a full 310 energy points left. There was no one around in the underground garage, and there were no zombies. Xiaobai proudly spent 3 energy points to get 6 kilograms of beef, set up his old rice cooker, and started cooking meat. Ho Zhuang was shocked when he saw the 6 pounds of bloody raw beef that Xiaobai brought out. Boss, where did you get this? It can't be human flesh, right? Xiaobai was speechless for a while and said, Gung gung gun, don't eat human flesh. Ho Zhuang rubbed his hands and said with a smile, it's not okay if I don't eat. Xiaobai directly set up the pot and started cooking the meat. However, the girls dug out a bunch of condiments that Xiaobai didn't even notice and put them in the pot. Suddenly, the meat cooked in clear water immediately started to taste. Xiaobai also twitched his index finger, but now he had a dark face and said, who brought condiments that are useless and take up space? Bringing a bunch of condiments is worse than getting a few salted duck eggs. Everyone looked at each other, no one dared to say a word. Xiaobai could only silently take out a box of kefir and look at the beef in the pot. He hadn't eaten beef for who knows how long. In the 5 years of the apocalypse, things like beef were only available to the bosses or high-ranking officials in the survivor base. For people like Xiaobai who were struggling in the apocalypse, it was good to have food to eat, let alone beef. At the beginning of his rebirth, Xiaobai spent all his time making preparations and did not look for a place to have a big meal. Now, this was the first time he had eaten beef in the past few years. Although there was no expression on his face, but he was also very excited in his heart. With the battleship manufacturing facilities, Xiaobai believed that the day of eating meat every day was not far away. This is Xiaobai's small goal in life that he has no pursuit of. However, while they were eating meat here, Xiaobai did not let it sit idle on the other side of the battleship. 310. Energy points. This can be said to be the most energy points Xiaobai has had since his last days. However, upgrading from a second-level battleship to a third-level battleship requires a full 1,000 energy points for modification and upgrade. After the battle at the gas station, Xiaobai's strategic supplies were almost exhausted. There were a lot of pistol bullets left, but other items were much consumed. The freezing bombs were directly used, and there were only a dozen rounds of 30mm caliber machine gun bullets left, all of which needed to be replenished. Xiaobai directly ordered the construction of 3 freezing bombs and 250 rounds of cannon bullets. This cost Xiaobai 80 energy points, and after that, he spent another 30 energy points to use the battleship to build the first rifle M4A1 and 100 rounds of 5.56mm caliber bullets. Then, he got another Type 92 pistol, so he had 3 pistols in his hand. Xiaobai planned to keep 1 pistol for himself and give the remaining 2 to Ho Zhuang and the others. Although firearms are very unfamiliar to college students, if you want to survive in the apocalypse, this is something you must learn to master sooner or later. In the end, Xiaobai left 100 energy points as deposits and backup. In addition to those things, Xiaobai also created an extreme virus inhibitor. It was an injection filled with blue translucent liquid, which looked like a dream. This thing can temporarily suppress the impact of the alien zombie virus on humans, but as soon as the effect of the drug wears off, unless another injection of this drug is injected, they will still be infected and turn into zombies. To create a tube of extreme virus inhibitor, but it requires a full 50 energy points. Xiaobai worked hard all the way and only got so many energy points. But Xiaobai still built this thing. At least it was prepared. If something happened and he was bitten, he could still use this thing to survive for a while. Of course, if Xiaobai is really bitten by then, but there is no follow-up extreme virus inhibitor to keep up, it will be no different from waiting to die. It will just change from mutating immediately to waiting to die. Dear book lovers, please collect, recommend, vote and reward. City at noon the next day, Xiaobai left the home store as promised. Su Chaoqiao squatted on the edge of the windowsill on the second floor, watching the shabby business car drive out of the underground garage, and said to herself very strangely, their cars are like that, but they can still drive? In the direction of the highway in the distance, there were still sporadic gunshots. It seemed that the military personnel were still in a stalemate with the zombies. But at this time, Xiaobai had already learned a lesson and no longer planned to go to the military. Instead, he planned to bypass the highway, leave the city from a less crowded place, and go to the ice through the wilderness. City jail. Of course, Xiaobai also knew that although there were not many human zombies in the wilderness, the possibility of encountering other special zombies increased, and the level of danger was not necessarily that low. It's October 2118 and the weather is getting colder. Xiaobai's plan was to spend the winter at the survivor base of Ice City Prison. According to Xiaobai's memory, the survivor base in Bingcheng Prison has existed for more than 8 months. In other words, it is feasible for him to stay here until tomorrow's spring enlightenment. Winter is the most dangerous time. Xiaobai had a deep understanding of it in his previous life. He didn't want to run around in winter in this life. Moreover, through his time at the survivor base of Ice City Prison, Xiaobai also planned to upgrade the battleship to level 3. When a battleship reaches level 3, it will have more combat modules and even a rudimentary medical module. It will also have the ability to take off and fly, becoming a real ship. This alien zombie virus is extremely powerful. It is not just as simple as producing zombies. As time goes by, this virus will cause deeper changes in the zombies, spawning more extreme mutants, and even some smart zombies come out. Yes, this alien zombie virus may even give birth to intelligent zombies. In Xiaobai's memory, intelligent zombies first appeared in 2119 and gradually increased in number. By 2121, this kind of zombies will become the main pressure of the major survivor bases. This kind of intelligent zombies are no different from other zombies. They still have an incredible desire for flesh and blood in living people. This desire is even beyond their original wisdom. The extent to which it can be controlled. This is exactly the purpose of the existence of this alien zombie virus, to create a biological cluster that is extremely antagonistic to humans and give them the possibility of evolution, so as to cause the greatest blow to human civilization. In the end, the Shengjing survivor base where Xiaobai was located was breached for 3 reasons: the power struggle among internal human survivors, the serious shortage of combat personnel caused by the depopulation of the 5-year doomsday population, and another point, the large number of such losses. Appear. However, it will be at least a year before intelligent zombies appear. If Xiaobai can upgrade the battleship to level 3 before the advent of 2019 and have a spaceship across the sky at the beginning of the end of the world, he will be the first to be invincible. Place. In addition, Xiaobai went to Bingcheng prison for another purpose. He was going to find an acquaintance. The commercial vehicle was speeding through the streets of Bingcheng. When he encountered scattered zombies, Xiaobai directly lowered the window and raised his hand to kill them with one shot. Even though this is already the edge of the city, there are still a lot of zombies, standing swaying in the streets and alleys, howling and shooing them out of the shadows of the alleys the moment Xiaobai and his business car roared past. But if the number is if there weren't many, they would be knocked down by Xiaobai on the spot. But if there were more, Xiaobai would just step on the accelerator and rush all the way, leaving the zombies behind. And if they meet other survivors, if they can help, Xiaobai will get out of the car and help. If they can't help, Xiaobai will not meddle in their own business. And along the way, if he encounters any pharmacies, commodity stores, etc., as long as there is a chance, Xiaobai will still get out of the car and search to see if there is anything that can be used, and then directly move it into his car. Battleship. At the same time, Xiaobai was basically producing half of the things he made through the battleship, and he immediately started to make gold. When we arrived at the survivor base of Ice City Prison, gold was also one of the hard currencies, and using the battleship manufacturing facilities to create gold was extremely cost-effective. In the battleship manufacturing list, gold was an elemental mineral and was classified in a pile. Among the mineral materials, the cost of these minerals is the same. According to the system classification, they are all ordinary mineral materials. They are all 2 kilograms per energy point. They are absolutely high quality and low price. Gold is rare and special on the earth, so it is sold at a high price, but in the universe, it is just an ordinary mineral. Therefore, the system's pricing of gold is no different from ordinary mineral materials. This was a bargain for Xiaobai. He spent 10 energy points to create 20 kilograms of gold. Before the end of the world, that would be equivalent to more than 2 million. Xiaobai thought to himself, if there was no doomsday, wouldn't I be rich in minutes? However, the current 20 kilograms of gold is enough for Xiaobai to become a rich man in the Ice City survivor base. In the early days of the apocalypse, although the value of gold has almost become the same as bread, it is still valuable. In another 2 to 3 years, the value of gold will only be even lower. So, without anyone knowing, a crazy doomsday gold hoarder was born. After stumbling along the way, although Xiaobai's speed was not slow, it still took him nearly an hour to leave the city. During this period, Xiaobai almost met an extreme mutant head-on. Fortunately, the opponent was launching a fierce attack on another group of survivors at that time. With the previous battle at the gas station, Xiaobai's battleship actually fought with the extreme mutant. He was physically capable of fighting, but in a real fight, Xiaobai wouldn't be able to fare well. Therefore, he withdrew decisively with the thought of death to fellow Taoists, not to death to poor Taoists. Although you can get 100 energy points by dealing with an extreme mutant, this method is not as reliable as hunting 100 zombies. Xiaobai would not stand by and watch survivors who could help him, but for this kind of situation, he would simply choose to run away. At that moment, Xiaobai turned around and turned his business car into a small road on the other side. This place was close to the edge of the city. Most of the buildings were low, but they were built in a mess. Leaving the extreme mutants behind, he just turned around an alley and plunged into a pile of zombies. It was originally a group of zombies gathered under a small apartment building. Xiaobai bumped in and became the target of this group of zombies. Please collect it. Asking for all kinds of support. You're welcome. Almost instantly, a zombie jumped in front of Xiaobai's car, lay down on the hood, opened its bloody mouth, and bit into the glass. It was as fierce as a beast. There are emergencies everywhere in the apocalypse, and turning around and bumping into a zombie is just a small incident, so Xiaobai was still very calm. He immediately stuck the muzzle of his gun out of the car window and killed the zombie with one shot. But Bailan let out a scream at this moment, because a zombie was rushing from the side, and bit Xiaobai's outstretched arm with its teeth and claws. Bailan picked up the fire axe that Ho Zhuang had put aside and struck the zombie on the head with the axe. Her strength was so great that she opened the zombie with force, and the axe was deeply embedded in the zombie's head. Bailan then let go of the zombie's head, and the zombie hit the ground behind him with the fire axe. At this moment, Xiaobai had already put the reverse gear on and drove the car back at high speed into the narrow alley behind. As Xiaobai retreated rapidly, the sound of engines and gunshots attracted all the zombies gathered at the door of the unit building in that community. These creatures let out terrifying howls and rushed towards Xiaobai's commercial vehicle and battleship. Rushed over. Ho Zhuang's miserable howl sounded in the commercial vehicle. Sister Bailan, my fire axe. This guy was sitting in a commercial car that was retreating at high speed, staring at the fire axe stuck in the zombie's head outside, with a look of pain on his face. Killing a zombie and throwing a fire axe at the same time would cause a loss of blood. At this moment, Chen Tianchang on the other side shouted, "It seems like someone ran out of the corridor over there." Xiaobai heard the words and took a look. Sure enough, as they attracted the zombies here, the 3 or 4 survivors who were originally trapped in the building took this opportunity to rush out and went directly to the building where they were parked. A black Santana got out of the car and drove quickly in the opposite direction to Xiaobai and the others. Xiaobai couldn't help but cursed, "These grandsons." But there was nothing he could do. Running into a zombie was just bad luck. However, he had no intention of reversing all the way out. When retreating into the middle of the alley, Xiaobai directly threw out a freezing bomb. As he continued to retreat, the freezing bomb exploded at the exact location. In an instant, the cold air rose, and a cold frost spread instantly, freezing a large number of zombies that were crowded in the alley and chasing Xiaobai. In an instant, the alley was filled with ice sculptures. At this moment, Xiaobai put the car back into gear and pushed the accelerator to the bottom. In an instant, this commercial vehicle with battleship performance rushed out like a rocket, rushing through this zombie ice sculpture fiercely. Although the range of the freezing bomb is limited, its freezing ability is extremely strong, and it can completely freeze everything within its explosion range from the inside out in an instant. Now, with Xiaobai's sprint, these zombie ice sculptures were knocked to pieces by Xiaobai and rushed out of the alley. After Xiaobai shot and killed a few more zombies, the remaining ones it would be difficult for zombies to pose any threat to them. Xiaobai drove the car, picked up a box of yogurt, and drove out very leisurely. Bailan, Chen Tianchang and others were stunned. They didn't expect that the situation could be resolved so quickly. Ho Zhuang, on the other hand, was lying on the back window and looking back. He was still a little sad that the fire axe that he had carried for many days was consumed by Bailan. Xiaobai drove onto the slightly larger road ahead, turned onto 2 streets, and stopped on a roadside with no zombies. As for why Xiaobai stopped, the reason was very simple: to eat. Bailan and others have followed Xiaobai these days and are about to develop the concept of eating well even in the last days, so no one thinks there is anything wrong at this moment. Xiaobai got off the car first, planning to find a safe place first. Soon, he found his target, which was a small shop on the other side of the street. Using this opportunity to eat, maybe we can also search for something. With this thought in mind, Xiaobai and Bailan said hello and walked directly over there. However, when he reached the door, Xiaobai noticed that there was someone inside. It was also a group of survivors, 3 or 4 people, rummaging through the supermarket. However, the size of this small shop was not large to begin with. It seemed that it had been looted by someone before, and there was basically nothing left to eat. Most of the rest were useless debris. The group of survivors rummaged around for a long time, and only found a backpack of things. But when this group of people saw Xiaobai, they were very vigilant and cautious. One of the men even said, "Brother, we are searching here. You can go find another place." To be honest, Xiaobai really didn't like the trash here. Xiaobai was somewhat speechless about the eagerness to protect the calf of these guys. Xiaobai glanced at this guy and said, "Don't worry, I can't stand you for this little thing." The man snorted coldly, with an "I don't believe your nonsense" look on his face, but didn't say anything else. However, soon, this group of people realized that Xiaobai was not lying. Because soon, Ho Zhuang and the others came over. This guy came over carrying 2 big bags of Master Kong braised beef noodles and a pile of beef sausages. When everyone saw the survivors who looked extremely vigilant inside, they all understood what he was. Instead of going in, they set up a pot outside the small shop and cooked instant noodles. The unique aroma of instant noodles quickly spread, exuding a charming allure. How many people have eaten something hot since the end of the world? Instant noodles were not a good thing before the apocalypse, but now, as the fragrance spreads, the gang searched the survivors in the supermarket and looked at some of the basically useless things that others had picked up after searching for a long time. Looking at the big pot of fragrant instant noodles and the sausage inside, they all started to swallow their saliva. For a moment, the man who just spoke took a step forward and said in a slightly gentle tone, "Well, brother, can you?" Xiaobai glanced at him, reached out and took out the gun from his waist and slapped it on the ground. Before the other party finished speaking, he said with a look of "I understand what you mean" and said with a hearty smile, yes, we can go. We will leave after eating in a while. You plunder yours and don't leave anything for us. We don't have any ideas for you, so don't leave anything for us. Don't be polite, don't be polite. Asking for all kinds of support. Please collect them. Chen Tiancheng stood up, "Come on, brother Xia, I'll serve you a bowl." While serving Xiaobai noodles, he glanced at the man next to him, whose face had become a little stiff, and said with a smile, "You're welcome, don't just watch us eat. Didn't you also search for supplies? Go there? Ah, you guys should hurry up and eat." The man's face became even more ugly. But he looked at the gun in Xiaobai's hand, and finally said nothing. He exchanged glances with his companions, then walked away dejectedly, started his car, and quickly disappeared here. Aside. While Chen Tiancheng was serving Xiaobai very seriously, he showed a very flattering smile to Xiaobai. "Brother Xia, can you still let me fly our spaceship next time?" Ho Zhuang said, "Don't get close to the big boss." Xiaobai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took a small bowl full of instant noodles from the other party's hand and ate without responding. To be honest, Xiaobai hasn't eaten instant noodles for a long time. Today, it tastes extremely delicious. Xiaobai's thoughts were a little wandering, and he was thinking about other things. Xiaobai owns a battleship, which is definitely his biggest asset to survive in this doomsday. Moreover, he knows that in the further future, alien creatures will truly come and bring greater disaster to the human world. When that time comes, no matter he wants it or not, he will definitely confront the alien creatures. Although Xiaobai still doesn't know what those alien creatures want to do on Earth, one of their purposes is to killing all the people on Earth, therefore, confrontation with them is almost inevitable. In his previous life, Xiaobai lived a miserable life. He had enough to eat for himself and his whole family was not hungry, and he had been running for 5 years to survive. But in this life, from now on, he is already stronger than most ability users, and the power in his hands. Even if you own a battleship, if you want to survive and even resist the terrifying alien creatures, you will definitely not be able to live in such a miserable state like you did in your previous life. But Xiaobai doesn't want to turn his warship into Noah's Ark, nor does he want his warship to become an escape ship for survivors. He also doesn't want to turn himself into a savior who saves the world. He just wants to be himself, and then be himself. He will help the survivors who can help what he should do and what he wants to do. After all, the more survivors there are, the more resources the Earth will be able to use when alien creatures arrive in 5 years. The more effective forces there are to resist, but Xiaobai will not act like a holy mother rashly. As long as there are risks and situations that are unfavorable to him, he will not take action. He wants to do things his own way. After finishing a steaming meal of instant noodles, everyone set off again. Xiaobai drove the car and left the city directly along the road in front of him. And just later today, the military actually released a broadcast about the Ice City prison survivor base. In the broadcast, they claimed that they had cleansed and renovated the Ice City prison and reinforced the construction of fortifications, allowing survivors in the Ice City area to gather near this area. Xiaobai remembered the road there very clearly, and he drove there all the way, which was considered smooth. Establish a survivor base in Ice City prison. Firstly, it has natural protection measures. Secondly, there are few zombies in this area, and it is not far or close to the city. It can continue to search for survivors and materials. If you take the expressway and the road is smooth, it will only take less than an hour to get here. Xiaobai took a detour from the expressway, wasting a lot of time, and arrived at the location of Bingcheng prison at dusk. Bingcheng prison covers an area of over 100,000 square meters. The outer circle is an administrative area, while the inner circle is the main structure of the prison, which consists of walls, electrified guardrails and razor wire. The military had started broadcasting throughout the region earlier today, so many survivors were attracted. Therefore, when we arrived in this area, the zombies that could be seen everywhere in the Ice City almost disappeared, and the number of survivors increased again. Survivors from Bingcheng and even counties outside Bingcheng were gathering here, forming a long queue at the checkpoint set up in Bingcheng prison. Ho Zhuan looked at the long motorcade in front of him and couldn't help complaining. It was jammed on the highway before, and it is jammed now. Really, in the apocalypse, will everything except escape be jammed? Xiaobai glanced at this guy and said, "It's good to be stuck in traffic. When you go out for several kilometers and don't even see a living person, that's the real horror." Chen Tianchang said, "You can't see a living person after walking for several kilometers. Holding the grass, this is impossible." Ho Zhuang said, "There are no talented people for several kilometers. By then, no one will compete with us to grab supplies." Xiaobai did not say anything. What he told was the truth. In the late apocalypse of the previous life, it was a scene like this. Living people had become a scarce resource. Lone survivors wandering in the wild would even be happy to meet living people. But in the end, disputes often arise over material issues or even kill each other. Human beings are such contradictory and wonderful creatures. However, the reason why traffic is blocked here is actually due to security checks. The military must ensure that no one entering this survivor base is infected. Otherwise, once a zombie appears, the situation will be dangerous. But there are no zombies here, so despite the crowds, the atmosphere is quite peaceful. Moreover, Xiaobai also saw some vendors. They were some hidden survivors, wandering in the middle of the traffic, hiding from the military patrols to maintain law and order, selling all kinds of things, ranging from snacks to daily necessities. One person even knocked on Xia Xia's door. He looked out of the white car window and asked, "Brother, do you want to buy anything? I have bread, milk, medicine, sacred oil. You must buy something by all means. Let me tell you, the military's supplies are also tight. Once inside, but there is no such thing as military distribution of supplies, and the control is strict. If you don't have any reserves, you will either risk going to the city to find food, or you will spend high prices. Everything here is cheap." Xiaobai remembered clearly that the military in the survivor base of Bingcheng prison distributed certain supplies based on headcount every day. Although as time went by, the supplies distributed became less and less, but they did not stop. Pass. This guy is obviously out to deceive people. But Xiaobai knew that most of these dealers had been in there a long time ago and had connections there. Therefore, he thought about it and said, "Oh, really? I do have some things I want, but what you just said, these things are not what I want." The vendor was slightly startled and said, "Then what do you want to buy?" Xiaobai smiled and said, "Are there any weapons or weapons?" The tone of the protagonist's behavior has been completely set. Don't worry, everyone will not be a virgin. Then, continue to ask for collection and recommendation votes. It is not easy to create a new book. I also hope that the book lovers who like this book will support it. The hidden vendor was stunned for a moment, the smile on his face faded, he glanced at Xiaobai and said, "Do you know what you are talking about?" Xiaobai smiled while holding the sour milk in his mouth and shook his head. The hawker's brows furrowed, and at a certain moment he even felt that Xiaobai was playing tricks on him. However, immediately after, Xiaobai threw him a small green post office bag directly from the car. The vendor was surprised. He took it and found it was heavy. He pulled open a corner of the bag and took a look, his expression suddenly changed. Inside was a piece of brilliant gold, which made his whole face shine. And the weight is at least a pound. He raised his head and looked at Xiaobai in front of him in shock. Xiaobai smiled and said, "If you have what I want, you can come to me when I go back in. If you don't have it, if you can introduce me to relevant people, I can give you more reward." The vendor's face changed slightly and he said, "Is this, for me?" Xiaobai said, "When you entrust someone to do something, you have to show some sincerity first, right?" The hawker was indeed in a daze. Even if it was the end of the world, as long as he was lucky and brave, a poor man could get a lot of supplies or gold, but he just threw out a pound of gold as a stepping stone so casually. It was really the first time he saw it. Although the price of gold has dropped sharply now, it is still the early days of the apocalypse. Many people know that this thing is of little use, but they are willing to pay a lot of materials in exchange for it. A pound of gold is worth a lot of money. And just when he was in a daze, Xiaobai already said, "Of course, you can find a group of people to trouble me. They are all insignificant things, just more troublesome. So, if possible, I think we should try our best to comply with each other's requirements. If you give me channels to get what I want, I won't treat you badly." Xiaobai knew that he would take a certain risk by throwing away a pound of gold like this. However, in the Bingcheng prison survivor base, although the military did not control the weapons owned by individuals, a large amount of resold materials were still not allowed. It's allowed. 1 or 2 guns are fine, but if Xiaobai wants to get truly powerful and large volume weapons and equipment, he can only get them from the military and government. This is especially important for sellers. He was extremely cautious. Even if he wanted to sell, it would only be to a big benefactor or a well-known force. There were only 7 people on Xiaobai's side. If he didn't reveal that he had money first, it would be impossible for anyone to choose to sell to Xiaobai. White weapons and equipment. Therefore, he used this method to open a path. Although he might take certain risks, it was undoubtedly a method that would get him what he wanted in the shortest possible time. Moreover, the security in Bingcheng prison is actually quite good. Xiaobai is a doomsday veteran and there is an awakened person by his side. I really don't think anyone here can pose a threat to them. Survivors who covet his gold cannot be too strong, and survivors who are too strong will not care about the gold from Xiaobai. The vendor hesitated for a moment, rolled up the post office bag, stuffed it into his own bag, and said, "Sir, what's your surname?" "Xiaobai." The peddler nodded and said, "Wait for me to find you." With that said, he directly raised his hood to cover his face, and walked away looking around. Bailan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was a little surprised and said, "You want to buy military weapons?" Ho Zhuang and others were more curious, where did Xiaobai get the gold? Although Xiaobai has revealed the secret of his battleship to everyone, he has not told them any more details about his battleship. Therefore, they are not very clear about the detailed functions of this battleship. Hearing this, Xiaobai glanced at Bailan and said with a smile, "Of course you have to be armed to the teeth. You all need to learn how to shoot." Bailan, huh? The next journey was much smoother. In the area of Bingcheng prison, the military set up a strict defense system to kill all the zombies that slipped in. Although there were many cars crowded here, it was absolutely safe. When Xiaobai and the others finally reached the security checkpoint when the sky was completely dark, specialized medical staff and military members wearing biochemical suits carefully inspected everyone. This was a full-body examination. As long as there was a wound, it would cause high priority. The military did not confiscate the weapons carried by Xia Bai, but gave him a serious reminder to pay attention to safety. If he conflicts with others or even kills someone in the Bingcheng prison survivor base, he will be directly expelled from the Bingcheng prison survivor base. The inspection took nearly 10 minutes to end, and their car followed a military vehicle and drove towards the Ice City prison. Ho Zhuang complained, "I really feel like I'm going to jail. The inspection is too strict." It had only been 3 days since the end of the world, and it was already fast enough for the military to clear a place to house the survivors. Therefore, there was basically no renovation inside the prison, and all the previous facilities were put into use. Middle. Xia Bai and the others were assigned to Building 9 of the prison and actually lived in the prison. Xia Bai had experienced it a long time ago and was used to it, but Bai Lan and the others looked a little awkward. After all, it was the end of the world, and they were still a little awkward about this kind of arrangement of living in a prison casually. On the first floor, a company commander came to greet him. It was a man about 26 or 17 years old, with dark skin and a resolute expression. He nodded to Xia Bai and others and said, "I am Lin Yong'an, the person in charge of the 9th building. What happened to you in this building? I will be responsible for everything. We will arrange rooms for you. The tentative situation is that 2 people share a room. However, the water supply plant has long been damaged and it should be temporarily out of supply. The prison has its own generator. However, power supply must be provided to military industrial facilities, so power cannot be guaranteed. However, the military will distribute a fixed amount of food per capita every day and receive it on time at 10 o'clock every day. Please remember. Also, I heard, you have guns in your hands, right?" The security guy in front may have said that although it is the end of the world, killing people or shooting indiscriminately is still not allowed, because my company we are also responsible for the peripheral security of this area. We may not always be in the 9 buildings, but the monitoring system is operating normally. Therefore, please remain peaceful and do not initiate conflicts with others. If a conflict occurs, please notify us immediately. Military, we will deal with it impartially. After the man said this expressionlessly, he motioned to his soldiers to take Xia Bai and others upstairs, while other survivors who arrived were also received by other soldiers. Xia Bai realized that the reason why the company commander came forward in person might be because he had a gun in his hand. After all, because of the special nature of China, firearms in the hands of civilians are highly valued. Xia Bai also knows the risks involved if a gun appears in the hands of a person who doesn't know how to use it or who is crazy. The military agreed to allow survivors to keep the weapons they carried, which itself was a risk. Asking for all kinds of support. In the previous life, Xia Bai arrived at the Bingcheng prison survivor base almost half a month after the end of the world. At that time, the building was already full of people, and there were tents everywhere outside. Now the 2 of them were together. A room, for Xia Bai, it was a proper noble treatment. Ho Zhuang said, "Why do I feel like I'm living in a dormitory at university?" Chen Tiancheng followed Ho Zhuang, carrying messy things, glanced at the women in other rooms, and said, "There is no such good situation in the university where men and women live together." When Yang Xian heard this, she turned her head and glanced at the 2 guys, saying, "What are you talking about?" Chen Tiancheng remained silent and only smiled obscenely. Xia Bai's commercial vehicle battleship was parked in the designated parking lot at the back. Although due to the special nature of his battleship, there was no need to worry about others stealing it, but since they were going to stay here for a long time, they still moved a lot of things with them. However, the supplies were packed very carefully in the backpack to avoid being seen by other survivors and causing unreasonable trouble. Although the military only issued a broadcast to the entire Ice City area this morning, in less than a day, nearly 10,000 survivors had poured in. Every place seemed overcrowded. At the location of the building, the corridors here are full of people, and there are some injured people. Various people make various noises, making it very chaotic. Xia Bai was already used to this. This is the norm in the apocalypse. It is better to be surrounded by living people than by zombies. However, Ho Zhuang and others seemed a little uncomfortable with it. Even Bai Lan frowned slightly, obviously not really adapting to this place. Scene. Most of the 9 buildings are single or double cells, and the 7th floor is all 2-person rooms. The rooms are not big. Therefore, the 3.5 rooms allocated to them by the military means that among the 7 people, there is a person who lives with others. Seeing the slightly embarrassed expressions on Bailan and others' faces, Xiaobai took a box of yogurt that he had taken out at some point and headed towards the shared room. He could understand Bailan's mood. In this situation, they didn't like living with others. Bailan hesitated for a moment and said that. Xiaobai waved his hand and said, "If you have any questions, come to me." With that said, he had already walked away. Bailan looked at Xiaobai's back, her eyes flickering slightly. Xiaobai's room was at the very back of the 7th floor. Because they were shared, it was difficult to be arranged into a room next to Bailan and the others. The other guest in the room was a middle-aged man. Xiaobai was shrinking when he came in, crying in the corner. When he noticed Xiaobai walking in, he raised his head slightly, glanced at Xiaobai with his eyes that were red from crying, his face changed slightly, and he angrily shouted, "Get out!" Obviously, this guy doesn't welcome anyone living with him. In response to this, Xiaobai just smiled. He pulled out the gun from his waist and loaded it with a click. His movements were unusually skillful and made a loud noise. The man with red eyes from crying stared blankly at Xiaobai for a moment, then lowered his head very simply and continued to cry bitterly. The angry rebuke just now seemed not to be what he said at all. Xiaobai turned around and found that a couple with a child at the opposite door were also looking at Xiaobai and the gun in his hand with a very frightened look. Xiaobai smiled and put down the things in his hands. After confirming the situation of Bailan and the others, he locked the door, got into the single bed, ate something briefly, and then put the pistol in his hand. He tied his hands and went to sleep. There is no TikTok, Weibo, or the like to browse. In the current situation, apart from sleeping to replenish his strength and energy, Xiaobai can't think of anything meaningful he should do. The man in the corner seemed to notice that Xiaobai was sleeping, and his crying became inexplicably quieter. Xiaobai knew clearly that this was not because the guy was polite, but because he was afraid of the gun in his hand. If Xiaobai had really get out when the man scolded her just now, she would probably have to sleep in the corridor outside. Even in the apocalypse, most people are afraid of the hard. Xiaobai slept until midnight and was awakened by a knock on the door. He sleeps very lightly, and even if there is the slightest disturbance, he will wake up immediately. This is the skill Xiaobai developed in the last 5 years of the apocalypse, and it is also an important ability that allowed him to survive the full 5 years of the apocalypse. He heard someone outside say, "Mr. Xia?" Listening to the voice, it seems to be the small vendor from today. Xiaobai glanced at the crying man on the opposite bed and found that he had already fallen asleep, so he stood up in the dark. It was midnight, the darkest time of the day. He took off his gun, walked to the door, opened the door slightly, and looked outside. The person standing outside was indeed the small vendor from the daytime. When he saw Xiaobai opening the door, he immediately put on a flattering smile and said, "Well, Mr. Xia, do you still want the weapons and equipment?" After Xiaobai heard this, he walked out directly and closed the door behind his back. At this time, the corridor became quiet, no longer as noisy as before, and most people had rested. Xiaobai said, "Do you have channels?" The small vendor nodded and said, "I asked a big boss above today. He has channels in this area, but he wants to meet you first." Xiaobai glanced at this guy, a little wary, and said, "Here?" "No, outside, not outside the prison, somewhere on the other side of the prison." "Okay, I'll ask someone to go with me." The person Xiaobai wants to call is of course Bailan. As an awakened one, this guy's fighting skills are truly outstanding. Moreover, after these 2 days, her gunshot wound had almost recovered. Even Bailan herself did not believe this terrifying recovery speed. However, after this time, she also truly realized that she was the awakened ones have huge advantages and potential in this doomsday. Xiaobai believed that even if the other party set up a trap to deceive him, he and Bailan would not be easily defeated by the other party. When the vendor saw Bailan, the person Xiaobai was going to bring, he was slightly stunned. He didn't know why he wanted to bring a weak and fragile woman, and he thought, was he trying to trade with the woman? His expression became a little strange, but he didn't ask any questions, but just silently led the way. At night, the military's security outside became even tighter. The survivors who were let in had all passed the security check and there was no possibility of losing their lives or becoming zombies. Therefore, their patrols and security focused more on the outer areas. Lin Yong and the company he belongs to also has to patrol everywhere, so there are only 2 squads of people left behind. However, they will not control the survivors from going out. It is not easy to write a new book. I hope all the book lovers who like this book will support it. Please collect it. Why does this look like an underground party joint? This complaint came from Bailon, who was following Xiaobai closely. She stared at the vendor in front of her who was about to lead them through half of the Ice City prison, and asked with some suspicion. Xiaobai didn't say anything and just followed the other party silently. They had been gone for 5 or 6 minutes, but Xiaobai knew that this meant that the hawker had no other thoughts. If the other party wanted to rob them, they would have had plenty of opportunities in the 9 prisons. There was no need to go so far. Therefore, now that we have come this far, we may really want to trade. Next, they walked for about 2 minutes, and the vendor took them into a green grove behind the prison and finally stopped. There was a stool in the middle of the bushes. Sitting on the stool was a young man wearing a peaked cap, smoking. The faint orange light dimmed slightly. It was not eye-catching, but seemed a bit dreamy. Noticing the arrival of Xiaobai and others, he stood up immediately. The vendor introduced Xiaobai first, and then without waiting for him to introduce the young man spoke himself and said, "Yang Qingji, nice to meet you." The sky was dark and Xiaobai couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but when he heard the name, he was slightly surprised. He had heard of this man. In the previous life, this Yang Qingji was a prominent figure in the Ice City survivor base and a big boss in the black market. It was said that he was very resourceful and controlled many types of resources. Xiaobai even heard that those in Ice City, the ordinary firearms and bullets circulating in the city's survivor base all flowed from Yang Qingji. When Xiaobai came to the survivor base of Bingcheng prison, this man was already a boss-level figure whose name was never seen. In the previous life, Xiaobai even had a dream. I have stopped thinking, if I could hang out with people like this, I wouldn't have to think about running away like a lost dog. However, at this moment, Xiaobai never expected that he would meet this legendary figure on the first day he arrived at the Bingcheng prison survivor base. Of course, at this moment, he may not be a legend yet. However, this is the first day that the survivor base has just begun to accept survivors and put them into use, but this person has already started selling goods, which shows his powerful resources and abilities. However, seeing this person, Xiaobai felt relieved. Because the reason why Yang Qingji became the black market boss of the Ice City survivor base is not only because of his unpredictable and unique powerful resource channels, nor not only because of his ruthless tactics and acting style, but also because he has a famous reputation, and this reputation is integrity. Some people say that integrity is meaningless in the end of the world, but in this kind of survivor base, if you want to really do this kind of resource reselling, it is not enough to have channels and skills. Only with integrity can more survivors be willing to cooperate with you. You make a deal and in turn, integrity alone means nothing. This is actually a very ironic thing. Everyone wants others to be honest, but it is difficult for them to be honest themselves. But because of this, this person's character is excellent in terms of pure business. At this moment, the Bingcheng prison survivor base has just accepted survivors, and this one is probably in the initial stage. Xiaobai was able to get in touch with this future boss. Xiaobai didn't expect that any hacker he recruited would be able to hook up with Yang Qingji. This was really a stroke of luck. Of course, this was also because Yang Qingji had not yet become a big deal. At that moment, Xiaobai smiled and said, "Nice to meet you." Yang Qingji paused briefly and said, "What do you want?" Xiaobai thought for a while and said, "Red bird, or thunder, are there any?" Listening to what Xiaobai said, Bailon was a little confused. What are red birds and thunder? Aren't they here to buy weapons? The little vendor's expression changed slightly. Yang Qingji's expression was quite calm. He glanced at Xiaobai. After confirming that this person was not talking nonsense, he said, "You are not in the military system, are you?" Xiaobai shook his head. Then what do you want missiles for? When he said these words, Yang Qingji's face twitched. The two things Xiaobai mentioned were all missiles. Yang Qingji could not imagine that a commoner survivor with a flat head would buy weapons and equipment. It's not something unusual, but Grandma T's purchase of missiles, are you sure you're not kidding me? Why am I teasing you? Xiaobai's expression was serious. His fighter plane has 2 missile magazines, and the missile magazine of the battleship is adjustable and can load any type of missiles. However, Xiaobai's current battleship cannot manufacture missiles at all. He wants to fill them. 2 empty magazines must be purchased from outside. The 2 types Xiaobai mentioned are what he thinks may be available here. If the person standing in front of him wasn't the famous Yang Qingji, Xiaobai wouldn't dare to come up and buy missiles, but as a time traveler, Xiaobai already knew that this person had good integrity and good channels. Of course, the big boss who resells supplies will say whatever he needs. Yang Qingji pressed down his peaked cap and glanced at Xiaobai with some depression, realizing that this person did not seem to be deceiving him. But he was still a little confused by Xiaobai. Yang Qingji really couldn't imagine how ordinary survivors could use missiles. Could they rush into the zombie pile with missiles and then detonate them themselves? That's not as practical as strapping a bunch of bombs to your body. He exhaled and said, "There are no red birds. I may be able to get you 1 or 2 of the Thunder series missiles, but in this transaction, I am not selling missiles. You should understand, right?" Yang Qingji was still a little confused, so he didn't dare to sell things of this level. Xiaobai also understood this truth. He had to stay here until spring anyway, and he had plenty of time to get closer to Yang Qingji. Therefore, he said, "I understand, I just agreed on the missiles in advance, and you can't sell them to others." Yang Qingji wiped his hands with cold sweat, thinking who the hell knows how to sell missiles. But he still said, "Don't worry, the deal is done this time. As long as you can afford the price, I will definitely get you missiles." Xiaobai smiled and said, "Thank you very much. Then this time, I will buy some small items first." The small items Xiaobai was talking about were pistols, rifles, spray guns and corresponding bullets, as well as tactical grenades, smoke grenades, and the 30mm caliber bullets necessary for his battleship's cannon. In addition, he also wanted to purchase a batch of body armor and explosion-proof shields from Yang Qingji. Anyway, Xiaobai was talking about the equipment that 20 kilograms of gold could buy in his memory at this time. He was not worried that Yang Qingji wouldn't be able to provide it. This was the future owner of the ordnance supplies of the Ice City prison survivor base. If he couldn't get what Xiaobai wanted, then Xiaobai wouldn't be able to buy it from someone else. Asking for all kinds of support. Collect. After listening to Xiaobai naming what he wanted to buy, Yang Qingji narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "This is indeed something I can get. What price are you willing to pay?" Xiaobai said, "I have more gold here, and I can use it for other things too. It just depends on what price you want." Yang Qingji smiled and said, "Brother, you are not too shy. So, 30 pounds of gold plus 2 pounds of salt or sugar, do you think it's okay?" This price is slightly higher than Xiaobai expected. The price of gold should not have fallen to this level yet. But he didn't refuse, but said, "The price is a bit high, but it doesn't matter. When can you give me something?" In fact, Xiaobai has wronged Yang Qingji now. Yang Qingji is indeed at the stage of just starting to resell. The Bingcheng prison survivor base has only just formed a scale, and the transactions between each other and the circulation of goods have not yet formed. Yang Qingji himself was a little confused about the pricing. After all, how can ordinary people be like Xiaobai? Yang Qingji was stunned for a moment and said, "Well, brother, I will definitely get the things for you in 3 days at the latest. At that time, I will ask someone to contact you, and we will pay the money and deliver the goods. Don't worry, I also want to really do it. A business person will never do anything contrary to his word." Xiaobai believed this, and after that, the two chatted a few more words, but they were all somewhat probing. Xiaobai wanted to find out how Yang Qingji obtained all these supplies and weapons. And Yang Qingji wanted to know what Xiaobai was going to do to buy missiles. However, these two people were very cautious and kept everything secret about matters related to themselves. It was completely up to you to ask. This attitude means I'm the loser. Therefore, after chatting for a long time, all the patrolling military personnel came over. They didn't get the information they wanted from each other, so they could only disperse with guilty consciences. But the little vendor still followed Xiaobai, looking at him eagerly. To be honest, he was really surprised today. This man just bought so many weapons, but he actually wanted to buy missiles. What a great guy! Xiaobai glanced at him, stuffed him with a pack of cigarettes, and said, "When the deal is completed, you will benefit. By the way, are you from Yangqingji's side?" The vendor shook his head and said, "No, we just knew each other before, so we were able to set up this line." Xiaobai nodded and said, "I knew him before. Then do you know what he did before?" The little vendor gave a bitter smile. "Brother, you misunderstood what I meant. My previous is not before the end of the world. We met during the end of the world." Xiaobai couldn't help but touch his nose, thinking that it had only been a few days since the end of the world. What could he say that he had known each other before? And then, the little vendor said, "Well, brother," Xiaobai looked at the guy's awkward expression and asked curiously, "What are you doing? In addition to the few people on the surface, do you also have a large army secretly?" Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, and then realized that this guy might have misunderstood what he meant by buying so many weapons. However, the little vendor misunderstood Xiaobai's expression. He hurriedly said, "No, I'm not trying to find out what you mean. I just want to ask, are you still short of people over there? Although I don't have much ability, I used to. Even those who set up stalls to buy grilled cold noodles have great business acumen and can also watch people's actions." Xiaobai, this guy, wants to hug his thigh? However, in the end, Xiaobai still didn't agree to the vendor. He just asked the vendor to help him connect with Yangqingji. His battleship now has 7 people, which is already saturated, and although this person looks okay, he is a person who doesn't know the details. Who knows what will happen when the critical moment comes? However, it's good to know such a person. At least in this survivor base, Xiaobai doesn't have to deal with many trivial matters by himself. The small vendor failed to successfully embrace Xiaobai's potential thigh, and was still a little frustrated. And when Xiaobai and the others returned to their 9th building, it was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. However, it is now October, and the sky at this time is still shrouded in absolute darkness. Outside, there are still a steady stream of survivors pouring into the prison, and inside the prison, there are people everywhere. They are all patrolling military personnel, but there are no zombies howling here, which can make people feel a little more at ease. When Xiaobai came back, he met Lin Yong'an, the company commander who was in charge of them. He was coming back from outside with a group of people. Lin Yong'an was still expressionless as always. When he saw Xiaobai and the others, he just glanced at him. He hurried past. Xiaobai estimated that this person had forgotten about him. After all, there were too many survivors pouring in now. Of course, it doesn't matter whether Lin Yong'an recognizes him or not. He returned to his room. His roommate Crying Man was still sleeping soundly. Xiaobai didn't wake him up. He lay down to sleep. He only slept for about 2 or 3 hours before he was vaguely awakened. The cry woke me up. Xiaobai sat up from his bed, squinted his eyes and looked over, and saw that the man in the bed opposite was crying. The other party seemed to notice Xiaobai's gaze, trembled in fright, and immediately didn't dare to say anything. After a moment, the guy took out a wafer from his arms and tentatively handed it to Xiaobai in a flattering manner. "Come over." Xiaobai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't take the other person's things, but said, "Don't worry, I won't shoot you." After saying such words, Xiaobai stood up, turned around and walked out. It was only around 8 o'clock in the morning, but there were already people everywhere outside. Soldiers and survivors are everywhere, and comparing the two, there are more survivors. The military's limited strength, coupled with the number of people from government departments and police, cannot be more than the number of survivors. According to this trend, it will soon be impossible for 2 people to share a room here. At this moment, neither Ho Zhuang nor the others woke up. This was their first peaceful sleep since the end of the world, and it was normal to sleep in late. Xiaobai first came to his commercial vehicle and battleship and started making smoke and gold. After giving the instructions, he jumped out of the car and ran to another destination. As mentioned before, Xiaobai came to the Bingcheng prison survivor base and wanted to find an acquaintance. According to memory, the other party should be in Building 3. That acquaintance is very strange. He clearly arrived after the apocalypse. Not only is he located in a very early building, he even has a room of his own. According to Xia, as far as Bai knew, there was nothing extraordinary about his acquaintance. Of course, Xiaobai estimated that at this moment, his acquaintance might not be here yet, but he still couldn't bear the eagerness in his heart and wanted to take a look. Asking for all kinds of support. Collect. The situation was just as Xiaobai expected. He came to Building 3 and searched up and down, but couldn't find his acquaintance. At this moment, the other party obviously hasn't come here yet. He couldn't help but exhale and shook his head. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a very familiar voice. Compatriots, don't miss it when you are passing by. I am here, this sound is. Xiaobai turned his head and walked over following the sound. The voice came from a room full of survivors. Xiaobai tried his best to squeeze in and saw a guy. That was Huang Jingfu, who almost had a conflict at the gas station before. The greasy middle-aged man looked thinner now. He was standing on a bed and talking to the many survivors below. I have a doomsday magic medicine here that can resist the zombie virus. Think about it, now it's like this in this situation, who can guarantee that he will not be bitten? If he is bitten, it will be the end of slow death and eventually turning into a zombie. But with my medicine, you don't have to worry. My medicine is from aliens. Got it in. When he said this, someone below said, alien? Why don't you use your brains to deceive people even if you are selling fake medicine? When Huang Jingfu heard this, his expression changed, and he raised his eyebrows and said, I'm lying to you? Am I stupid? I'm deceiving people with aliens? What I said is true. 2 days ago, just 2 days ago, the gas station on the highway exploded. Have you all heard about the incident? I am a survivor at the scene. I saw it with my own eyes, and the police even asked me about the situation in detail. I was the one who wisely detonated the gas station and blew up the alien ship that day. Spaceship, and even took huge risks to sneak back in, and then we got this medicine from the alien spaceship. To be honest, Huang Jingfu does have an ability that is hard to match when it comes to deceiving people. Although he has an unflattering face, he is still able to say such nonsense while foaming at the mouth. It's like getting to know the real thing. But this guy blew up the gas station? Xiaobai stared at this guy. Although he had thought about making the idiot who blew up the gas station look good, Huang Jingfu, a fat-minded guy, didn't seem like someone who could do that kind of thing. Bullshit is a scam. At that moment, Xiaobai squeezed out the crowd very decisively, went to the first floor to find the military personnel on duty, and simply reported that there was a scammer upstairs selling fake medicine. Then, he silently followed the 2 soldiers and rushed up. Lu, hiding in the corner and watching Huang Jingfu being caught, left silently. Although there are surveillance cameras in the corridor, Xiaobai knows that the surveillance is checked by the police commissioner and is monitored centrally. Under the current situation, unless there is a big conflict, it is difficult to notice this kind of counterfeit medicine. After killing a lot of harm for the people, Xiaobai returned to his 9-story building, but as soon as he reached the first floor, he heard someone whispering, there is a group of college students on the 7th floor who are fighting with others. People from the military are go up. The 7th floor, isn't that your own floor? And, college students? Xiaobai rushed upstairs and saw Bai Lan and others confronting another group of people. The military personnel had indeed arrived and were standing in the middle of the 2 groups, mediating. Xiaobai came over and took a look at Bai Lan's situation first. All 6 of them came out. Half of Yang Xian's face was red, obviously he had been beaten. On the other side were 5 men in their 30s. The leader was holding a gun in his hand. He dangled in front of the 2 mediating soldiers, pointing at Bai Lan and others in front of him, with a slightly sarcastic look on his face. The soldier said, Sir, please put down your gun immediately. The leading man said, If I put down the gun, what will I do if they take action? Drive them out first. Hearing this, Ho Zhuang said angrily, You were the one who made the move first. Now you're biting us? At this time, Xiaobai squeezed out of the crowd and walked over, glanced at these people, looked at Bailan, and said, "What's going on?" Bailan and others were slightly shaken when they saw Xiaobai coming back. Bailan said, "There are too many survivors and not enough space. They were assigned to our side. Xinshin was kind enough to make room for them, but they wanted to drive us out, and even Xiaobai was a little strange." Bailan was an awakened person. If he really took action, not to mention these 5 people, even a dozen or so would be beaten down. Bailan also saw Xiaobai's confusion. She said, "They beat people and yelled first, then the military people." Before Bailan finished speaking, Xiaobai understood. This group of people started the thing first, but they shouted to catch the thief and called the soldiers below. Not only did they want Bailan and the others to suffer the loss of being dumb, but they also wanted to take this opportunity to accuse Bailan and the others of fighting and drive them out. This group of people was obviously bullying Bailan and the others, who had little social experience. At this time, after hearing what Bailan said, the leading man said, "Brother Jun, that's not the case. They were the ones who made the move first. If you don't believe me, ask the survivors around you." The gun in his hand was swinging like a pendulum. Which survivor around him dared to say that what this man said was wrong? The soldier frowned slightly, and just as he was about to say something, Xiaobai suddenly spoke. "You hit my guy, right?" At this moment, Xiaobai turned around. He stood in front of this person, his eyes darkened. "I was acting in self-defense. Your people took action first. Why don't you allow me to act in self-defense?" Yang Xian covered her face and said angrily, "Not at all, it's you." Xiaobai took a breath and directly interrupted Yang Xian's words. He said slowly to the man in front of him, "You can do it to others in legitimate defense, but you can't do it to my people." The leading man was slightly stunned when he heard Xiaobai's words. Because Xiaobai's words were obviously unreasonable and he was not prepared to be reasonable. Xiaobai looked at this guy and sneered, "You have touched my people and you still want to take advantage of me and get away. I'm afraid you are just dreaming." At this moment, Xiaobai's eyes looked a little scary. When the leading man met such eyes, he couldn't help but take half a step back, glanced at the soldiers on the other side, swallowed and said, "What, in front of our People's Liberation Army, you still want it? Can't you do it? I'm going to take action." When Xiaobai said this, he took action like lightning. He took a step forward, blocked the opponent's hand holding the gun like lightning, grabbed the opponent's wrist and pulled back. The moment he let out a scream and involuntarily released the gun in his hand, he punched the man directly in the face. Ho Zhuang, who was behind Xiaobai, took out a swing stick he got from somewhere and shouted, "Fuck that guy." Dear book lovers, please support. The scene suddenly became chaotic. But for both parties involved, this was a one-sided massacre. Xiaobai was the first to make a move, but it was Bailan who really knocked down the group on the other side. This guy was still suffering from a gunshot wound, but he punched each one when he came forward. Those men with pretty good physiques were stunned to be beaten by such a beautiful and delicate girl. They were in a tragic mess. Someone from the military started the fight. It didn't work either. Bailan knocked them all down in one breath. The final result was that they were all dragged into a conversation by military personnel. Lin Yong'an came forward in person. His expression was not good, and he directly gathered all the fighting parties together, leading a small soldier to do reconciliation in a small dark room. However, the group of troublemakers are currently in a state of being bruised and swollen and howling miserably. Even if they talk again now, I'm afraid they won't be able to say anything. On the other hand, Xiaobai, before Lin Yong'an could say anything, very cleverly picked up a piece of Chinese medicine, handed it over directly, and said with a smile, "Take care of me, take care of me." Lin Yong'an glanced at Xiaobai with a very stern look, but still took the cigarette and handed it to another soldier behind him. The expression on his face did not change much during the whole process. On the other hand, the little warrior following him looked at the china in his hand with a happy face. Seeing this, Xiaobai exhaled slightly, but Bailan took a step forward at this moment, as if he wanted to explain something, but Lin Yong'an looked first, and he said to Bailan, "Are you the awakened one?" Bailan, huh? Why didn't you report it before? Bailan, huh? Remember to level up later. I will send someone to take you to the Scientific Research Center to draw blood and go through the procedures. When Bailan followed Xiaobai out, she was still confused. She looked at Xiaobai, who looked relaxed in front of her, thought about it, took 2 steps forward, and said, "Well, let's fight." "Fighting, that's it." Xiaobai stood still, smiled, and said, "Rules are dead, people are alive. In this situation, as long as no one is really killed, who can really care so much?" He glanced at Bailan and the others and said slowly, "The current situation is different after all. As long as you wait for those who have beaten you, never think about compromising and suffering a loss. The more you give in, the more others will slap you in the face. Some, even if people know that bullying the weak is wrong, they always want to step on their faces when they see how scared they are. For people like this, it's better to give them a punch if you want to be reasonable. Although it's terrible to say this, in this world now, we care more about the strong." Ho Shuang said, "What the boss said makes sense, I agree." Just now, it was really a relief. Bailan seemed a little silent. To be honest, she didn't take action at that time because she was worried about this and that, worried about the gun in the other person's hand, and worried about whether she would be kicked out by the military if she really took action. However, it turned out that it's true that I'm a little timid. Xiaobai smiled at her, turned and walked forward, saying, "Well, originally I wanted to hide your identity as an awakened person, but now it doesn't matter if it is exposed. Follow the military to draw blood, no. There will be other problems. It is impossible for the military to be unaware of the existence of the awakened. They have even started researching it a long time ago. In the relatively safe place of survivors in Ice City Prison, they will establish relevant research departments to search for awakened ones among the survivors. It is normal for researchers to conduct data analysis on their conditions. However, as far as Xiaobai knows, their research in this area has encountered considerable resistance. For 5 years, they have achieved almost no results. Progress. This seemingly simple alien zombie virus is completely indecipherable to the existing fields of biology and genetics on Earth. This was just a small episode, and after they fought here, they also reaped a benefit. More and more survivors were pouring in from the outside world, but even if they were assigned, no one dared to ask for it moved into Bailan's room. Therefore, while 5 or 6 people were crowded into other rooms, people even started to lay down the floor in the corridor, and a large number of tents appeared on the ground floor outside. Bailan's room was still very spacious for 2 people. Especially after Bailan's identity as the awakened one was exposed, people were in awe of this pretty girl and didn't dare to get too close. This is also a good thing for Xiaobai and the others. After all, in the current situation, if other people come in the same room, there will be a lot of inconveniences. If the person who comes in is a bad person, he may become a big trouble. In the early days of the apocalypse, the Ice City Prison survivor base was an indestructible existence. A large number of survivors gathered every day. While the military continued to search for survivors in the Ice City, it also began to converge here. The survivor base also uses materials as reward to gather survivors everywhere in the survivor base to build peripheral defenses. The most effective weapon against zombies is a high wall. The military is trying to think of ways to reinforce the original surrounding walls. With the help of many survivors, it shouldn't be difficult to achieve this. On the other hand, the place has almost lost contact with the outside world. Xiaobai found almost no signals other than local signals on the civilian frequency without wires, and could not get any news from the outside world. Perhaps the military is aware of the current world situation. But they obviously have no intention of announcing the situation to the survivors and are just adopting a policy of appeasement. On the 3rd day after Xiaobai arrived at the Bingcheng prison survivor base, Yang Qingji got all the things Xiaobai wanted to buy. And what made Xiaobai dumbfounded was that Yang Qingji also provided a door-to-door delivery service. He brought 5 or 6 people, drove 2 vans, stopped directly downstairs in the 9th building, and personally helped Xiaobai get what he wanted. Everything was loaded into Xiaobai's commercial vehicle. It can be seen that Yang Qingji, the future reseller of supplies in the Ice City survivor base, attaches great importance to Xiaobai, a big customer, and is also working hard to establish a good relationship with Xiaobai and establish a relationship with Xiaobai. After paying the reward as promised, he promised to get missiles for Xiaobai within half a month, but Yang Qingji could not guarantee how many missiles he could get. For Xiaobai, if he could really get the missile, it would be a surprise among surprises. This Yang Qingji is really powerful. After everyone left, Xiaobai couldn't close his grin as he looked at the weapons and equipment that filled almost half a truck. Dear book lovers, please support me, please add me to your favorites, please vote for me, and please give me rewards. Why do I feel like I am playing alone? Collect it. October 25, 2018 at 11:36 p.m. Bingcheng Shicheng Mall. Chu Qing was running desperately, and behind her, two zombies were chasing her crazily. This shopping mall was closed when the apocalypse broke out, so there were not many zombies. However, after the apocalypse broke out, it seemed to have received a lot of attention from people. There were broken windows and rummaged products everywhere. Traces of passing. The dangers here are low, but the rewards are high, so many survivors will target this kind of place. That's why Chu Cheng appeared here, and she did gain a lot. She filled a backpack full of food in the underground supermarket, but she was targeted by zombies. The scarcity of zombies does not mean that there are no zombies. As time goes by, zombies will fill every corner of the city like air. As long as there are people coming or going, there may be zombies. However, as Chu Qing ran all the way from the underground supermarket to the first floor, the distance between her and the zombies not only did not widen, but became closer and closer. The mobility of the zombies spawned by these alien viruses was far beyond that of ordinary people, let alone the slow-moving things in zombie movies. Although Chu Qing used to exercise often, now she is carrying a bag full of things and has been running around for a few days. She is already exhausted. If she keeps running like this, the consequences. I am afraid she will only be beaten. The zombie jumped down and bit him to death. Chu Qing gritted her teeth. Although she was extremely reluctant to give up, she still turned her head and threw away the backpack on her body. She didn't know what was in her school bag. It was quite heavy. She hit the zombie head-on and flipped the madly forward zombie to the ground with a loud noise. But the second zombie had already taken advantage of Chu Qing's attack and pounced forward, and was about to arrive in front of Chu Qing. But Chu Qing was surprisingly calm. She reached out to pull the half-collapsed vending machine, pulled it down, smashed it on the zombie's body, and knocked it over. Chu Qing exhaled and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, looking a little proud, but she also knew that this could only stop these zombies for a while at most. At that moment, she turned around and planned to take this opportunity to run away. However, when she turned around, she saw a bloody mouth close at hand. A zombie didn't know when it came to her, opened its mouth and bit it down. At that moment, Chu Qing felt that the blood in his body had solidified, and his body was cold. However, at the critical moment, a hand stretched out from one side and pulled Chu Qing suddenly, forcibly saving Chu Qing from behind the zombies. The instantaneous change of life and death left Chu Qing in a daze, but she instantly rekindled her hope of life. She noticed that the person who saved her life was a young child wearing a blue and white school uniform. He seemed to be a junior high school student, but at this moment the other party felt surprisingly safe in Chu Qing's eyes. He was not as tall as Chu Qing, but he stood in front of her, holding a stick he got from nowhere in his hand, and smashed it against the zombies. At that moment, Chu Qing felt that this junior high school student was extremely handsome. If she could survive today, she would definitely marry him. However, crack sound. The zombie pulled away and knocked the junior high school student's bat away. The junior high school student staggered slightly, but this guy still seemed to remember to be cool and said angrily, "I'll give it to you. Block it and go." Who is Chu Qing? She has a perfect and delicate face and a perfect figure that can make any man look at her, but she is not a goddess-type guy. On the contrary, she is a complete female man. This guy has no self-consciousness, her personality is also carefree, and sometimes she even acts stupidly. Running around alone in the apocalypse is nothing to her. For such a person, if she meets a random passerby and the other person ignores her or even tries to harm her, she will definitely run away now. But right now, if this junior high school student wants to help her fight off zombies, she will definitely not reason to run. Are you kidding me? How could I let a child risk his life to save me? As he said this, the guy directly picked up the wooden stick that was knocked away from the ground, rushed forward in 3 steps and 2 at a time, and took advantage of the moment when the zombie was attacking the junior high school student and had no time to pay attention, and hit the zombie with a heavy stick. On the head. Chu Qingmo exerted all her strength, and when she struck down the stick, the zombie stumbled back 3 steps after being hit by her, but Chu Qing had already directly grabbed the junior high school student's hand, preparing to pull him away. But if it were a normal human being, they would definitely be confused for a while after such a stick. However, what they were facing at this moment were zombies. The monster only shook for a moment before regaining its balance. It let out a terrifying howl and rushed towards Chu Qing and the others. On the other side, the 2 zombies that Chu Qing had just tried to delay also stood up and attacked them from another direction. These monsters with tattered bodies and ferocious faces arrived almost instantly in front of them. There is no way to hide, no way to avoid. Chu Qing has only one thought at this moment: it's over. She instinctively squatted down, used her body to protect the junior high school student, and pressed him down to squat down. She had already closed her eyes hard, waiting for the zombie's hoarseness and the most terrifying death. However, at this moment, 3 muffled gunshots, almost in no particular order, shook around her. Chu Qing was so frightened that he trembled all over, and then he reacted, raised his head, and turned around like lightning. In her eyes, the clear courseware showed that the 3 zombies' foreheads exploded with blood and they were killed instantly. After their bodies swayed slightly for a moment, they tilted and fell heavily to the ground. The shooter was standing not far away. He was a young man in his 20s. He wore a black bulletproof vest inside and a set of casual clothes outside. They were all famous brands and had trademarks. I didn't have time to pick it off. It was obvious that I had just changed it in the mall. Just when something happened here, I fired directly. The man was still holding the gun. After confirming that there was no danger, he lowered the muzzle of the gun, nodded to Chu Qing here, turned around and walked away. Chu Qing was stunned on the spot. This guy was obviously not that handsome, so why did he look so handsome and cool? Moreover, was that guy a soldier? If you can find this guy as your boyfriend in the apocalypse, wow, not only will he be handsome, but he will also ensure your own safety. At this moment, Chu Qing jumped up from the ground under the stunned gaze of the confused high school student. Hey! Don't leave. I haven't thanked you yet. What's your name? The man paused slightly and said, You'd better keep your voice down, there are still zombies here. My name is Xia Bai. Dear book lovers, it's not easy to write a new book, so I hope you can support me style, please collect it. Xia Bai was a little depressed. This was his second trip to the Ice City Prison Survivor Base on October 25th. Survivors in the Ice City Prison Survivor Base can leave the Survivor Base, but they need to go through another security check and many troublesome procedures before and after. And these 2 times, Xia Bai came out with only one purpose: to hunt zombies. He drove out of the Ice City prison alone, carrying a large number of weapons, hunting zombies everywhere on the edge of the city and in sparsely populated open areas, in order to accumulate his own energy points and strive to upgrade the battleship to 3 in the shortest time. Level up. Although Xia Bai is only one person, he has sufficient weapons and ammunition, rich experience in fighting zombies, and has battleships to clear the way. As long as he does not risk his own death to find the zombies, he can basically achieve a large number of enemies while ensuring safety. Hunt zombies. The first time he came out, it took him a whole day to earn a full 127 energy points. Now, he went out to hunt zombies for the second time. With experience, he earned 127 energy points in half a day. The energy points have exceeded 100 points. Others kill zombies out of necessity to survive, but Xia Bai hunts zombies everywhere. Just now, he ran into a hypermarket and changed into a pair of brand-name clothes in a very low-key manner. As soon as he turned around, he met 2 survivors who were chasing their heads and running away from each other by zombies. According to the principle of collecting energy points conveniently, he directly rescued him. Then Xia Bai planned to leave. But the 2 survivors actually ran up on their own initiative. The first one, a girl with a hot figure and a pretty face, trotted up from behind and came to Xia Bai's side. With a flattering smile on her face, she said, are you a soldier? The situation was actually normal when we got here. Xia Bai shook his head in response and walked forward silently. But the girl's next words changed her tone. Wow, are you a veteran? Or the legendary king of soldiers? Can you take us with you? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a girlfriend? Xiaobai, he couldn't help but glance at the girl next to him, and found that this guy belonged to the kind of absolutely heartless optimist. He was being chased by zombies just now, but now he was approaching her with a smile on his face. Beautiful, optimistic, carefree, lacking a sense of crisis. In Xiaobai's mind, there is only one word associated with this kind of person: burdensome. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Xiaobai speeded up his pace and walked forward faster and faster. The girl followed Xiaobai, and gradually couldn't keep up, shouting, "Why are you walking so fast? Handsome guy, let's get together. I'm serious, don't look at me like this, but I'm still a little bit children's ability to survive," she said as she followed Xiaobai outside. As soon as the store door opened, 3 or 4 zombies outside turned their heads and looked this way, then moved and staggered towards them. As Xiaobai continued to move forward, he calmly raised the muzzle of his gun, held the M4A1 in his hand, and fired coldly. The zombies were instantly knocked down by him. The girl who was following him couldn't help but was speechless when she saw this. However, when she turned around, Xiaobai had already walked to the side of a commercial vehicle, opened the door and got in. Seeing this, the girl quickly took 2 steps forward. "Hey! Handsome guy, wait for us." With that said, she rushed to Xiaobai's car very familiarly and reached out to open the door. But unfortunately, the car was locked from the inside, and she didn't open it. But Xiaobai didn't have any intention of staying. He simply started his commercial vehicle and drove away under the dumbfounded gaze of the girl. After watching Xiaobai's car hit a zombie and disappear around the corner in front, the girl came back to her senses and showed a dejected look on her face. "Ah, are you being disliked?" Her fellow junior high school student was not as nervous as Xiaobai. He kept looking around and said nervously, "Auntie, let's leave quickly." "Who are you calling auntie?" The girl said, "Remember, I'm telling you, if you are as clueless as that guy just now, no matter how handsome you are, you will never find a girlfriend in your life. You just met her, how do you know she doesn't have a girlfriend?" Xiaobai, who was driving, sneezed inexplicably. As for carrying beautiful girls, that doesn't exist here in Xiaobai. Are you kidding me? Is it important for women to upgrade their battleships? If Xiaobai was really hungry and thirsty and took out 2 or 3 kilograms of gold, he would be able to sleep with whatever he wanted in the Bingqing prison survivor base, and he would be even less likely to stay here. Xiaobai drove around the city. He planned to find a high point where there were not many zombies and hunt the surrounding zombies. This is safe and secure, but the killing speed will be reduced. However, the future is long, so it is better to be safe. At that moment, Xiaobai drove into an alley and walked up the external iron stairs to the rooftop. However, just as he set up his rifle, he noticed the people on the other side of the building. Condition. That's a crossroads. A continuous roar of zombies was heard from a 2-story store, mixed with human cries. There seemed to be a large number of survivors inside the supermarket, so there were a large number of zombies surrounding it. At this moment, these zombies had just torn a large hole in the fragile rolling shutter door of the supermarket outside, and were howling towards them through the gap. Inside, the situation is precarious. Almost all the zombies in the street were attracted. Xiaobai made a rough estimate and found that there were at least 100. Because the gap in the rolling shutter door was not big, at most 1 or 2 zombies could pour in at a time. There seemed to be a lot of survivors inside, so they were still resisting desperately and trying to keep the zombies out. Xiaobai did not hesitate, directly set up his gun on the rooftop, and fired directly from a distance of less than 200 meters. The scene at the supermarket was in chaos. Xiaobai opened fire and only attracted 1 or 2 zombies. With his fire support and the resistance of the survivors over there, the situation seemed to be stable for a while. But stability is only a temporary thing. Hundreds of zombies are no joke. Xiaobai only has 1 gun. The survivors in the supermarket are using very primitive weapons. Before the rolling shutter door is torn open, they are still okay, but now the gap has appeared. These zombies are like crazy, crowding inward crazily. Not only is the rolling shutter door in danger, but the entire doorframe has begun to vibrate, and the walls on both sides have cracked and opened huge cracks. Obviously, it is only a matter of time before this wall collapses and zombies swarm in. Acquaintance, the situation was critical, and Xiaobai realized that he could no longer watch here. He pulled down directly from the rooftop, killed several zombies in the alley below with a burst of bullets, turned the car around, rushed out of the alley in one breath, and rushed directly towards the supermarket over there. At the same moment, Xiaobai simply lowered the window and threw out a tactical grenade. In an instant, flames shot up in front of the supermarket, and the zombies on the periphery were instantly turned upside down by the explosion. But the survivors in the supermarket were agitated. They were blocked by zombies in the supermarket and could only hear gunshots and explosions. At this moment, they thought that the army troops were coming to rescue them, but they didn't. I was excited for a long time, because quite a few of the previous batch of zombies had already swarmed in, wreaking havoc everywhere in the supermarket, biting everyone they saw, and the scene was extremely bloody. On the other side, Xiaobai's battleship was launching out of the flames. The dilapidated commercial vehicle was surprisingly bright in the firelight. The wheels ran over the broken flesh on the ground and rushed towards the supermarket over there. There were still a large number of zombies at the entrance of the supermarket. Xiaobai sat in the car and once again threw a bomb. It was a bomb that exuded blue light. It landed steadily among the zombies and exploded instantly, freezing the entire 10 square meter area around it, completely freezing the movements of those dense zombies. Xiaobai also got out of the car, picked up the gun in his hand, and opened fire, killing all the way from the outside of the supermarket to the inside. Fire and ice, the smell of smoke and blood mixed together. The supermarket was already in chaos, with zombies and survivors mixed together. The shelves collapsed and products were everywhere. The light was dim, and only the howls of zombies and the miserable howls of humans could be heard. Xiaobai stopped here. There are not as many zombies in the supermarket as there are outside, but for Xiaobai, they are 100% dangerous. Darkness, narrowness, and chaos are perfect places to successfully ambush humans. Anyone who rushes into such a place alone cannot guarantee that he will escape unscathed here. The dangers posed by this kind of terrain cannot be overcome by any amount of experience and combat capabilities. He just opened fire at the door, waiting for the real survivors to run out from inside following the sound of gunfire. Back and forth, within 3 or 4 minutes, only a dozen survivors rushed out, running around in a hurry. Some people fell in front of Xiaobai, asking him if he was from the military and claiming to be his relatives. Still inside, hoping Xiaobai can go in and save people. But that's not possible. Xiaobai only does what he can do, and he will help those he can, but he will not take fearless risks. He was like a god of murder, standing at the entrance of the supermarket covered with ice crystals, mercilessly killing the zombies coming from inside and outside. His body remained motionless, but his eyes were calm and almost cold. There were 16 survivors in the supermarket, and they all looked like they were surviving the disaster. One woman even came to Xiaobai, held his hand tightly, and said with tears in her eyes, "Thank you. Thank you, young man." Xiaobai could understand the excitement of escaping from death. Xiaobai just shook his head and said, "It's just convenient, but I have other things to do and I can't take you with me. Therefore, you have to find your own car and leave here as soon as possible." The aunt nodded fiercely and said thank you fluently, as if she was so excited that she couldn't say anything else. It was already dusk when Xiaobai drove back to the survivor base of Bingqing prison, and the setting sun rolled across the sky, as if the entire sky was on fire. There are still many survivor convoys outside the Ice City prison, and a large number of survivors still gather every day. Inside the Ice City prison survivor base, there are already simple tents everywhere, and there are even people sleeping in the open everywhere. The focus of party control has also shifted from a two-way focus on survivor security and survivor base security to the latter. Except for the real major conflicts between survivors, most of the military chose to turn a blind eye to other small frictions. After all, the military has limited manpower. It must not only fight against the increasing number of zombies that have gathered outside over time, but also arrange defense and patrols in various places. It must also cooperate with the work of other related departments. There are even a large number of them now. The soldiers have not withdrawn. Even if they want to take care of it, they cannot truly take care of everything. When Xiaobai passed the security check and entered the survivor base, the sky had completely darkened. Commercial vehicles were passing through tents and bunks everywhere. From time to time, there were even embarrassed survivors lying on the car windows to beg Xiaobai, but the car was blocked. No one dares. Nowadays, the control is gradually loosened, and people are missing inexplicably every day in the survivor base. Anyone who dares to block other people's cars will be run over and killed without anyone taking care of them. Xiaobai had lived here before and knew that the situation had reached this stage. The military was actually deliberately relaxing control. Now was no longer the peaceful era before the end. The military in Bingcheng prison hoped that their survivor base could use a small amount of guidance. Form a new system of their own so that every survivor can truly adapt to this doomsday environment instead of blindly seeking protection. This approach may not be correct from a certain perspective, but it is indeed the military here. The policies implemented are also related to the lack of strength of the military in the Ice City prison survivor base. They cannot guarantee the absolute safety of the survivors, so they must try to let them grow on their own. During these 2 outings, Xiaobai accumulated an astonishing 491 energy points. He silently calculated that if he continued like this, as long as he was more diligent, he would be able to upgrade the 3rd-level battleship in less than 10 days and a half. Energy points. Thinking of this, Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, at this moment, his commercial vehicle passed by the 3rd building of the prison. He hesitated for a moment, then gradually stopped the car, got out of the car, walked through the tent area, and walked towards the 3rd building. He wanted to see if his acquaintance was here now. Xiaobai's acquaintance is actually a little girl. In his previous life, he was the bottom of the doomsday survivors. When he came to the survivor base of Ice City prison, he only had a pistol snatched from the dead, no food, and no place to stay. Xiaobai is neither a pedophile nor a girlmonger. He only met Yi Xiaoqi by chance. At that time, he crawled out from the dead in Ice City. He was chased by zombies and plotted by survivors. He was full of rage. Here, with the gun in his hand, he rushed into a building to get something to eat. This is normal in the apocalypse, and there's nothing wrong with it. And at that time, he met an ignorant little girl. Her name is Yi Xiaoqi, she is 8 or 9 years old, and she lives in the corner of the corridor in the 3rd building. That day she met Xiaobai, who was planning to pick a soft persimmon. Instead of panicking, she took the initiative to hand him a piece of chocolate and he said something, "Brother, please don't steal other people's things." The teacher said this is wrong. This is an innocent and silly little girl, but she looks so special in the apocalypse. Xiaobai didn't know why, but he became friends with such a naive little girl inexplicably. According to her own words, her parents died on the first day of the apocalypse, and it was a good big sister who took her to escape. Unfortunately, that big sister also died later, and now she is the only one left. Xiaobai and Yi Xiaoqi had been together for about a month, struggling to make ends meet in the Bingcheng prison. However, during a subsequent chaos, the girl disappeared. From then on, Xiaobai never appeared again. Saw her. Yi Xiaoqi was the first true companion that Xiaobai met in the doomsday of the previous life. Although she was a silly little girl, even after 5 years, Xiaobai still had feelings for this person whom she met at the beginning of the doomsday. I still remember the little girl whom I have known for less than a month. For nothing else, just for the piece of chocolate given to Xiaobai, a stranger, he would never let that girl become a missing person for no reason again. Please collect it. Xiaobai came to the place in his memory and did not see Yi Xiaoqi, but found a dying woman. The woman was only wrapped in a shabby blanket and wore nothing underneath. Her exposed face was bruised and swollen, and her 2 exposed hands were all bruised and severely fractured. Her right hand was even bruised. The man inserted a nail, but the bleeding didn't stop completely. His body was half leaning against the wall behind him, his mouth opening and closing, as if he was struggling to breathe. This was obviously not the girl Xiaobai was looking for, so he was slightly disappointed. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that the woman was clutching a dirty little teddy bear in her hand, which was the same as Xiaobai's memory. Yi Xiaoqi's girl's teddy bear is almost exactly the same. He pondered for a moment, walked forward, and shook the woman's body. After the woman opened her eyes with difficulty, Xiaobai said, "Do you know Yi Xiaoqi, such a person? She is about 8 or 9 years old." Before Xiaobai finished speaking, the woman became slightly excited and said with difficulty, You are." Xiaobai looked at this woman. She obviously knew who Yi Xiaoqi was. He remembered what Yi Xiaoqi had said before about the good sister who brought her to Bingcheng prison. Xiaobai thought for a while. He said, I am her friend. I met her before the end. I heard someone said that someone saw that little girl here, so I came to take a look." The woman's body trembled hard and said, You are really, yes, her father's name is Yi Xiaoqi, right? What's going on with you? Where is Yi Xiaoqi? Xiaobai frowned. However, the woman became more and more excited, and her dying body even burst out with a little vitality. She struggled and gritted her teeth and said, It's me, it's my fault. I heard people say that the body can be changed. Food, I will. But that group of people are beasts, they are beasts. When the woman reached this point, Xiaobai understood that this is the most common situation in the apocalypse. Women sell their bodies for supplies. If they meet a good person, this will be a fair trade, but some people simply deceive people. In the past, people were played like animals, played almost to death and then released back to look for the next target. Similar things abounded. However, there are now 20,000 survivors in the huge Ice City prison survivor base. There are too many survivors, no one can control them, and no one can control them. Xiaobai looked at her broken arm and the iron nails driven into her hand, and said, Yi Xiaoqi was taken away by them? His heart sank slightly. If this matter had nothing to do with him, he would be an indifferent passerby who wouldn't care. But this matter was related to Yi Xiaoqi, and he couldn't look at that silly person. If a little girl falls into the hands of such a person, it will be more painful than being bitten to death by a zombie. The woman nodded fiercely, and saliva flowed from her mouth. It could be seen that 2 of the teeth in her mouth had been pulled out, and they were all covered with blood. Save her, please, because we have known each other before. For my sake, please save her. Xiaobai took a deep breath and said, Who took her away? Where are those people? On the top floor of the 5th building, the leader is the awakened one, named Huang Yichuan. The woman gritted her teeth and stuffed the teddy bear and a piece of chocolate into Xiaobai's hand. I have nothing to give you. But please, Xiaobai grabbed her hand and said, Don't worry, leave Yi Xiaoqi's matter to me. I'll find someone to help you now, don't worry about me, I know what I look like. The woman shook her head, leaned against the wall behind her, and said, Thank you, don't bring her back. If she still asks me, just say, her sister doesn't want as she did. The woman looked at Xiaobai and said solemnly, Thank you. Xiaobai looked at the woman in front of him and remained silent. She was telling the truth. In this state, even if she could survive, there would be no difference between her and death. He received 2 thank yous today, but for Xiaobai, these 2 thanks were heavier than the last. No one deserves to be in the hands of this scum. Xiaobai looked at the dying woman in front of him, but felt slightly angry in his heart. He took one last look at her, stood up, clutched the thin chocolate in his hand, and walked downstairs. He returned to his car, picked up his walkie-talkie, and contacted Bailan first. After all, there is an awakened person over there. Although it has only been half a month since the end of the world, ordinary awakened people may not be as strong as veteran-level doomsday survival masters like Xiaobai, but they must be fully prepared. The call was quickly connected over there, and Bailan said, What's wrong? Their communication equipment was also made by Battleship. They bought 2 sets and spent a full 50 energy points. However, the communication equipment produced by Battleship is very powerful, the signal is stable, and the communication distance can be guaranteed to be within 2 kilometers. In the current situation, it is also very important to maintain communication. Therefore, Xiaobai basically has one on the battleship and one on the survivor base to ensure that the 2 sides can contact each other. As soon as the communication was connected, Xiaobai said, I have a situation here and I need help. Bailan was slightly surprised, and then said, Where is it? I'll go there now. She came over without even asking about the situation. Xiaobai felt a little warm in his heart. He even heard Ho Zhuang's voice coming from inside. The boss is calling people. Something big must have happened. Where is it? Let's go quickly. Xiaobai frowned instead and said, inside the Bingcheng prison, there are a bunch of bastard survivors. Ho Zhuang and the others haven't even mastered their guns. They can fight zombies, but they can't cause enough trouble to deal with the survivors. No. If necessary, let Ho Zhuang and the others take care of the house honestly and don't let others snatch our supplies. Therefore, you can come here, but... Bailan, I must remind you that there are awakened people here, and it may be very dangerous. Danger. Before Xiaobai could finish speaking, Bailan interrupted, if I don't go, you will go too, right? So let's just tell you, where is it? How can we do it after we get there? Xiaobai exhaled. Only then did he realize that he was thinking too much. In his previous life, he was used to being a lone ranger. Even if he had a companion in this life, sometimes his thoughts were more like those of a lone ranger. At that moment, he stopped talking nonsense, explained the situation and location, and said, when it's over, I'll treat everyone to hot pot. Then, Xiaobai's tone suddenly turned cold and he said with murderous intent, as for how to do it, it's very simple, we will go directly to the door to kill. It's not easy to write a new book. To the book lovers who pass by and who like this book, I hope you can collect it and vote for it. Your support is the motivation for me to write. Bought missiles. Bailan agreed to Xiaobai's invitation to kill without any hesitation. The awakened girl also set off immediately. Although she set off late, Xiaobai's car drove slowly in the overcrowded survivor base, and the two of them arrived at the downstairs of the fifth building almost without any separation. Bailan was also fully armed, carrying a gun, and wearing a bulletproof vest that Xiaobai got from Yang Qingji. He looked quite heroic, but Xiaobai knew clearly that Bailan's marksmanship was not much better than Ho Zhuang and the others, so he took action after a while. What Bailan relies on is the strength of being an awakened person. They went directly to the top floor. The situation here was just as the woman said. Even the corridor had been modified, and a partition was put up to connect the three large rooms together. Huang Yichuan seemed to be not only he is an awakened person and seems to have a lot of resources in his hands. When Xiaobai and the others came up, a little brother who was guarding the door noticed them. Looking at Xiaobai and Bailan who were clearly coming over, he frowned slightly and said, "What are you doing? What is this? Don't you know the place? This is the venue of Beiyuan University, get out of here, get out of here." Hearing this, Xiaobai was a little surprised. These scumbags are actually college students? However, in fact, this kind of thing has nothing to do with identity. Bailan and the others are also college students, but they have chosen a completely different way of survival from this group of people. This little brother couldn't finish what he said. Because at that moment, a gun barrel was directly pressed against his head. Xiaobai pressed the man with the muzzle of his gun, forcing him from standing to kneeling. The man's expression changed wildly and he said, "You don't dare to kill me." Before he could finish his words, Xiaobai fired. The man's head instantly exploded with a large amount of blood, and his whole body fell backwards, hitting the ground heavily. Xiaobai's shot shook the entire floor, and it was almost obvious that he had done it. Seeing Xiaobai take action, Bailan also took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, took a step forward, raised his foot, and with a neat kick, used the terrifying power of the awakened person to directly install the fan on the partition. The iron door flew out and hit the open space inside hard. At this moment, people in the room also turned their heads and looked at Xiaobai here. Xiaobai glanced around and saw that there were about 20 people in the room. He didn't know who Huang Yichuan was, but in the doomsday, he would either kill them all or not kill any of them. Therefore, Xiaobai didn't intend to care who was who. However, at this time, a voice rang out from the group of people, "Hey, isn't this Brother Xia?" Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, turned around, and saw the arms dealer Yang Qingji among the group of people. He and several of his people seemed to be discussing business here. When he saw Xiaobai rushing in with murderous intent, he stood up and said hello warmly. Xiaobai said, "Why are you here?" "Doing business." Yang Qingji glanced at Bailan, seeming to have realized from the kick just now that this was the awakened one, with this Mr. Huang Yichuan, "But you are..." Huang Yichuan was really a college student. He looked about the same age as Xiaobai after his rebirth. He also frowned at this moment. He looked at Xiaobai and then at Yi Xiaoqi behind him. He seemed to understand something. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Xiaobai didn't respond in a hurry. His eyes swept around the corner and finally landed on a small body in the corner that was Yi Xiaoqi. Her hands and feet were tied up. His mouth was also taped shut and he was placed in the corner of the room. Yang Qingji noticed his gaze, realized something, and said with a smile, "Are you here to fish for money?" "What a coincidence, I just told brother Huang Yichuan, can you let this girl go? She is so big, arrest her, it's not a glamorous thing for such an older little girl to enjoy." Xiaobai glanced at Yang Qingji and realized that what this guy said might be true, because before that, if Yi Xiaoqi was really killed by Huang Yichuan and his gang, Xiaobai would not have met him in the previous life. Looking at this little girl, it seems that Yang Qingji saved her in the previous life? Yang Qingji looked at Xiaobai, then at Huang Yichuan, and said, "Oh, how about this? Brother Huang, you let him go, and brother Xia here also takes a step back, how about that?" Huang Yichuan said coldly, "He kicked open my door and killed my people. I just let him go like this. Can I still hang out?" Xiaobai said calmly, "I never leave hidden dangers." Yang Qingji was also decisive. He smiled, stood up directly, and walked out with his people. He was so decisive that everyone in the venue was a little surprised. Huang Yichuan said directly, "Brother Ji, there's no need to leave. Can't I still deal with these two people? I can definitely guarantee your safety. Sorry, since you have a conflict with brother Xia, I will not do business with you." Huang Yichuan was surprised. He didn't expect that Yang Qingji, a well-known material dealer in the Ice City survivor prison, would be so biased towards a certain person. The most important thing was that the person being biased was Huang Yichuan's enemy, so he said with some displeasure, "What do you mean?" Yang Qingji had already reached the door. He looked at Xiaobai and said, "It's not interesting. I just won't do it. Brother Xiaobai, I'm just outside. If you need help, just give me a shout." Xiaobai said, "No need." Yang Qingji smiled and said, "I guess not." Huang Yichuan's expression over there was extremely ugly at this moment. He crushed the water glass in his hand and said angrily, "Yang Qingji, you are so biased today, don't regret it in the future." "It's not that regretful. I'm in business. I seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. You should understand." Huang Yichuan said, "There are only two of them. Do you think we can't defeat two of them?" Yang Qingji shook his head and said, "Customers who dare to buy missiles from me, now that they are here, no matter how many there are, there should be no reason for failure, and it is not right for you to kidnap a little girl just to have a good time. What a good thing, now it's going to die, I'm actually quite happy." He smiled and said to Xiaobai, "Brother Xiaobai, I have got one Thunder 8 now, but don't worry, I will definitely get it. I will figure out the rest slowly. Remember to pick up the goods in 2 days." Bailan looked at Xiaobai, her eyes full of questions, "Buy missiles?" And Huang Yichuan over there was also shocked. Who the hell is the customer who buys missiles? Book lovers, it is not easy to write a new book, and it is still being recommended. I hope you can support me a lot. Herbal tea is here to thank you all. Man! Please collect it. Huang Yichuan looked cold. In his opinion, Xiaobai and Bailan were actually seeking death. Although Yang Qingji seemed to have great confidence in these two people because of the missile incident, in Huang Yichuan's view, even if Xiaobai, it is impossible to use the missile here if Bai actually holds the missile in his hand. Although the military turns a blind eye to many things, it does not mean that no one will care about your use of heavy weapons. Therefore, if it was just these two people, why should they fight with a dozen people on their side? Yes, they were all college students originally, but they did not rely entirely on luck along the way. Moreover, they were able to occupy a small half of the top floor of the 5 buildings, and sometimes they could find an unlucky survivor woman to vent. It all depends on one's own ability. Huang Yichuan himself is an awakener. Why should these two people who are about the same age as him and not in the military system fight with him? But Huang Yichuan was really a little annoyed, not only because of Xiaobai's tough attitude when he came to the door, but also because of Yang Qingji's disapproval of him. At this moment, Yang Qingji over there suddenly said, "Hey, by the way, you two get that girl over here first." Under Yang Qingji's instructions, his two men immediately took action to bring Yi Xiaoqi out first. Although the little girl's mouth was sealed, she could hear and see. She stared at the scene in the field, and to be honest, she was a little confused. Huang Yichuan changed his color and said, "What do you mean?" Yang Qingji said calmly, "I said, I don't like people who touch children. When I have children in the future, I don't want my children to be used as tools to vent their anger, so even if brother Xia doesn't come, I still want this girl take it away. Why, do you want to fall out with me too?" Huang Yichuan changed his color slightly when he heard this. He really didn't dare to fall out with Yang Qingji. Everyone knew that Yang Qingji had great powers and a military background. Who dared to touch him? Therefore, Huang Yichuan just gritted his teeth, turned around, and rushed towards Xia Bai and the others, ready to vent all his anger on these people. He vowed to kill Xia Bai and the others and make Yang Qingji regret this. Huang Yichuan let out a sarcastic sneer and said, I don't care who you are or what your relationship is with that girl, but I still want to thank you for bringing me a more beautiful one." As he spoke, his eyes immediately turned to Bai Lan, with a naked and vulgar look in his eyes, and then he said, "You still have a chance to surrender now. If a man commits suicide, if a woman kneels down and gives me a blowjob, I will let you live." Huang Yichuan said this, but he also knew that no one would agree to this proposal, so while speaking, he directly touched his gun on the table. However, his movements were fast, but Xia Bai's movements were even faster. He raised his hand and fired a shot, which destroyed the gun on the table. If Huang Yichuan hadn't reacted quickly and quickly pulled back, this shot would have been destroyed. Maybe even his right hand will be disabled. Huang Yichuan changed color and lifted the table in front of him. The younger brothers behind him shouted and planned to follow Huang Yichuan, who was the awakened one, to charge. They only had 3 pistols in their hands. Although this was a very powerful level among ordinary ability users, it was still not enough in front of Xia Bai. He threw a smoke bomb directly with his hand. In an instant, smoke billowed into the sky. Huang Yichuan was confused for a while and couldn't help but stop. However, just when Huang Yichuan stopped, he heard a sputtering sound, as if something had been thrown over. Huang Yichuan was not that thing, but he instinctively felt the warning signs and evaded to one side like lightning, which saved his life. There was a loud bang. He turned around in shock and saw a scene that made his eyes split open. In the smoke of the smoke bomb, a terrifying ice crystal exploded. In an instant, the temperature in the space dropped by more than 10 degrees. More than half of Huang Yichuan's dozen people were frozen in an instant. However, due to the presence of smoke, Huang Yichuan could not see clearly yet. He only heard the sound of heavy gunshots that was Xia Bai shooting in the smoke. Huang Yichuan found it unbelievable. How did this guy identify other people's positions in the smoke? Xia Bai had survived for 5 years at the end of the world, and his combat capabilities were already comparable to those of special forces. Naturally, they were not comparable to those of ordinary people. However, Huang Yichuan used this to confirm Xia Bai's position. In addition, at this moment, the smoke gradually began to dissipate, so he directly picked up a stool beside him and threw it directly in the direction of the gunfire. Passed. However, what Huang Yichuan didn't expect was that as soon as he smashed the thing out, a slender figure jumped in front of him. That was Bai Lan. This awakened girl couldn't find anyone for a long time because of the smoke bomb. Huang Yichuan's attack also exposed her position, so she rushed over directly, but her white fists carried a powerful force enough to break the steel bars. Directly it hit Huang Yichuan head-on. However, at the critical moment, Huang Yichuan stretched out his hand, opened his hand, and directly grasped Bai Lan's fist in his hand, bearing the opponent's power without changing his expression. If an ordinary person dared to receive Bai Lan's punch, his wrist would be broken. But Huang Yichuan was also an awakened person. Feeling the power coming from Bai Lan's palm, he suddenly realized that this girl was also an awakened person. He couldn't help but sneered, twisted his backhand, and deflected Bai Lan's at the same time. He raised his hand high and was about to smash it down. He sneered, "Sister, do you know how to fight?" Bai Lan's face changed slightly. However, at this moment, heavy gunfire sounded in the field. A bullet penetrated directly into Huang Yichuan's wrist. The man immediately changed color and let out a miserable howl. Immediately afterwards, heavy gunfire sounded one after another, and as the smoke dispersed, Xiaobai walked out step by step. He fired 5 shots in a row, hitting Huang Yichuan's limbs and abdomen respectively. The man was bleeding profusely and howling miserably in an instant. Bai Lan also escaped from his grasp, took a deep breath, and looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai came to Huang Yichuan step by step, put his gun against the awakened person's head, and replied what the other person just said, "Do you know how to fight?" Huang Yichuan couldn't understand, how could these 2 people be killed so easily among a dozen of them? He gritted his teeth, looked at Xiaobai in front of him, and hissed, "I am an awakened person." "It's impossible." "How is it possible?" "You are not even an awakened person, you." What responded to him was a heavy gunshot, and the bullet penetrated the man's head. Even if he was an awakened person, he would only die violently. But at this moment, the place was already in a mess. All of Huang Yichuan's younger brothers were dead, and those who were frozen were shot to pieces by Xiaobai and turned into pieces of broken corpses on the ground. Yang Qingji looked at this scene and smacked his mouth with unsatisfied thoughts. The battle ended more smoothly than Xiaobai imagined. This awakened person did not exert his own fighting power at all. It was not at the same level as the invincible awakened people Xiaobai had seen in the middle and late stages of the apocalypse. This was also normally. Doesn't Bai Lan have the power of an awakened person now but doesn't know how to use it at all? In the early days of the apocalypse, no one could transform their abilities into combat effectiveness so quickly. Xiaobai glanced at the corpses everywhere, exhaled, turned and walked out. Yi Xiaoqi over there had also been untied a long time ago. The little girl wearing a dirty pink dress looked at Xiaobai coming in front of her, raised her head slightly, opened her big eyes and said, "Thank you." Xiaobai sighed and touched the girl's head. "Don't thank me, it was your sister who asked me to come here. She said you were taken away, and then I came to find you." As he said that, Xiaobai took out the chocolate with a wrinkled packaging bag from his pocket and said, "Here, this is what she gave you, and the teddy bear is in my car below." Yi Xiaoqi raised her head, a little confused. Xiaobai said, "You don't have to worry about her anymore. She ran away with a handsome guy. She doesn't want you anymore and wants you to follow me." But the eldest sister, Yi Xiaoqi, was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly lowered her head silently. Obviously, she seemed to understand what really happened. After a while, she said, "Okay, the eldest sister doesn't want me. However, I can't follow you, I will cause trouble for you." At this moment, the little girl raised her head and showed a very sweet smile to Xiaobai. "So, thank you, but I can't cause you any trouble." Xiaobai was a little confused. At this moment, Bai Lan finally took a step forward, gave Xiaobai an here look, and knelt down to talk to the girl. The corner of Xiaobai's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Yang Qingji, who had been standing outside, walked over, handed over a cigarette, and said, "It's really exciting, but are you interested? Please explain, what happened to the ice explosion before?" Xiaobai thought for a while and said, "Then tell me, where did you get the channels to get so many weapons without anyone noticing?" Yang Qingji took a puff of his cigarette, chuckled twice, and said, "You killed someone so blatantly, how will the military explain it?" Xiaobai said, "With so many people in the base now, no one cares about people like Huang Yichuan. Even if I kill him, it won't be a big deal, right?" Yang Qingji nodded and said, "That's true. Maybe you don't know, right? I don't intend to do anything about it. That Commander Li Jianbai is a figure. He wants to make Bingcheng Prison a new social system. The military only cares about it. Big things, these small fights, even if some people die, in his opinion, it is beneficial to the survivors." Yang Qingji, who has always been careless, couldn't help but sigh slightly when he mentioned this level, and said, "Old Li, he has no choice. The situation is not good, the Scientific Research Institute cannot produce anti-zombie serum, and the military cannot guarantee everyone's safety. We must encourage people to survive and protect themselves, and adopt special measures in extreme situations." When Xiaobai heard this, he took another look at this guy. Did this guy call the top executive of the Bingcheng prison survivor base Old Li? Yang Qingji seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing, smiled, and patted Xiaobai on the shoulder, but justice and fairness still have to be there. "You will be in trouble, but it's okay, I'm here, let's go here today, I'm doing things for big clients for free. Xiaobai looked at Yang Qingji with a ruthless look on his face and thought, if he had let Huang Yichuan and the others be wiped out just now, this guy might have another story now. Dear book lovers, if you like this book, don't forget to favorite it and vote when you pass by. Your support is the biggest motivation for me to code above. To outsiders, gunshots rang out for a full 10 minutes, mixed with screams and loud noises. No one knew what happened in these 10 minutes. The survivors living in the 5th building all huddled together. No one dared to come out of their room. They only knew that when the military people arrived, the fighting here was completely over. But what people know is that the 2 young men with their children finally came out alive. For Xiaobai, this battle was easier than he imagined. After all, college students are just college students. Although they are much more ruthless, they are not enough for Xiaobai, a doomsday veteran whose individual combat ability is comparable to that of special forces. In fact, Huang Yichuan's firepower is not enough at all. A smoke one bullet was enough to confuse his younger brothers. Among the ordinary survivors, they may now be the leaders, but in the previous 5 years of the apocalypse, Xiaobai had killed zombies and even humans, and was extremely proficient in killing people. Coupled with Bai Lan's existence, it will undoubtedly only take a matter of minutes to eliminate these people. If Huang Yichuan, as the awakened person, was not so useless, the situation might be different. Of course, Xiaobai first found out that this group of people came here only because they were college students, so there would be no chance of him bumping into a veteran's iron plate. And as Yang Qingji said, the military was late in arriving when Xiaobai and the others left the building, and wanted to take Xiaobai away for investigation. Xiaobai was not too nervous. He had stayed here for a long time in his previous life. He knew that what Yang Qingji said before was not false. With the increase in the number of people with abilities, the Bingcheng prison survivor base did use a semi-free range system. Posture, and Xiaobai killed scum, the military would not really do anything. Even if there were military members related to Huang Yichuan and the others, they would not speak out for a group of dead people. However, before Xiaobai could speak, Yang Qingji stood up directly, hugged the shoulders of the leading soldier and said a few words. The group of soldiers looked at Xiaobai twice and left directly. Yang Qingji smiled at Xiaobai with a ruthless face, gave Bai Lan a wink, and then walked away gracefully with a few of his own. Xiaobai was inexplicably enjoying the treatment of someone above. Moreover, after today's situation, Xiaobai is somewhat famous among the survivors of Bingcheng prison. The 2 of them rushed to the family's hometown and killed them all, but they came out like everyone else. How could they not let him go? The military's pursuit is absolutely legendary among the current Ice City prison survivor base. Xiaobai didn't think so much. They returned directly to Building 9. I don't know what kind of method Bai Lan used. Yi Xiaoqi followed them honestly in the end. Although Xiaobai said he would come back to eat hot pot, he actually didn't eat hot pot. Today was a difficult day for Yi Xiaoqi, but Xiaobai's heart was not that big yet. He handed her a box of chocolates next to Yi Xiaoqi, who was sitting in a corner in a daze. Yi Xiaoqi was stunned for a moment, looked at Xiaobai, and whispered, "Thank you, thank you." Xiaobai shook his head and said very proudly, "There's nothing to thank you for. We have a lot of things here. Whatever you want to eat, just take it. Anyway, we have plenty of supplies here." Xiaobai was telling the truth. He really has plenty of supplies. Not to mention the supplies he got when he came to Bingcheng prison before. After he came to Bingcheng prison, he also used gold, which was very cheap for him in exchange for a large amount of supplies. During these 2 outings, Xiaobai was hunting zombies. At the same time, they were also sweeping all kinds of high-end materials along the way. Therefore, Xiaobai was not talking nonsense at this moment. Yi Xiaoqi could not help but be stunned. Although she is not very old, her temperament is definitely far beyond the average of her peers. Therefore, she is very aware of how valuable materials are in the apocalypse. If this box of chocolates is left outside, others may even steal it. She couldn't help but raise her head and look at Xiaobai in front of her. Xiaobai smiled and said, "Ha, didn't you say that yourself? You have to look forward. I hope that everything that happened before will not make you depressed." Yi Xiaoqi shook his head. At that moment, Bai Lan also came over, sat down next to the girl, rubbed Yi Xiaoqi's little head, and said, "Why do I feel that Xiaobai treats you as good as his own daughter?" "Xiaobai, how old am I?" "What do you mean by a biological daughter?" Bai Lan smiled and said, "Huh? If you are not your own daughter and you are so kind to other girls, then you must have bad intentions. Little guy, you should be careful about this person, maybe there is something underneath this good person's appearance. He hides an extremely vulgar heart." Bai Lan, a serious guy, rarely joked, but Xiaobai still felt like he had received a critical hit of 10,000 points. On the other side, Ho Zhuang, squatting in the corner, looked at this side and sighed from the bottom of his heart, "Where are the hot pots we promised? Why is it so yellow?" Xiaobai exhaled. He really didn't expect that he would reunite with his old friend Yi Xiaoqi in this way in this life. In the previous life, this cute little loli once helped Xiaobai in the early days of the apocalypse. The pillar of support, her optimism and smile seem to be able to influence everyone, but at the same time, she is also a helpless person under the torrent of doomsday. But in this life, everything will change. When you are reborn, what you want to change is your regrettable fate, isn't it? It's a pity that Yi Xiaoqi kept secret about her past in her previous life. Otherwise, if Xiaobai knew where she lived or the exact time she arrived in Ice City, things might have been better. Xiaobai also knew that even if he was a reborn person, it was impossible to guarantee that everything would develop in a good direction. Yi Xiaoqi is still a little acquainted with life, but she is a very cheerful little girl. In her previous life, she was better than Xiaobai. According to her own words, that was what her father taught her. No matter when and what she encounters, in any situation, she must look forward. Although she may still have many things weighing on her mind, she seems very happy every day. Within 2 days, she became the happy fruit among Xiaobai and the others. In the following days, Xiaobai was not idle. He ran out whenever he had time these days. Although he said he was going out to collect supplies, in fact, he was still hunting zombies to earn energy points. And on this day, November 3rd, Xiaobai was about to go out, and he saw Ho Zhuang in the corner. They had not been idle in the base for the past 2 days, practicing shooting in the base while he did odd jobs for the military to earn supplies. When Xiaobai was away, he might even handle some business with Yang Qingji. Bai Lan cooperated with the military experiments and was able to get a lot of things. Although they were in the base, they were not idle. Xiaobai mainly hunted zombies, so he basically didn't take Bai Lan and others with him when he went out, but they did instead. They felt a little embarrassed. Even though they knew it was dangerous outside, they all shouted to go out with Xiaobai. At this moment, Xiaobai's heart moved slightly and said, "Ho Zhuang, are you free? Do you have time to go out with me? Recently, I have been paying attention to everyone's book reviews, rewards, and votes. I have also paid attention to some of your opinions. I have almost memorized many people's IDs. Thank you for your support, but the Qi number is not known when binding the mobile phone number. What is the problem that prevents me from replying and commenting? I can only reply to you here. I am really sorry, but I promise you that I will write it down and live up to your support. I cannot guarantee that what I write will always be everyone can like it, but I will definitely try my best to write it well. I hope everyone can continue to support herbal tea and this book. Thank you." Then, continue to ask for recommendation votes, collections, and all kinds of support. Dear book lovers, during the new book period, I hope you will support me. Finally, a book club group was established today. Friends who are interested can add it, 8506945517 collect. November 3rd, Xiaobai was slowly parking the battleship in front of a small warehouse, which was located near the suburbs and nearly 2 kilometers away from the Bingcheng prison survivor base. The front door of Kangmai is not big and the lighting is not good, but the door of Kangmai collapsed in half, and a zombie was stuck on the door. The appearance of the zombie was extremely terrifying. The body was torn from the middle. The back half of the body was at the door, and the front half was in front of the door. However, the 2 parts were still brokenly connected, and various organs were entangled and collapsed. It was stuck here on the door. It was originally like a dead body hanging there, but with the appearance of 2 living people, Xiaobai and Ho Zhuang, it seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. He howled and moved in an instant, waving his arms and screaming crazily. He kept waving his arms towards Xiaobai and the others. The stuck body exerted force bit by bit. In the infiltrating sound, its twists were entangled and all the organs were slowly stretched and torn apart. Xiaobai glanced at Ho Zhuang. Ho Zhuang understood, pulled out the gun from his waist, and shot the zombie with a single shot. In the past month and a half, this group of college students have also undergone qualitative changes. They are even gradually able to use guns. Although they cannot reach the level of Xiaobai or regular soldiers in using guns, at least they can't even control the recoil. The target can also have a higher hit rate. The zombie was dead. Ho Zhuang exhaled slightly and said, "Boss, this is," Xiaobai said, "this kind of place is usually a place that has not been looted by anyone." As he opened the door, he said, "In fact, there should be no one passing by here. Otherwise, if someone had searched, the zombie would not be at the door, or if someone passed by, using this kind of thing to attack the living flesh and blood would be impossible. Desire, it has long since torn itself apart and chased survivors, so although this place is disgusting, it is probably a place with everything it needs." Xiaobai talked about these doomsday robbery experiences he had summed up in his previous life, while walking inside. Sure enough, although the shelves inside were scattered, they were fully stocked with all kinds of things that had not been searched by other survivors. State. Ho Zhuang followed Xiaobai closely. When he saw the scene, he couldn't help but said, "Sure enough, I haven't been searched. I'll go and ship it. The things we bought in this warehouse can't even be loaded in our car." He couldn't finish what he said, because at this moment, another howl suddenly sounded from the corner, and a zombie with a relatively complete body rushed out from the dimly lit corner of Kangmai. Ho Zhuang suddenly changed his color, but at this moment a gunshot sounded in his ears. That was Xiaobai's fire. With one shot, the zombie fell down. Ho Zhuang took a sharp breath. Xiaobai said, "Don't let your guard down, don't even think about it, since there is no one outside. How did that zombie get on the door?" Ho Zhuang took a deep breath and said, "To be honest, I make progress faster by following the boss. We walked for only half a day, and I feel like I am almost becoming a survival expert." Xiaobai glanced at this guy and said, "There is still a long way to go. When will you get used to dealing with emergencies before you can truly survive? Moreover, this thing is just like playing games. Just being conscious is useless. Even if you don't know how to use a gun, or if you are stupid when you encounter a zombie, you will still die. Everyone needs to grow up." Xiaobai may be a little stronger now and play a greater role in the entire team, leaving more opportunities for Ho Zhuang and others to grow. But in the future, when they leave Bingcheng prison, the survivor base is such a hotbed, and they must cooperate with each other. Especially in the middle and late stages of the apocalypse, one person's development is very limited, and an efficient and strong team is very important. Now Ho Zhuang and the others mainly rely on Xiaobai, and Xiaobai will rely on them in the future. His battleships are not driven by one person, they need people. In the future, they will also need people when they operate outside. Xiaobai asked them to practice guns in the base some time ago. Now I plan to take them out one by one for real exercise. During his stay at the Bingcheng prison survivor base, Xiaobai was confident that Ho Zhuang, a bunch of good-for-nothing former college students, could become his real helpers. Ho Zhuang followed Xiaobai closely and said, "Boss, did you train all this before the end of the world? You are not the kind of soldier king of the end of the world, are you?" To be honest, after following Xiaobai on a trip, Ho Zhuang really admired him from the bottom of his heart. He was a military enthusiast before the end of the world, and he also exercised every day. When the end of the world came, he thought he could use the foundation he had accumulated, but the real situation in the apocalypse was far more complicated than he imagined. He asked himself, if he had never been able to survive to this day, he would have died when the school bus overturned. Xiaobai was obviously a college student, but he had amazing abilities. Their execution and combat capabilities have led them all the way to where they are today. Although they were always laughing and joking, and seemed to have helped Xiaobai a lot along the way, Ho Zhuang and the others knew that Bailan might be stronger, and they were just hugging each other. In this world, no one likes someone who hugs someone's thigh. Ho Zhuang and the others don't want to be a drag on Bailan and Xiaobai. When Xiaobai went out, they were all trying to improve their physical fitness and practice their guns over and over again. they hope to be Xiaobai's real helper, and they also believe that if one day, all of them have this kind of survivability, their small team of doomsday survivors will definitely be able to live more comfortably than now. In fact, Xiaobai had already seen this, but he didn't say anything at the same time. It was enough for him to know that Ho Zhuang and the others were working hard to grow up. This was the early days of the apocalypse, and ordinary people were mostly just ordinary people. Xiaobai didn't maybe everyone is required to be as strong as the reborn person himself. Sometimes, saying nothing is much better than saying everything clearly. In fact, the fighting power of Ho Zhuang and the others now far exceeds that of ordinary survivors. Ho Zhuang and Bai Lan are the teammates that Xiaobai can really feel at ease with. They may not be that strong yet, but at the current speed, it won't take long for them to truly grow up. Xiaobai smiled, threw a backpack to Ho Zhuang, and said, "Be careful, there may be mourners in this room." He couldn't finish what he said, because at this moment, he heard a series of brake sounds outside the supermarket door. Several cars were parked outside. There are not many zombies in a place like this, so where do the people come from? Xiaobai frowned slightly and said, "I'll take a look, but don't show your face yet." With that said, he went out with his gun. Just as Ho Zhuang was about to say something, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, as if something was moving. He turned his head in panic and looked at Song Song. By Dark Corners. Dear book lovers, please collect, recommend, vote and support in any way. There were 3 cars outside the door, 2 Jettas and 1 Xenia. They were all in tatters, and some even had blood on them, which fit the apocalyptic style very well. When Xiaobai came out, most of the people in the 3 cars also got off. The leader was a young man wearing earrings. He was sitting on the slightly sloping hood in front of Xiaobai's commercial vehicle, Battleship, playing something with his hands. Holding a butterfly knife, chewing a piece of chewing gum luxuriously in his mouth, he squinted at Xiaobai who came out of it. Xiaobai glanced briefly. There were 7 people. There was a fat young man in the corner holding a 95. As soon as Xiaobai came out, the man pointed the gun at him. He took a breath and said, "What are you?" The young man wearing earrings smiled and said, "Brother, I see you have been quite active here these 2 days. Xiaobai said, "What do you mean?" "It's not interesting." "That's right. I think your car is quite powerful. It's like running over zombies and hitting scrapped cars on the road for fun." "Ha, such an awesome business car. Is it modified?" Xiaobai lowered his eyes slightly, seemingly looking at the young man wearing earrings in front of him, but actually he was looking at the fat man holding the gun, and said, "I don't understand what you mean." That's what Xiaobai Hua said, but he basically knew the purpose of the other party's visit. He probably came to snatch it after seeing how useful his car was. These days, he has been hunting zombies outside. Although the location of his activities often changes, he has always been there. It is inevitable that he will become the target of other survivors. This is not the first time. This is normal and unavoidable. Xiaobai can't hide his battleship. In that case, what else does he need from the system? Use? However, with just a gun, isn't it a bit too small of oneself? Less than half a month has passed since the end of the world, and the military survivor base has been broadcasting its existence to the outside world. This place is not far from the survivors. Those who are active in this area are either looking for supplies from the base, or they are confident people and desperados who have no intention of being protected by the military. These people may have some real abilities, but in Xiaobai's place, they are not enough. Even if they have guns, they are picked up, with few bullets, and their marksmanship is even more incompetent. Talking about it, Xiaobai met him once. The man shot first behind him. He fired 3 times, but missed even 1 shot. Therefore, Xiaobai was very calm at this moment. He was even looking at the cars of this group of people, thinking, if you grab a car, you can move at least half of the things in this warehouse. The young man wearing the earring seemed to feel that the situation was under his control, and sneered coolly, "Ha, are you a fool? I want to borrow your car for fun. I'll give you 2 choices. First, honestly give me the car key, and I will give you a collector's edition of the 5.8mm bullet of death. Second, we cut off both of your hands and then take the car key from you. Look. Look, what do you want?" Before Xiaobai could answer, his companions burst into laughter. Xiaobai exhaled and was about to speak when he heard a howl of ghosts and wolves coming from the warehouse behind. Ho Zhuang rushed out of Kangmai as if his butt was on fire. When he saw Xiaobai, he shouted, "Boss, doggy. The man wearing earrings, huh? Ha, you still have accomplices, okay." He soon couldn't speak anymore, because as Ho Zhuang rushed out, a zombie dog whose hair was stained red with blood rushed out from inside, his eyes turned white, and he rushed towards everyone crazily. The young man wearing earrings was so frightened that he fell off the hood of Xiaobai's battleship. With quick eyes and quick hands, Xiaobai raised his hand and shot the zombie dog right in the torso. Its body was thrown away by the bullet, but it pounced directly on the nearest survivor like a normal person. The young man with the earrings and his man all changed their colors. The fat man with the 95 style gun suddenly opened his mouth and fired at random. He hit the zombie dog several times, but he didn't kill it. In a short time, the zombie dog was not killed. The zombie dog has knocked down a survivor and bit him in one bite. This dog was not big in size, but it was extremely ferocious. It was very difficult to hit it on the head. The scene became extremely chaotic and bloody for a while. However, Xiaobai pulled Ho Zhuang back quietly and got into his car silently. And over there, when the fat man carrying the Type 95 was bitten to death, the group finally became frightened. The man with the earring turned around and ran away. He got into a Jetta and started running. However, at this moment, Xiaobai's car rushed from the side, knocking his car away in one breath, and then reversed, forcing the other car that was started into the corner behind. The zombie dog heard the sound and lay down on Xiaobai's car window to gnaw fiercely. However, Xiaobai's battleship was made of a special material. This guy gnawed for a long time, but it didn't have any effect. And the young man wearing earrings over there, the person ran out of the Jetta and limped away, but the zombie dog turned its head when he heard the sound, howled and pounced on it. After the young man was also knocked down, Xiaobai lowered the window. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots, killing the zombie dog. The young man's neck was bitten open. He struggled to stand up, pointed at Xiaobai and made a hee-hee sound. Xiaobai said, "Brother, I know my stuff. My car is indeed more collision resistant than yours." The young man's body twitched slightly, then let out an inhuman howl, completely transformed into a zombie, and rushed directly towards this side. Of course, to Xiaobai, this kind of ordinary zombies are nothing more than energy points. Immediately afterwards, Xiaobai got out of the car and killed those who had turned into zombies and those who had not turned into zombies one by one. Xiaobai has no mercy towards such people, and there is no need to do so. Just as he said before when he killed Huang Yichuan, as long as there is a dispute, no matter who is weak, he will not hold back. He will only find it for himself. Troublesome, and this kind of people are a scourge. Just because Xiaobai's car is useful, they come to snatch it with the intention of killing people. I don't know how many people will die at the hands of this kind of people. Seeing Xiaobai kill all these people, Ho Zhuangxi from behind asked, "Where did this good and despicable person come from?" The young man wearing the earring was indeed a good person. They not only gave Xiaobai energy points, but also a car. He and Ho Zhuang were able to loot most of the warehouse. By the time they returned, it was already dusk. The number of survivors gathered in the city prison survivor base has gradually decreased recently, but the number of zombies has gradually increased. In a few days, it is said that the number of zombies has reached 20,000. The survivors who come in from outside are now under the military's control. Only under protection can one enter the survivor base, and the response plan that the military has been talking about has not yet been able to come up with. Although many survivors feel uneasy, the situation can only continue like this. Xiaobai knew that the military's scientific research center seemed to have been researching anti-zombie drugs, but with little success. In fact, according to the news Xiaobai heard in his previous life, such drugs were not developed in the end. The military's final response was to abandon this place and conduct a general retreat. And I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but Bailan and the others were attacked by a group of hungry survivors today, trying to snatch supplies. However, they failed. Bailan's single survivor is enough for these ordinary people to drink. Apat and Lin Yong'an, the company commander in charge of Jiudong, had a surprisingly good relationship with Xiaobai and the others because of the cigarettes, so he came forward immediately. Now, no one dared to pay attention to them. Xiaobai even ate hot pot very arrogantly that night. He had just looted a supermarket and had too much material to store, so he stewed it all together. The beef produced by the battleship was also fragrant, and the survivors around him hated it. Xiaobai also gave the crying man in his room a bowl of leftover hot pot instant noodles. The crying man was so excited that he ate and cried at the same time. His crying was inexplicable, but it was extremely contagious. Even Xiaobai wanted to cry. The next day, Xiaobai heard that someone offered 2 plates of chocolate to buy his roommate from the crying man, asking for all kinds of support. Dear book lovers, it's not easy to write a new book, so I hope you can support me collect it. November 16th, Xiaobai spent nearly half a month, and the energy points he accumulated reached a terrifying 1,232 points. This means that he can finally upgrade to a 3rd-level battleship. During this long period of time, Xiaobai was running out almost every day. As time went by, the risk of going out was getting bigger and bigger. Because with the large gathering of survivors, zombies all over the city are moving in this direction. About a week ago, the military forces gathering survivors in Jianbei also withdrew to the Bingcheng prison survivor base. That was also this week. They were the last group of survivors gathered into the Ice City prison survivor base. In the past 7 days, no new survivors have arrived. This is also normal. The number of survivors in Ice City is limited to begin with. The number of survivors who flock to this survivor base will eventually decrease from large to small, especially after all external military forces are withdrawn, and there are a large number of zombies. Surrounding the outer circle of the survivor base, the number has exceeded 30,000 a few days ago. Such a survivor base is like a big cake exuding a charming atmosphere to those sluggish zombies. Hundreds of zombies are gathering at every moment, and this scale of zombies is enough to scare away many survivors. However, after such a long buffer period, the defensive measures on the perimeter of the Ice City prison have been fully constructed, and a 4-meter-high wall has even been built, which is enough to keep the zombies out. As time goes by, more and more zombies are coming from the Ice City. Now there are almost waves of zombies coming in. Coupled with the gradually cold weather, now alone survivors walking out alone are almost seeking death. It is even questionable whether they can break through the zombies surrounding the survivors' base. At this moment, if you can stand on the wall of the Ice City prison survivor base and look out, all you can see is a black and endless sea of zombies. The large number of survivors gathered in Ice City prison are like a cake that constantly exudes a huge fragrance to these zombies, attracting them from all sides of the city. Fortunately, Xiaobai had foresight about this. He had accumulated 1,000 energy points before the zombies outside the Ice City prison survivor base formed a large scale. Xiaobai knew that the situation would get worse after winter. Under the current situation, water supply and power supply are a problem, heating is even more of a problem, and the survivors cannot go out to find food, so they can only live on the food provided by the military. The food provided by the military is also limited. In the end, it can be distributed to the food for everyone can only become less and less, and the survivors in this survivor base at this moment, like Xiaobai, are only a few rich people who have no worries about eating and drinking. When the time comes, the situation will get worse. Of course, few people think about this now. Most people enjoy the safety and peace provided by the survivor base. Moreover, the military's scientific research institutions have also announced that they are developing viruses to fight zombies and fight against them. The troops from the outside have made contact, and it is only a matter of time before they are trapped here. At the same time, the military is also mobilizing survivors to dig underground shelters. However, Xiaobai knew that it was impossible to develop a serum that could restrain zombies, and even if they contacted external forces, it was impossible for anyone to come to their aid. Now everyone is too busy to take care of themselves, and most of the military has suffered serious losses. Xinjiang military region is separated from Bingcheng by an entire province. It is impossible for them to come to the northernmost point of China. Even if they come, it will be difficult for them to do anything. But facing the bad situation in the future, Xiaobai was prepared. At least nothing would happen to him. As for others, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Xiaobai's current plan is to upgrade his battleship to level 3 before December. By then, he will have the real ability to take off. As long as there is enough energy, he can avoid confronting zombies to a certain extent. Confrontation can even avoid some of the most dangerous situations. However, the time required to upgrade from a second-level battleship to a third-level battleship is far longer than the time to upgrade from the first level to the second level. It actually takes a full 39 hours to upgrade to one level. This is far beyond Xiaobai's imagination, and this means that when upgrading, Xiaobai needs to find a way to cover or hide his battleship. Because his warships adhere to the theory of special effects necessary for upgrades, the entire upgrade process is wrapped in light. Just imagine, when Xiaobai upgraded, the entire commercial vehicle was glowing. In the densely populated Ice City prison survivor base, this was simply telling others that there was a situation here. However, this is not difficult. Xiaobai found Yang Qingji, and this guy directly found an empty truck for Xiaobai. In this way, Xiaobai could drive the commercial vehicle in and upgrade it directly. Therefore, on November 16, Xiaobai got up early and went downstairs to wait for Yang Qingji to drive the truck over. However, Yang Qingji unexpectedly lost his chain today. He waited like this just to wait. At night. It is worth mentioning that today another wave of survivors poured in. With the firepower support of the military, they managed to break through the dense group of zombies surrounding the survivor base of Ice City Prison and came to the survivors. In the base, and after passing the security inspection, it was placed not far from Building 9. Xiaobai was squatting on the steps downstairs of Building 9, watching the convoy of survivors drive by. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head and saw Yi Xiaoqi. Sitting next to Xiaobai, she also smiled when she saw that Xiaobai had seen it, handed over a piece of chocolate and said, "Sister Bai calls you to eat." The corner of Xiaobai's mouth twitched. "You are going to eat? Why don't you give me some chocolate?" Yi Xiaoqi showed a sweet smile. Compared with other survivors, Xiaobai's life can be described as moist. Not only does he have rice every day, but he also eats some meat dishes from time to time. At that moment, Xiaobai also stood up and went upstairs to eat. What Xiaobai didn't expect was that while he was waiting for Yang Qingji's truck, he waited from morning until night when the sky completely darkened, but he didn't wait. Moreover, he didn't wait for Yang Qingji's car, but he waited for a huge accident. At 1824 on the 16th, a huge chaos suddenly broke out in the camp area on one side of the 9 buildings. The survivors fled in panic and people shouted in confusion, but the meanings were mostly the same. Zombies appear in the survivor base. When Xiaobai heard the news, his expression suddenly changed. Because he remembered clearly that in his previous life, he stayed in the Ice City prison survivor base for such a long time. There were only zombies rushing in from the outside, but no zombies appeared among the survivors at all. And what he was sure of was that nothing should have happened on November 16. Xiaobai suddenly realized that the history in his memory might have changed. Dear friends who like this book, please collect it and vote for it. It's not easy to write a new book, so I hope you can support it. Please collect. The piercing siren instantly pierced the entire survivor base. The military sprang into action almost instantly. At that time, Fang Dongjiang and Ho Zhuan were waiting for Yang Qingji's truck downstairs and witnessed the whole process with their own eyes. The military's speed of action and execution capabilities are extremely fast, without any slack, because everyone knows that if zombies appear in this extremely densely populated survivor base, once the situation cannot be controlled in time, it is very likely that zombies will emerge from within and infecting everyone in the entire base. Without the zombies from outside coming in, the Ice City prison itself becomes a zombie survivor base. The alien zombie virus spreads extremely fast. Depending on the body's constitution, a living infected person will turn completely into a zombie in up to an hour, while a dead infected person will turn into a living zombie again within 2 to 10 minutes. Therefore, the spread of this virus is extremely fast. Fortunately, the military has been preparing for this and responded immediately, sealing off all Jiudong and its surrounding areas. The military troops drove directly to the center of the zombie outbreak. Heavy guns and the sound even overshadowed the piercing sirens. In less than 10 minutes from the time the zombies appeared to now, the military has begun to shrink the blockade and eliminate the zombies. In less than 10 minutes, the number of zombies has already increased exponentially, including infected people who have not mutated, and there are even hundreds of them. There was chaos downstairs 9 buildings. Everyone realized that this zombie virus was probably brought by the group of survivors who just came in today. However, every batch of survivors who enter the Ice City prison must undergo strict screening to confirm that there are no bites on their bodies and no pathogens in their bodies before they can be let in. How did the zombie virus get in? Xiaobai didn't know. But they were quite close to the origin of the zombie outbreak. Before the military team could clear them out, a zombie ran over crazily. It was actually a rather funny-looking scene. A zombie was chasing after him, and the survivors in the crowd in front were screaming, pushing each other, and running away in a huff. This is also normal. Most of the survivors in the early days of the apocalypse, even those who escaped from the city, have little fighting ability. They are the kind of guys who rely entirely on running to escape. Such people usually run faster than rabbits when they see zombies. However, some people were running away, and of course some people were not afraid. Some survivors even held various weapons and planned to kill this zombie before it infected more survivors. However, before these survivors could take action, a heavy gunshot suddenly sounded from behind the crowd. With such a loud noise, the zombie was shot in the forehead and fell to the ground. All the survivors turned around and looked at where Xiaobai and Ho Zhuang were standing where the gunshots came from. However, the shot was not fired by Xiaobai, but by Ho Zhuang. In the past 10 days or so, under Xiaobai's urging, Ho Zhuang and the others have been working hard to learn how to shoot. Are you kidding me? In the apocalypse, not being able to shoot is no different than waiting to die. Xiaobai is definitely a good master. His own marksmanship is completely developed from scratch. He is very clear about the kind of troubles ordinary people may encounter in the process of learning guns. But now, Ho Zhuang's shot hit the target, which surprised Xiaobai. Ho Zhuang noticed the surprised look on the face of Mr. Xiaobai next to him and laughed twice, looking a little proud. And this zombie was just a small episode. The military's efficiency and execution ability were extremely high, and the situation was quickly controlled. The zombies were quickly killed, and the crisis was resolved. However, within the 9-building blockade area all survivors will have to undergo another security check. There were thousands of survivors 9 miles away, so the inspection took even more time. It took about 3 or 4 hours. When everything was over and everything calmed down, it was already early in the morning. Only then did Yang Qingji arrive with his truck. In the past month, Yang Qingji has also become a well-known material dealer in the Ice City prison survivor base through his powerful resource channels. Under normal circumstances, he no longer personally delivers goods. But what surprised Xiaobai was that he drove the truck today. Don't be surprised. Yang Qingji leaned against the large truck behind him, lit a cigarette, and said with a smile, "I'm mainly here to see if my old client is dead. If you are bitten to death by some zombie, I am definitely the first person to lose." Xiaobai said, "You don't have to think about this. I probably won't buy anything from you again in a short time." Oh? Listening to Xiaobai's words, Yang Qingji didn't look surprised at all. He smiled and said, "Is it because the zombies are sieging the city and you can't go out, so you can't get supplies?" Xiaobai nodded, indicating that the other party was right. Of course, most of Xiaobai's supplies for trading were made from battleships. However, the Ice City prison is now surrounded by zombies. If Xiaobai continues to bring out supplies, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Therefore, he just decided to temporarily suspend the transaction, and, after nearly a month, the supplies Xiaobai purchased from Yang Qingji were more than enough. Xiaobai got 4 of the Thunder 8 missiles alone. And I don't know how many other weapons resources there are. Yang Qingji smiled and said, "Why do you feel that the future business will be very sluggish?" Xiaobai shook his head and did not answer the question. Instead, he asked, "Do you know what happened today?" "Today? Are you talking about that zombie?" Yang Qingji puffed out smoke and said, "Don't tell me, I do know a little bit, but this matter, I only care about the friendship between us two brothers, so I'll talk to you, don't tell anyone afterward." Xiaobai narrowed his eyes. Yang Qingji said, "I heard someone said that someone mixed blood with the virus in the drink and brought it in." Xiaobai frowned. "What's going on? Who did it? What's the point of him doing this? Put blood into drinks and bring it into the survivor base. He felt like he had heard of it somewhere. The devil knows what the point is. These days, people are going crazy, and that person is probably dead long ago. Although they are still investigating, but whether they can be found. Oh, only God knows. Yang Xingju said, "You don't look very pretty. It's okay, we only drink and eat our own food. Who can harm us in this way?" Dear book lovers, it is not easy to write a new book, so I hope you will support me. When Xiaobai returned to his room, he was still thinking about what Yang Xingji had said to him before. He remembered that he had indeed heard of the practice of mixing virus-carrying zombie blood into colored drinks and bringing it into the survivor base. That was in the second half of the previous life, probably in the second or third year of the apocalypse, when intelligent zombies first emerged. Even the most crazed survivors rarely dare to carry zombie blood or diseased corpses. If they are injured and accidentally come into contact with it, they may even be self-defeating and infect themselves. This is the stupidest thing to do. However, Xiaobai remembers clearly that at that time, he was still wandering around the marginal survivor bases in Liao and Ji provinces. At that time, he had heard about intelligent zombies trying to bring survivors in without them noticing. In the survivor base, zombies are generated among the survivors, and the entire army is annihilated without any defense. But that was 2 or 3 years after the end of the world. According to common sense, there are not even intelligent zombies now. How could this be done? So, is it some idiot survivor who wants to use this thing as a weapon to secretly kill other survivors and create chaos in a self-defeating way? Xiaobai felt vaguely uneasy. Because in his previous life, in his memory, at this point in time, the Ice City prison survivor base was absolutely safe. Even if there were any conflicts, they were small-scale conflicts between survivors. There were no such zombies at all. Time. Is it the butterfly effect of my own rebirth? However, since Xiaobai's rebirth, he has done nothing to significantly interfere with history and events. Although he has a system, his battleship is only at the second level and it is difficult to get into the air. Even if Xiaobai wants to do something, it is impossible. So how did he trigger the so-called butterfly effect? Xiaobai thought of the paradox of rebirth that he had read a long time ago. It said that once a reborn person is reborn, the real situation will not be like what is depicted in many novels and movies. No matter what he does, it will not cause future conflicts. Historical changes are just the opposite. As long as rebirth occurs, the butterfly effect has already occurred and the wings have flapped. Some things in the future may still proceed step by step according to the original history, but changes are inevitable, and the impact will never be small. So, is it possible that due to its own butterfly effect, intelligent zombies appeared 2 years in advance, which is why this viral drink infection incident occurred? One of the rules of survival in the doomsday is to always think about the worst possibility, so that when the situation changes suddenly, there will be a possibility of survival. If there are really intelligent zombies, then the Ice City prison survivor base will no longer be indestructible, but will become precarious. The 5-meter-high wall is still possible for ordinary zombies to break through, but for intelligent zombies, it is completely undefended. Xiaobai exhaled and stood up directly. With a huff, the crying man opposite him trembled in fright and shrank back into the darkness. Xiaobai ignored him, but opened the door and walked out. In fact, given Xiaobai's evil reputation among the survivors, it would be no problem if he wanted to occupy a room by himself. But Xiaobai himself felt that it was not necessary. He was not the kind of hypocritical person. Xiaobai originally thought about upgrading the battleship in 2 days, but thinking of the possible dangers, he decided to start upgrading tonight. Upgrading from a second-level battleship to a third-level battleship is an earth-shaking change, so it takes a full 39 hours, which is equivalent to a full day and a half. If danger is really likely to come at any time, the sooner the battleship is upgraded, the more leverage Xiaobai can have to mediate when facing danger. However, what Xiaobai didn't expect was that when he opened the door, he saw a tall woman standing in the darkness outside the door. It was Bailan. In the back room, the crying man in the corner quietly opened his eyes and took a glance. He didn't know if he saw anything or if he misunderstood something. He just lifted his quilt and shrank in like a turtle. For the rest of my life, my body has shrunk towards the corner. She seemed to be hesitating to knock on the door, but Xiaobai opened the door himself, was stunned for a moment, and said, It's past 1 in the morning now. A widow knocks on her door, what is she doing? Xiaobai, what are you? Surprisingly, Bai Lan seemed to be thinking wrongly. She opened her mouth and said, it's Xiaoqi. She said you didn't seem very happy, so I wanted to come and take a look. Bai Lan obviously wanted to say, I want to come and see you, but when she said this, she also realized that something was wrong. Her face turned a little red, and she fell silent. That girl is still as sharp as ever. The corridor was too dark. Xiaobai was focused on upgrading the battleship. He didn't notice the abnormality in Bai Lan's words. Instead, he exhaled and said, Don't worry. I have nothing to do here, thank you. Bai Lan realized that Xiaobai didn't seem to notice the abnormality in her words, and couldn't help but quietly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She glanced at Xiaobai, and said with a little worry, Is there really nothing wrong? Today's zombies after the incident, you did have something, not quite right. Xiaobai smiled, What's wrong with me? But you, come here so late, do you want to come to me to sacrifice yourself? Before Bai Lan could respond, the door behind Xiaobai was pushed open with a bang, and the crying man rolled out. He glanced at the two of them and said, It's cool outside, I'm going to sleep outside tonight. This guy is too self-conscious. Xiaobai and Bai Lan were both a little confused. The atmosphere instantly became quite awkward because of this guy's consciousness. The two of them looked at each other. For a moment, Bai Lan hesitated and said with a mosquito-like expression. The low voice said in a sleepwalking way, Do you think, when these words came out, Bai Lan reacted and quickly coughed, trying to change the subject. However, Bai Lan's voice was too soft and Xiaobai didn't hear clearly, What? Although he didn't hear the words clearly, Xiaobai noticed that Bai Lan's face was almost red to the ears. Bai Lan rarely showed such an expression. Xiaobai felt like he was a bad person. He said, It's okay, I was just joking. You should go back quickly. I'll go down and take a look. With that said, Xiaobai left first. The situation was different now, so he planned to upgrade the battleship to level 3 first. Asking for all kinds of support. Collect. At 6:32 on November 17, the zombies north of the Bingcheng prison survivor base suddenly became manic. These zombies rushed towards the wall and swarmed in densely. For the 3rd Company Commander Du Ziming and his troops who were guarding here, it was not an unexpected situation. There are too many zombies surrounding the walls of Ice City Prison. Even the slightest movement, even the sound of something falling outside will cause these zombies to surge wildly. This is happening almost every moment. Therefore, as the zombies outside the Ice City Prison survivor base increase, the military forces mobilized to defend the outer wall area become more and more intensive. Even the government and the police are cooperating in defense. Correspondingly, the management inside Bingcheng prison will be relatively lax. There is no way around it. Soldiers are not omnipotent. Du Ziming has dealt with the current restlessness of zombies countless times. Several soldiers opened fire instantly at the firepower point at the top of the wall. Several soldiers climbed onto the outer wall and began to throw down a large amount of accelerants and then dropped lighters. In an instant, the corpses below began to burn. The outer perimeter of the fence is made of high-temperature resistant materials, so there is no need to worry about injuring the enemy by 1000 and damaging yourself by 800 in this way. The main reason why they burned the zombie corpses on the spot was because they were worried that the pile of corpses would give the zombies behind them a chance to scale the wall. Du Ziming also climbed onto the wall, squinting at the surging zombies and burning flames below. Even though they have faced countless attacks from zombies, they still cannot be careless. Once they are careless and zombies rush in, they will not know how many people will die, and no one can bear the responsibility. However, this time, although the zombie attack was fierce, it still seemed that it would not cause much damage to the survivor base. Du Ziming couldn't help but exhale slightly in his heart. However, at this moment, another wave of zombies rushed over like a tide. They were densely packed and more numerous than before. Everyone became slightly nervous. However, at this moment, a soldier suddenly screamed, "Extreme mutant!" Du Ziming looked over, and sure enough, he saw that about 100 meters away from the wall they were defending, there was a dark, inhuman creature, flying among the zombies, tearing apart the flesh and blood of the zombies. in an extremely bloody way, is rushing towards the wall. But Du Ziming's color changed slightly, but he didn't panic much. Although the wall outside the Bingcheng prison survivor base was built in a hurry, it was still built by professionals. Everyone knows the importance of the wall, and no corners were cut. The wall is 2 meters thick and has a steel structure inside. Unless it is explosive, no matter how strong this extreme mutant is, it cannot be knocked away, but it may be able to jump over the wall and cause huge casualties to the company. Therefore, this monster must be dealt with as soon as possible. This is not the first time that the military has dealt with such extreme mutants. It has already established and implemented countermeasures. Du Ziming lowered his gun and scanned the battlefield for other possible threats. He picked up the walkie-talkie directly and said, "Seek heavy firepower support from the general headquarters." Du Ziming's eyes scanned the dense group of zombies. The zombies within an area of nearly 200 meters were surging like a wave, and their appearance was extremely terrifying. However, suddenly, he was horrified and saw a strange zombies. The zombie stood in the middle of the surging zombie tide, at least 200 meters away from the wall. The surrounding zombies were rushing towards the wall. Only that zombie was motionless, with a relatively intact face. Looking towards the wall, he seemed to notice Du Ziming's gaze, and even showed a seemingly terrifying smile. This is... Du Ziming felt an indescribable feeling of panic in his heart. For soldiers, panic means threat. Du Ziming raised the muzzle of his gun almost instantly. The distance of 200 meters is not too far, and he wants to kill the zombie immediately. However, at this moment, the wall under his feet suddenly shook violently, and a terrifying explosion suddenly occurred below the wall. Du Ziming became unsteady and almost fell off the wall. In fact, there was indeed a big explosion. The young soldiers were knocked off the wall by the sudden explosion. Some of them were lucky enough to fall to the back, while others fell into the crowd of zombies and were instantly swallowed up by the surging zombies. It was as if they were torn into pieces and changed continuously. There is no chance of becoming a zombie, he will be eaten alive on the spot. Du Ziming changed his color and said angrily, "Did you use the wrong dose of accelerant? How many times have I told you not to fire randomly? Are you ordinary survivors?" However, the response was an even bigger explosion. The entire wall was shaking, and a large crater was blown out of the lower end of the wall. A soldier next to Du Ziming fell down. Du Ziming had quick eyes and quick hands and hurriedly pulled him back. However, at this time, Du Ziming looked towards the zombie group and suddenly realized what was going on. It wasn't that they made a mistake in the exchange of fire. It's a zombie. Among the large influx of zombies, some had various explosives tied to their bodies, and even entire barrels of gasoline were tied to their bodies. They were mixed in with a group of zombies that were running or crawling and struggling to stay. In the middle, they looked very inconspicuous, but it was these zombies that rushed over like crazy, rushed into the flames, and exploded instantly under the wall like a suicide bomb. Du Ziming roared, "Hit the zombies with something on them. Hurry!" However, this was of no help at all. There were too many and too dense zombies. It was completely like zombies staring at zombies. It was impossible to tell which zombie had something hanging on it. The soldiers on the wall opened fire wildly, but explosions continued one after another. Although the support troops from the rear arrived quickly, they were still a step too late. With an earth-shattering noise, the wall on this side was blasted through. Du Ziming rushed down through the ruins and saw densely packed zombies rushing in the flickering firelight. At this moment, Du Ziming's face turned pale, and he only had one thought in his mind: it's over. At the same moment, Xiaobai, who was far away among the 9 buildings, was also looking here. However, from his angle, there were buildings blocking him and he could not see anything. But when he heard the explosions one after another, he realized that something was wrong. Brothers who like this book, please support it and vote for it. The first half of the night gunshots rang out in the direction of the wall. The survivors in several buildings near that direction had already retreated to safe areas. The military's dispatch was unprecedentedly rapid. The news that a hole in the wall had been blown through spread like a rocket among the survivors. Some people claimed that some crazy doomsday lunatic had blown through the wall, while others claimed that it was a military error that caused this incident. A huge crisis, but no matter which version is said, it has already caused huge panic among the survivors. Although the military had already issued a notice to all survivor bases via radio, claiming that this accident would not cause greater casualties or impact, panic still spread among the crowd. The formerly noisy and huge Ice City prison survivor base was falling into deathly silence. People were surprisingly unanimous in keeping quiet, as if they were afraid that if they spoke out, zombies would swarm from all directions and engulf them. Xiaobai was guarding his large truck. His battleship was undergoing a 2-to-3 conversion process in the sealed compartment of the truck, but among the densely populated survivors, the large truck itself was still too conspicuous. He was worried about an accident, so he squatted in the truck. On the edge. Xiaobai lit a cigarette, his eyes swept around the crowd, and finally stopped on a military convoy not far away. That was Lin Yunan's department. At present, although the situation ahead was tight, the troops responsible for the security of each area did not move. Instead, they surprisingly gathered within their jurisdiction to ensure that all survivors could see the presence of the military. This can be regarded as a reassurance in the current situation. If there is any big trouble among the survivors due to panic, it will be really troublesome. At this moment, a lean figure squeezed out of the crowd and walked towards Xiaobai. It was Chen Tianchang, the master of Thunder Fighter. This guy was actually quite handsome, but he always had that unexplained mean smile on his face, which made his temperament look very vulgar. He came to Xiaobai and said, "Boss, I heard Zhuang'er said you were looking for me?" Xiaobai nodded and said, "I want to ask you something first." Chen Tianchang was stunned for a moment, and then said, "What's the matter, boss? Tell me, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Xiaobai twitched the corners of his mouth and said, "This is a bit too exaggerated." Chen Tianchang touched the back of his head, "I'm used to spanking." Xiaobai glanced at this guy and said, "You're not nervous at all." Hearing this, Chen Tianchang was slightly stunned and said, "Why are you nervous?" "The zombies are about to come in. Everyone is nervous to death. Do you still have the guts to fight with me here?" "Ha ha. The boss is not nervous, why should I be nervous?" Xiaobai couldn't help but was speechless. He didn't know since when he had become the wind vane of these guys inexplicably. When he was nervous, everyone became nervous. When he was calm, no matter what the situation, everyone calmed down. It seemed that as long as Xiaobai's expression remained unchanged, it wouldn't be a problem even if the sky fell. Chen Tianchang chuckled twice and said, "Boss, why are you looking for me?" Xiaobai glanced at him and said, "I want to give you permission. Did you enjoy driving the battleship last time?" Hearing such a sentence, Chen Tianchang's wretched little eyes widened. On the 17th hour of the battleship upgrade, the Ice City prison survivor base was shrouded in endless darkness. There were no stars or moon in the sky, and heavy condensed smoke rose in the distance. The smell of gunpowder smoke even in the Joe building can also taste. The number of zombies gathered outside the Ice City prison is too huge. When a gap appears, these terrifying creatures flood in like a flood, mixed with a large number of extreme mutants. If the military cannot eliminate them all in one go, with a large enough buffer zone, this gap cannot be closed at all. The survivors in this survivor base are still in deathly silence. In the dark world, there are only whispers. The unprecedented power of fear at certain times is enough to keep everyone silent. At this moment, in the other direction from where the gunfire came, probably at the location of the wall, there was suddenly another earth-shaking loud noise, and the entire ground seemed to shake, and some survivors let out a brief gasp. Shouting, under the dim light of the nightlight, people looked around in panic, and every face looked surprisingly pale. The direction of the explosion was completely opposite to the location of the previous gap, and along with the explosion, intensive gunshots rang out from there. Xiaobai couldn't help but take a slight breath, but he remained silent. At this moment, although he had not been to the scene in person, he was basically certain that intelligent zombies might have really appeared. In other words, intelligent zombies may have appeared a long time ago. They also need to learn. From birth to being able to consciously and plan attacks on survivors, it would be impossible without this process. However, although intelligent zombies will not be attacked by other zombies, they are also unable to command ordinary zombies. When they attacked the Ice City prison survivor base, they only used the huge amount of zombies that have already gathered here. And if there were no intelligent zombies, in the early days of such a doomsday, with such a large survivor base, even if an accident happened, it would not be in such a situation. Xiaobai also had to admit that he had indeed miscalculated. He did not expect that intelligent zombies would appear so quickly in this life, and that the Ice City prison would face such a huge risk in such a short period of time. Once the Ice City prison is breached and zombies pour in, this place will definitely become a hell on earth. Although there is a dead silence in the Ice City prison now, this is the tranquility before the storm. Xiaobai also felt a huge sense of crisis, but he knew better than anyone else that there was no truly safe place or absolutely safe time in the apocalypse. Therefore, facing the precarious situation of Bingcheng prison, he had nothing to lose and no hope. Quogan, in the past month, he has collected a large amount of supplies through the stable environment of Bingcheng prison. Now even if Bingcheng prison is breached, as long as his battleship can reach level 3 in time, he and the people around him will be absolutely safe. Most of his goals in coming to Ice City prison have been achieved. Panic was spreading among the crowd, and despite the efforts of military personnel to comfort them, the survivors remained as calm as possible. But at this moment, an acquaintance found Xia Bailai quite unexpectedly. That is Yang Qingji. The arms dealer came to Xiaobai with two of his men, holding cigarettes carelessly. Xiaobai didn't expect this guy to come here at this moment. He was a little surprised and said, "What are you doing here?" Yang Qingji smiled, handed Xiaobai a cigarette, glanced at the large truck behind Xiaobai curiously, and said, "Nothing, I just wanted to come over and ask, do you have any plans in this situation?" Xiaobai shook his head and said, "What can be done? Trust the military. It's the early days of the end. I think no matter how ferocious these zombies are, they can't possibly break through the military's firepower, right?" Yang Qingji exhaled and said, "Ha, that's right, but are you interested in following me?" Xiaobai was a little surprised and said, "What does this mean?" Yang Qingji smiled and said, "I think you are also a person, do you want to hang out with me? I can't guarantee anything else, but this time, no matter how fierce the zombies are, I can guarantee that we two brothers will die." "No." Although Yang Qingji didn't say what he could do, Xiaobai already understood. The absolutely safe way to escape now is, of course, to leave by helicopter. If he could be taken by Yang Qingji in his previous life, that would be a beautiful thing that Xiaobai couldn't even imagine, but now, just because of the existence of the battleship, it is impossible for Xiaobai to abandon the battleship and follow this guy, nor can he follow the military for a long time. Now that the battleship is about to reach the 3rd level, its functions and size will increase, and Xiaobai has not been under the big tree of the military all the time. It's time to enjoy the cool air. Xiaobai just shook his head and said, "I'll forget it. I still have a few good people here waiting for me to eat. You can't take them away too, right? It's not easy to write a new book, brothers, please collect it and vote for it." Yang Qingji laughed. Although he felt sorry for Xiaobai's decision, he didn't say anything more. In his opinion, Xiaobai was indeed an ordinary person. Although he was only a college student, in all aspects, it's even comparable to the real top special forces. And at midnight on the 17th, the first helicopter took off from the helipad of Bingcheng prison. As the first helicopter took off, followed by the second helicopter, and then, at the wall outside the Ice City prison survivor base, the third explosion occurred, and the third gap was blasted open, and the situation has developed to this point. The survivors who were immersed in boundless silence and panic finally broke out. The survivors shouted and even started to riot, dissatisfied that some people could safely leave the Ice City prison by helicopter in advance under such circumstances, and this evacuation was a signal to everyone: Ice City prison, the survivor base, is doomed. The military forces that had been stationary and guarded the living areas of various survivors took action at this time. They moved to the inner circle to suppress the riots of survivors, while the military's radio broadcast was giving explanations. "Every survivor, please be patient. As you can see, the situation in Bingcheng prison is worrying, but you can rest assured that the current situation is still under our control. The military has not given up on you in Bingcheng prison." Meaning, what are being evacuated now are scientific researchers, dignitaries and related equipment. They carry a large amount of knowledge and research results related to zombies, so they are the first to evacuate them. But don't worry, everyone. When the evacuation of political dignitaries, scientific researchers, and top technical personnel in various fields is completed, we will give priority to evacuating your children. The military will not retreat. The military will guard the Ice City prison with everyone. If Bingcheng prison has been confirmed to be safe, and we will still withdraw this group of people, and if Bingcheng prison fails to hold in the end, I assure you that the military will ensure the safety of everyone. I am Li Jianbai, commander of the Armored Division. On behalf of the members of my unit, I would like to assure all survivors present that we will never abandon anyone. Unless all of us are killed, we will defend the survivors until the last moment. This broadcast was played repeatedly throughout the entire Ice City prison, and it seemed very sincere. But the survivors became increasingly chaotic. A group of people even rushed to the helicopter pad, cursing and shouting through the iron fence. No one will believe what you say, the sky is falling. No one cares about ordinary people like us. It's all the officials who ran away first. We took their helicopter. We took their helicopter. Don't believe it, everyone. The military just wants to stabilize us and use us as human shields to escape and evacuate when the time comes. Everyone, calm down. The soldiers haven't retreated, and the zombies haven't rushed in yet. We should calm down. Don't believe the military's nonsense. Didn't they keep us waiting before? What are we waiting for now? All the senior officials fled in helicopters, leaving us here to die? People from the Shihuan group can follow the helicopter, why can't we? Is it because we are ordinary people? The scene is becoming more and more chaotic. Some people are shouting to attack military and government offices and tarmacs, while some survivors simply take advantage of the chaos to grab other people's things, and some are even taking advantage of the chaos to kill people. And along with such chaos, the loud explosions that rang out and trembled around the Ice City prison became less conspicuous. However, the chaos has not reached an uncontrollable situation. The military and police forces are doing their best to calm the emotions of the survivors. Of course, their number is small and what they can do is limited. They just need to ensure that the situation here will not affect the situation ahead. It is enough to have an impact on the battlefield. Xiaobai had always been very calm. He directly used the short-range walkie-talkie to call Bai Lan and the others to come down and gather all the supplies and people. In the chaos, there were even people trying to snatch the large truck behind him. That person obviously thought that Xiaobai's car was filled with supplies. After all, after killing Huang Yichuan and escaping unharmed, Xiaobai was well known in this area, and many people knew it. Xiaobai was one of those people with the background and resources. Normally no one would dare to challenge him, but as soon as the chaos broke out, someone started to take action. The leader was a strong man with stubble on his face, shouting at a group of people to grab Xiaobai's battleship. Everyone on the Jiudong side knew that Xiaobai and his group held a large amount of supplies in their hands. In the past, they did not dare to take action, but now they had the courage. Under the leadership of the leader, they rushed up with shouts and shouts. There are still many people waiting and watching on both sides. As long as these people have their hands, they will undoubtedly join the robbery trend. Xiaobai knew this, but before he could take action, Bai Lan took action. This girl came out from the back of the car carrying a baseball bat, with a sullen face, and hit her head with a stick. The bearded man only thought Bai Lan was a cute girl, and even reached out to grab the baseball bat in Bai Lan's hand. But is the power of the awakened one a joke? With a click, the man's hand was broken. Bai Lan was also unambiguous. She showed surprisingly ruthlessness at this moment, and then she hit the man on the head with a stick. The man with the stubble flew up and hit the ground hard. His body was covered in blood, and his body was twitching involuntarily. Bai Lan simply flicked the baseball bat in his hand and looked at the other people on both sides. At this time, another person rushed up with gritted teeth. In the eyes of these people, it seemed that it was much easier to snatch supplies from the hands of similar people than to find supplies in the wild. However, this person was knocked down by Bai Lan without exception. As an awakened person, her strength was astonishing. Over the past few days, Xiaobai had been gradually teaching her various physical skills, and she was also grow up quickly. But this time, Bai Lan still didn't hold back her hand, and the baseball bat in her hand began to flow with blood. The survivors who had just been encouraged to rush up finally became slightly frightened. At this time, another voice sounded from the other side, "Come and grab supplies." Not knowing that the rich family in the survivor base had been robbed, the group of people headed that way again. Bai Lan was slightly relieved, looked at Xiaobai here, and smiled slightly. To Xiaobai, this was just an insignificant episode. Perhaps because of the current chaos, few people noticed that heavy gunshots began to be heard from several directions outside the Bingcheng prison survivor base. This means that the zombies may have opened more than one gap. Xiaobai hoped that the army could sustain it for a longer time, because his warship had not yet been upgraded at this moment. In such a dense crowd of survivors, it was unrealistic to drive a truck to pull the warship out, even if he ran over people without hesitation. Moving forward, the speed cannot be increased. Therefore, he must stick to this place in this truck until the upgrade of the battleship is completed. And because of this, Xiaobai had no other choice. In the chaos inside the survivor base, he could squat here very calmly and wait for the passage of time. Helicopters gradually took off, and gunfire rang out throughout the outer circle of Ice City Prison, but there were still no zombies rushing to the survivors. This meant that the military was really trying to fight against the zombies, and coupled with the joint suppression by the military and police on the survivors' side, the situation finally became a little better, and most people finally began to calm down. However, the attitude of the survivors towards the military has plummeted. This is of course because the military first withdrew senior officials and researchers. In the apocalypse, the retreat priority of senior management and scientific researchers is often hated and intolerable by many survivors. Xiaobai was once an ordinary survivor, and he once cursed this unfair treatment. Is the life of ordinary people even more valuable? However, after 5 years of surviving in the apocalypse, Xiaobai no longer has such naive ideas. Although the people who evacuated first are definitely related to the existence of relatives, most of them are really capable senior executives and scientific researchers. Looking at the overall situation, their survival is indeed more meaningful than ordinary people who can't even fire a gun and evacuate first. This is unfair to the individual, but for the overall situation, it is the best option. However, Xiaobai never wanted to be a follower of the military, and he didn't care if he could be the first to evacuate. Xiaobai jumped off the roof of his large truck and was about to go up to him when he heard a very polite and tentative voice coming from behind him. "Mr. Xia? It's not easy to write a new book, so I hope all you book lovers will vote for it and give it a lot of support. Thank you for herbal tea." Mutual Rescue Society. Xiaobai turned around and saw a group of people separated from the crowd and came to him. The first person was a middle-aged man wearing a blue coat with a cross around his neck. He looked quite kind. He stood in front of Xiaobai and smiled before saying, "Hello, Mr. Xia, I am Hua Hongsheng, the president of the Mutual Rescue Association." Mutual Rescue Club, what the hell? Xiaobai frowned, looking back on his memories from the past 2 lives. He couldn't remember that he had ever seen such a person, let alone heard of such a mutual rescue group. Changes have indeed occurred silently. Part of what is happening now can be matched with Xiaobai's memory, but some of it is beyond Xiaobai's memory. And at this moment, a middle-aged woman suddenly squeezed out from the group of people following Hua Hongsheng. She came forward very excitedly, held Xiaobai's hands, and said, "Young man, do you still remember me?" "Really? About half a month ago, I was trapped in a supermarket, and you saved me and us." Xiaobai then remembered that this middle-aged woman was a survivor he rescued in a supermarket surrounded by zombies when he went out to hunt zombies for the second time. He didn't expect that the other party actually survived in the end, and even arrived at the Ice City Prison survivor base safely. He nodded to the lady, turned to Hua Hongsheng and said, "Were you also a survivor in the supermarket at that time?" Hua Hongsheng shook his head, "No, but I am just an ordinary survivor." Xiaobai looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and the group of people following him. They were old and young, and they seemed to be members of some mutual rescue club. Hua Hongsheng said, "Mister, it has gradually become bigger, but it is still an organization of bottom survivors. It is normal for Mr. Xia not to know about it. Originally, we did not want to expand or do anything extraordinary, let alone disturb Mr. You have also seen the situation. Although the military is doing its best, it may not be able to protect all of us. Therefore, we intend to stand up and help more people. Although we survivors are just ordinary people, in the end, we and the soldiers they are all human beings made of flesh and blood, and the number of survivors gathered here is nearly 30,000, far more than the number of the military. If we can unite and even save ourselves, instead of sitting back and waiting to die, I think we can face a better the result of. Hua Hongxing said a lot, and he seemed very polite to Xiaobai. This mutual rescue club seems to be a large-scale organization among ordinary survivors in the Ice City prison survivor base. However, this is an organization of bottom-level survivors. Xiaobai has already separated from the bottom-level survivors in this life. It is normal for you to have no contact or even heard of it. At this moment, Bailan, who had already arrived at Xiaobai's side, came closer and whispered in Xiaobai's ear, I have heard of this organization, and its reputation among survivors is pretty good. They came to Xiaobai at almost the same time as Hua Hongxing and the others, but because of the appearance of the group of people from the Mutual Rescue Association, Bailan and others were cautious and did not speak. Xiaobai nodded and said, then what you mean by looking for me is, Hua Hongxing rubbed his hands, looking a little embarrassed, Mr. Xia, we have heard about you. You have entered the Bingcheng prison survivor base long ago, but you often go out to rescue survivors. We rescue each other. Many people in the meeting were saved by you. After he said this, the aunt nodded her head. It could be seen that she was really grateful to Xiaobai. Yes, the young man is really a good person. If you have the ability, you don't forget to help others. Xiaobai couldn't help but touch his nose. He thought to himself, why did he go out to save people? Hunting zombies is real, saving people is just a casual thing you see on the roadside. However, Xiaobai didn't say anything. He knew clearly that Hua Hongxing was trying to say good things first. The other party who came to the door and was so polite must have something to ask for. Hua Hongxing took a breath and said, so, after we discussed it, we planned to come to Mr. Xia and hope that Mr. Xia could join our Mutual Rescue Association. You see, although we want to help the military, many people respond to us. We are willing to contribute, but most of us are really ordinary people. If we really encounter zombies, without an amazing person like Mr. increase the number of zombies. When this guy talked about this level, Xiaobai finally understood. Is this guy here to increase his fighting power by co-writing? Seeing Xiaobai's expression was different, Hua Hongxing hurriedly said, as a reward, we are willing to pay Mr. Xia supplies. Although we are all destitute survivors, there are many of us. Mr. I can definitely get it for Mr. Xia, and our side is not completely devoid of fighting power. We have already recruited several survivors to be armed. Xiaobai interrupted, what should I do? It is not impossible to assist the military. After all, his own warships are being upgraded. The longer the military can resist the zombies, the better it will be for Xiaobai. When Hua Hongxing heard Xiaobai's words, he thought it was Xiaobai who was tempted, so he said excitedly, we have reached a certain combat plan with the military. The people we sent will provide support in the rear. Once someone appears somewhere, in this situation, our people temporarily stepped in to ensure that zombies would not rush into the survivor base in large numbers. Xiaobai frowned and said, the military wants you to be a reserve army? Hua Hongxing nodded and said, the military is in a tight situation, so, the current situation of the military seems to be more severe than Xiaobai imagined. Xiaobai is located at the center of the Bingcheng prison survivor base. From his current position, he has no idea what the situation is on the periphery. What kind of situation is it, and how many gaps have the zombies opened on the periphery of the Ice City prison survivor base? However, at this moment, listening to Hua Hongxing in front of him, the situation is obviously worse than Xiaobai imagined. The military is in a tight situation across the board, otherwise it is impossible to really let the survivors' forces prepare weapons for filling their holes on the defensive line. On the zombie side, there are also intelligent zombies. In Xiaobai's opinion, the possibility of defending the Bingcheng prison survivor base is not high, but Xiaobai can't say this now. Even if he says it, no one will believe it. He learned from the past at the gas station. Thank you for listening to the Cold Wind Wanchong, the first helmsman of this book. Thank you very much. I will update it tonight. Then, continue to ask for favorites, recommendation votes, and all kinds of support. Thank you everyone. In. Facing Hua Hongxing in front of him, Xiaobai shook his head after a moment of silence and said, I refuse. In Xiaobai's opinion, the risk of going to plug the gap is too great. With the existence of intelligent zombies, plus zombies and extreme mutants that are completely human sea tactics, even if he goes, it won't be too big for one person and one gun. It is even more impossible for the precarious Ice City prison survivor base to hold on, and the most important thing is that his battleship cannot move now. He can't drive a truck to pull the battleship to stop the zombies. That would be losing his mind. If the battleship is left here, as soon as they leave, there will definitely be other survivors behind who have been jealous of Xiaobai and the others for a long time. They will attack the truck. Once the upgrade process is interrupted, it will be really troublesome. Xiaobai is running to join the war now, why not ensure the stability and safety of the battleship here? When the upgrade of the battleship is completed, the firepower possessed by the battleship will be beyond what he can match with a single shot of a gun. Therefore, staying here is undoubtedly the best choice for Xiaobai. But the reason for this cannot be said now. Hua Hongxiang was stunned for a moment. Xiaobai immediately said, I will not join your mutual rescue group, nor do I want to help the military to plug any gaps, but if you fallen zombies pour in, I will be here. If you retreat here, it might help. I won't move a step here for the next 20 hours. 20 hours is the time left for Xiaobai's battleship to be upgraded. In response to Xiaobai's words, before Hua Hongxiang could say anything, a 1.9-meter tall man behind him took a step forward and said angrily, What do you mean? Do you think you are someone? You before wasn't it great when you were killing survivors? Even the military turned a blind eye to you. What now? Are you afraid of dealing with zombies? If you don't want to help, don't help. If you are afraid, tell us. Why should we retreat? You will help here. I don't need it. Xiaobai looked at him, not angry, but said, Are you my relative or friend? No, right? On the contrary, we are strangers, and you will fall out with me just because I don't fight with you. In this case, what obligation do I have to help someone like you? At this time, Hua Hongxing also spoke. He pressed down on his companion, still looking very kind, and said, Xiao Chen, Mr. Xia is right, no one has the obligation to save others, and any help is incredible mercy and kindness. Mercy, thank you Mr. Xia, if we fall and retreat here, I hope you can help us. Xiaobai was a little surprised by Hua Hongxing's attitude. Because he could see that the man in front of him was very sincere when he said these words, what he said was obviously his true thoughts. The strong man snorted coldly, but Hua Hongxing's words seemed to be surprisingly useful. He spat on the ground, what a good person who goes around saving people, bullshit. After these words, he turned his head directly, separated from the crowd and walked out. Many people left angrily with him, but there were also some people who expressed their gratitude to Xiaobai. Even if Xiaobai refused their invitation and seemed cold and selfish, they still had a promise to Xiaobai that had not yet been fulfilled. Which seems to be enough thanks for these people. But the lady tried to hold back those who left, defending Xiaobai over and over again, that young man is really a good person, you. When Hua Hongxing and others turned around and left, the aunt also came to Xiaobai, held his hand tightly, and said, Young man, you must have something to hide, right? It doesn't matter, I believe it. You are a good person. Xiaobai shook his head and said nothing. In this day and age, you can be a good person, but you can't always be a good person. The people from the Mutual Rescue Association left quickly. According to Hua Hongxiang, they still had more things to do. The survivors in the Bingcheng prison survivor base were all the targets they wanted to win over. In self-rescue under this situation, there must be many survivors who will be willing to help. Of course, there will also be many survivors who will choose to remain silent and stay where they are. As time went by, the explosions and loud noises coming from the outer wall became more and more intensive. The military even began to use heavy weapons to clear out the zombies at the risk of affecting the wall. Suddenly, the sound of cannons rumbled, the sky gradually turned brighter from the endless darkness, and a line of white fish belly gradually emerged at the end of the sky. At this moment, there are still 20 hours until the battleship upgrade is completed. Xiaobai squatted on the top of the large truck again, while Bailan and others were busy below, checking weapons and so on. But after a while, Yi Xiaoqi climbed up, sat down next to Xiaobai, tilted her head and glanced at him, and said, "Brother, is he in a bad mood?" Xiaobai said, "Why are you in a bad mood?" Yi Xiaoqi said, "Because of what happened just now, many people say that you are someone who only dares to be cruel to ordinary people but dare not face zombies." Xiaobai rejected Hua Hongxing in public, and many people saw it. Although many people expressed understanding towards Xiaobai, there were also many people who were abusing him. In the eyes of some people, even if they did not participate in the battle themselves, Xiaobai was so powerful. People with a certain level of fighting ability should fight tooth and nail no matter how much risk they take. And once Xiaobai didn't fight for these people for no reason, these people would curse all kinds of things. Even though he was hiding, he seemed to be relying on his own weakness to be protected and abused. They have the same duty. Moreover, what Yi Xiaoqi said was nice, but what those people said was even worse. Xiaobai was not in a bad mood because of this kind of thing. Moreover, Xiaobai went to work hard, but in turn, these sarcastic people robbed his car and interrupted the upgrade of the battleship, which was even more funny. There is no need to pay attention to such people, but Xiaobai's promise to the people in the Mutual Rescue Association is true. Even if the strong man scolds him, he is still a courageous person. Although Hua Hongxing is gentle and polite, but he is indeed a good person, and the purpose of the Mutual Aid Society is correct. In the apocalypse, you can't wait forever for others to save you. If you want to evacuate from the Ice City prison survivor base, the military and the Mutual Rescue Association are the main forces. On the contrary, those who make sarcastic remarks everywhere are the ones who can really do nothing to help. Xiaobai rubbed Yi Xiaoqi's head and said, "Why am I in a bad mood?" Yi Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Then you have been looking sad since yesterday?" Xiaobai joked, "The zombies have rushed in. I'm afraid it won't be long before they are at our feet. Ho Shuang and the others are waiting for me to come up with ideas. How can I not look sad?" Yi Xiaoqi flattened her mouth and was about to say something. Suddenly, at this moment, there was another earth-shaking loud noise from the distance of the survivors' base. Then, they heard someone tearing apart among the survivors in the distance. Heartbreaking shouts came, "The zombies are coming in." There will be another update later. Please support Narrow Road. Additional update for the helmsman listening to the Cold W. With that heartrending cry, the entire Ice City prison survivor base once again fell into some kind of panic. The sound didn't spread far, but the panic was spreading at a speed that others could hardly imagine. Spread. Outside the Bingcheng prison survivor base, a certain gap in the wall was completely breached by zombies. However, the zombies did not come over for a long time. The military used tanks and infantry fighting vehicles to form a new wall in the open area. Guns. The sound of cannons was loud and loud. However, the survivors in the first few buildings were rushing towards the back like a wave. Amid the harsh sirens sounded by the military, the people from the Mutual Rescue Association who had been on top also withdrew, and the survivors moved towards the back. The Rescue Association has attracted a large number of survivors, but there are not many people who are truly capable of fighting and assisting the military in combat. After all, now is the early stage of the apocalypse. There are many people who understand that if the military is defeated, they will also be finished, but not many actually take action. Most of the survivors see others running backwards, and they themselves, so he ran away. If he wanted to deal with the zombies by himself, it would be impossible unless the zombies came in front of him. Military radio broadcasts are being played throughout the base. All survivors, please evacuate immediately to the west gate exit of Bingcheng prison. Please cooperate with the military dispatch, do not crowd or trample, do not conflict, do not spread panic messages. Bingcheng prison. The city prison is still under the control of our department, please stay calm and orderly. Yi Xiaoqi, who was sitting next to Xiaobai, was slightly stunned and said, "Shiman is." Xiaobai pointed in the opposite direction to where they were and said, "That way, towards Jiliao." Longjiang province is located at the top of China, and Bingcheng is the provincial capital city and the largest. If the military wants to withdraw to a safe place, the only option is to go south. As a large number of zombies poured in, the military finally planned to abandon this place and retreat. Xiaobai stood up in his truck and squinted his eyes to look into the distance. When he looked back, he saw a dense crowd of heads and vehicles struggling to move forward among the crowd, accompanied by survivors from several buildings in front. With the influx of people, the open area here was instantly filled with people, and when Xiaobai looked forward, he saw that about 5 buildings in front, the military was opening a whole defense line, using rifles to the chariot served as a shield and fired fiercely at the zombie horde, which had more heads than the survivors here, blocking them at a certain distance. A thin-armed defense line, separated by equally densely packed dead and living people on both sides. The zombies were fearless in their crazy attack, but the escape team of the living survivors was in chaos and struggling. Although most of the zombies rushed to several blown-out gaps in the wall, there were still a large number of people in the direction of the west gate. Zombies, it will take time for the military to clear a path. Coupled with this terrible chaos, it is impossible for this team of survivors to really move within a short period of time, and they can only continue to be chaotic and dangerous. In the early days of a certain day, most people were killed by their own panic and confusion. The howls of zombies, the chaotic sounds of humans, and the thunderous sound of artillery were mixed together. This is an extremely frightening scene. The military can't hold on much longer. Xiaobai glanced at the time. There were still more than 2 hours before the battleship upgrade was completed. Although the battleship is not shaking in the palm of his hand, the battleship has not been upgraded yet, and zombies are already approaching. Xiaobai is still a little nervous, but he knows that he is the backbone of the team now, even if he is a little nervous, can't show it either. Therefore, Xiaobai's expression still looked very normal. And at this moment, he heard a cry suddenly coming from the side of the truck below, "Senior Bailan! Senior Sister Bailan! Help me! Help me!" Xiaobai turned around and saw a slightly familiar woman in disheveled clothes squeezed out of the crowd, threw herself in front of Bailan, and screamed. Xiaobai stared at her for a long time before he remembered that this was Yi Xiaoxiao, the female college student who had deserted them and joined Huang Jingfu at the gas station on the highway out of the city. At this moment, this girl was no longer as high-spirited as when she followed Huang Jingfu. She was in ragged clothes and her face looked pale and malnourished. When she saw Bailan from the crowd, she rushed towards her as if grasping a life-saving straw. He came over, hugged the astonished Bailan, and cried, "Senior Bailan, I was wrong, I shouldn't have gone to Huang Jingfu, Before she finished her cry, Bailan frowned, threw her arm away with a look of disgust, and planned to walk away. Yi Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then fell heavily to the ground, crying, "Senior Bailan, please save me, Huang Jingfu and the others didn't treat me as a human being at all, they stripped me naked and tied me to the iron pole. Then, please save me, I ran out during the chaos, if I am caught." At this moment, Bailan finally paused slightly. She glanced at the girl and said, "Are you an adult too?" Yi Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, with tears on his face and a little confused. Looking at Bailan in front of him, he thought that his senior sister was going to help him regardless of the past grudges. However, Bailan only looked at her silently and said, "Now that you are an adult, you must learn to pay the price for your wrong choices." After saying these words, Bailan turned around and planned to walk away. The last time at the gas station, Yi Xiaoxiao had completely broken the heart of this awakening girl. At this moment, Huang Jingfu also squeezed out of the crowd. He didn't drive, and he was accompanied by several people, carrying large and small bags. He saw Yi Xiaoxiao here at a glance, and said with a lewd smile, "Oh, our little baby is here, huh, to find her former classmates, but you were so lucky, you didn't even die in an explosion as big as a gas station." They were originally from the 3rd building. With the influx of zombies and the retreat of survivors, it was not surprising that they retreated here. As soon as this guy's voice appeared, Yi Xiaoxiao's body trembled violently. After Huang Jingfu glanced at this woman, he looked at Xiaobai's large truck. His eyes narrowed slightly and he took 2 steps and 3 steps. Bu came to the side of the truck and said with a smile, "Ha, is this truck a supply? Ha, is this prepared for me? It's really considerate, boy, this time, I also have a weapon." As he said that, he and the younger brothers behind him took out their pistols. However, as if in response to them, at this moment, Xiaobai Huzwang and others also took out their guns one after another, and on their side, the pistols were only the lowest level, and they had everything from rifles to spray guns. The momentum was amazing, and in terms of firepower he directly crushed Huang Jingfu and his group. Xiaobai stood up on the top of the truck and said with a smile, "Not to mention what happened at the gas station, I still want to ask you, I reported you the last time you lied, how can you still be so lively?" Huang Jingfu's face looked extremely ugly. "I've been waiting for a long time, and I'm sorry for the slow writing with my disabled hand. Congratulations to Tinghan Fenglianlian for becoming the first helmsman of this book. Spread flowers and thank you all for your continued support and continue to ask for support. I hope you like this, dear book lovers. If you pass by, don't forget to bookmark and vote. I'd like to thank you for herbal tea. Also, there was a time error in the previous chapter, which has been corrected. Please collect it." Huang Jingfu gritted his teeth, stared at the trolls and rifles pointing at him, and said, "When I bombed the gas station before, why didn't I blow you all up?" When Xiaobai heard this, his expression froze slightly and he said, "What did you say? Blow up the gas station? Was you the one who bombed the previous gas station?" Huang Jingfu said, "What? Don't you know?" Huang Jingfu looked confused, but he noticed that as he said these words, not only Xiaobai, but also Bai Lan, Hozhuang and others, their faces became a little ugly, and they became more vigilant. To be honest, his current mentality is very aggrieved. He thought that meeting Xiaobai today was an opportunity for God to avenge his shame. After all, he had obtained so many Type 92 pistols. If nothing else, he would not be able to deal with Xiaobai and the others. But what he didn't expect was that Xiaobai's weapons had also been upgraded, and they were more powerful than his. Xiaobai gasped. He was still thinking about the explosion at the gas station before. After such a long time, he began to believe that the gas station exploded on its own, but he did not expect that at this time of year, the real owner would show up. Xiaobai still remembered what he thought at that time. Let him know who did it, and he must kill that idiot. When he reported this guy before, he heard the other party talk about this. At that time, he just thought this guy was blowing nonsense, but was this guy really responsible for the explosion of the gas station? Huang Jingfu, you bastard, Xiaobai was halfway through saying these words with his veins exposed. The survivors approaching from afar suddenly let out a series of exclamations, and the gunfire from the military line not far away suddenly stopped. Xiaobai changed color, instantly raised his head and looked towards the last line of defense of the military in front. He stood on the top of the large truck, with a wider view and could see the situation over there. The military's armored vehicle convoy was originally intercepting the zombies in front of them, setting up an impenetrable fire defense line between the two buildings to block the howling zombies rushing over. However, at that moment, from both sides of them, a large number of zombies poured out of the building. Zombies are not things that only attack from the front. As long as they find prey, they will move forward desperately. As long as they can pass the zombies, they will swarm up like a tide. Therefore, they not only rush in from the front. And a large number of zombies poured into the buildings on both sides, directly arriving at the military line without any hindrance, and these zombies would not actively look for exits, and would follow the sound of gunfire to the window, no matter how many they all rushed down from a high distance, and rushed down from the windows on the roof without fear of death. These zombies fell directly from the second, third, and even higher floors, hitting the military's lines like dumplings. Moreover, zombies know no fear and have no pain to speak of. They only have a desire for fresh flesh and blood. Therefore, if they fall from a building, even if they are bloody, they will immediately pounce on the nearest human being and fall on the ground. Those behind the military line howled directly and pounced on the survivors, while some simply landed in the middle of the military line, even on tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. They directly tore open the bodies of the soldiers who were leaning out to operate the machine guns, and climbed all the way in along the open top compartment of the tank. As the first zombie poured in, the second, the third, they rushed in like moths to the flame. The soldiers didn't even have a chance to close the hatch. The tanks and infantry fighting vehicles instantly turned into zombie vehicles. In a small space with dense zombies, no matter how experienced the warrior is, it is impossible to survive. There were not many zombies that fell down at first, but as time went by, more and more zombies poured into the buildings on both sides. Following the sound of gunfire and the smell of human flesh and blood, they emerged from the building fearlessly. After being killed to death, the military's front was in chaos for a while, and once this front was in chaos, it meant fatal danger. Directly in front of the military's front, the fire suppression of the densely packed zombies finally weakened. They howled and ran, and amidst the increasingly powerless gunfire of the military, they merged into a black torrent that was enough to scare anyone. In an instant, the entire military front was engulfed in it, and a large number of zombies clinging to those armored vehicles. They were like ants wrapped in sugar balls. Only at the moment when those armored vehicles opened fire, they could explode a piece of zombies, but in the blink of an eye they were swallowed up by a denser crowd of zombies. The military troops behind the front line were firing while retreating. However, the heavy firepower had been removed. At this moment, even though these soldiers were still firing randomly, they could no longer stop this terrifying tide of corpses. The scale of this zombie wave was more than 10 times or even hundreds of times that Xiaobai had encountered before at the gas station. At this moment, not only him, but also the survivors here almost heard and saw the swarming terror. The tide of corpses, accompanied by countless overlapping horrifying screams, caused infinite panic to spread in everyone's heart. At the speed at which the zombies were running, it would take less than a minute for them to crash into the similarly densely packed group of survivors. The entire team of survivors is still moving forward like a tortoise. The military troops in front have not yet opened up a lifeline among the zombies in the west gate direction, and the retreat has just begun. Xiaobai couldn't help but tighten the gun in his hand. There are still 79 minutes until the battleship upgrade is completed, but the zombies have already arrived. 79 minutes, how can he ensure that the battleship is upgraded while ensuring survival? Huang Jingfu had already disappeared. Of course, Xiaobai couldn't care about the oily middle-aged man at this moment. Xiaobai knew that the only chance was with the military. They would never let the rear be overrun by zombies. Before the battleship upgrade was completed, Xiaobai had to stay here until the last moment. Panic spread throughout the place, and everyone felt some real despair when looking at the surging tide of corpses. Is it possible to survive in this situation? Some people even knelt directly on the ground, looking desperate. But there are those who have not given up. The remaining resistance forces of the military and armed personnel assisting the survivors in their retreat are rushing forward. Hua Hongsheng from the Mutual Rescue Association stood on the roof of an off-road vehicle not far away, holding in his hand a tattered loudspeaker. He hissed, "Brothers, the military has tried its best. Everyone has seen the current situation. Either sit here and wait for death, or pick up weapons and follow our army. Give it a try." Lin Yangan roared among a group of survivors in the front row, "Retreat! Retreat!" And at that moment, a series of sharp roars sounded in the field. Xiaobai turned around and saw white tracks cutting through the sky. That was a series of missiles launched from several missile vehicles in the distance. It seems that the score is getting better. Those who like this book, if you pass by, please bookmark it, vote for recommendation, and support it also. Thank you for the 10,000 reward of the passionate assassin's ruthless sword, and I will continue to add more tonight. Well, a book friend below pointed out 2 errors in this chapter. The time error has been corrected, but the bombing of the gas station was not a bug. It was mentioned when I wrote it before. Although the protagonist heard it, he didn't believe it at all at the time. Thank you for this. A book friend greatly corrected me. Since I couldn't reply normally, I had to reply here. I'm really sorry and thank you all again for your support. Minutes. The 3 missiles pulled out a white, long trajectory in midair, and immediately landed in the middle of the zombie wave in the distance. The moment it landed, the entire Ice City prison seemed to tremble. Fire shot up into the sky in an instant. The zombies in front were instantly swallowed up. The billowing smoke and flames expanded, and the shockwave swept away the survivors and soldiers in the front row. Rushed in one go. Even Xiaobai, who was standing on the large truck, was overturned and turned upside down on top of the truck. Lin Yong'an and others ran among the survivors in front and shouted, "Everyone, go back as much as possible. Go back as much as possible." After an interval of about 2 minutes, Xiaobai, who was lying on the large truck, once again saw 3 dazzling tracks crossing the sky. Immediately afterwards, the explosion sounded again, and half of the building over there collapsed in the earth-shattering sound. Smoke and dust billowed in, even engulfing a large number of survivors here, and many people were injured. Or even seriously injured. Huge cracks in the ground even spread from the center of the explosion to the bottom of the large truck where Xiaobai was. There was darkness between heaven and earth, and the loud noise of the explosion made everyone's ears ring. The space was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder smoke, and thick smoke billowed from the ground. Missiles are no joke, which is why the military has not used them yet. The missile ended after 2 rounds. The zombies were engulfed in smoke and flames, and the survivors were also in a miserable state, but every survivor seemed extremely excited. The military is re-raising the front line. The scattered soldiers are using the ruins as bunkers. The assumptions are extremely strong in several locations. The armed personnel of the Mutual Rescue Association have also stepped forward to cooperate with the military in building defenses here. And just at this time, the fleeing army of survivors finally began to move slowly. This means that the military's breakthrough in the West Gate direction has finally made substantial progress, and the real retreat has really begun at this moment. At this moment, there are still 67 minutes before the battleship upgrade is completed. With 61 minutes left, the thick smoke that shrouded this area finally dissipated slightly, and the ground was filled with huge craters from the explosion and the fleshy remains of zombies. But, the new zombies are already stepping onto this scorched earth with staggering steps. The number of zombies gathered outside the Ice City prison exceeds 100,000. A salvo of missiles can only delay time, but it is impossible to intercept these zombies. There were not many zombies that first passed through this scorched earth area. There were only a dozen of them. They were all killed by the military without exception. But soon, a sound like the roar of some giant beast began. There was a sound coming from the end of the smoke that had not yet completely dissipated, the roars of countless zombies coming together to make it. Immediately afterwards, another black torrent appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Endless zombies are roaring towards us. At this time, the survivors had already begun to retreat in batches, while the military and the Mutual Rescue Association remained. The military was on the front line of the zombies, while the Mutual Rescue Association was at a later position. Xiaobai even saw Hua Hongxing in the crowd. He was also in the armed team of the Mutual Rescue Association, holding a gun nervously, preparing to welcome the zombies. Seemingly noticing Xiaobai's gaze, Hua Hongxing turned his head and rushed towards Xiaobai, gave a friendly smile. At this moment, there are still 50 minutes until the battleship upgrade is completed. At the front, the zombies had already rushed to the danger line. The military was firing while retreating. Coupled with the scattered firepower of the Mutual Rescue Association, it was able to barely temporarily stop these zombies. From the 2 wings, another group of zombies was attacked. Several groups of military forces that looked very embarrassed came in and became a very powerful force against the zombies at the moment. Those were the troops responsible for the gaps in other walls. At this time, the Ice City prison began to retreat, and they could no longer block the gaps. When necessary, he came here to assist in defense. However, zombies were so pervasive that they could only intercept the zombies in the front, but they could not stop the zombies that were pouring into the buildings on both sides again. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly as those zombies once again repeatedly used this completely useless method. The tactics were to outflank the survivors from the buildings on both sides. The military is severely short of manpower and cannot take care of this level. However, at this moment, although the survivors behind retreated slowly, they also vacated the 9 areas closest to the zombies. The rest here were basically soldiers or combatants among the survivors. The zombies rush down, can barely resist, but as this force is dispersed, the pressure from the frontal military is becoming more and more intense, and the situation is getting worse and worse. With 25 minutes left before the upgrade of the battleship was completed, the soldiers in front had already retreated steadily, and the armed forces of survivors behind were also in a serious situation. There were more and more zombies. Only Xiaobai's position has become the most powerful firepower point behind the 9.5 buildings at this moment. He, Bailan and others have a large number of weapons, which is more than enough to clear out a certain amount of zombies. Many survivors gathered towards Xiaobai's location, and people from the Mutual Rescue Association even came to Xiaobai's side, forming an iron wall in one direction. However, more and more zombies were coming from all directions. Some survivors who fell to the ground turned into zombies and got up. With 20 minutes left before the battleship upgrade was completed, the military in front finally couldn't bear it any longer and began to retreat. At the same time, they notified the Mutual Rescue Association and other survivors to retreat armedly. Many survivors were already terrified and even began to regret staying to help. Now that they had received the news of the retreat, they followed the military and retreated hurriedly. The zombies in front had no way to stop them, so they retreated even more crazily. The situation is not optimistic. Although the retreat of the escape team of survivors is gradually accelerating, once there is a complete ceasefire on their side, the zombies will catch up with the survivors in the shortest possible time. By then, the military in front will not be able to turn back for reinforcements. The remaining survivors will only have the fate of being massacred while escaping, and then evolve into more zombies even if they are able to evacuate in the end. More than half of the people in the Ice City prison survivor base will probably die. But with their current firepower, even if they continue to use it up like this, they won't be able to sustain it for much longer. It's better to preserve their vitality and fight while retreating. Maybe they can save more people from the zombies. The moment the military announced their retreat, many survivors had already started running back. However, the soldiers who announced their retreat rarely moved back. Hua Hongsheng seemed to have thought of this and did not retreat immediately. However, the survivors of the Mutual Rescue Association were already frightened. Facing the dense zombies, they involuntarily retreated. Hua Hongsheng had no choice but to retreat with the help of the people from the Mutual Rescue Association. They started to retreat, but then, many survivors discovered that Xiaobai and others in the large truck had not moved an inch, still using the truck as the center, pouring firepower crazily on the surrounding zombies. The strong man named Xiao Chen who was retreating with Hua Hongsheng turned his head to look at this scene and murmured, "Those guys, aren't they afraid of death?" Xiaobai did not retreat, and Ho Zhuang and others were also clinging to the side of the truck. Xiaobai had already explained to his comrades that his battleship would be upgraded in 15 minutes, and they must if they stay here for 15 minutes, not only will they survive, but the firepower carried by the battleship will even be able to block the zombies for a period of time, opening up a way for more survivors to survive. Although Ho Zhuang and others have long been frightened, they have all seen the power of battleships and know that this is the best choice. Their abilities have indeed improved a lot in this month. At this moment, people gathered around shooting together is also extremely powerful. Of course, the military also discovered Xiaobai and others here. Lin Yanggan came directly to Xiaobai's truck and shouted, "Survivors, retreat immediately." Xiaobai shook his head and said, "No, we will not retreat." Lin Yanggan said angrily, "Don't you want to live?" Xiaobai looked at him and said, "Didn't you retreat?" Xiaobai was telling the truth. Although the military had announced a retreat and ordered the mutual rescue groups and other survivor forces to retreat in large numbers, only a few soldiers had actually evacuated. Most of them were still occupying their positions, even if the zombies had already rushed in front of him like a wave, but he still roared and fired to death. The remaining less than 20 soldiers were scattered in every corner of the battlefield, attracting as many zombies as possible, and buying time for the survivors. Even if the time these 20 people could buy did not exceed 5 minutes, they are still resisting desperately. Lin Yanggan said, "If you stay here, you can only wait for death. Survivors, listen to me and retreat now, you have no need or obligation to die here." Xiaobai said, "Are you obligated to die here, for a group of survivors who are completely strangers and were even scolding you just now?" Lin Yanggan was slightly stunned. He looked at Xiaobai in front of him and seemed to understand something. He gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you." Xiaobai shook his head again and said, "There is no need for you to thank me. I am also saving myself. Moreover, since you all plan to stay here and fight for your life, I want to ask you for something." Lin Yanggan said, "Huh?" Xiaobai was silent for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, 15 minutes, can you help me get 15 minutes? Give me 15 minutes, as long as 15 minutes, I will be able to stop these zombies. Asking for all kinds of support. There will be another chapter added later, which may be later. Additional updates for the helmsman's passionate assassins. Ruth, are those people crazy? Xiao Chen was sitting in the back of a half-carried car, shooting randomly at the zombies around him, while he couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the location they had just evacuated. Over there, the military did not retreat, and neither did a group of survivors. Xiao Chen knew that group of survivors. They were the same group of survivors who had clearly been strongly armed before but refused the Mutual Rescue Association's invitation to assist the military. However, at this moment, when all the survivors are fleeing, they stand unswervingly with the military, forming the last thin line of defense, blocking the zombies in the center and becoming an isolated island. It was them who stopped a large number of zombies. At this moment, although there were many zombies with decaying bodies following closely behind the large team of survivors, the number was still within an acceptable range. However, their way of escape at this moment was obtained by those people with their lives. Over there, in the direction of the big truck, was already surrounded by zombies. Those terrifying creatures with decaying bodies charged at the endangered survivors and soldiers on the isolated island over and over again. Xiao Chen asked himself, even if it was replaced by he himself didn't have the guts to stay there to intercept the zombies. When the military said they would retreat, he even felt secretly happy from the bottom of his heart. But now, Xiao Chen couldn't help but think of what the ant said before. This strong man also had to admit that the survivor named Xiaobai was the truly amazing person. When they were running around in a swarm, the other party seemed to have thought of the current scene, so he conserved his strength. This moment becomes the survival line for all survivors. However, in the corner, he heard someone whisper, "They are dead." At this moment, this is almost everyone's thought. Being swallowed up by such a dense wave of zombies is absolutely life or death. Xiao Chen spontaneously felt infinite respect. This was the real hero in the apocalypse. If he had the chance, he must apologize to the man named Xiaobai in person for his previous ignorance. I'm afraid even if he beat Xiaobai to death, he wouldn't have imagined that he would become a hero in the eyes of others while defending this place for the sake of the battleship. It takes time to upgrade battleships, and he did not expect that the Ice City prison survivor base collapsed after not even being able to support it for 2 days. The situation took a turn for the worse, and now it was surrounded by dense zombies. Xiaobai stood on the top of the large truck and looked around. What he saw was a dense influx of zombies. At this moment, Xiaobai even felt as if he had returned to the last day before the end. Under the trend of electromagnetic waves of special frequencies caused by alien creatures, after millions of zombies overran the Shangjing survivor base, the remaining survivors surrounded each other in a circle, fighting to the death until the last moment and never committing suicide. The faces of those familiar to Xiaobai at the end of that day seemed to still be before his eyes. A zombie with half of its body knocked out jumped out from the tide of corpses, grabbed a soldier's ankle, dragged him to the ground with strong brute force, and then opened his mouth. The machine gun mounted on the large truck ran out of bullets, and there was no time to reload. The zombies who found an opening rushed up like a wave. Xiaobai dragged the machine gunner and jumped up from the truck, pried open the door of the truck, and roared directly, "Boarding!" A zombie rushed from the side, and Bai Lan kicked it over. Immediately afterwards, another zombie rushed out from the corner and bit Bai Lan's arm, biting it crazily. Lin Yong'an on the other side had just pushed Ho Zhuang and others into the car. He turned around and fired at the zombie's head. His head exploded in an instant. Blood spattered and he pulled Bai Lan into the truck. At that time, he was the last one to get into the car with his few remaining soldiers. These soldiers really tried their best, even to this point. They still used their bodies to stand in front of Bai Lan Haozhuang and others who were born as ordinary people. Even if Ho Zhuang and others also hold guns, in the eyes of these soldiers, they are still the same ordinary survivors who need to be protected. After a bloody battle, almost all the soldiers were killed, but Ho Zhuang and the others were still alive and kicking, with at least some minor injuries. This was not because they were lucky, but because those soldiers were protecting ordinary people like them with their lives. When Lin Yong'an got in the car, he was surprised when he saw the shining thing in the truck. But the zombies rushed in almost chasing him. There was no time to be shocked by this now, but he was keenly aware that the key to resisting the zombies that Xiaobai said was probably this mysterious luminous body, so he went directly to the store. He stood firm at the entrance of the carriage, turned the muzzle of his gun, and fired wildly, preventing the zombies from advancing even half a step. And Xiaobai didn't take a step back, blocking the entrance of the truck. At this moment, there are still 15 seconds before the upgrade is completed. We must not let zombies rush in. 1 second. 8 seconds. The zombies hit the big truck like a wave. The iron sheets on both sides were even torn open by the zombies with their bloody hands. Like 100 ghosts walking in the night, they stretched out their hands to grab the inside of survivors. 10 seconds. The battleship became brighter and brighter, but its size began to expand. 12 seconds, a zombie rushed into the truck and was shot in the head by Xiaobai in time. 15 seconds. Ding, dear Captain, your battleship has been upgraded. Your battleship has reached level 3, you have unlocked the 3rd level manufacturing list. The scale of the battleship has been expanded, and your anti-gravity engine has reached the level allowed for low-altitude flight within the atmosphere. Your warship has gained new functions, the second weapon module is online, the medical module is online, the bipolar fuel module is online, the escape drive engine module is online, a new second item manufacturing facility usage point is added, a new electromagnetic energy shield is added. The storage box function of the battleship has been developed. Based on analysis, the system has transferred some of the materials in the battleship to the storage box. Your battleship is now in camouflage mode. Xiaobai had no time to listen to this series of system prompts, they were passing through his mind like a revolving lantern, and he had already seen most of them before upgrading, and he knew clearly that, apart from these superficial features, the 3rd level battleship the overall function has also been greatly improved. The changes in the outer armor have greatly improved the defense of this warship. It will also have semi-optical invisibility and silence capabilities. Its warship can even be launched into the water, and its built-in environment is more advanced. There is an independent wastewater utilization system and air circulation conversion circulation system, etc. When the battleship reaches the 3rd level, it truly has the scale and functionality of a battleship. The battleship has indeed become huge. It is now almost the size of a minibus. It has even pushed open the dome of the truck, and the front head has crushed the driver's seat of the truck to pieces. From the appearance, this thing is now at this moment, it seemed to have transformed into an existence like a large luxury RV. However, as a result, the surrounding zombies swarmed in and attacked Xiaobai and others in front of them. Xiaobai greeted directly and led everyone directly to the car. Lin Yanggan looked at the large luxury RV and said in surprise, "Is this your only way to stop zombies?" "No, why is your RV so high up?" Lin Yanggan was indeed a little disappointed, he couldn't imagine how a RV could intercept zombies. Not to mention stopping those zombies and rescuing more survivors, it is impossible for them to drive such a car and survive in the terrifying zombie wave. However, Xiaobai only smiled slightly, sat directly in the driver's seat, and took a photo in the middle of the steering wheel, enabled the closed safety mode of the 3rd level battleship and removed the camouflage state. Thank you to the book friend Passionate Assassin for the ruthless sword reward. Thank you for your support. Thank you all for your support. Additional updates have been provided. Please continue to ask for collections and recommendation votes. Dear book lovers who like this book, it is not easy to read a new book, so please support me. Please collect. Accompanied by a series of metallic transmission sounds full of texture, under Lin Yangman's unspeakably shocked eyes, this RV underwent tremendous changes in just a short moment. The structure of the entire RV was decomposed in an instant and then rejoined and reorganized like a transformer. From the extremely thick chassis, a series of steely and cold hull structures emerged. In just a short moment, the entire RV became the huge shuttle-shaped aircraft has a cockpit at the front that is suspended in a glass package, and is followed by the crew cabin. However, the position of the crew cabin of the 3rd level battleship has changed, but there is no difference. It was extremely luxurious, with only 2 long benches that were transformed from RV beds and sofas, and the light weapons that Xiaobai got from Yangqingji were hung on the wall behind. At this moment, this battleship really looks like a battleship. While the battleship has become larger, the crew compartment has become smaller. This is of course because the functional modules of the battleship have increased. The original combat module is in the middle of the entire battleship, while the medical bay, engine module, etc. are all at the tail end of the battleship. As Xiaobai turned on the defense system, all the string windows of the battleship lowered their heavy metal decks, completely isolating the zombies. Then, he pressed a button on the front control screen and pulled up a holographic display showing the external situation. Of course, what you see from the display screen is a hellish zombie's hideous body and arms. At this moment, the entire battleship has been engulfed by the zombie tide. In the distance, in the eyes of the survivors who are getting further and further away from here, Xiaobai and the others have been engulfed by the zombies, and they cannot die anymore. Among the battleships, Xiaobai was also moving quickly. In the system, the captain can read in advance the brief functions and instructions of the battleship form that is one level higher than the current level of his own battleship. Therefore, although the battleship has just been upgraded, Xiaobai is very familiar with it. He completed the preliminary defense device and turned around. Run to the rear. Lin Yong'an was already a little stunned. He had been a veteran for so many years and had seen a lot of strange things, but was this a transformer? At this moment, he finally couldn't sit still anymore, stopped Xiaobai and said, "What on earth is going on?" Xiaobai exhaled and said, "Welcome to our battleship." Lin Yong'an couldn't help but froze on the spot. In fact, not only Lin Yong'an was shocked, but even Ho Zhuang and others who had been notified that the battleship was being upgraded couldn't help but open their mouths in shock when they saw that this was very different from the second-level battleship. Xiaobai glanced at him and said, "Captain Lin, I still need your help in contacting the military, don't let them knock us down because of a misunderstanding." Lin Yong'an nodded and said, "Can this stop the tide of corpses?" Xiaobai said, "My firepower is not too strong, but it should be enough to intercept it for a while." When he said this, he paused slightly and said, "Now, it's time for us to do our part." Lin Yong'an felt that he could only nod at this moment, and he said, "Okay, don't worry, leave it to me at the headquarters." "Thank you." Xiaobai exhaled and walked directly to the back. At this moment, the zombies outside were pouring in densely, as if they were going to engulf the entire battleship. They must take off as soon as possible, otherwise even if the battleship is powerful, if there are too many zombies pressing up, a big accident will happen before it can take off. Time is running out and we must take off as soon as possible. However, he didn't notice until later that Bai Lan had been bitten. There was so much chaos when he finally withdrew that Xiaobai didn't even notice it. At this moment, several girls were surrounding Bai Lan, looking very anxious. Bai Lan's wound was not too big, but it was torn open and bleeding profusely. Xiaobai took a look and breathed a sigh of relief. This wound looked scary, but it was actually worse than a gunshot wound. Bai Lan was an awakened person and had innate immunity to viruses. To her, zombie bites were no different from ordinary bites. What a difference! Bai Lan's face turned a little pale. Although she knew that she was an awakened person and was immune to the virus, she had seen a lot of zombies and infected people. Now that she was bitten for the first time, she was also frightened. But Bai Lan knew exactly what was going on now. Although the battleship was in a fully enclosed state, she could still hear the wails of zombies outside and the sound of zombies pounding on the battleship like rain, so she raised her head directly and said to Xiaobai, "I am an awakened person, I can't die if I am immune to the virus, so don't worry about me, you should take action as soon as possible." Xiaobai nodded. This was what he meant at the moment. He said quickly, "That's the medical warehouse over there. Bring the medicines there. There are instructions on the screen that I believe. Yang Xin, please help me. Battleship, the zombies need to be strangled, and the injured people need to have their wounds treated in time. Captain Lin, where is your injured soldier just now?" Lin Yong'an over there had just contacted the division headquarters. There seemed to be something wrong with his communication equipment and the signal was intermittent. However, he was still trying his best to pass the news to the division headquarters to prevent them from mistaking Xiaobai and the others for some aliens. The spaceship crashed down, so in response to Xiaobai's words, he just gestured OK to indicate that he understood. Xiaobai had already run to the back of the battleship and called Ho Zhuang and the others over. With their help, he took out barrels of gasoline from the reserve warehouse. Ho Zhuang was sitting there breathing heavily and resting. Seeing this, others came over to help, and then Xiaobai found the engine module. Now the bipolar fuel module has two optional fuel tanks, which means it has two available energy modes. In the form of a battleship, they are built into the tail of the battleship. One is high energy pure energy, the other is conventional chemical fuel. Of course, Xiaobai, a high-energy energy source, does not have it, and the chemical dye conversion rate of battleships is low. If you want to drive the warship and keep it afloat for a long time, you need large barrels of fuel. Just these barrels of fuel, Xiaobai I don't know how many gas stations were looted. Although the engines of the third-level battleships have been improved, the chemical dyes that are consumed at high speed still need to be replenished in time. Fortunately, because they are battleships, although they are still very rudimentary, the engines and energy compartments are inside the hull and can be used while delivering fuel to the reserve fuel tank while flying. Although this still has a certain risk, it is also something that cannot be helped. There is actually something in the third-level craftable list that can replace energy, but that thing cannot be manufactured, so these chemical fuels can only be used temporarily. However, the strength of this battleship is that it can take in no matter whether it is diesel or gasoline, even if it is mixed and added. It is not easy to write a new book. Book lovers who like this book also hope to save it, vote more and support it more. Fortune. Xiaobai directly grabbed Ho Zhuang, pointed to the spare fuel tank he opened and said, "When the battleship starts to sail, pour fuel into it. You have all seen how much fuel this thing consumes. Now pour fuel into it as hard as you can. Keep the backup mailbox full of oil, call me when there is the last barrel left. Remember, there must be a surplus. If we fall from the sky, we will definitely fall into the tide of corpses. If there is even a drop of oil, without it, we can only wait to die." Ho Zhuang and others were already exhausted from dealing with zombies before, but now they still nodded and went to move the oil drums with Chen Tiancheng and others. Xiaobai said, "Chen Tiancheng, what are you doing? Come here." Chen Tiancheng ran over in a daze, and Xiaobai directly gave him the permission to drive the battleship through the system, saying, "How to drive the battleship now, and there are some precautions. I told you carefully when I came to you before, no problem." Bar. When he heard that the battleship was about to be launched, Chen Tiancheng, who was originally dizzy, suddenly became energetic, but he showed some hesitation and said, "Can I do it?" This time, no less than the gas station, the big battle just now, the military's rout, and the chaos among the survivors also made Chen Tiancheng tremble in his heart. Xiaobai said, "You are the master of thunder fighter. If you can't do it, who can?" He knew that this kind of comfort was more useful than anything else in this situation. Nothing can go wrong with a battleship pilot. Chen Tiancheng gritted his teeth and said, "Leave it to me." Ho Zhuang seemed to have noticed his roommate's nervousness and hesitation, and shouted from behind, "Damn it, it's unreasonable. We are doing coolies here, and you, Chen Tiancheng, actually went to drive a battleship. If you don't want me to drive you." Chen Tiancheng scolded, "Fart, you can't even drive a car, do you want to kill everyone?" Xiaobai patted his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Get ready to take off." Chen Tiancheng nodded fiercely, and Li Jingyang behind him shouted at the top of his lungs, "Prosperous martial arts." With that said, Xiaobai had already arrived at the weapon operation module. He directly slapped the wall on one side, raised a seat in the middle of the battleship, sat on Xiaobai, and directly issued the liftoff command as the captain. Over there, Chen Tiancheng responded immediately, and the battleship roared in an instant and slowly rose into the sky. System prompt: Your battleship has been started and the entire system is currently in good condition. System prompt: The anti-gravity engine has been started. System prompt: You are in flight status. System prompt: Your current flight altitude, 10 meters, 20 meters. At the same moment, Xiaobai also directly activated his weapon operating platform. Centered on his position, a circular area with a diameter of 2 meters rose directly, extended from the top of the battleship, and became an independent space above the battleship. Battle Fortress. Then, the black armor walls around Xiaobai lit up one by one, and the holographic display directly provided Xiaobai with a 360-degree all-round viewing angle. At this moment, as the battleship takes off, the zombies clinging to the battleship are falling like dumplings, while above the ground, the torrent of zombies is advancing rapidly. Everything Xiaobai could see were densely packed zombies clinging to the battleship. Xiaobai first checked the status of the number 2 weapon module. Xiaobai had known that the third-level battleship would add a weapon module, but he originally thought it was just another cannon, one on each side, symmetrical, but now Xiaobai glanced at it, but was surprised. What kind of machine gun is this number 2 weapon module? This is a 100mm caliber naval gun. At this moment, the number 2 weapon module was not in an extended state, so it was not highlighted on the battleship's appearance. However, Xiaobai was confused for a moment, because he had not prepared such a shell at all. He quickly glanced at it. In the third-level manufacturing list, although missiles were still unable to be manufactured, there were weapons matching this kind of naval gun. As the battleship reached the third level, a large number of intermediate weapons could be unlocked and manufactured. This naval gun is bound to greatly increase the combat capability of the entire warship, but it is not used at the moment. He opened fire rapidly, using the cannon that could turn 360 degrees to take the lead in clearing out the large number of zombies clinging to the top of the battleship, clearing the final obstacle for the battleship to take off. Then, he took a deep breath and stood on one side. Pressing a series of buttons on the operating screen, his operating position changed again. He descended vertically from the top of the battleship. Amidst the heavy sound of the metal transmission, he directly changed his position and came directly below the battleship. Under his feet was a dense and endless zombies. The external cannon also moved through the external sliding rail and came under the battleship in order to launch an attack on the zombies below. In the battleship, Ho Zhuang and others were filling the tank in a hurry. Lin Yanggan ended the communication and came to help immediately. Chen Tianchang, who was in the driver's seat in front, was holding the operating lever in his hand tightly, and his palms were full of energy. It was Khan who watched with fear as the battleship's fuel level plummeted and rebounded in an instant, while he slowly took off with the entire spacecraft. Under their feet, zombies were surging in densely like a black and bloody sea, with wailing and loud sounds. Farther away, survivors fled in panic, and the military's frontline array was trying to survive in the ice city. A lifeline was torn apart from the tide of corpses outside the base. Xiaobai took a deep breath and glanced at the dense zombies at his feet. When the battleship was stable, he directly pressed a scarlet button on the side of the firepower lever. In an instant, a Thunder 8 missile roared out and hit it directly. In the crowd of zombies, an earth-shaking explosion occurred in an instant. If Yang Qingji were still here, he would finally know how Xiaobai would use the missiles he bought. At this moment, Xiaobai's battleship opened fire with all its strength in the sky. And with the fierce firing of the machine guns, a blank bloody storm was set off in the very dense tide of corpses. Xiaobai's already stretched energy points soared like a rocket. Not only does he want to intercept these zombies, but he also wants to use his air superiority and powerful firepower to grab energy points. On the other side, as the battleship slowly rose into the sky from the center of the zombie swarm, the surging zombie tide was briefly stopped as if it had hit a giant reef. On the other side, the last batch was the survivors and members of the Mutual Rescue Association who were the most fiercely pursued by the zombies watched the battleship take off in horror. However, when they realized that the battleship was firing at the zombies, and the people in the battleship were probably the same batch of people from before. When the soldiers and survivors were trapped in the tide of corpses, the horror instantly turned into ecstasy. Asking for all kinds of support. Collect it! The warship is rising into the sky, and the huge roar when the anti-gravity engine is started is gradually weakening as it lifts off. The panoramic view provided by the holographic 360-degree combat operation room is too real, if not for the joystick tightly held in the hand. Xiaobai would even think that he was sitting in the sky due to the cold touch. Under combat conditions, the operation room is physically isolated from the external battleship. Of course, he can hear the sounds from outside, and even the voices from the battleship pilot. As soon as the battleship took off, Xiaobai launched a Thunder 8 missile. It was actually an air-to-air missile, but at this moment, facing the dense zombies, it had astonishing lethality. Zombies were also made of flesh and blood. But this was the first time in Xiaobai's life that he fired a real missile. The battleship's control lever was light and too simple. The missile roared out with a long tail flame. The distance of more than 100 meters in the sky was too big for this missile. In the blink of an eye, the missile drew a diagonal trajectory in mid-air, hitting the corpse wave on the right, and even affected the prison building on one side. With an earth-shattering loud noise, the small building's half of the face was forcibly opened, but the billowing smoke was swallowed up in the blink of an eye by the rising fire. The fire was then obscured by the more violently rising black smoke. The explosion also affected a car on the other side that had already been destroyed. The zombies wrapped themselves in Antio's infantry tank, which also exploded. Suddenly, the front of Xiaobai's screen was filled with smoke and dust. The surging tide of terrifying corpses was cleared away, and a gap briefly appeared. The battleship is still rising slightly, but it has basically maintained at the current height. Xiaobai had discussed this with Chen Tiancheng earlier. This must take into account the energy consumption of the battleship and Xiaobai's second-rate firepower. The shooting ability of the Han must also consider the surrounding environment. Although this height is still at a dangerous height, and zombies will jump on the battleship from the buildings on both sides from time to time, it is theoretically the best attack in this environment. Angle. There were no shells for the naval gun, so Xiaobai honestly let the second weapon module rest. He clicked a few buttons on the control panel on one side to enhance the stability of his console. During this period, Xiaobai turned his head and glanced. From his angle, from the holographic screen, he could see the survivors behind him, like a black torrent heading outside the survivor base, and further away, in the black and iron curtain-like tide of zombies outside the Ice City prison survivor base, large amounts of flames were rising, which were the heavy weapon strikes that exploded among the zombies. The helicopter originally used to evacuate important personnel in advance has already turned back and is ensuring the safety of both sides along the survivors' route out of the base, pouring firepower wildly on the ground. Xiaobai even saw a helicopter, and the zombies built a shocking zombie bridge from the building on the other side. They tore it out of the sky and crashed into the sky. In an instant, the building on the side turned into a large ball of fire blooming in the cold sky. There are screams everywhere, roars everywhere, gunfire everywhere, explosions everywhere. Xiaobai had seen such a scene more than once. At that time, he was even one of those people who fled in a hurry. Not only did he have to worry about zombies, but he also had to worry about whether he would be pushed to death, run over by a car, or killed by a car. Killed by a stray bullet and killed by the explosion. He poured out firepower crazily in mid-air. From a distance, at this moment, the battleship's cannon seemed to be breathing fire, firing thunderously from the sky. The light was dazzling, and the gunfire even overwhelmed the zombies on the ground. Roar! With the lessons learned from the previous helicopter, Xiaobai's cannon not only fired at the zombies on the ground, but also fired at the buildings on both sides at the same time. The 30mm cannon was like a giant hammer, attacking the zombies. Sweeping through it, there was a bloody storm. Smoke, dust and blood rain rose from the ground. When plowing over the buildings on both sides, smoke and dust billowed, and the entire wall was easily blasted out. Big hole coming. The battleship's cannon can move at almost all angles, and is very light and sensitive in the process of turning the muzzle, without any sluggishness. Xiaobai, who was in the combat compartment, felt nothing except when he just launched the Thunder 8. When it comes to the tremors on the front line, when the cannon fires, there is no sense of turmoil at all. Therefore, in the battleship, Xiaobai could completely let go and fire. To deal with human zombies, as long as they have a certain amount of air superiority, it is relatively safe. Xiaobai only needs to be careful that no zombies pull them down from the buildings on both sides. Of course, even if the zombies build a human bridge and come over, they may not be able to pull them down. Xiaobai's battleship was torn from the sky. Although his battleship consumes a lot of fuel, the power provided by the anti-gravity engine is also extremely powerful, and the upgraded third-level outer armor is not like these ordinary zombies. It can be easily defeated in such a short period of time. At this moment, if you look at it from a distance, their warships are running across the sky, pouring out firepower like crazy. With their own strength, they can temporarily block this terrifying tide of corpses, but they are farther away. There are still dense zombies swarming in like an ocean. Xiaobai has two main purposes for intercepting zombies here. First, the zombies here are so dense, which is an excellent opportunity for him to harvest energy points. Shooting them down one by one, even if the zombies are not easy to kill, there is still a lot of energy. Click to enter the account, and secondly, Xiaobai really wants to open a lifeline here. The military is obviously overwhelmed at the moment. If no one buys time here, the zombie tide will directly defeat the survivors from behind. Under the impact of such a zombie tide, the current formation of the entire Ice City survivor base will be destroyed. If they were overwhelmed, at least half of the military and the survivors here would die, or even be completely defeated. Xiaobai's battleship was able to survive until now thanks to the efforts of the military and the Mutual Rescue Association. He admitted that some of the survivors were people like Huang Jingfu or even worse than Huang Jingfu, but there were also good people. He didn't feel like he was being patted on the back. What good will it do to you to sit back and watch the largest survivor force in Longjiang province be defeated here? That's not called rationality, that's called a bastard. Moreover, now that Xiaobai is firing here, he can grab a lot of energy points for himself, which is even comparable to his efforts in the previous month. Dear book lovers, asking for all kinds of support. Chu Qing felt that he was extremely unlucky. He was chased by zombies all over the Ice City. He finally arrived at the Ice City prison survivor base, but he didn't stay there for long. Such an impregnable base was destroyed. The survivors throughout the base began their great escape. What was even more unfortunate was that when the helicopter was torn down by the zombies, Chu Qing happened to be under the helicopter. At that time, Chu Qing was being squeezed into the crowd and running forward in confusion. He only heard a loud noise, and the helicopter that was originally hovering in the sky and pouring firepower on the corpse wave crashed into a building on the side. Chu Qing trembled with fright and stood still. Someone bumped into her and continued to run forward. When Chu Qing raised her head, she saw a rotor flying out of the earth-shattering explosion, flying at high speed in the sky. It rotated like a huge rotating guillotine falling from the sky, cutting into the torrent of survivors below, sharply splitting the flesh and blood of every unlucky ghost encountered along the way. It was like a cart full of plasma being thrown away. In an instant, Chu Qing's eyes were filled with the color of blood. If she hadn't been so frightened that she just stood there and ran half a step forward, she would have been the one who turned into plasma and scattered it all over the sky. Chu Qing's face turned pale. But in fact, the position she is in is actually relatively safe. She was neither in the second half nor the first half of the fleeing torrent of survivors being chased by zombies. She was squeezed into the middle of the crowded fleeing crowd. But in Chu Qing's opinion, her condition was terrible. She was surrounded by people. The little junior high school student who fled here from the Ice City with her did not know where she was. Here, people were next to each other, and people were crowded together. A moment ago, there was someone the bad guy touched her chest hard and brought her down to the ground. But the next moment, a good guy pulled Chu Qing up in the chaos, who was about to fall down and be trampled to death. But in the blink of an eye, as the crowd surged, these people disappeared. Chu Qing was surrounded by a group of new faces, and some people even rumbled through the crowd in their cars. Except for a few meters away and a small patch of sky above his head, Chu Qing could see nothing. She didn't know if the zombies had caught up, or if the military in front was still fighting, or if the retreat line had been opened. In the chaos around her, she couldn't even hear her own voice. The only thing that could overpower the shouts of the crowd in this corner was the louder explosion. Every time there was an earth-shattering explosion, Chu Qing's heart trembled, but he also felt calm, because an explosion meant that there were still people fighting, and the military had not given up on them. Although Chu Qing had also scolded the soldiers before when the military was evacuating useful people and was angry that they did not protect the people unswervingly like on TV, but now, she is truly grateful to these people. People. They may have evacuated a group of people, but they really did not abandon them, real ordinary people. Without the support of the military, the tens of thousands of people here would have been swallowed up by the tide of corpses. The fleeing team was moving forward. In the chaos, Chu Qing heard someone shouting from behind that the zombies were coming. She ran forward quickly and rushed forward again. During this period, she almost fell down several times, but because the person was so strong, she rushed forward. It was too dense to fall down at all, but it saved her life. In this case, if you fall to the ground, you may never have a chance to stand up again. Chu Qing also found a person to block the wind very cleverly. That was a fat man weighing more than 200 kilograms. He was like a wall in the crowd. He was covered in sweat, but he ran as fast as he could. Following him, Chu Qing felt much more relaxed. But at this moment, another theory came from behind the panicked crowd, and the shouting crowd came all the way, "There are aliens coming from behind." Immediately afterwards, someone shouted that the alien spacecraft had taken off. The crowded survivors were shocked again, but good news came from the front. The military seemed to have opened a small exit. The torrent of survivors that was moving slowly like a snail finally accelerated its movement, and the sound of "the aliens are coming" was like a reminder that everyone moved forward in more confusion. At this time, as the overall forward speed of the survivor team increased, the roll of the car was reflected. Although compared with the past, it still drives at a snail's speed, but it has become an escape weapon, and it is also fought over by people. Everyone knows that if you really run out of the base, you must have a car to really escape from the zombies, otherwise, the zombies in the apocalypse can run as fast as Bolt. How can any survivor outrun the zombies on just 2 legs? At this time, people from the mutual rescue group stood up and organized the survivors to get on the car in an orderly manner, even clinging to the roof of the car. In the chaos, there was a lot of order, but it is said that the mutual rescue group, the senior members of the team, were at the back of the fleeing team because they had resisted zombies before. Therefore, at first, these people could do very little. It was not until later that many other survivors also stood up, and the situation gradually improved. The chaotic situation, it was only at this moment that the crowd showed a little less chaos. Chu Qing was also squeezing toward the nearest mutual rescue car, trying hard to survive. From her position, she couldn't see any aliens or spaceships behind her, but she couldn't see them either. Relationship: as long as the aliens didn't kill her, she would have to work hard to run forward. However, at this moment, another shout came from behind the huge wave of survivors. This time the shout was more shocking and exciting than the previous cry of aliens coming over like a wave. Someone is shouting, "That's not an alien. That's human. Someone stop the zombies." Immediately afterwards, Chu Qing heard an earth-shattering loud noise from behind. She turned around and glanced back. She was in the middle of the crowded crowd, but she still couldn't see what was going on behind her. However, she was also overcome by the ecstasy of saving her life. Encouraged by the atmosphere, she became ecstatic and ran forward as hard as she could. When she finally reached the mutual rescue car, she heard someone in the crowd behind her calling her. When she turned her head, she saw that it was the junior high school student who was caught in the crowd and was very panicked. Chu Qing gritted his teeth, hesitated for a moment, then turned around, jumped into the crowd again, struggled to the side of the junior high school student, grabbed his hand, and said, "Idiot, where did you go? Such a guy won't survive for more than a few days in the apocalypse." She pulled the junior high school student and rushed to the mutual rescue car over there again. At this moment, the speed of the escape team of survivors increased again, and gaps began to appear between the survivors in front and behind. Chu Qing even watched the mutual rescue car drive forward for a long distance. Ahead, the military successfully opened a way. Dear book lovers, please collect, recommend and support me. Thank you for herbal tea. Survivor, please collect it. At the same time, outside the west gate exit of Bingcheng prison, in the center of the military force, the division commander Li Jianbai on the tactical command vehicle was staring closely at a display screen in front of him. Rising up was a black aircraft the size of a minibus, full of metallic sci-fi feel. About a minute ago, the spacecraft slowly lifted off from the completely collapsed rear line of survivors and the dense crowd of zombies. It started with a Thunder 8 airborne missile, forcing everyone to face up to this sudden appearance. A behemoth on the battlefield between humans and zombies. Just half a minute ago, Li Jianbai received a message from the company commander Lin Yangan, claiming that this aircraft belonged to a certain survivor and had extremely strong combat capabilities. It would take the initiative to intercept the tide of corpses behind the survivors, and provide the whole city retreated to buy precious time. If it is in an open area, the firepower of such an aircraft is obviously not enough, but it is not difficult for this aircraft to intercept the tide of corpses coming from the building, as long as it has sufficient firepower and air control capabilities. However, this was the first time that Li Jianbai saw this kind of aircraft that seemed to only appear in science fiction movies. He couldn't imagine that this thing belonged to a certain group of survivors and had even been hidden in the Ice City prison. But its appearance will inevitably reduce the pressure on Li Jianbai's armored division and allow more survivors to survive. Li Jianbai looked at the warship in the picture that looked like a next-generation spaceship pouring out firepower crazily, and he always had a dreamy and unreal feeling. At this time, his adjutant said, "Oldly, is this really something that survivors can tinker with? Or, is this actually the ultimate weapon developed by some secret department?" Li Jianbai shook his head. "I know all about the projects here in Bingcheng. I have never heard of anyone developing such a large aircraft. And according to Shaolin, those who hold this thing are probably a group of survivors." His adjutant said in disbelief, "How is it possible? A group of ordinary people can't even do, this is not an ordinary survivor." Li Jianbai looked thoughtful and said, "Do you remember the 4 Thunder series missiles that leaked out from Xiaoyang before?" "Xiaoyang? Are you talking about Yang Qingji?" "The one from Commander Yang's house," the lieutenant said. "He is selling supplies and weapons to the survivors." "Isn't that what you mean? You want to take this opportunity to recover a batch of supplies and sell the excess weapons to the survivors." The equipment was thus handed over to the survivors unarmed, but when did he get out the missiles? Li Jianbai said, "That kid, although he said he was helping us, he also secretly got a lot of things for himself and secretly got a lot of things from outside. His father is very well connected in the army. Some of the little tricks he did, I don't even know. When the armament officer reported to me yesterday, he said that 4 Thunder 8s were missing. Now it seems that he bought them to the owner of that aircraft." The adjutant said, "What do you mean? If the person in that aircraft is really a member of a large organization or a secret military project, will he not even be able to get missiles?" Li Jianbai looked at the dark warship that was pouring out firepower crazily in the picture, and said slowly, "Lin Yangon is right, this is a group of ordinary people, but by no means ordinary survivors." Speaking of this, Li Jianbai shook his head and said, "But it's their fault, otherwise the zombies from behind would come up, and I don't know how many survivors in this city would have died in vain at the hands of the zombies. They, a group of ordinary people, are now doing what we should be doing." The adjutant hesitated a little and said, "Then what should we do?" Li Jianbai said, "No matter what the origin of this aircraft is, the people inside are all humans, and they are also helping humans. Inform all departments not to fire on it, and if necessary, we can even provide them with appropriate help. As for this group of people, let's wait until we get out of here alive. What's the origin of this aircraft? And what's going on with the abnormal behavioral patterns of zombies sent by the biology department? Also, I want to speak directly to the pilot on that aircraft." Li Jianbai's wish could not be realized, because at this moment, everyone in Xiaobai's battleship was busy making porridge. Lin Yong'an and other remaining soldiers in Ho Zhuang continued to manually refuel the battleship, which was consuming extremely fast fuel. Yang Xin and other women moved a large number of 30mm caliber bullets from the storage warehouse to ensure that Xiaobai's cannon would not misfire. The situation at Bai Lan's side had stabilized. At the moment, the medical warehouse was used as a soldier treated the bite, and Chen Tiancheng and Xiaobai were even more busy. The battleship did not open the communication channel to the outside world, so Li Jianbai could only contact Lin Yangon through a simple communication device, but Lin Yangon had gone to help a long time ago and lost all the equipment. On the side, where is the communication from the command center? Therefore, Li Jianbai was left alone. At this moment, Xiaobai, who was in the combat module, had a wider field of vision than Chen Tiancheng, who was driving the battleship. Through the 360-degree holographic screen, he could grasp the dynamics of the entire field and fire stably. Under Chen Tiancheng's control, the battleship finally remained at a height of about 100 meters. The position here was not high, but it was enough to overlook the dense group of zombies. The third-level battleship has 2 missile bays, both located on both sides of the bottom of the battleship, while the cannon is located at the front of the battleship. He didn't have many missiles, but he had a lot of 30mm caliber bullets needed for the cannon, all of which he got from Yang Qingji. The large caliber bullets swept through the dense group of zombies, with astonishing power like cannons. The ground was instantly covered in flesh and blood and severed limbs were thrown all over the sky. The battleship's cannon fired at an extremely fast rate. As it swept forward, a line of zombies turned into scattered corpses and blood on the ground. However, there were still some lucky zombies who did not die in the field, dragging their crippled shells all over the place, crawling among the corpses and blood. The warship was also retreating in the direction of the survivors. the military had opened a channel in the direction of the west exit. The survivors were pouring out like a flood, gradually opening up a larger gap with the tide of corpses behind them. Within a short distance, Xiaobai's battleship followed closely behind them, traveling between buildings, shooting at the zombie waves while retreating steadily. Although there is still chaos in the field, the situation has actually become stable and controllable at this moment, and the situation is heading towards the human side. It's not easy to write a new book. For those who like this book, I hope you can add it to your favorites, vote for recommendation, and support me. If you are too lazy to log in, please log in and add it to your collection and add it to your bookshelf. Thank you for herbal tea. Please collect it. The battleship's cannon spit out bright flames, and the bullets formed a bright beam of light in midair, plowing through the ground like a sweep, leaving a zombie vacuum belt on the ground, and the survivors cheered. Xiao Chun from the Mutual Rescue Association stood on the half-section where he was, looking up at the huge shadow cast by the battleship in the sky, and opened his mouth and shouted "fuck." However, at this moment, he heard on the other side, among a group of survivors, someone shouted heartbreakingly, "Aliens! That's an alien battleship!" When Xiao Chun turned his head, he saw a greasy middle-aged man with a fat head squatting on a Jetta, pointing at the battleship in the sky, shouting in horror with his eyes split open. The greasy middle-aged man shouted at the top of his lungs, "That's an alien! Let's run! I've seen a similar style of alien spacecraft at a gas station before. This one is bigger than that one. It's the flagship. We must hurry up and contact the military to knock it down." A survivor with a pockmarked face squatting next to the fat man stared at him for a long time with squinting eyes. Finally, he spat and slapped the middle-aged fat man on the back of the head. Didn't the fat man react in time? I was almost knocked off the Jetta by this slap. Then the survivor with a pockmarked face cursed, "You have a club in your head. If it is really an alien spaceship, how can it help us fight zombies? Moreover, you have seen it, and the military still uses you contact? If this is really some kind of alien, wouldn't the military have cut him off earlier?" The middle-aged greasy fat man suddenly changed his color. He reached for his waist and pulled it out. He said in shock, "Where is my gun? Where is my gun? Who took advantage of the chaos and took my gun away?" If Xiaobai were here, he would have recognized him long ago. This person was Huang Jingfu, who just took advantage of the chaos and escaped from under his nose. The strong man had a look of disdain on his face, glanced at Huang Jingfu, and said, "You are still running for your life, so what are you pretending to be? Let me see, this is definitely the ultimate weapon of the military. If the situation collapses, come out and save him now." Field, damn, this guy didn't know what kind of brain circuit he had. He thought about it for a long time, and the more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Huang Jingfu didn't find the gun, and his companions didn't know where they were. He looked at the figure of the tattooed man, and although he still looked unhappy, he could only hold on to the edge of the car and swallowed his anger with a depressed look. But Xiaobai couldn't notice the situation here at the moment. He was the only firepower point in the battleship. He was pouring firepower crazily on the ground in mid-air. He strangled zombies to death on the spot, and his energy point was also from this. There was a rapid increase. The speed at which he used battleships to harvest zombies was more than 10 times faster than when he went out to hunt zombies alone before. It's just like mowing the lawn with Peerless. Of course, this is also related to the density of zombies here. The powerful firepower of Xiaobai's battleship briefly intercepted the zombies here. Although there were still some that slipped through the net and crossed Xiaobai's fire blockade, there were not many. The survivors who had already fallen into despair finally found a glimmer of hope. He was full of vitality and rushed forward with all his strength. Chen Tiancheng was indeed very talented in driving. He had only heard Xiaobai's verbal description before, but now he could still drive the third-level battleship smoothly once he got started, ensuring that Xiaobai's side could fire stably. As he fired, Xiaobai's energy points were rising at an unprecedented speed. A dense wave of zombies of this size, with a 30mm caliber bullet, could directly knock over several zombies, even if some were not hit. The head, but where is the power of the cannon? When it fires down, at least 20 energy points are recorded. Xiaobai was addicted to killing. For him and the battleship, a dense wave of zombies of this scale was simply a gift of energy points. Get rich overnight, just look at today. Xiaobai cut back and shot at the zombies while following the survivors to retreat. The military had already opened up the situation in the direction of the west gate exit and began a real retreat. The survivors were retreating faster and faster, and those with cars were retreating faster and faster. Those without cars were running away desperately, while Xiaobai was walking through the sky behind the large group of survivors, leaving a trail of bloody terror on the ground. However, there were too many zombies and they were too dense. After a large block, the people behind them surged up crazily, stepping on the corpses and even zombies that were not fully dead and continued to charge forward. At this moment, their warship was slowly sailing out from between the buildings in the direction of the west gate exit, like a giant whale swimming in the sky. Only when he got here did Xiaobai realize that the retreat mode chosen by the military was to retreat in groups. The military's helicopters were also in the sky, maintaining absolute air suppression, and on the ground, the remaining members of the division where the troops were dispersed into more than a dozen escape routes. They each led a group of survivors along these escape routes to divert the tide of zombies outside. Looking from Xiaobai's position, he could see that not far away, on the ground outside the west gate exit, a dense and vast group of zombies were launching a crazy attack on the living people in this direction. The military's heavy firepower opened fire along the entire line, clearing large areas of open space in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the survivors, led by the formations that the military had already arranged, attacked from all directions. Breaking out, the torrent of survivors and the military was diverted here. Under the cover and suppression of heavy firepower, they broke out in various ways and diverted the zombie hordes. The lifeline has been opened by the military, but there is still chaos among the survivors. There are even a lot of zombies mixed among the survivors. Some people simply act on the calls of others, and some people simply rush in blindly, but there are also some people who steadily follow the military team, rushing all the way out, trying to break out of this land of death. At this time, except for the military personnel who were steadily executing orders and plans, most people were confused. The deafening sound of gunfire was no joke. Plus, there were zombies everywhere. Even if they were rational and calm people, in such an environment, if they encounter someone who is panicking and shouting around, they will panic every minute, and they will run after anyone who shouts loudly. Some people even drive cars and follow others. He rushed out for 100 or 10 meters in confusion, thinking that he was following people from the military. When everyone around him was eaten by zombies, he realized that he was not following someone from the military. At this moment, everyone was running for their lives and had no time to worry about themselves. Not many people paid attention to the Xiaobai battleship. Please bookmark, recommend, vote and support. Please collect it. Please collect it. Please collect it. Please collect it. In this chaos, the members of the Mutual Rescue Association were also one of the most active groups on the battlefield. Huahanxing stood up without fear of death and took his armed men everywhere to save people and help the military as much as possible in this chaotic time. Stable survivors and save more people. In the apocalypse, two types of people are easy to gather around. One type is the ruthless survival master, and the other type is people like Huahanxing. Xiaobai's battleship is also slowly moving out. His purpose of intercepting the zombies has almost been completed here, but he is still firing fiercely. Such a dense group of corpses are all energy points. When their warship came over, it almost collided with an armed helicopter circling back. Through the holographic screen, Xiaobai could clearly see that the fireman inside was unable to fire his gun at the moment. He turned his head in stunned silence and looked at the huge creature so close, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Although this group of sub-soldiers received an order from above, saying that the identity of this aircraft had been verified to be a friendly fighter plane, everyone was a little confused when looking at such a thing. Whose aircraft was this? Is it from the military? Which dimension did it come from? Xiaobai also gave him a very non-standard military salute, but he soon realized that his combat platform was externally observed through a holographic screen, and he could not be seen from the outside at all. As a result, Xiaobai could only retract his hand angrily, and the helicopter passed by the battleship. Xiaobai aimed his gun at the zombies outside the west gate exit. He actually wanted to find some intelligent zombies. After the Bingcheng prison was breached, although there were many zombies rushing into the base, the traces of their actions being guided were significantly reduced. However, the tide of zombies outside was unusually ferocious. Xiaobai guessed that the number of intelligent zombies should not be large. And that guy should be greedy for life and afraid of death. He doesn't dare to enter the chaotic Ice City prison. He should be outside. Xiaobai turned the gun at this moment, just to deal with the zombie. However, there was also chaos outside. There were like a tide of zombies. Although their position was not high, it was impossible to find a unique one among this tide of zombies. The zombies are coming. However, at this moment, his battleship suddenly sank slightly, and the system alarm sounded instantly. Warning, low fuel. The voices of Ho Zhuang and others came from outside. There are only 2 barrels left. At this moment, there were zombies and survivors below Xiaobai. It would not be fun to fall down. Xiaobai connected the communication with the pilot and said quickly, "Continue to raise the altitude. Our goal has been achieved. Let's just take the empty road, drive out of this area and avoid the zombie swarm." However, at this moment, Xiaobai's peripheral vision suddenly saw a dark shadow suddenly jump out of the holographic screen on the right. It was an extreme mutant that took advantage of the fall of the battleship to leap high from a building on the other side. In an instant, it shot up like a cannonball and slammed into the outer wall of the battleship. Xiaobai's gun was rushing out. When he turned around quickly, the monster had already hit hard and landed directly on the top floor of the battleship. Then there was a howling and a terrifying scraping sound. That monster is tearing at the outer armor of the battleship. This extreme mutant was larger than the one Xiaobai had seen before, and its power was even more amazing. The entire battleship even tilted slightly, and an alarm sounded instantly from the top armor. The destructive power of extreme mutants is astonishing, far greater than that of ordinary zombies, so we must get rid of it as soon as possible. Xiaobai took a deep breath and directly ordered, "Activate the electromagnetic energy shield of the battleship." The electromagnetic energy shield is turned on. The moment the electromagnetic shield was turned on, Xiaobai saw through the holographic screen that the extreme mutant was blown away from the battleship. Through the sky. However, at that moment, the battleship suddenly tilted again. Warning, low fuel. Warning, energy is exhausted. It is recommended to replace the energy supply with high-efficiency energy to power the warship. The electromagnetic energy shield has been closed. As the battleship tilted, Xiaobai opened fire wildly. The monster hit the ground heavily and started running wildly on the ground amid the tide of corpses. Xiaobai let out an angry roar. Amidst the heavy firing of the cannon and the tilt of the battleship, he turned the fort crazily. During the extreme rotation of the cannon, a series of harsh friction sounds were emitted. However, in such a rapid turn of the gun, despite the situation, the bullets from the machine gun still caught up with the monster's running body from behind. The 30mm caliber bullet tore apart the opponent's thighs, muscles, and body, forcing it to stop. Then, it completely beat the monster into a blooming flower of flesh and blood on the ground. The battleship was still falling diagonally. Immediately afterwards, Ho Zhuang's voice came from the communication, "Boss, I don't know what happened just now. The barrel of oil that just went down, the oil in the backup fuel tank and the main fuel tank were all lost at once. It's over, we're down to the last bucket." Xiaobai knew the reason for this. He had just activated the electromagnetic energy shield for about 5 seconds. But, this is not burning fuel. Someone was clearly hiding in the fuel tank and drinking fuel. Xiaobai was shocked. He brought a dozen barrels of gasoline, and all of them were used up in such a short time? His grandma's land nearby. Xiaobai shouted, walking all the way from the war room to the cockpit. Looking down from here, he saw densely packed heads on the ground. There were survivors and zombies. The survivors were frantically looking out. They were fleeing, while the zombies were desperately squeezing into the crowd. Survivors, zombies, and soldiers were everywhere. Outside the Ice City prison, there was chaos, with blood and miserable howls everywhere, like a hell on earth. Xiaobai has long been accustomed to such scenes. Once a survivor base is breached and the survivors break out, they can still prepare themselves in the base, but they really rush into the tide of corpses outside. That is, it's time for everyone to show their talents. Xiaobai originally planned to see if he could find intelligent zombies among the corpses and kill them, but now. Regarding the energy issue, this is what I think. For example, if you put it before the end of the world, a battleship is like the protagonist who has won a luxury car, but the car is a car and the oil is oil. The car is given to you for free, but for the rest of your life free fuel supply is unlikely. However, this problem will be solved soon. It won't be such a scam, so don't worry. Please collect it, recommend it, vote for it, and provide all kinds of support than an armored vehicle, please collect it. At this moment, the survivors in the direction of the Ice City prison survivor base had basically withdrawn. Under the leadership of the military, they divided into dozens of escape teams and broke through the zombie swarm from different directions. As a result, the zombie group was divided, and there was chaos everywhere. The fastest group was almost breaking out of the zombie wave surrounding the Ice City prison. Several military helicopters were firing in support everywhere, but at this moment, everyone is focused on escaping for their lives and cannot pay attention to these details other than themselves. Among the battleships, Chen Tianchang also knew that there was not enough fuel. If he maintained the battleship form, when all the fuel was used up, their battleship would turn into an immovable turtle shell. When he heard Xiaobai calling for landing, he hurriedly prepared. Lower the battleship. When he pressed down the bow of the battleship, he saw densely packed zombies below. Some zombies had even piled up into a mountain of corpses below them, frantically waving their terrifying claws at the thing floating in the sky and making a loud sound. Chen Tianchang had no experience in clearing the way in the zombie swarm, so Xiaobai got him down and sat on the driver's seat of the battleship. He controlled the battleship to make an emergency landing from below, getting out of the way of the terrifying zombie swarm, and rushed to the side. He rushed in the direction of the fleeing group of survivors who were running wildly through them. The moment it landed, Xiaobai turned on the energy-saving camouflage mode, and the battleship instantly turned into a minivan the size of a minivan like a transformer. However, there were zombies all around, and the survivors had already divided into groups to escape. Noticing this, not much in one scene. As the battleship form was released, Ho Zhuang and others were lying on the ground completely exhausted. After the battle with zombies just now and the high-intensity temporary refueling, this group of people had indeed reached the level of limit. Xiaobai ran over the zombies and rushed towards a team of survivors led by the military who were quickly breaking through. The RV of the third-level battleship is extremely powerful. It starts quickly and accelerates quickly. It collides with zombies all the way. It is almost unstoppable. Looking at its posture, it is simply more powerful than the military's armored vehicles. The situation of the breakout team was not good. Under the protection of several military off-road and infantry fighting vehicles, there were more than 20 vehicles. Some of the vehicles even had people sitting on the roof and trunk, and there were people on both sides. It's zombies, attacking these survivors crazily. When Xiaobai drove over in his car at lightning speed, he saw an infantry tank being engulfed by dense zombies. Not even a few of those zombies had complete bodies. Broken arms and legs were considered good, and most of the body was gone, and the organs were dragged out for more than 10 meters and were even picked up and chewed by other zombies, but they were still desperately crawling towards humans. Only at the top of the infantry fighting vehicle stood a soldier who was firing wildly. His face was full of despair. He saw a huge luxury car here, and it actually rushed over densely packed zombies. It was more powerful than their infantry fighting vehicle. Rushing past their infantry fighting vehicle that was engulfed by zombies. The soldier burst into ecstasy and shouted, "Save me! Save me!" It's a pity that Xiaobai has no intention of asking for trouble. If he stops the car now and slows down, he is definitely looking for death. It was one situation when the battleship was in the air before, but it is another situation now. He wants to rush out all the way. The front windshield of the RV was even covered in blood, and a zombie with only half its head left was even lying on the passenger side, biting the glass crazily. However, the glass material of the third-level battleship is polycarbonate. There is no way a zombie could get into the driver's seat even if it grinds its teeth. In the blink of an eye, the escape team of survivors appeared in Xiaobai's field of vision. Just as he was about to merge into the convoy, a supercar approached him and knocked him away slightly at the same high speed. And with Xiaobai's high-speed advancement, such a small collision almost caused Xiaobai to plunge into a group of zombies. Xiaobai glanced over and saw a young man sitting inside the supercar, mouthing "go away" to him. This guy might not have seen Xiaobai's previous battleship form. Is Xiaobai someone easy to mess with? He turned the steering wheel directly and hit his head back. The young man in the supercar seemed to have never expected this scene. He hurriedly turned the steering wheel to avoid Xiaobai's collision. However, Xiaobai was already being very unreasonable at this moment. He plunged into the escape convoy of survivors in front. Xiaobai's current plan is to go wherever it is safe. Since the outside of the convoy was full of zombies, he squeezed into the middle of the survivors' convoy. Anyway, if he didn't squeeze in others, others would squeeze in. And he was a battleship, who could possibly squeeze him? Xiaobai forced himself to squeeze out a path and blended into the escape team of survivors. Among the zombies and survivors, Xiaobai's RV was as powerful as a tank. The young man in the supercar following behind was furious, slapping the steering wheel and yelling curses, but in the chaos, no one could hear his words. However, some people connected Xiaobai's RV with the previous battleship and shouted at the top of their lungs. However, many people originally ran in front of the fleeing team and did not even look at the shadow of the battleship. They would not agree and some were shocked. Those who have seen battleships in their time can hardly associate such a battleship with such an arrogant RV. Therefore, the small group of people who shouted became suspicious themselves and fell silent. Xiaobai didn't care. The situation was great now. He just wanted to appear at the speed of light and even stay away from the military. The battleship has reached level 3. Although there are still many problems, it has undergone qualitative changes. Coupled with the large number of weapons obtained from Yangqingji, it is now truly independent. The convoy was passing through at high speed. Although the military's method of diversion and breakout put everyone under pressure, at the same time, the zombies and threats faced by each side were greatly reduced. Xiaobai squeezed into the center of the convoy. There were survivors on both sides. However, he was completely safe. Xiaobai was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Xiaobai heard a voice beside him saying, "I was saving people just now, but now I am dead, fellow Taoist, not dead, poor Taoist. Isn't this a bit too low?" That was when Lin Yangan came over and sat in the passenger seat. His face looked a little pale. Xiaobai glanced at him and said, "It's the same thing. I didn't say I wanted to be the savior." This is the truth. Xiaobai is going to be in a panic right now. The savior is our group of soldiers, it has nothing to do with you. Lin Yong'an exhaled and said, "Are there any more cigarettes? The Chinese one last time was good." Xiaobai groped for a while, took out a pack of Nanjing, threw it to this guy, and said, "Zhenghua is gone, all the equipment I bought is used up, and there are not many people smoking here. In fact, none of Ho Zhuang smokes. Only Xiaobai, a doomsday veteran, has a habit of smoking." Lin Yong'an lit one, took a nice sip, and exhaled. His pale face seemed to be filled with a little blood. It is not easy to write a new book. Dear book lovers who are passing by, don't forget to vote and add it to your favorites. Only with your support can new books thrive it. The escape team of survivors is speeding away. They are getting further and further away from the Ice City prison. The zombies around them are gradually decreasing, and they are being left behind. Xiaobai finally breathed out a long breath. He glanced back and saw Ho Zhuang and others behind him. They were lying on their backs on the bed of the RV. The inside of Xiaobai's RV is fully connected. After that, he turned his head and glanced at Lin Yangan next to him. The soldier held a gun in one hand and a cigarette in the other. In less than 2 minutes, he smoked 3 cigarettes like a drug addict. Xiaobai suddenly said, "Thank you." Lin Yangan glanced at him in surprise and said, "Thank you for what?" Xiaobai said, "Without you, we wouldn't all have survived." Xiaobai was telling the truth. In the last 15 minutes, if Lin Yangan and his soldiers hadn't been at the front, nearly 20 people would have died, and now only 3 people would be dead. Xiaobai and the others, it is impossible to live so completely. Lin Yong'an took a puff of cigarette, shook his head, and said, "What are you thanking for? In peacetime, our local army had nothing to do, but now we have something to do. If we don't get things done, are we really doing nothing? And these two on the base, we have to pick up all kinds of miscellaneous things." Xiaobai glanced at him, smiled, stopped the business exchange, and said, "Don't you realize that you, a group of professionals, are actually at a loss by saving a group of ordinary people with little fighting ability?" Lin Yong'an said, "Weren't you saving people just now?" Xiaobai said, "I am different from you." Xiaobai shook his head. He did want to help other survivors. Xiaobai happened to be in that position at that time, and he was indeed capable. He knew more clearly how the population would shrink in the future. There was no reason not to take action, and this although Xiaobai spent 1,000 energy points to upgrade the battleship after killing zombies in waves, he still had nearly 1,000 energy points in his hand now. He was definitely making a profit. Lin Yong'an said, "But speaking of it, what exactly is your car?" Xiaobai smiled and said nothing. Lin Yong'an glanced at him and said, "Let me tell you something I shouldn't say. You should be careful. Although no one is in charge of these things now, and no one can control these things, but after a while, when our divisions gather together, you'd better not come, otherwise your things will definitely be confiscated by then, not confiscated, but also handed over to the scientific research department. The battleship is bound to the system and no one can take it away." But Lin Yong'an was telling the truth. The military might allow survivors to hold weapons and equipment, but it was impossible for Xiaobai to hold such a strange warship like this. However, Xiaobai had no plans to join forces with the Bingcheng military. Before he was in Bingcheng prison, he planned to spend the winter with the help of the military. Now that he is out, the military is bringing a large number of survivors. Zombies follow them wherever they go. There may be danger at any time. Xiaobai is in danger again. It's not that I don't have the ability to protect myself, and there's no need to follow the military. However, when Lin Yong'an said this, he really came from Xiaobai's side. Xiaobai said instead, "But speaking of which, are you interested in following me? I have enough pipes." Lin Yong'an laughed. Just as he was about to say something, Bai Lan's voice suddenly came from behind the RV, "He is about to die." That was the soldier who Lin Yong'an was seriously injured. Lin Yong'an glanced at Xiaobai and walked toward the back. The soldier was bitten on the calf by a zombie, and now the disease process has begun. The wound has turned black, and the blood vessels have burst and appear purple-black. He is being placed on the bed on the side of the RV. When Lin Yong'an came over, the soldier was holding Bai Lan's hand tightly and said in a confused voice, "Sister, throw me down. I can't cause you any trouble." "I can't." Bai Lan was also bitten by a zombie, but she was an awakened person and was naturally immune to the zombie virus. The bite alone was not serious. She, Ho Zhuang and others were somewhat silent when surrounded by this warrior. Ho Zhuang said, "Brother, you have worked hard. Please lie down for a while and rest." The soldier's eyes began to turn a little white. "My blood, bed. I will kill the virus, it's okay, just lie down. I can't open the door while I'm driving. You don't have to worry about the bed or anything." This voice came from the driver's seat in front. Xiaobai only said this sentence, and continued driving silently. The level of the battleship's medical bay is related to the warship itself. The battleship is now level 3, and the medical bay is also level 3. The level 3 medical bay is actually not low, and can even perform medium-sized operations, and its main source of medicine can be through two aspects. On the one hand, ready-made medicines are added internally, and inside the medical warehouse, there is also a manufacturing facility with a single function that can only be used to synthesize medicines. Energy points can be used to manufacture on-site anything that a third-level warship can produce. Drugs, but the third-level battleships are unable to produce drugs to restrain this alien virus, so they are also helpless against the infection. In fact, the third-level battleships have also unlocked many incredible drugs, but the drugs to fight this virus are not special for the battleships and systems. The battleships and systems themselves do not exist to fight viruses, so there is no speciality. Antiviral serum to deal with alien viruses is like the previous extreme virus inhibitor. Its description is that it can fight against most viruses. Therefore, if Xiaobai wants to get this kind of anti-alien virus from the battleship, the drug that affects the virus cannot be specialized. It can only be a broad type of whole virus counter serum. Therefore, the battleship level required to make this thing is slightly higher. Xiaobai estimates that it will be at least level 4. Only at level 5 can we truly create this antiviral serum that will make the entire Earth helpless. Over there, Lin Yangan, who had just stood up from the passenger seat, exhaled and said, "Thank you." Xiaobai shook his head. "It should be. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble." Lin Yangan patted Xiaobai on the shoulder, turned around and walked to the back. He sat down next to the soldier and put his cigarette into the other man's mouth. The soldier recognized Lin Yong'an and said vaguely, "Company commander, are you really so stingy? Now, you are going to give me the rest of your draw." Lin Yong'an pulled out the gun from his waist, unlatched the safety and loaded it, holding it in his hand, and said, "It's good to have a cigarette for a person who is about to die. How can you lie on such a soft bed, surrounded by living people? If I am treated like you when I die, I will be able to live with a smile." The soldier really laughed. Yi Xiaoqi ran over from the corner, held his hand, and looked at him silently. The soldier looked at Yi Xiaoqi and showed a pale and miserable smile. "I also have a sister as old as you, but I don't know about it in the Magic City." Xiaobai drove steadily in front. At this time, the group of survivors they were in finally broke out of the zombie group and drove in another direction along another path. According to the military's plan, they would be temporarily dispersed. "Come, wait until you are completely rid of the zombies, then they will gather at the designated location and become a large army again." At this moment, Xiaobai heard a gunshot from behind, followed by Lin Yong'an's voice, "Open the door, the body must be disposed of." After waiting for a while, Lin Yong'an sat back down again, looked outside with a cigarette in his mouth, and said solemnly, "The ones who died first in other companies were all the company commanders. I just don't have the ability to send all my brothers away first. Let's go. By the way, I won't return that box of Nanjing to you." Xiaobai said, "You can eat and use whatever I have here." Local tycoon. Lin Yong'an took a puff of cigarette, looked out the window at a survivor's car and the disgraced people sitting in and outside the car, and cursed, how in the world did his grandma become like this grandson? Dear book lovers, please collect, recommend, vote and support in any way. Collect. November 18th, the vast wasteland north of Bingcheng Prison. The sky has completely darkened, and it has been nearly 4 hours since they broke out of the Bingcheng prison. The tide of corpses following Xiaobai and his team have been almost out of sight. Zombies ran faster than people, but not as fast as cars. After making several large circles, the zombie tide was finally thrown away. The military's goal was achieved. They divided into several groups and diverted the zombie swarm, making it possible to break out of the encirclement and completely get rid of the zombie tide. Xiaobai's team also slowly stopped here. This was deep in a field, with a small village about a kilometer away. But now everyone obviously felt that uninhabited wasteland was more reliable. These 4 hours of running were a torment for the vast majority of survivors, not only psychologically, but also physically. Some survivors who had their own cars were fine, but some simply sat on the roof of someone else's car. Many people on the car hood and even in the trunk were thrown off in the bumps, and those who were left behind were in extremely miserable condition. Some people's hands and feet were blistered and dripping with blood. However, none of these people showed any signs of pain. On the contrary, they seemed so happy that they survived. On the other hand, for Xiaobai, these 4 hours were a paradise-like life for the people on his battleship. There is everything you need in the RV, and it is very stable. The driver rotates back and forth to eliminate the possibility of fatigue driving. Even if zombies pounce on it, with the armored defense capabilities of the battleship, as long as the number is small, there is no need. Xiaobai even made a bowl of instant noodles to eat. Therefore, when the car stopped, everyone else was in a panic, but Xiaobai and the others were in high spirits. They all came to stretch their muscles when they got off the car. Compared with other survivors, it's as easy as taking a self-driving tour, and the zombies are nothing more than roadside scenery. Just as Xiaobai got out of the car, Lin Yong'an also jumped out. Xiaobai glanced at him and said, "What are you doing?" Meet up with my own people. Lin Yong'an said to the military infantry fighting vehicle at the front. Besides, there is something wrong with my communication equipment and I can't contact the division headquarters. Xiaobai took a breath and didn't hold back, but suddenly asked, "Do you know where there is a nuclear reactor?" Lin Yong'an was stunned for a moment, glanced at the RV behind Xiaobai, realized something, shook his head, and said, "I don't know, and I won't tell you if I know, but to be honest, your thing is still fine now. No. Although there was talk of developing small nuclear reactors a few years ago, the current situation is that unless you find someone to customize it, it is difficult to get a reactor that can be used for your thing. Even if it can be used, how do you install it and use it? Stuff is no joke." Xiaobai smiled and nodded. He just asked about this casually. The military might really have a small reactor that he could use, but it would not be a matter of time to get it. With the strength of his current battleship, if he really has the strength to compete with the military for whatever reactor he wants or even conduct an equivalent exchange, it is more likely that his warships will be commandeered, which will cause a lot of trouble. Xiaobai is not planning to return now. What the military hopes to avoid is this kind of thing, let alone bringing trouble to itself. Immediately afterwards, Xiaobai took advantage of the situation to remind him of the existence of intelligent zombies. He himself is not in a position to find and hunt intelligent zombies now, but the military may have this ability. Of course, the military people may have thought of it without his reminding, but he still has to say something here, use Lin Yong'an to convey it back to the military department. "I understand, don't worry, I will report it to the superiors when I get back." After saying this, Lin Yong'an exhaled, took out another cigarette from the box of Nanjing that Xiaobai gave him, lit a cigarette and left. The last remaining recruit in his company, Danzi, carried their remaining equipment and followed him like a little follower. He smiled very flatteringly and said, "Company commander, give me one." Looking at the backs of the two people, Xiaobai fell into his own thoughts. It didn't matter if he couldn't get the nuclear reactor. He didn't have much hope, and as Lin Yong'an said, even if he got it, it wouldn't matter. It may not be easy to use, and in the third-level manufacturing list, there is something called a secondary energy module. 200 energy points can be used to build one. According to the introduction of the system, this thing is a pure energy source, completely tailored for the bipolar fuel module of the warship. It may be better than chemical fuel. While he was pondering, Lin Yong'an was already far away. The military's next plan has not yet been formulated, and Xiaobai decided to leave this group of survivors before joining the military force. He could turn to the Shangjing survivor base, which may not yet be formed, or go to the Zhuhua River. Go to the city, where Xiaobai stayed for a while. It should be relatively safe, and it might be a good place to hunt zombies and accumulate energy points. In fact, several hydropower stations in Ji province are also good choices, but anyone can think of a place like a hydropower station as a good place. There are many survivors and many zombies. He knows several large hydropower stations in the 3 eastern provinces. The Songhua Lake hydropower station became a refuge for survivors in the early days of the apocalypse, and eventually became a corpse den full of zombies. This is probably the case in most places like this. It is one thing to reopen the power station when it is over. Cleaning up the zombies in the intricate environment inside the power station is a very risky and big trouble. Therefore, it is a good idea for the hydropower station to provide energy for the warship, but it is difficult to put into practice. Xiao was confused for a long time, then finally shook his head, stood up straight, and planned to go back and familiarize himself with the various new functions of the battleship, and take a closer look at the battleship's third-level manufacturing list to see what he and the battleship could use. However, he just stood up straight when he heard a voice beside him. It was him, he was the one who hit me. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, then turned to look in the direction of the sound. At first glance, he saw a group of people in black, with 2 young men, a man and a woman, guarding them. Xiaobai looked at these 2 people very clearly. Looks familiar. That young man, the guy who collided with Xiaobai in his supercar before, and that woman is pretty good looking, and she didn't forget to put on makeup even in the apocalypse. Xiaobai frowned and stared at this woman for a long time, and suddenly realized that she seemed to be a popular female star before the end of the world. Her name seemed to be Su Yiman. It's been so long that Xiaobai can't remember clearly. If he had seen a star at the end of his previous life, Xiaobai would have been a little excited. Even in the end, he would have been very excited to see a legendary star. But now, Xiaobai only frowned slightly, thinking that the star Su Yiman was indeed quite good-looking. She looked even better in real life than on the screen. She had a good figure, at least a pair of C's to start with, and her butt was. Where the hell are you looking? Xiaobai's evil gaze aroused extreme dissatisfaction from the young man. He took half a step forward, lifted up a corner of his coat, and revealed a dark pistol. It comes with half a gun body, full of threats. What? You bump into me, and I bump into you. Are you here to take revenge on me? Although 7 people came from the other side, and except for these 2 young men, the other 5 seemed to be bodyguards, but Xiaobai had nothing to be afraid of. If he couldn't beat him, Bai Lan and the others would be in the car. Just shout and you can come down with a rocket launcher. However, Xiaobai touched his nose in confusion and thought, don't these people know that he is the owner of the battleship? In fact, this group of people really didn't know. After all, Xiaobai's landing point was still some distance away from the survivors. Moreover, there was chaos at that time. Only a few people paid attention to the battleship. Everyone couldn't escape in time, and they couldn't keep watching. Looking at the battleship, even if you have seen Xiaobai's battleship, it is really difficult to connect a flying battleship with the luxury car at this moment. Therefore, these people really didn't know that Xiaobai's RV was the black battleship that flew in the sky before. Dear book lovers, it is not easy to write a new book. I hope you will support me. Please collect it, recommend it, vote for it, and ask for all kinds of support. Collect it. The female star Su Yiman took a slight step forward, stopped the young man who was a little emotional, nodded politely to Xiaobai, and said, you should know who I am. Just as Xiaobai was about to speak, a very surprised voice suddenly came from behind him, damn, isn't this Su Yiman? Xiaobai turned around and saw Ho Zhuang sticking his head out from nowhere, staring at Su Yiman with bright eyes, and jumped out of the car. Tianchang, come and see, big star, real person. My goddess. Su Yiman showed just the right commercial smile. Although Su Yiman is not as good as those real big stars, she is still a top figure among the second tier. She is the goddess in the hearts of many otakus. Xiaobai, with a dark face, pulled the embarrassed Ho Zhuang back. Of course, in the previous life, he might not be stronger than Ho, but now, he is much more rational. Ho Zhuang blinked his eyes and stood behind Xiaobai, motionless. However, he also had a pair of rogue eyes and glanced randomly at Su Yiman. The angry young man wanted to scold Su Yiman but was stopped by Su Yiman again. Yiman stopped. Xiaobai glanced at Ho Zhuang and found that a tall, honest and upright guy like Ho Zhuang was so filthy that he was even scarier than a real filthy man. Su Yiman smiled appropriately and said, in addition to the identity you know, I am also a member of Su's Pharmaceuticals. Xiaobai was originally wondering how this star could bring such a group of bodyguards with no resources or strength. At this time of year, it was more likely that such a star would be pinned to the ground, but the other party was a large consortium. People are different. Xiaobai thought for a while and said, so, what are your plans? I heard from Xiaofan that you guys bumped into each other just now. You may not know that his car was modified and made of special materials. I didn't expect that your car hit him and ran him over among the zombies. I came over, but there was almost no damage, so, Su Yiman smiled and seemed very polite, I want to buy your car. Xiaobai, huh? Su Yiman said, don't worry, our bid will be fair. We will give you the Desert King we have, and then give you a box of compressed biscuits. Believe me, no one will bid higher than us. The woman looked at Xiaobai in front of her with a smile on her face, looking confident. She seemed to feel that she had offered a price that Xiaobai could not refuse. Xiaobai shook his head and said, no, if you want to buy a car, find someone else, right? Su Yiman was stunned for a moment, chuckled, and said, in this case, I will give you 2 more boxes of compressed biscuits and a box of mixed vitamins. Isn't this price enough? Xiaobai still shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I really don't want to sell my car. Su Yiman was stunned for a moment, but the young man became slightly annoyed. He said, you bumped into me and I haven't caused any trouble for you yet. Don't be so shameless. Su Yiman did not say anything this time, nor did he stop the young man. Xiaobai smiled and said, I'll give you 3 boxes of compressed biscuits, and I want you to cut off one of your hands. Do you think it's appropriate? Su Yimin said, we don't mean that, we just want to buy your car. We will also give up one of our cars to you. This transaction is very fair. I know that your car may be valuable before the end, but now, I think 3 boxes of compressed biscuits will be more useful to you. The young man lifted up his clothes again and said, Boy, my sister is here to be polite. Don't wait for me to be rude to you. Are these 2 people, one a good person and the other a bad person? Xiaobai said, I'm sorry, I really don't like your compressed biscuits. If you want to be rude to me, then let's see which one of us is more rude. At this time, Chen Tiancheng's voice sounded in the RV, what's going on? What star? With that said, the guy ran out of the RV and his eyes widened when he saw Su Yimin. However, at this time, Ho Xuan, who had been very excited just now, pulled Chen Tiancheng and shook his head at his roommate. Chen Tiancheng was slightly stunned. Bai Lan, who was following Chen Tiancheng and stuck her head out, looked at this scene and seemed to understand something. She smiled and said to Xiaobai, the eggs are fried and the rice is almost ready. After finishing the things at hand, come back quickly and finish your meal. After saying that, the awakened girl smiled very decently and turned back. She didn't put on makeup, but her smile was surprisingly gentle and stunning. Xiaobai smiled and said, I'm sorry, we are about to eat, would you please come back? If you want to eat too, it's simple, just bring a few bottles of vitamins and I'll treat you to it. The young man's face turned red when he heard this, and he was about to have a seizure, but Su Yimin stopped him, shook his head and said, well, excuse me, if you want to sell the car, you can come to me at any time. Xiaobai said, you can come to me anytime if you want to eat fried eggs. I also have beef here. Su Yimin did not answer anymore, but left directly with the angry young man and others. Xiaobai smiled. He knew that it was impossible for this group of people to do something here because of such a trivial matter. That would be sheer madness. At that moment, he went back to the car directly. They actually don't have many eggs, and this is their last meal. However, if Xiaobai wants to, he can also make them directly from the battleship. With the upgrade, the 3rd-level battleship has 2 manufacturing facilities, which means that Xiaobai can make all kinds of things with 2 threads. Under Xiaobai's influence, Bai Lan and others also began to pay attention to eating in the apocalypse. Now that they were completely safe, the first thing to do was dinner. Nowadays, RVs also have recommended kitchen facilities, so you can cook. At this moment, Xiaobai's RV battleship was completely formed, and it had truly been achieved. It could transform into a battleship when it advanced, and kill people to escape. When it retreated, it could transform into an RV, a mobile luxury hotel. After drinking and eating, Xiaobai finally had the opportunity to sit down and study the current situation of the battleship. Of course, the first thing he looked at was the battleship's 3rd-level manufacturing list. As the battleship was upgraded to the 3rd level, the basic items that the battleship could manufacture increased greatly. Chemical fuels also cost 1 energy point per barrel. In terms of medicine, many high-end medicines were added. This can help Xiaobai maximize the role of the medical warehouse. In addition, there are some black technology products produced exclusively by the system. Of course, what Xiaobai is more concerned about is the primary energy source, which has 200 energy points each, but it is a pure energy structure. For battleships, it is a ready-made energy source. It may not be as durable as nuclear energy, but this thing naturally becomes Xiaobai's the most cost-effective battleship power available. And another thing that Xiaobai is very concerned about is secondary bioenhancing injection. Asking for all kinds of support. Development plan, secondary bioenhanced injection, introduction. This item can improve the user's strength, explosive power, speed, and reaction ability in a short period of time, allowing people to have stronger physical fitness than ordinary people. However, there will be side effects after use. Depending on the user's physique, there may be symptoms. Symptoms such as dizziness, nausea, and prolonged fatigue may occur, and the resistance will be significantly weakened within a certain period of time. Energy points required to create this item, 50 points. This thing, 1 injection will turn you into an awakened person? Xiaobai couldn't help but take a slight breath. However, there seemed to be a lot of side effects. The price was not expensive, so Xiaobai still planned to come up with this thing. It might be able to save lives at critical moments, and it seemed to be much more useful than inhibitors. And beyond that, there are a lot of weird things. Powerful electromagnetic dog collar. Xiaobai originally thought it was some kind of powerful item with a messy name, but it turned out to be a dog collar with powerful functions. Looking at the introduction, it seemed that it could connect a person's brainwaves with a dog, and the person could communicate something. After a few simple commands, the human and the dog become one in a true sense, and their minds are connected. Looking at this thing, Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a little depressed. If this thing was before the end of the world, he would probably be able to make a lot of money from it, but now, is he going to control the zombie dog? Although Xiaobai has not encountered many zombie animals along the way, in the apocalypse, animals are more likely to mutate than humans. Humans are still aware of the threat of zombies, but animals are not clear about it. Sometimes they are not even infected. Knowing how you are infected, it is very dangerous. It is not that easy to find someone who has not turned into a zombie. Xiaobai thought to himself, could it be that the system wants me to use this thing to play I Am Legend? However, Xiaobai soon discovered that as the battleships were upgraded to level 3, there were many such seemingly useless items. The level of black technology involved every corner of life. Xiaobai looked around and realizing that this system allowed him to enrich and improve the internal conditions and systems of the battleship. It's a pity that Xiaobai doesn't have that many energy points in his hands now. Even if there are many things that are indeed very practical for battleships, for the time being, these things are of little significance for survival in the doomsday. However, there are other things. Something attracted Xiaobai's attention. Concentrated solar generator. Introduction: this item is a low-end model. The generator and solar panel are connected to each other. The area of the solar panel is 1 square meter. Depending on the intensity of sunlight and other external conditions, the amount of sunlight per hour ranges from about 2 degrees to 5 degrees. Energy points required for item manufacturing, 300 points. This thing really made Xiaobai's eyes light up. In Xiaobai's opinion, this is like an artifact. On Earth, the current power of monocrystalline silicon solar panels on the market in a day is only a few tenths of a degree to 1 degree, and this one can only produce 2 to 5 degrees per square meter. At the end of the day, at least 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity can be generated. 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity allows a 1000-watt electrical appliance to work for 1 hour and a 25-watt light bulb to light up for 40 hours. Although this thing is in the system, it's just a low-end model in the description, but on Earth, this is absolutely incredible. If he could get one of these things, the electrical system of his RV would be unsolvable, and if he could get 5 or 6 of these things, Xiaobai estimated that the power it generated was even enough to provide the electromagnetic shield function of the battleship. In this way, it could be regarded as a disguised solution to Xiaobai's dilemma of whether the shield could be turned on or not. However, this thing has another advantage. Since it can generate electricity from solar energy, it can also convert electrical energy into energy points. Although this conversion efficiency is extremely low, if it succeeds, this will be Xiaobai's first truly stable and safe way to collect energy points. Therefore, although this thing is expensive, it is quite valuable. Suddenly, Xiaobai found that he had too many things to build. Xiaobai counted it all around, and he found to his dismay that the nearly 1,000 energy points he seemed to have in his hands were not enough to use. Upgrading a battleship from level 3 to level 4 requires a full 10,000 energy points, which is an astronomical number for Xiaobai. Therefore, Xiaobai is not in a hurry to upgrade. Instead of being in a hurry to upgrade the battleship, he might as well stabilize the current situation and improve the battleship's endurance and long-term combat capabilities. Xiaobai thought about all this mess. He first controlled the item manufacturing facility, entered the content, and produced a primary energy body, a solar cell, and a strengthening potion. Moreover, the functions of the third-level battleship were in a mess, except for the new module functions. There are other battleship system functions that are useful or temporarily unavailable, such as the airtight cabin oxygen conversion system, which can continuously provide oxygen to a completely sealed battleship. These are all prepared for space navigation. Of course, these functions are not completely useless at the moment, and it is not known that these functions may have miraculous effects under certain circumstances. No matter what, development comes first, and seizing the time to settle down and follow the great strategic line of sustainable development is the most correct plan. At this moment, Xiaobai spotted Bai Lan, who had just come back from outside. He immediately sat up and asked, "How is it? Did you buy the gasoline?" During that time, Bai Lan and the others went to buy fuel. However, Bai Lan shook his head and said, "No, those survivors didn't have much fuel in their hands, and they almost didn't carry extra. They basically had as much fuel as they had left in the car's mailbox, and they all knew it. Next we have to drive away. This thing is as valuable as food. No matter what price we pay, no one is willing to sell it." Xiaobai was not too nervous. The primary energy body was already being built. Once this thing was built, oil would not be a critical issue. Bai Lan said, however, "The military said that we should all go there. It seems that they want to gather us survivors together and want to say something." Xiaobai nodded thoughtfully. "We don't all need to go there, so I'll ask our senior sister Bai to accompany me." Although he thought it was unlikely, Xiaobai still wanted to be on guard against what the military might think of his warships. Of course, with the little strength left of the army here now, even if he wanted to do no matter what, it's impossible to do anything to Xiaobai and the others. "Welcome. Please collect it." The first person Sun Zhongwu operated on was someone from Su's Pharmaceuticals. The big star's face was gloomy, and he took Sun Zhongwu and others to his convoy to hand over supplies. Su's Pharmaceuticals convoy was the largest among their group of survivors, and the others were scattered. Ordinary people, they are also following Sun Zhongwu and Su Yiman, hoping that this big star and the daughter of Su Pharmaceutical can mediate and change the current situation. However, it is a pity that although the young man driving the supercar next to Su Yiman was very unhappy, and the person in charge, Su Yiman, also had a gloomy face, they were surprisingly cooperative and cooperated with the military's car search and took their big car away. Some of the things were taken away. Looking at the boxes of compressed biscuits being brought out, the smile on Sun Zhongwu's face grew stronger. He immediately turned his head and rushed to the soldiers behind him, saying, "Brothers, get moving. Let's collect the supplies. It's obligatory." Xiaobai, who was also following the crowd, heard someone cursing in a low voice, but no one dared to speak loudly. In fact, this kind of plundering is quite polite, and what Sun Zhongwu said is actually right. Although what they are doing now is not authentic, but they were here in Bingcheng prison before, and these survivors were able to survive because they were really borrowed. Without Sun Zhongwu's light, without these soldiers, these ordinary survivors would have been impossible to break out of the tide of corpses. Sun Zhongwu's men dispersed and went to collect supplies from each survivor's location. Those with cars basically had some things in their hands, and those without cars also had to search. At this time, those who had no supplies at all became without any losses. People. Bai Lan saw one, squatting in the corner. His clothes were in tatters, looking at the sad-faced survivors who dared to be angry and dare not speak, and laughed. It turns out that people like him who have no supplies and are hungry are the worst. But now he has become a person with nothing to lose. This may be the so-called anti-AQ spirit in the doomsday. But in Xiaobai's view, Sun Zhongwu and his gang were simply benevolent. Since they started robbing, they could still leave some for others, let alone kill them all. After all, they were people from the military. Even if they had to change their appearance, they still left half of it. Mutual affection. Bai Lan also took a deep breath, looked at Xiaobai, and said, "What should we do?" Xiaobai shook his head, glanced at Su Yiman, and took Bai Lan straight back to the RV and battleship. It is unlikely that Sun Zhongwu will move them. Their warship was located at the end of the entire convoy. By the time the gathering supplies arrived at them, the whole process was almost over. A small conflict broke out during the period. The owner of a Land Rover wanted to leave but was unwilling to hand over the goods. The half of the supplies and the military people choked, but they were knocked down by the butt of a rifle. The soldier didn't hold back, and the owner of the Land Rover had a cut on his face and lay motionless for a long time. But in this scene, it also completely made everyone realize that this group of soldiers who were just like their patron saints, at this moment, have turned into beasts with teeth and claws. When the materials were gathered to Xiaobai's side, it was Sun Zhongwu who personally led the people all the way. He stood in front of Xiaobai, who was squatting behind the RV and smoking. He first glanced at the RV in front of him, smiled, and said, "Are you brother Xia?" Xiaobai said, "Do you know me? How is it possible that I don't know you?" Sun Zhongwu smiled heartily and said, "Old Lin told me that I saw you when you were flying the aircraft in the sky before. Coupled with the summons from above, there may be no survivors. There are a few who are paying attention, but among us soldiers, how many of us don't know about you?" That's an obvious compliment. Xiaobai knew that he had attracted a lot of people's attention when he took off in a third-level battleship, but it was definitely not to this extent. This is not a movie. If you come up with something new, everyone will stare at you. It was so chaotic at that time, except for those nearby and from the military headquarters, it was impossible for many people to really pay attention to Xiaobai. But Xiaobai didn't expose it. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and boasted to each other, "Ha, what I did was all bells and whistles. It's our 37th Division and Battalion Commander Sun who are more reliable. Otherwise, there are so many survivors. A few can escape, but right now you are." He paused here and did not say any more. Instead, he smiled kindly like Sun Zhongwu. Bai Lan was standing behind him, leaning against the rear door of the RV, looking a little lazy. Inside, he could even see three boys, Ho Zhuang and Shen Tianchang, having a heated landlord fight. If we had placed it in the first 2 days of the apocalypse, these college students would have been extremely nervous when encountering this situation. But it is different now. Even the zombie wave has passed through. This kind of scene is nothing more than a small occasion. And the battleship is here, can be launched at any time, and its combat capability is no weaker than that of an infantry fighting vehicle, so they have nothing to worry about. Sun Zhongwu also noticed a few people playing landlord inside. He smiled and said, "Nothing, I just came to see Brother Xia." When he said this, he winked behind him, and the soldier following him brought a box of compressed biscuits and placed it in front of Xiaobai. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. And Sun Zhongwu smiled and said, "A little thought, Brother Xia, you're welcome." This may be called differential treatment. But at this moment, the other survivors gathered around were in an uproar. In this motorcade, the first thing that attracts attention is Su Yiman's team, and the second thing that attracts attention is Xiaobai's large RV, although most people don't know that Xiaobai's RV is the previous one. Battleship, some people didn't even notice Xiaobai's battleship appeared, but the vigorous momentum of this RV breaking through the zombie hordes and merging into the convoy was seen by many people. This RV, which is more powerful than an armored vehicle, has already attracted the attention of many people. Especially Xiaobai's rejection of Su Yiman's request to buy a car, which made them the focus of attention. Therefore, when Sun Zhongwu came over, many survivors gathered around him, and even Su Yiman Mandu stood in the distance, intending to see what confidence Xiaobai had and how much supplies he had to hand over. Human psychology is always like this. When you are miserable, you always hope that others will be worse than yourself, so you will feel better psychologically for no reason. However, this group of people who came with the mentality of watching a show never expected that Sun Zhongwu came not to collect supplies from Xiaobai, but to give supplies to Xiaobai. What's going on with his grandma? Everyone is confused. Xiaobai smiled, turned to look at Bai Lan, and said, "Go and get 2 Nanjings for Battalion Commander Sunday. Brothers who like this book, don't forget to bookmark it." Sun Zhongwu held 2 Nanjings in his hand and smiled brightly. Brother Xia is indeed Brother Xia. Every time he makes a move, it will be like a stick of cigarettes. There are so many survivors, but they don't have this skill. He paused and then said, "Actually, I have another thing to do when I come here." "Brother Xia, what are your plans for the future?" This guy turned out to want Rasha Bai to join his gang. Xiaobai did not respond immediately, but said, "What are Battalion Commander Sun's plans?" Sun Zhongwu did not shy away and said, "There is a grain depot in Shuangfeng town ahead. It is not big, but it should have a lot of things. When we get there, Lao Lin and the others take away the 2 carts of grain and these survivors, we will not leave, or take root near there, or find another place to stay with fewer zombies." Is Brother Xia interested in joining us, Granary? Xiaobai didn't like Sun Zhongwu's invitation, but the granary. Xiaobai actually thought about robbing the granary before, but most of the granaries he could find were far away from Bingcheng. Even if he found them, he still didn't know what was there. There was no food, and it was very possible that the military had moved it away first. Therefore, robbing the granary would probably be a thankless task. Moreover, Xiaobai's own transport capacity was limited and he had not yet searched for supplies in the ice city of high efficiency. However, now that he is here, if he wants to find a place to settle down, it will definitely be very advantageous to have a batch of food in his hands. Xiaobai pondered for a moment and said, I will give you an answer when we get to Shuangfeng town. Sun Zhongwu glanced at Xiaobai and seemed to understand what Xiaobai meant. He smiled and said politely, well, let's talk about it later. We will be the ones doing the guard duty today. You guys can have a good rest here. Xiaobai nodded and said, thank you, by the way. I have one more thing, do you have any extra gasoline? Diesel is fine too. Sun Zhongwu was vicious to others, but he was surprisingly polite to Xiaobai. He smiled bitterly and said, we are no longer wealthy here. This road deviates from the main road and is in the wilderness. Let's wait until we get to Shuangfeng town ahead. At that moment, Sun Zhongwu left with his people. He collected quite a lot of supplies from the survivors, almost piling up into a hill. Of course, most of the supplies came from Su Yiman's convoy. Even in the apocalypse, the polarized situation is still very obvious. People who have materials often have a lot of materials in their hands, while the poor are poor and a mess. But before Sun Zhongwu and the others had gone far, someone shouted, why can you not hand over supplies? This sentence was shouted at Xiaobai, but in fact it was also meant for Sun Zhongwu and the others who had walked away. This group of survivors did not dare to speak out when Sun Zhongwu was around. Now that they are gone, this group of people can shout and speak out. A group of people even came up with a clamor and wanted to rob Xiaobai. Xiaobai was also very calm. He took out a loudspeaker from the back of the car, and while smoking a cigarette, he said calmly, if you want to rob me, you can, but you have to think about it carefully. Battalion Commander Sun just now and I am a brother-in-law, but something was snatched from me, and before I could even warm myself up, I was beaten to death. This sentence made many people stop in their tracks. Sun Zhongwu, who hadn't gone far over there, also coughed dryly and said, this guy is really good at pulling tiger skins. On the other side, the young man on Su Yiman's side was angry for a while and said, why, Sun Zhongwu's grandson didn't even give face to our Su group, but instead he and this group of people came out of nowhere in the countryside. The roe deer survivors who came here called us brothers, is he blind? Su Yiman beside him shook his head and said, I'm afraid Xiaobai and the others are not that simple. The young man gritted his teeth and said, then Xiaobai, he's so angry. I just don't have anyone in my hands. If there is someone, what do you want if there are people? Su Yiman said, don't you understand? We are the ones who have people above us. Sun Zhongwu doesn't care because he doesn't want to work with the military at all. Then he and Xiaobai the crowd must be polite because they are afraid of something close at hand. Xiaobai and others are probably veterans or international mercenaries. They are extremely powerful, so even Sun Zhongwu has to be polite. You even if there are people, this is not someone you can bully with just a breath of bad breath. Please be honest with me. On the other side, Xiaobai clapped his hands and stood up, holding a loudspeaker like an old man selling vegetables in a vegetable market, shouting, I collect oil here, diesel and gasoline are all available, the price is fair, if you want to find one I buy or sell, come and knock on my driver's window. With that said, Xiaobai stood up directly, went back to the RV, lazily handed the parameters of the solar cells and the battleship's electromagnetic shield to Ho Zhuang, and asked him to use the battleship's computer for verification. At this time, Bai Lan said, what should we do? Do we want to form an alliance with Sun Zhongwu and the others? Xiaobai shook his head and said, what I mean is, since we know there is a granary over there in Shuangfeng, why not rob a cart of grain first, and the rest, what do you think? Bai Lan hesitated for a moment and said, I don't think Sun Zhongwu and the others are good people, and, when Xiaobai heard this, he understood and said with a smile, I understand. Let's continue to work alone. This is also my idea. With the scale of our current battleship, we can find a way out wherever we go. There is no need to get involved with others, it's better to find a place to develop honestly. When Xiaobai said this, Bailan, Ho Zhuang and others were slightly relieved. Obviously, they all felt that Sun Zhongwu was not an easy person to get along with. Xiaobai didn't say anything more. After pushing the matter out of the way, he went to the driver's seat in front to rest. He used a partition to separate the driver's seat from the inside of the RV. He waited for a while to see if there was anyone selling fuel. In fact, Xiaobai's fuel was enough for now, but after all, supplies were well prepared. But unfortunately, he waited until all the survivors around him dispersed, and no one came up to sell gasoline. He seemed to fall asleep for a while, but he was awakened by a sound after a while. Someone knocked him lightly. Car window. When Xiaobai opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a field of white flowers. It was a woman dressed in rags like a beggar's uniform. She had a hot body but was extremely beautiful. Although her face was dirty, she was also very beautiful. At this moment, she was coming up and pressing a pair of Ds on Xiaobai's car window with her chest. Rubbing it up and down, this guy was also ogling Xiaobai while rubbing her. She could hear her seductive voice through the window, "Brother, let's have a sex." Thank you for listening to The Cold Wind. I will add more tonight. Then, continue to ask for favorites, recommendation votes, and all kinds of support during the new book period. I hope you can support me, and thank you for herbal tea. Granary, please add it to your collection. Xiaobai opened his mouth. To be honest, the white flowers made Xiaobai energetic. Xiaobai glanced at the closed partition behind him, and a rare thought came to his mind. He also glanced at the time. It was just past 12 o'clock, maybe. He just woke up and turned his head, but the girl had already started to lick Xiaobai's car window with a small scarlet tongue. Xiaobai was startled and quickly rolled down the window. "Sister, my car was splashed with a whole load of blood today. Although it was wiped, it was not disinfected. I can't guarantee there is any virus." The woman's face turned pale instantly. This girl is too stunned. Xiaobai was also speechless for a while, and the little provocative atmosphere just now disappeared in an instant. Xiaobai, the girl, the two looked at each other in silence for a moment, and the girl bent over and retched. Xiaobai said, "Theoretically, if you don't have any oral ulcers, you shouldn't be infected. Of course, the intensity of this virus is relatively high, so, just pretend that I didn't say anything." The embarrassment lasted for about 3 minutes. After retching, the girl turned away and disappeared into the vast night in the blink of an eye. Xiaobai could only exhale and raise the window again. He stared at the crescent moon in the sky for a while, then closed his eyes slightly and fell asleep. When Xiaobai woke up again, it was already after 6 o'clock. In November in the 3 eastern provinces, the sky was not too bright after 6 o'clock. If it were around December, this time would be as dark as the night. Bailan and the others woke up early. Xiaobai opened the partition and saw Bailan challenging half a bottle of water to wash her hair. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment before she remembered that she had just buried this girl's hair yesterday and hadn't washed her hair for a long time. In fact, Bailan is the steward of supplies in the entire RV. She clearly remembers what and how much supplies are in the vehicle. She and Yang Xian are responsible for cooking every day, but Bailan herself is responsible for the entire battleship. The most frugal people are not willing to use anything. Bailan, who seemed to have noticed Xiaobai's gaze, raised her head slightly and looked at Xiaobai with her cold eyes expressionlessly. But at this time, Ho Zhuang over there came over. He said, "Boss, I did some math last night. If I want to use that kind of solar cell to power the electromagnetic shield of the battleship and maintain the shield, it is always on. At least 12 of that kind of solar cells need to exist at the same time to ensure the use of the electromagnetic shield of the battleship. I climbed up on the roof of the car this morning and took a look. The area should be enough, but this kind of I have never heard of solar cells with a high photoelectric conversion rate. Therefore, even if it can be done with 12 in theory, it is impossible for us to get high-end products of this level. In fact, there are no such things on the Earth. Solar panels with this light point conversion rate. 12? Xiaobai was surprised. This was quite different from what he had estimated. But Xiaobai also knew that this was probably because he had made a mistake. He still knew what level he was at. However, 12 such solar cells means 3,600 energy points. His grandma's is more expensive than upgrading from a second-level battleship to a third-level battleship. But Xiaobai also understood that the upgrade of the battleship was only the shell and basic module facilities. To really make the battleship powerful, the upgrade of the entire internal system was also necessary. The electromagnetic shield must be functional, the medical bay must be upgraded, many used weapons need to be replenished, and the battleship's energy problem also requires the production of a large amount of primary energy bodies. In the next period of time, the matter of upgrading to level 4 will probably slow down. Xiaobai must first focus on improving the hardware issues so that the battleship can truly possess the combat effectiveness of a battleship. Otherwise, even if he blindly upgrades to level 4, the battleship, if it can't be turned on, it's just a waste of time to upgrade. Therefore, Xiaobai was not in a hurry. He had not yet fully developed the functions of level 3, so why should he rush to level 4? His current plan is to follow Sun Zhongwu and the others to the granary to get a batch of supplies, then find a place to settle down a little far away from the ice city, and overwinter while crazily accumulating energy points. As for this place, Xiaobai actually had some thoughts in his mind. He was not fooling around in his previous life. Although he spent most of his time running around, he still knew a few places where there were few zombies and plenty of supplies, and it was relatively safe. Large-scale material gathering places such as granaries are places where large survivor forces or the military can reach out. Xiaobai did not dare to touch them in his previous life. Just in the area around Ice City, he knew 2 places where he could settle down. He wanted to arm himself and the battleships to the teeth before the arrival of spring. His original plan was to kill zombies outside the Ice City prison to obtain energy points, but now, the situation has obviously not kept up with the changes. At the end of the night, the ultimate neuronal adrenal hormone has been manufactured, and the secondary energy source is still nearly 5 hours away from completion. Xiaobai, who has 2 manufacturing facility modules, can create items at a speed that is doubled. He can craft items in 2 lines. The secondary biological enhancement injection is a red injection. The red color is a bit weird, but this thing can temporarily allow ordinary people to have the combat power of the awakened person. Although it has side effects, compared with alien viruses, but there are so many good things. Xiaobai put this thing away and got out of the car. Overnight, a lot of sporadic zombies appeared around their location. They didn't know where they came from. They seemed to be swaying and patrolling because they smelled human breath, while approaching in this direction, and once they approach a certain distance, when the strong sense of smell of these zombies is enough to determine the direction of humans, they will run towards this direction crazily, but their number is not large, and without exception he was shot dead by Sun Zhongwu's soldiers on the outside. Every time the military opened fire and the sound of gunfire rang out, the hearts of many people in the camp trembled. And here, Xiaobai just got out of the car and felt several burning eyes. Those belonged to other survivors. All their supplies were taken away, but nothing was taken away from Xiaobai. Instead, he and Sun Zhongwu had a courtesy exchange. Of course, these people were a little unhappy, especially after knowing that Sun Zhongwu did not intend to return to the army. These survivors even developed a dare to be deceived, but they did not dare to say anything. They could only intimidate Xiaobai with their eyes here, and if not, Sun Zhongwu's people are here, and they even want to steal Xiaobai's heart. However, some people seem to have recognized Xiaobai and his battleship and are hiding far away. Apart from this, there are also very safe people. People who are satisfied with the status quo stay in their cars. As long as they can survive, they have no requirements or competition for other things. Xiaobai originally wanted to come down and talk to Lin Yong'an, but before he took 2 steps, he heard Sun Zhongwu announcing that he was about to set off, so he could only return to his RV and battleship, follow the convoy, and went in the direction of the granary in Shuangfeng town. But Xiaobai estimated that a month had passed since the end, and 80% of the area had already been occupied by survivors. Dear book lovers, please support me in any way. There are 2 more chapters in the evening, and there will be more chapters with 10,000 rewards. Silence, thanks to listening to the cold wind for the 10,000 reward facts have proved that Xiaobai was really wrong this time. A train overturned in Shuangfeng town and rushed down from the track. It penetrated half of Shuangfeng town like a sword, collapsing countless buildings. The zombies on the train plus the zombies in the town, the small urban area is almost full of these shaking, terrifying creatures. Even if they knew there was a granary here, ordinary survivors would not dare to come to this kind of place. Sun Zhongwu stopped first and stood on the roof of the car to look into the distance with a telescope. Xiaobai, who was behind, had much less trouble. Although the radar system of his warship was still very low level, the various external observation systems were quite powerful. He could use the external camera to find the right angle and take the situation on the side is extremely clearly displayed in the form of a holographic screen, and the stereoscopic three-dimensional mode can even be switched. Xiaobai took a quick look and found that the granary was located in the north of Shuangfeng town, a certain distance from the city, and just in the opposite direction of the train. Judging from the image, there seemed to be no zombies there, and the granary here the scale was smaller than Xiaobai imagined. There were only 3 side-by-side room-style warehouses. There was a small bungalow on the other side, which seemed to be the residence of the caretaker. There were even a few half-trucks parked beside it. This made it even more confusing. People are sure that this granary should be in a state that has not been raided by anyone. If Xiaobai came by himself, it would be difficult to determine whether there was food here, but the military asked Sun Zhongwu and the others to come here, which was obviously certain. Theoretically, there was food here. As long as these 3 warehouses are full, even if a car is moved, as long as they are stored properly, you will not have to worry about food and drink for half a year. Xiaobai looked at the granary over there and felt a little excited. Ho Zhuang and the others poked their heads out behind Xiaobai, looking at the granary in the picture, their eyes shining brightly. Bailan was a little distracted and murmured, "If we can get 2 carts of food, we can find a place deep in the mountains and wild forests for more than half a year." Xiaobai was still very calm. There were so many zombies in Shuangfeng town over there. If they were alone, he might not be willing to take the risk even though the food was first. But for now, he still wanted to wait for Sun Zhongwu's decision. Sun Zhongwu did not hesitate for too long, and without consulting the survivors behind him, he used his 2 infantry tanks to open the way, slowed down and made a circle, and headed towards the granary from the outside of Shuangfeng town. Xiaobai did not hesitate and followed directly behind the military. The other survivors were a little hesitant. After all, they all knew that the food had nothing to do with them. But after the military passed by, they didn't dare to stay here by themselves, and they didn't know which car owner moved it first. And soon, the convoy of survivors followed in large numbers, and Su Yiman's car was also among them. Most people in Shuangfeng town had seen the situation. At this time, everyone seemed cautious, driving at a low speed, and did not dare to make any loud noises. Those sitting on the roof of other people's cars were even more frightened. However, the journey was uneventful and the zombies in the town over there were not disturbed. The 2 infantry fighting vehicles stopped first. Sun Zhongwu got out of the vehicle with his men. When he turned around, he saw Xiaobai getting off the vehicle almost at the same time. He left Shen Tiancheng and the others in the caboose, and came down with Bailan and Ho Zhuang. Lin Yong'an also followed Sun Zhongwu. The 2 soldiers looked towards Xiaobai almost at the same time. Their eyes met and they nodded to each other without making a sound. Then, Sun Zhongwu led people to search that place first. The short bungalow. If they want to transport these 3 granaries, they must first confirm the safety of the surrounding situation, otherwise 1 or 2 zombies will run out during the transport process, which will be unbearable to anyone. Xiaobai went straight to the 3 cars over there. They were all old models. 2 of them had their doors locked. One of them drove out for a short distance. The front windshield of the driver's seat was blocked. The glass was all broken, the hood was almost stained red with blood, the driver was missing, but the car keys were still in the car. Probably the man left the car out of necessity and had no chance to remove the car keys. This was an advantage for Xiaobai and the others. Xiaobai knew that many of the survivors who did not have cars were thinking about the cars here. He pressed Ho Zhuang onto the still bloody driver's seat and said, "Don't give it to anyone. If there are special circumstances, just open fire." "Has the silencer been installed?" Ho Zhuang nodded and said with a look of resentment, "You asked me to come with you. I thought you were attracted by my big muscles and wanted me to help you carry food. Xiaobai smiled and shook his head, saying, "Be careful, this is not a place for joking." On the other side, Sun Zhongwu also came out with his people. They obviously did not find any living or living dead in the bungalow. Instead, they found a series of keys and went straight to the nearest granary. Xiaobai and Bai Lan followed closely behind them. The entire granary was deathly quiet, and there wasn't even a zombie. On the other side, the survivors' convoy also drove by. As Xiaobai expected, many survivors without cars rushed to the metered road. Su Yiman also got out of the car, but she didn't care much about it. She just squinted at the granary not far away. She didn't know if it was a visual error. She always felt that the top of the right side of the building seemed to be there. There is a gap. On the other side, Sun Zhongwu and the others had arrived in front of the central warehouse. The soldier holding the key went to open the door. The door was a little tight. The soldier used a little force to open the door. However, the moment the door was opened, from the ground at the door, a skinny and bloody hand suddenly stretched out, but it was extremely powerful. It directly grabbed the soldier's ankle and pulled it. He was caught off guard and forcefully pulled the soldier into the granary. The door clicked. There was a faint sound, and a moment later, a medium-sized scream came from inside. The soldier never expected that there would be zombies waiting for him in what was supposed to be a fully enclosed room. Others did not expect that the crowd dispersed in a large circle, and everyone headed by Sun Zhongwu raised their guns. And under the gaze of everyone, the door was quickly pushed open from the inside out, and accompanied by a permeating and unpleasant friction sound from the slightly rusty metal door, a thing came from climbing out from inside. It was a zombie. The lower body had disappeared, half of the bloody spine was exposed, and the internal organs had long since disappeared, but it was still crawling on the ground toward living people like Sun Zhongwu. However, at this moment, a burst of exclamations suddenly broke out among the survivors on the other side. "I'm a handicapped person. It takes at least 2 hours to write a chapter. I'm sorry for being so late." Congratulations to Tingyan Fanglianlian for becoming the host of this book, and thank you all for your continued support. Keep asking for favorites, recommendation votes, and all kinds of support. Finally, thank you Qinshen Tianxing. This update is also being worked on. Judging from the current situation, it may be very late. You can watch it again tomorrow. Thank you again for your rewards, votes, collections and comments. Herbal tea. Although I write slowly, I will do my best to give back everyone's support. Thanks to Qinshen Tianxing for the reward. Xiaobai turned around like lightning and saw among the survivors behind him, a terrifying creature about 2 meters long clinging to the roof of a jetta. That thing looked like a giant cat, with a bloody skin similar to that of a licker, with blood vessels and even some organs exposed, but its head still had a somewhat human appearance, with 4 the eyes are symmetrical to each other, the nose is 2 black holes, and its mouth is extremely huge, grinning all the way to the base of its ears. There are long and dense fangs growing inside. Its limbs are more like reptiles, and its hands are like the sharp claws clung to the roof of the car and easily tore open the iron sheet on the roof of the jetta. The completely frightened survivors inside were pulled out alive as if they were carrying chickens, and were torn in the middle on the spot. Disemboweled the survivor alive, tore out all the entrails of the survivor, and stuffed them into his mouth. The unlucky survivor was still struggling and howling miserably, but with this degree of fatal injuries, his body in an instant, there was only unconscious twitching, and thick plasma mixed with organ fragments spurted out of his mouth. That's an extreme mutant. Different from zombies, extreme mutants may have similarities, but most of them are different. The appearance and behavior patterns of these things are closely related to the environment in which they live and the attacks and encounters they receive. Therefore, their attack patterns, behavioral capabilities, and killing capabilities are often difficult to predict and speculate. Xiaobai glanced at the slowly crawling half-zombie in front of the warehouse door, and finally realized how such a half-zombie became like this. On the other side, facing the extreme mutant that suddenly appeared, the military members who stayed behind immediately opened fire. The monster's body strength was obviously not as strong as the one Xiaobai had seen before on the highway out of Bingcheng. It was powerful. When the bullet hit its body, it exploded with streaks of blood. The thing immediately let out a wild howl, but compared with the strength of its weaker body, its movement speed was incredibly fast. When it ran, it seemed as if it was a black shadow, killing everyone among the survivors, and screams one after another. The survivors whose bodies were torn into pieces and whose internal organs were hollowed out died, and within a short period of time, they roared back to life again and attacked the living people closest to them. As for the granary, the door has been pushed open. The inside of this warehouse is a hellish scene. About half of the grain stored in it has been stained red with blood. On top of these red grains, there are nearly 20 more grains. A zombie with its lower body ripped off almost exactly like the previous zombie, howling, climbing, dragging its exposed spine and half of its body towards the outside. The unlucky warrior just now also stood up unsteadily, roaring and rushing towards this side. From this position, it can be clearly seen that there is a huge gap in the top dome of the granary. Obviously, this is the nest of the extreme mutant. It threw all the things it hunted here, and because of this, there was only blood outside but not a single person or even a zombie. At this moment, as the granary door was opened, it was like opening Pandora's box, and these zombies that were used as food rations by the extreme mutants swarmed out and attacked these real living people. Sun Zhongwu and others also opened fire immediately. While firing, they moved forward to greet them, trying to close the granary door, lock the zombies back into the granary, and then turn to deal with the extreme mutants over there. And in just a moment, the extreme mutant had already pounced on top of an infantry tank. Its body was covered in blood and flesh, but it landed on the top of the infantry tank, slapping it wildly with its huge claws. Scratching the outer armor of the infantry fighting vehicle, although it could not easily tear the armor of the infantry fighting vehicle, during the shaking, the entire infantry fighting vehicle was about to be overturned by it. The survivors were retreating with huffs and puffs. Xiaobai took a look and said, "Battle Commander Sun, leave this to me, and you can handle the situation on your side. In any case, if this extreme mutant is allowed to continue to rage, no one will be able to transport food from here. Although the central granary has become a corpse nest, there may be food in the other two. Moreover, with the military here, isn't this an opportunity to hunt down this extreme mutant and grab 100 energy points in one go? Xiaobai lacks everything now, but of course the most lacking thing is energy points. This kind of thing is impossible. He took a deep breath, picked up the walkie-talkie, and said, "Call Chen Tianchang, I need help." The battleship responded immediately. And here, Xiaobai and Bailan also took action immediately. On the other side, the infantry fighting vehicle was overturned by the extreme mutant with a loud noise. The extreme mutant was lying behind another survivor's vehicle, frantically tearing apart an unlucky person. Egg body. At this moment, Xiaobai opened fire from the other side. He held his favorite M4 and fired from a position of about 10 meters. In an instant, he successfully attracted the attention of the extreme mutant. The monster immediately let out a howl and jumped from the spot like a cannonball. And directly killed Xiaobai, who was here. However, this time, Chen Tiancheng drove his RV and rushed towards the diagonal ground, knocking the monster and the car away together. It was then that the monster came out and was hit in mid-air. His body was tilted. It flew out diagonally and hit the ground heavily on the other side. At the same moment, Li Jingyang, who had already leaned half of his body out of the skylight, lowered the muzzle of the rocket launcher on his shoulder, and in an instant, a shot was fired directly. At such a close distance, the extreme mutant was hit instantly and was engulfed in flames and thick smoke amidst an earth-shattering howl. But it was still not dead. Within a moment, it struggled and rushed out of the flames. Half of its body was blown to pieces. It instinctively rushed in the other direction, but was shot by Bailan, who had been waiting for a long time, with a round of bullets. Flesh and blood splattered, but this monster still had the ability to leap. It still jumped ferociously from the ground, jumped over Bailan, and threw down an off-road vehicle over there, but its body already at the end of his strength, he slipped slightly and fell from the roof of the car. But after all, this was a monster spawned by the virus. It was extremely ferocious. It immediately raised its head and opened its mouth at the nearest survivor. Big mouth. At this moment, what happened to be standing in front of this monster was Su Yiman, the big star of Su's pharmaceuticals. Thanks to the leader Chen Tianxing for the reward, the third leader of this book was born. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. Finally, I would like to ask for a wave of collection and recommendation votes in the early morning. During the new book period, I also hope that everyone will support it. Please collect it. Please vote for recommendation. Obsessed with grabbing food, please collect it. The extreme mutants came to kill, and Su Yiman's expression changed horribly. A security guard in black beside her stepped back unconsciously, panicking. Su Yiman's reaction was truly frightened. He held the gun tightly in his hand but didn't know how to lift it up. In fact, this extreme mutant was at the end of its strength. Most of its body was blown away. It could originally be 5 meters high in one jump, but now it is only more than 1 meter high. The huge mouth it opened even collapsed, and a large amount of it poured out. Of blood. However, at this moment, heavy gunfire sounded from one side. The bullets seemed to be connected in a string in mid-air, accurately penetrating into the head of this extreme mutant that was already at the end of its crossbow. The heavy force carried by the dense bullets forcefully hit the head. The monster's head missed and hit the car door on the other side. Su Yiman seemed to have truly come to his senses at this moment. He turned around in shock and saw Xiaobai walking towards him step by step with a gun in hand and a heavy gaze. Xiaobai shot a full 20 rounds of 5.5 caliber rifle bullets into the extreme mutant's head. When the monster stopped moving, he stopped firing, stared at the thing, and then exhaled. The tone comes. Su Yiman on the other side never expected that at the critical moment, Xiaobai, who had been having some fun before, would save her, but she really broke out in a cold sweat. She also didn't expect that at the critical moment, she would actually look like she stayed where she was like a fool. The person she hired with a heavy sum of money even abandoned her. Instead, she was saved by Xiaobai, a troubled person. This contrast made Su Yiman stunned for a moment. Finally this woman bit her red lips, leaned forward slightly, and wanted to say thank you, however. Xiaobai didn't seem to see her at all. After confirming that the extreme mutant had been killed, he turned around and walked away. The second half of Su Yiman's voice was stupefied, and she stared blankly at Xiaobai's back. Was she so ignored? However, she actually blamed Xiaobai wrongly. Xiaobai really didn't ignore this big star, it was because he didn't notice at all. When Li Jingyang and the others launched rockets, Xiaobai noticed that Sun Zhongwu was about to seal the granary full of zombies, and Shuangfeng Town, the zombies over there were also roaring towards them, and Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He had to quickly solve the situation here and go grab food. Therefore, after confirming that the extreme mutant was dead, Xiaobai hurriedly turned around and headed towards the granary. As for the fact that he seemed to have saved someone just now, whatever, it was chaos. Killing the extreme mutant quickly was victory. As for the other things, what stuff is materially important? That's a granary. If you take a cart away, you won't have to worry about it for 2 months. Of course, Su Yiman could only stand here blankly like this. This feeling of being ignored was inexplicably more uncomfortable for her than being bitten to death by that monster. At this moment, due to the gunfire erupting here, zombies in the direction of Shuangfeng Town are also surging towards this direction in large numbers. When Xiaobai came over, Sun Zhongwu had already opened the door of the second granary. There was no surprise this time. It was full of yellow grain, but it was just a little damp. Sun Zhongwu and Xiaobai looked at each other and started moving in unison. Lin Yangan shouted from behind, asking other survivors to come and move food. If it had been before, this situation would undoubtedly have been something Sun Zhongwu would never allow. He might have asked Lin Yangan and the others to take away 2 carts of food, but it was impossible for the survivors to come over and plunder. But now the zombies were coming, and there were still 2 warehouses of food. Sun Zhongwu asked himself that he couldn't move away. Although he was not a good person, he was not the kind of person who said, "I can't take it from others. Don't even think about it, so I let it go for now." Zombies are swarming here. Everyone is grabbing the 2 open granaries as if their buttocks are on fire. They use everything they can to hold food to load food. Many people have even put down their clothes. They all took off their clothes and filled the bags with food. Some people didn't come to grab food at all. When some survivors went in to grab food, they got into their cars and drove away. The scene became quite chaotic for a while, and some people even wanted to grab Xiaobai. Their RVs all shrank back in front of Chen Tiancheng's dark guns. On the other hand, the big star Su Yiman and the others are still staying where they are, with no intention of transporting food. Although Xiaobai came out with only 2 people, Bailan, he was more powerful than the dozen or so people on Sun Zhongwu's side. This is of course because of the existence of Bailan, the awakened one. This girl can be called a strange woman with extremely powerful power. Sun Zhongwu and the others are not as good as Bailan alone. Sun Zhongwu was stunned when he saw it, and said in shock, "Girl, are you the awakened one?" Xiaobai didn't have a big appetite, so he just had to fill half of the truck that Ho Zhuan was guarding. He covered it with the cloth he had prepared earlier. He raised his head and saw that the first batch of zombies had already appeared at the granary. Fong's men were firing indiscriminately, the sound of bullets tearing through the air and making sharp howls. Some people fled with their lives, some were helpless, and some were frantically grabbing food. The military was firing randomly, but zombies were gradually approaching like a wave. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. Xiaobai was the first one to evacuate. Sun Zhongwu and the others had no intention of leaving yet. Xiaobai loaded a cart of grain with him, so he set the RV and the warship in motion, leading the way out of the granary. Xiaobai and Ho Zhuan were together. In the back half, Xiaobai drove, while Ho Zhuan was responsible for the zombies that were outflanking them from both sides. It was a good tradition to shoot and run, especially when the Xiaobai battleship was completely exposed once again. He didn't want to deal with those people who were constantly interested in his battleship. As soon as their car started to move, Xiaobai heard someone calling him from behind. He was a little surprised, turned his head and took a look, and found that the person turned out to be Su Yiman. The big star stood behind and shouted, "Xiaobai, are you interested in joining Su's Pharmaceuticals? I can give you the best development space." The big star stood in the strong wind, with his black hair swaying slightly in the space, as if it were a scene from a movie, with an indescribable and stunning beauty in the apocalypse. But unfortunately, Xiaobai didn't give her any response. In the previous life, Xiaobai would have never dreamed of receiving an invitation from either Su's Pharmaceuticals or Shihuang Group. With his ability, it would be difficult for him to be a security or defense personnel in a place like this. But in this life, in terms of room for development, of course Xiaobai's own battleship has the greatest room for development. The level of battleships has increased, the scale of facilities has increased, and aliens can be attacked when they come. Can the Su Group and the Shihuan Group be able to? Xiaobai drove the car and drove away without looking back. However, within a moment, he noticed a slightly scorching gaze coming from beside him. He turned his head and saw Ho Zhuang staring at him scorchingly. As if there were flowers on Xiaobai's face, Xiaobai was a little strange. "What's wrong?" "Hero saves beauty, my heart secretly promises." "What the hell, some kind of hero saving a beauty? Damn it, zombies are coming from your side, be careful. Please collect it. Please collect it. For those of you who like this book, I hope you can add it to your collection. It's really important. Thank you. Please collect it." Xiaobai and the others had only driven less than 2 kilometers when they were hit by someone. A black Santana rushed out of the wasteland on one side. It seemed that it wanted to stop Xiaobai and the others, but the driver seemed to be in a panic and crashed into the side of the battleship in front of them. Santana's speed is not slow. If the battleship starts level 2, it will be knocked several meters away. But at this moment, the battleship has been upgraded to level 3, and the outer armor has been completely upgraded. Therefore, the RV is only slightly damaged. With a shock, it moved more than half a meter to one side, and the position where it was hit was slightly distorted. As for the Santana, its bumpers were blown off and its front end was severely twisted. It was obviously the RV it hit, but it was as miserable as if it had been hit. The system prompt sounded in Xiaobai's mind instantly. "Dear Captain, your battleship has been impacted and the current damage level is 3%. Ho Zhuang was surprised and said, "Aren't you here to touch porcelain?" And over there, another tractor rushed out from the wasteland, with 5 or 6 people standing on it, carrying various long farm tools. When they came here, they all jumped out of the car, and the owner of Santana also got out of the car. That was a man in his 30s, holding a fire axe in his hand. Looking at Santana's miserable condition, he felt somewhat heartbroken, but at this moment he looked towards Xiaobai and the others, looking a little fierce and said, "Hey everyone, get down here. We just grabbed supplies from Shuangfeng town, right? Sorry, your cars and supplies all belong to us now." This group of people obviously also covets the granary in Shuangfeng town, but they may know the situation there and they don't dare to take action. They just sit here and wait for the fishermen to profit. However, their cat was a little too far away. From this angle, the direction of the granary could not be seen clearly. I am afraid they only heard the explosion and saw the light of fire. They had no idea who killed the extreme mutant. Otherwise, they would not have known it. Dare to rob Xiaobai and the others. This group of people don't even have guns. If they come here to snatch Xiaobai, isn't that nonsense? Xiaobai was also straightforward. He pushed the door open and got out of the car, took out the pistol from his waist, and fired 2 shots into the air. The face of the man carrying the fire axe suddenly changed, and he knelt down with a pop. Xiaobai pointed his gun at the group of people and said, "Come on, if you want to survive, drain all the gas out of your car." 10 minutes later, Xiaobai and the others were once again on the road calmly. Thanks to the group of robbers, Xiaobai's RV and half of the car were full of gas, and the half of the car was given to Chen Tiancheng to drive. Bai himself returned to the battleship, while the group of unlucky guys could only stay in the wilderness behind, guarding the 2 cars that could drive without gas, and looked at each other. In fact, these oils are actually dispensable because his primary energy body has just been completed. That thing was smaller than Xiaobai imagined. It was a sphere about half the size of a basketball. Xiaobai studied it for a long time, but couldn't open it. Of course, Xiaobai didn't dare to be too obsessed with opening it. According to the description of the system, this is a pure energy body and may explode. Xiaobai didn't want to blow himself up into the sky, so he simply stuffed this thing into the energy tank of his battleship and completely online it. The moment Xiaobai put the primary energy body in, he heard a system prompt. Primary energy body detected. The primary energy body has been activated. The current default energy solution for warships is chemical fuel. You can change this default option through the system or the battleship's control panel. Xiaobai exhaled and directly commanded the system in his mind to switch to the primary energy body for energy supply. The current default energy plan for warships has been changed. The current default energy solution for battleships is pure energy. There are no external changes to the battleship when the energy source is switched. There is no such thing as a hull burst. At that moment, Xiaobai came directly to the front and gave an order to switch to battleship mode. System prompt: your battleship has been started and the entire system is currently in good condition. System prompt: the anti-gravity engine has been started. System prompt: you are in flight status. System prompt: your current flight altitude, 10 meters, 20 meters. With the heavy roar of the anti-gravity engine, Xiaobai's RV instantly turned into a battleship, rising from the ground and casting a large shadow. At the back, the group of unlucky guys who had just robbed Xiaobai and the others looked at this side, all dumbfounded. After a while, the leading man carrying a fire axe murmured, "Are we provoking a monster?" But at this moment, Xiaobai was already rising into the sky. His battleship was passing through the sky, casting large shadows in cold light, like a huge creature swimming in the sky. However, here, few people can notice him. Xiaobai wanted to test how far the primary energy body could power the battleship. As this energy body came online, a corresponding energy consumption interface appeared on the battleship operation display in front. Real-time monitoring of energy usage of energy bodies. However, this kind of primary energy body is much more powerful than chemical fuel as a battleship energy source. He roughly calculated that with this amount of loss, if it is in the current pure flight mode, a primary energy body can at least guarantee it takes more than 2 hours for a battleship to travel through the sky. If all functions of the battleship are turned on, this time may be shortened to less than 2 hours. If the more energy-consuming electromagnetic shield is turned on, this time may be shortened to half. However, if Xiaobai can build a solar cell system, he can transfer the energy consumption of many equipment in the battleship to the solar cell matrix, allowing the primary energy body to contribute to the navigation of the battleship to a greater extent. Necessary system functions. In this way, once Xiaobai has enough of this primary energy body, coupled with the solar power supply matrix, the energy problem of his battleship will no longer be a problem. Moreover, the energy consumption of the primary energy body is smaller in the form of a RV. This thing is bound to become an important energy source necessary for Xiaobai's battleship in the future. If Xiaobai took out these two things before the end, he could even make a fortune and cause a sensation in the academic world. However, at this moment, this thing will be a huge bargaining chip for Xiaobai's battleship to completely gain a foothold in this doomsday. At that moment, he also descended from the sky again, waiting for Chen Tiancheng and the others behind him to catch up, and continued to move forward. Please support. And good waters Juhua City, please collect it. Our 37th Armored Division has merged with the 172nd Division and is now stationed south of Bingcheng at the junction with Ji Province. We provide safety guarantees for all survivors. Amidst the sound of the radio, Xiaobai's battleship was galloping. As they moved forward, Shuangfeng town was completely left behind. Further ahead, there was a wilderness field. Zombies transformed from some wild animals often appeared, but most of them were not big in size. For high-speed driving, for vehicles, the threats are limited. For example, a zombie vole jumped out of the forest with a squeaking sound and hit the window on the side of the car he was driving, creating a crater in the window. But he also bounced out, looking very funny and stupid. The journey was uneventful. They also found a gas station and filled some gas to replenish their supplies. After driving for nearly 3 hours, Xiaobai arrived at his destination. That's Juhua City. This is a city located below Ice City, with an area of approximately 90,000 square kilometers and a population of around 600,000. In fact, when Xiaobai came here, he actually took a detour and went back to the interior of Longjiang province. This place is the place where Xiaobai stayed in his previous life, a serious feng shui treasure place. In the previous life, Xiaobai came out of the Bingcheng prison survivor base. He originally wanted to go to Ji province and pass through Ji province to Liao province to see if there was a safer survivor base in the military region there, but at that time he was so dizzy that he was chased by the zombies. He suddenly ran off the direction and ran to Juhua City. But this is definitely a good place. There was also a group of military forces here at the beginning. In the first week of the end, a large number of survivors were evacuated. Because the number of troops was not large and they carried too many survivors, they did not join up with the Ice City, but withdrew directly to the Ice City. The direction of Ji Liao, this is actually the current situation in Longjiang province. If the scattered troops bring too many survivors, they will be less likely to join the big cities and survivor bases around the big cities, or they will find survivor bases nearby. Or advance to the Liao provincial military region. The military wants to divert survivors and establish multiple survivor gathering points throughout the country. This can greatly reduce the pressure on each legion. Just like the 37th Armored Division in Bingcheng after the prison survivor base was lost, they took the initiative to join up with other divisions. Before that, the 172nd Division did not come for reinforcements. On the one hand, there was certainly a communication problem, but on the other hand, the 172nd Division, it is estimated that there are a large number of survivors. If they come to reinforce, they may not be able to fight against the zombies in Bingcheng. Instead, they may lose their wives and lose their troops. For the 37th Division, which is eager to break out from the zombie crowd, 172, it doesn't matter whether they come or not. What matters is whether they can provide support after the 37th Division breaks through. Of course, these things were meaningless to Xiaobai, who had snatched a cart of food and ran away. Now that the battleship had reached level 3, its self-protection capabilities were sufficient. Within a short period of time, Xiaobai no longer sought refuge. The military's plan. Focusing on growth is the way to go right now. Because of the military's retreat, half of the zombies in Juhua City gathered in the direction of Nanchang district where the military was originally located. The number of zombies in other urban areas was not large, and also because of the early evacuation of survivors. There are a lot of remnants of supplies here, making it the best choice for scattered survivors to settle down. There is a small villa area in the northwest of the city, which is half urban and half suburban. The number of zombies is smaller. Xiaobai plans to settle there and slowly hunt them down during this winter. There are at least 300,000 zombies in this city. For Xiaobai, this is simply a holy place to spawn monsters and upgrade. But without the military, he would not be able to get any more zombies. Weapons and equipment become troublesome again. A full warehouse of 12 solar cells and energy bodies is just around the corner. Xiaobai passed through the outskirts of the city and headed straight towards the villa area. There were indeed not many zombies in this area. During the process, he also passed an old church. Xiaobai remembered that when he came here, he had stayed here. There was a middle-aged survivor who was very enthusiastic about him, but Xiaobai later learned that the middle-aged survivor was raising his wife who turned into a zombie in the church, and Xiaobai almost became his wife's meal. Ho Shuang and others always say that Xiaobai has rich experience, but only Xiaobai knows clearly that these experiences of his are all lessons learned by himself, and he cannot have the ability to become a strong man at the end of the day. However, at this moment, the church door was wide open, and the scary couple seemed not to have arrived yet. Their convoy finally drove into the villa area. The villa area in this area was newly built in the past 2 years. Not all of them were even sold, and the various facilities were only complete. Therefore, there were not many people before the apocalypse, and there were not many people after the apocalypse. There are even fewer zombies. When she got here, Bailan became surprisingly excited. She used the intercom to call her to choose a house by herself, quite like a nouveau riche buying a villa before the apocalypse. Ho Zhuang wiped his sweat when he heard Bailan's rare excited tone and said, "Sure enough, every woman has a villa dream." Xiaobai, Bailan finally settled on a villa slightly inside, which had been decorated. The original owners were a family of 3, and they had all turned into zombies. Xiaobai and the others worked in pairs, from inside to outside, up and down. After searching the entire villa without blind spots and killing the zombies, we can finally move in here. Both cars were parked in the backyard. Since they planned to stay there for a long time, Ho Zhuang and others were busy carrying all kinds of things in, while Xiaobai arranged fire points in various locations. He sealed all the windows of the entire first floor room. Disinfect the entire floor and ensure that the car is parked so that it can be boarded out. Then search the surrounding area and kill all the zombies in the surrounding buildings. When they have completely subsided, it will be dark. Ho Zhuang pulls out a bottle of 1985 Lafite collected by the original owner of the villa was about to be drunk. In fact, they found quite a few little surprises. Bailan even found a safe. After breaking it open, there was a large amount of cash in it. Everyone felt that they were no different from those who had broken into and robbed the house. In fact, they really beat the original homeowner to death. However, in this day and age, $1 million in cash is no different than a wad of paper. Xiaobai is more practical. After he has finished handling the internal defenses, he has been observing the external situation. He plans to embark on the road of hunting zombies starting tomorrow. He can divide it into 3 groups with Ho Zhuang and others. 1 group will guard the home, and the remaining of the 2 teams, 1 team and Xiaobai went out to hunt zombies to accumulate energy points crazily, while the other team went out to collect supplies. There were not many survivors in this city, but there were many places that had not been searched. A real treasure. Of course, their activities and existence will inevitably attract zombies, but their number is not large. It will take a long time for the zombies to gather in groups and they will not be able to stay any longer. During this time, Xiaobai will have to fully use every opportunity to develop and get all the things in the battleship. If you can reach level 4 in one go. With so many things going on, Xiaobai has only one small goal at the moment, to get 12 solar cells to achieve the strategic goal of sustainable development. A book friend pointed out that the area of Zhua City in this chapter has been corrected. 90,000 kilometers is the urban area. Of course, the cities in the article may be prototypes or fictitious. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Any offense is unintentional. Please collect it. Puff. A gunshot came from a 5.5mm M4A1 equipped with a silencer. A zombie fell to the ground. Next to the swaying zombie, a shambling zombie suddenly became alarmed, its head twisted more than 100 degrees strangely, and it rushed towards the direction of the gunfire like crazy. But before it could take 2 steps, another gunshot sounded in the space. A streak of blood exploded from the zombie's forehead, and black, rancid blood flowed from it. Immediately afterwards, the zombie fell down suddenly. The body twitched a few times unconsciously, and a large area of thick, dry black blood spread on the ground, and then stopped moving. As time goes by, the zombies on the streets have become less glossy. On a 2-story low building on the other side, Xiaobai lowered his gun and glanced at the sky. Snow was slowly falling in the sky, and a thin layer had even accumulated on the ground. It is November 21st, and the temperature in Longjiang province is gradually dropping. This province, known as the lowest temperature in China, is about to usher in its winter. This was already the 3rd day that Xiaobai and the others came to Zhuhai City. Xiaobai was standing at the top of a 2-story building in the suburbs of the city at this moment. Just now, he had eliminated the few zombies in the building and killed a few nearby zombies on the roof. The small 2nd-floor location is close to Nanchang district. The zombies here are relatively dense, but it is completely opposite from Xiaobai's villa. Moreover, most of the survivors in Zhuhai City have already been evacuated, and the remaining ones are basically not there. We'll hang out here. Xiaobai exhaled. After confirming the surrounding open environment again, he returned directly along the original road. This supermarket seemed to have been searched by someone a long time ago. There was basically nothing useful for the industry in it. To the north there were even large areas of burn marks, and the whole house seemed empty. However, this was indeed the place Xiaobai was looking for. He took out cans from the RV parked behind and bought them from surrounding restaurants, and other places. The gas canisters were collected and stuffed into this building. In this season, gas, which was once indispensable to every household, has become one of the most useless materials nowadays. However, Xiaobai was of great use to this thing. He placed the cans of gas and installed a small remote-controlled bomb produced on a battleship on a gas can in the corner before clapping his hands and feeling satisfied. Got in the car. At this moment, the 2-story building in front of him was already a dangerous building. Xiaobai, however, didn't seem to have the slightest awareness of creating a dangerous place. He turned around and boarded the battleship behind him, turned the car around, and headed straight for an important zombie gathering spot in Nanchang district that he had previously observed. It was a former nursing home. It seemed that many survivors had gathered here before, surrounded by hundreds of zombies. However, the door of the nursing home had long been squeezed through by zombies. Now, apart from zombies, there were only zombies inside and outside. Xiaobai drove all the way, stopped at the corner, and started playing music to his grandfather using a battleship-level speaker. Ha 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 ha, you can't beat me / there's no way, I'm just so strong / ha 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 ha, you can't catch me / la 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 / ha ha ha, you've been defeated by me / everyone come on me together, I'm not afraid at all / ha ha ha, you can't beat me. The crazy demonic sound resounded throughout the nursing home in an instant, and the zombies seemed to have received some kind of inspiration at this moment. They turned around one by one, and then rushed towards this side crazily. Xiaobai closed all the windows and waited until the first zombie fell on his front windshield like a ghost, before he started to reverse the car. After the first zombie, there were densely packed zombies. Xiaobai deliberately stayed for 5 more seconds, waiting for the zombies to emerge one after another before he completely started to retreat, turn, and rush towards the dangerous building he had prepared. He drove at a slow speed, ensuring that the large group of zombies behind him could keep up. Of course, Xiaobai wasn't too arrogant. After attracting the zombies here, he took the initiative to turn off the music. After all, if Xiaobai couldn't deal with tens of thousands of zombies in Nanchang district, it would be self-defeating. However, despite this, with Xiaobai moving forward and the howling of the zombies behind him, there were still zombies on both sides being attracted and chasing him crazily. By the time he rushed out of the 2 streets, the zombies behind Xiaobai were already a black tide. Xiaobai looked at the tide of corpses and felt a little scared himself. However, at this moment, he had just turned around a street and was distracted. He suddenly realized that in the middle of the street in front of him, at some point, there was a man carrying a baby on his back. A high school girl with a backpack and glasses. When the female high school student saw this scene, the high-speed rush to her RV and the dense crowd of zombies behind the RV, she was so frightened that she stood there blankly, and her backpack fell to the ground with a clatter. Spill out a bunch of snacks. Xiaobai was startled. He veered away quickly and slowed down the car slightly. The moment he passed this girl, he pushed open his driver's door like lightning and pulled the girl up with one hand. Xiaobai held the opponent's butt and pushed the opponent into the passenger seat before closing the door, but almost hit the street light on the other side. Xiaobai turned the steering wheel hard before he stabilized the battleship and continued to move forward. After a while, the dozen or so zombies behind him were about to capture his battleship. In the chaos, Xiaobai seemed to hear someone shouting, but then the shouting was interrupted by the high-decibel scream of the female high school student he pulled up and the howling of zombies outside. Xiaobai took a breath, and then drove forward at lightning speed, followed by a large wave of corpses. After turning 2 streets away, Xiaobai finally saw his ambush building. This area has been cleared by Xiaobai, and there are no zombies. Once here, Xiaobai speeds up the car in one breath, shakes off the large number of zombies chasing behind him, and parks the car behind the building. He cleared the outside before the zombies just wanted to hide the battleship behind the building right now. At this time, the female high school girl with glasses was still screaming. Xiaobai originally wanted to say something to this girl, but after looking at this guy's appearance, he just shook his head, picked up his rifle and fired. After getting out of the car, he killed a few zombies that were clinging to his battleship like tarsal maggots. He rushed to the front of the building. Facing the roaring zombies, he took off his silencer and fired 2 shots into the sky. When the zombies heard the gunfire, they swarmed over. The first one had one of his legs thrown out with the bones, but he still rushed over at an inhuman speed using his hands and feet, asking for all kinds of support. Seeing this, Xiaobai took a deep breath, turned around and rushed into the building. At this moment, he was still more than 10 meters away from the zombie at the front. But just as he turned into the building, the zombie at the front was there. Already rushed to the door. Xiaobai ran all the way to the 2nd floor, and then went to the rooftop. He pulled the things he had prepared prematurely to block the entrance to the rooftop, and fired randomly into the sky. But at this moment, the zombies below had actually surged up. The huge number of them opened up most of Xiaobai's blockage at the entrance to the rooftop in just a moment, and stretched out their bloody arms, as if they were in hell. Scenes. In just a short while, the 2nd floor was almost filled with zombies crowding in from outside. And outside, there were hundreds of zombies still going crazy following the sound of gunshots and the smell of living people are pouring into this building. Xiaobai knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. He took a deep breath, walked to the edge of the rooftop, shot a few zombies blocking his RV, and used the ropes he had prepared here to kill him, and one breath slided down from above. As soon as he landed, a zombie jumped out from the corner, opened its big mouth and bit directly at Xiaobai. Xiaobai was slightly startled and shook his hand several times, but he missed the zombie. It was critical, but the impact of the bullet knocked the zombie to the ground. Xiaobai broke out in a cold sweat, opened the door and got in the car, then without hesitation turned the front of the car and rushed away. What surprised him was that the girl he picked up by the roadside stopped screaming now and sat there blankly, as if she had lost her soul. But Xiaobai couldn't care about this girl at the moment. He turned around and rushed out. After about 200 meters, he took out the remote control of his remote-controlled bomb and pressed the red button hard. And then, boom! Behind him, a ball of fire first appeared in the corner of the dangerous building, and then, the continuous explosions began. Finally, the entire building even turned into a blazing ball of fire. The explosion, the sound was earth-shaking, and correspondingly, Xiaobai's energy points soared upwards like a rocket. Xiaobai drove his car and circled around the building with the powerful power of the battleship, collecting as many energy points as possible. Of course, the battleship would also be affected to a certain extent by an explosion of this scale. Dear Captain, the exterior of your battleship was impacted, and the current damage level of your battleship is 5%. The scale of the explosion was almost as large as that of a missile. Xiaobai estimated that if he hadn't been in the battleship, he would have lost half his life. When Xiaobai left completely, his energy points had increased by more than 300. In addition to those who were killed on the spot, those who were later burned also provided Xiaobai with a lot of energy points. Collecting energy points in this way is much faster than Xiaobai holding a gun and hunting for positions. 5% of the damage, within Xiaobai's estimation and tolerance, can be repaired with a dozen energy points. Coupled with the previous 5 energy points of the remote-controlled bomb, Xiaobai's sum is absolutely it was about making money with blood. In fact, he had this idea when he was in Bingcheng before. But at that time, the defense coefficient of the second-level battleship was too low. If he did this, he might be blown up. The situation in Bingcheng was also different from that of Zhuhua. Different cities, it is difficult to effectively hunt zombies and obtain profits in this way. As for Xiaobai's explosion today, he has been preparing for it all morning, whether it is the control of attracting zombies, the layout and retreat plan here, the detonation plan, or even the distance to the villa area and whether there are other people around. Xiaobai had considered whether combustibles would cause fires throughout the city, etc., and this led to the current scene. However, although the plan was thorough, in Xiaobai's opinion, it was a bit too thrilling. Of course, this is Xiaobai's first attempt to determine the feasibility. In fact, next time, he plans to use a drone made from a battleship. Now Xiaobai's battleship is the most high-end model that can be built. The drone has special bulletproof outer armor, can fly at a maximum height of 5,000 meters, and has aerial photography and sound functions. However, due to the level of the warship, Xiaobai cannot yet produce military models with weapons and other functions. The reason why it was not used this time was because Xiaobai had made a bunch of high-priced goods, and now his energy points were seriously insufficient. The cost of that drone was as high as 280 energy points. He now collected this wave of zombies before he could use it. Have manufacturing capital. It takes more than 20 hours to build this thing. But next time with this thing, Xiaobai doesn't have to take risks by himself, and the usefulness of this thing is not just that, it may be useful in many ways in the future, so Xiaobai even gave up on getting one first. The plan to come up with solar cells is to build this thing first. Next time he takes action, Xiaobai will be able to enjoy the blessings of technology. With more than 300 energy points at a time, leaving aside the preparation time and rest time required for choosing a location, making arrangements and considering other situations, I can do it at least 2 to 3 times a week, which is nearly 1,000 energy points a week. In a month. When Xiaobai thought about this, he felt like his mouth was watering and he laughed out loud. Getting rich and reaching the pinnacle of life is just around the corner. Of course, if a month goes by like this, the distribution of zombies in the entire city will have undergone huge changes. The situation may also change by then. Such an explosion may also cause many unexpected consequences. It is unknown. In the apocalypse, the most common accident, the situation may not be as optimistic as Xiaobai thought. As Xiaobai, who has been struggling in the apocalypse for 5 years, he himself is very aware of the suddenness and frequency of unexpected situations in the apocalypse, and he will be prepared for this in advance. However, even so, Xiaobai felt a little selfless and excited. The zombie gathering pattern in Zhuhua City gave Xiaobai a huge advantage. At this time, he turned his head slightly, but happened to catch the eyes of the screaming girl next to him. The girl looked at the grinning Xiaobai with a look of horror on her face. The two stared at each other silently for a moment, and then the girl with glasses screamed loudly again. Xiaobai. At this time, Xiaobai's walkie-talkie also rang, and Ho Zhuang's nervous voice came from inside. What's wrong? I just heard a big explosion. At this time, the female high school student with glasses suddenly stopped shouting and looked dumb. Xiaobai glanced at her and said very calmly, "It's okay, I did it." For some reason, Ho Zhuang felt relieved when he heard Xiaobai's "I did it," as if in his heart, as long as Xiaobai did it himself, it was not a dangerous thing. On the other hand, the female high school student with glasses didn't know why. After listening for a long time, she opened her mouth again and screamed at a high decibel. On Ho Zhuang's side, there was a sound of snatching, and then Bai Lan's slightly nervous voice sounded, "What's wrong? Who is screaming?" Obviously, this awakened girl has misunderstood something. Xiaobai didn't think much, and was in a hurry to leave here, so he blurted out, "It's nothing, I did this too, accident." Dear book lovers, please collect, recommend, vote and support in any way. Yi Hanyu was a little depressed. Before the end, she was a high school student at Qingyu Middle School in Jua City. She had fair skin and delicate facial features, but she was not considered a flower-level person in the school because she was the eldest sister in the school. They are just hanging around, and there is a group of sisters who occasionally get into fights. They are the kind of students that ordinary students are afraid of and teachers are bored by. In the eyes of many teachers, this group of girls headed by Yi Hanyu caused more trouble than some boys. Yi Hanyu's temperament is that kind of wild and carefree. She actually knows that many students and teachers in the school want her to disappear quickly or make some big mistake and be expelled, but she still prefers to stay here. I'm going to hang out until graduation. Until the end begins. She didn't stay at home that night, she was playing outside with her sisters. One of her sister's boyfriends turns into a zombie, and chaos ensues. Yi Hanyu and her companions found a small private room in a bar and hid there for 2 whole days. The phone signal was out of service, and the water and electricity were cut off. When they came out 2 days later, they found that the world was ending and the streets were full of zombies. Yi Hanyu awakened her ability at this time and became an awakened person. She first returned home and found that her parents were missing. She didn't know whether they were eaten by zombies or ran away early, so she gathered a group of her sisters. Following the broadcast, I wanted to go to Nanchang District to find the military to follow and evacuate, but at that time Nanchang District was already full of zombies. Although there were many people on Yi Hanyu's side, most of them were girls. They were very panicked in the apocalypse, and they could not contact them. The rescuers could only watch helplessly as the military retreated with a large number of survivors who had already gathered there. There was no other way, so Yi Hanyu took the people back to her Qingyu Middle School. The apocalypse occurred at midnight, and Qingyu Middle School was a non-boarding school, so the school was surprisingly safe. This place is relatively far from Nanchang District. Therefore, Yi Hanyu and the others have been hiding for more than a month. They have turned the school into their own fortress, searching for supplies everywhere in the city, which is beyond the reach of adults. Speed and adapt to this world that has undergone tremendous changes. Although Jua City is quite dangerous right now, this is after all the city where Yi Hanyu and the others grew up. They are most familiar with this place. After establishing a firm foothold, they plan to find ways to survive here for a long time and expand the scope of their search for supplies. See if we can turn over the school playground, make a piece of land, plant something in it, and plan for long-term survival in the future. And this time, they also found out that there was a seed wholesale store on this side near Nanchang District. Yi Hanyu took a huge risk and led a few people all the way from Qingyu Middle School, planning to get some edible seeds. The seeds of things come and go back to farm in the school. But the plan failed to keep up with the change, and they encountered a group of zombies midway. The team was scattered to pieces. Yi Hanyu finally found a few people, and then heard a piece of news that stunned her. One of their lone companions was kidnapped. It is said to be a luxury car being chased by a wave of corpses. Yi Hanyu was shocked. Although she was a social girl who was not liked by teachers and many students in school, it made sense that she was the eldest sister. As long as she was her friend, no matter what happened, no matter what the situation, as long as there was a slight chance, she would not give up on the other party. According to her own words, those are her people, and those who follow her are the people she protects. If anything happens, she will take the lead. In the first moment, Yi Hanyu thought it was some scumbag survivor and wanted to take it out on her sisters. Therefore, Yi Hanyu took action immediately. She led her people, drove the van they found, and rushed directly in the direction of the corpse tide. However, Yi Hanyu and the others were only halfway through, and they didn't even catch the tail of the corpse tide. There was an earth-shattering explosion in front of them. The entire ground seemed to shake, and a large blaze of flames shot up in the distance, and then the flames were engulfed by billowing thick smoke. To be honest, Yi Hanyu was confused. Everyone in her car was stunned. She got out of the car and found a way to get on the roof of a building. She looked in the direction of the explosion and realized that a building over there had exploded, and all the zombies nearby were blown up into the sky. Many zombies are even still alive, with broken arms and legs, rolling like burning people. It seems like a scene like hell on earth. Why did a good building explode? Or is it winter? Looking from here, there is no trace of the RV anywhere. It must have been blown up to the sky. Yi Hanyu couldn't help but grit her teeth. In this situation, she couldn't bring anyone over there. Even though there was an explosion there were still a lot of zombies on both sides. If she went over there in such a reckless way, not only would she not be able to find her people, but she might even kill them. Everyone here is involved. Moreover, judging from the extent of the explosion, her companion is probably gone long ago, and even if it passes, it will be meaningless. There was no other way, so Yi Hanyu could only lead her people to turn around and search for seeds. By the time she found the seeds and returned to Qingyu Middle School, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The snow had stopped long ago, and although the seeds were found, one person died, and the look on everyone's face was somewhat depressed. However, what Yi Hanyu didn't expect was that around 4 o'clock, the RV came to the door and even sent her sister back. Yi Hanyu was taken aback, picked up her favorite flamethrower and led the others out. However, her sister was intact, but judging from her expression, she was in a state of being frightened and didn't know what to say, while the owner of the RV was an ordinary-looking young man. After questioning, Yi Hanyu found out that her sister was rescued by that young man. The other party actually sent her companion back specially, and he did not do anything excessive as Yi Hanyu thought. Yi Hanyu couldn't help being a little surprised. She thanked her first, and then she said suspiciously, in other words, you were originally being chased by zombies. At the critical moment, when you passed by a building, that building happened to explode, so can you escape and ascend to heaven? The young man smiled and said very calmly, it didn't happen to explode, it was me. Ding, your female channel novel is online, so I don't want you to scold me, so I'll shout, this girl can be considered a semi-important person. Also, as I mentioned before, these zombies are so fierce that they are not that easy to kill. Then, continue to ask for favorites and recommendation votes Chinese Valentine's Day to everyone. Yi Hanyu smiled. She looked up and down at the frail young man in front of her. She didn't believe what Xiaobai said from the bottom of her heart. But looking at Xiaobai's expression, the blood stains of the zombies still on her body, and the fact that her sister was in such a frightened state as her enemies, this guy's words seemed to have some credibility. Yi Hanyu looked a little suspicious. In response to this, Xiaobai just smiled and didn't say anything further. Instead, he said, this friend of yours was almost killed by me, so I sent her back, just to get to know her, so as not to cause any trouble in the future. Necessary conflict is not good for everyone. After saying such words, Xiaobai turned around and planned to leave. But over there, Yi Hanyu's mouth was half open, looking a little confused. Did she give someone an advance warning and threaten her? If this was before the end of the world, Yi Hanyu would have taken off her shoes and passed away. She had fights with boys in other schools, and even appeared on the local TV news, but now, she herself has I understand the deeper meaning of the other party's words, especially after thinking about today's explosion. Things in the apocalypse are not trivial. If there is a conflict between survivors in the apocalypse, even if 1 or 2 people die, it is not called a conflict. Yi Hanyu was still a little wary. He took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and said a little stiffly, oh, you are worrying too much, but you should pay more attention. There is a big wolf dog going east from Qingyu, don't be too aggressive. After saying beautiful words, he was picked up and eaten. Big wolf dog? However, to the east of Qingyu High School is the direction of the villa area where Xiaobai is located. Xiaobai's heart moved slightly, he waved his hand, said thank you, then turned and left. To be honest, Xiaobai did not expect that he would meet such a group of survivors here. According to his memory, when he came here in the previous life, there were no such groups of survivors in Jua City. Most of them were just one person. The 2 retail investors, Yi Hanyu and the others, were nowhere to be seen, and they probably had left Jua City by then. After all, it was only 1 month after the end of the world, and the time was different. If the state in this city was exactly the same as in Xiaobai's memory, it would be considered a ghost. Although the military here has evacuated a large number of survivors from Jua City, it is impossible for everyone to evacuate. It is inevitable that there will be survivors here, and it will not be just Yi Hanyu, and now in the southern half of the city they are all zombies, and most of the survivors should be gathered here. Xiaobai's purpose of sending the screaming little girl back was actually not that simple. He wanted to take this opportunity to find out the location of their survivors' gathering point in case of a conflict. He might as well just kill him directly. As for the hero saving the beauty and giving the girl something. To be honest, from the explosion to now, the bespectacled girl screamed 50% of the time and cried 40% of the time. Xiaobai asked where his companion lived for a long time. After having an affair with such a girl, Xiaobai felt that he might have nothing to do. As for strike first and kill all these girls, Xiaobai asked himself that he was not that crazy and had no such perverted thoughts. Through this brief contact, in Xiaobai's opinion, neither the bespectacled girl nor Yi Hanyu were bad people. The location of Qingyu Middle School was directly south of their villa area, and there was a group of survivors living here. It's not a bad thing if there is any abnormal movement of corpses and a large-scale advance here. These high school students will be the first shield to call the police. But when Xiaobai watched the luxurious extended version RV gradually go away, Yi Hanyu shook her head. She had the same idea as Xiaobai. She felt that Xiaobai was not a bad person. At least he was not the kind of person who pretended to be because the apocalypse is coming, so I am dark and cold-blooded and kill everyone on sight. You guys can talk nice to other survivors. They are the kind of people who use the end of the world as an excuse to find high-sounding excuses for their selfishness and abnormal psychology. Dealing with zombies is tiring, and dealing with people is even more tiring. Yi Hanyu knows that everyone she meets in the apocalypse will not be as easy to deal with as the bad guys or teachers she met in school, especially Xia. Anyone who dares to drive a luxury car alone through a city like this is a great person. If he makes a move, someone will die. Moreover, in the apocalypse, the survivors really fight among themselves. Hands are usually used to kill them all. Yi Hanyu is not afraid of fights, but she doesn't want her sisters to die inexplicably in the fights. What's going on if you're killed by someone instead of a zombie? Of course, if someone else touches her and her people, she will never let it go. She glanced at the bespectacled woman behind who was brought back by Xiaobai. The bespectacled girl's face was stained with tears, and her eyes were still misty with tears. I said, don't cry. Yi Hanyu stretched out her hand, rubbed the bespectacled girl's head, and said, isn't it nothing? That person didn't do anything to you. Didn't he say anything? To tell the truth, tell me what he did to you and I will help you deal with him. No, he didn't do anything to me, but that person is a lunatic. He attracts zombies, explodes zombies, and laughs crazily, *ck. Yi Hanyu couldn't help but cursed when she heard the bespectacled woman say these words in a slightly trembling tone, thinking, is that guy really a pervert? At this time, the bespectacled woman whispered, Hanyu, am I very useless? If it weren't for me, you would probably have less trouble. What's useless? Although you didn't hang out with us before the end, you belong to the group of good students, but you are different from those bitches who study hard and dislike others, except you. Who else in our class would like to sitting at my table? Are you willing to be my friend and give me lectures? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Besides, think about it, if you hadn't studied well and repaired the generator, would we have electricity now? The bespectacled girl was stunned for a moment, with a rare smile on her face. For a moment, as if she remembered something, she whispered, that wasn't learned in school, it was me and my dad. Okay, it's okay. I found a bottle of erguatu today to give you a boost of courage. But, I won't drink alcohol. The author, who is still updating on Valentine's Day, wishes everyone a happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Please ask for a wave of favorites and recommendation votes on Chinese Valentine's Day. Don't forget the herbal tea that you have worked so hard to update us for the chapter names and so on. But, is anyone reading the novel today, Little Girl Back? When Xiaobai returned to the villa, the sky had completely darkened. He felt that the wolf dog Yi Hanyu mentioned might be an extreme mutant. After all, although Yi Hanyu's side was all girls, there were also many people there. Although the canine mutant zombies were stronger than ordinary zombies, they were not enough to allow so many survivors. The person is helpless. Zhua City is not that big, and not far to the east of Qingyu High School is the villa area where Xiaobai is located. There is an extreme mutant living here, which is definitely a threat to them. Moreover, an extreme mutant has 100 energy points. When the battleship was at level 2, Xiaobai didn't dare to cause trouble with extreme mutants, but now that the battleship is at level 3 and the outer deck has been fully upgraded, he has the capital to hunt such creatures. Moreover, in Jua's city right now, Xiaobai is not shy about showing off his strength. He knew that his large-scale hunting of zombies would definitely attract the attention of many local survivors. Ho Shuang and the others were searching for supplies everywhere. Some people would choose not to offend them, but there would definitely be people who would cause trouble. Therefore, Xiaobai simply behaved very arrogantly, deterring most people who lacked strength. But that didn't mean there was no danger at all. At least for the first half-month, he had to be wary of living people. In the apocalypse, there is no place without danger. When Xiaobai returned to the villa, Chen Tiancheng came up to him and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, I have installed our peripheral warning and warning devices. Anything as big as a palm can be spotted at the entrance of the yard." This set of warning equipment was made by Xiaobai through the system. It was of high quality, but he was too lazy to install it himself, so he passed it all on to the group of people left behind by Chen Tiancheng and others. Xiaobai rubbed his hands and smiled, and said, "It's good. The firepower points set up are ready, right? The keys to those rooms have been taken, and the important supplies are still on the battleship. Where are Ho Shuang and the others? Have you found the insulation board? There are also induction cookers and electric heaters. We are in the northeast. If there is no heating, we have to find a way to prevent fire, theft, cold, people and zombies." Xiaobai seemed to want to develop this villa into a military fortress. No matter how long they could live here, the defenses had to be built first. After Xiaobai finished asking these questions, Chen Tiancheng said, "Don't worry, it's almost done. Ho Shuang and I are planning to find time to do the insulation first tomorrow. It snowed today and it will be even colder. But, we don't know how to do this stuff. Brother Xia, can you do it? As for those that use electricity, we are all waiting for the solar cells you mentioned." Xiaobai was convinced that the solar cells could be made in a few hours. It would be enough to directly use them to power the villa. He said, "Let's find a solution together later. Let's take our time." Chen Tiancheng nodded, winked at Xiaobai, and then said, "Brother Xia, what are you doing today?" Xiaobai glanced at this guy. Chen Tiancheng winked and smiled obscenely. "I've heard everything today. I heard that you made a woman cry. Where is that girl? Why didn't you bring it back with you?" "Xiaobai, who did you hear these nonsense things from?" "Tsk, Ho Shuang said it all. I also heard that Sister Bailan thought something had happened to you, so she asked you there." Tell me how embarrassing this Sister Bailan is." Xiaobai, he opened his mouth, but at this moment, what else could he say? He could only enter the house honestly and find a corner to sit down. To be honest, Xiaobai felt quite embarrassed. Throughout the night, he felt that everyone was looking at him strangely. Everyone seemed to want to say something, but no one said anything. The situation was extremely embarrassing and he didn't know anything. Yi Xiaoqi noticed something was wrong and felt that Xiaobai's treatment today seemed a bit bad. She ran over and handed Xiaobai a lollipop and said with a smile, "I said last time that I wanted to eat candy. Sister Bailan brought it back to me when she went out today. Here, I'll give you one." Before Xiaobai could say anything, Bailan, who was sitting over there, stretched out his hand, pulled Yi Xiaoqi back and said, "Don't give the candy I gave you to others." Yi Xiaoqi was stunned for a moment. She looked at Xiaobai and then at Bailan, looking a little cute. After a while, as if she had figured out something, she ran away. Bailan's expression was very calm. She glanced at Xiaobai and said, "We found a small mineral water distribution point today. No one has touched it. A car can't transport it," Xiaobai said. "I will go there with you tomorrow. There is a bathtub on the second floor. Let's take a good bath." Bailan didn't seem to expect that Xiaobai's first thought was to take a shower. She was stunned for a moment and said, "We are obviously living in the apocalypse, but why are we living as if we are fleeing, and you are acting like you are on vacation?" Xiaobai smiled and said, "I'll see if I can install the solar cells tomorrow and connect them to the original water heater here. By then, you can also take a hot bath. Bai Lan glanced at Xiaobai, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. But to be honest, she hadn't taken a shower for a long time. At most, she wiped her body with a towel soaked in water. She is a little girl, although she says that bathing wastes water, but from the bottom of her heart, she also wants to take a good hot bath. But Bai Lan still sighed and said, Songhua River is also polluted. What if one day we can't find supplies? This time, Xiaobai didn't wait for her to finish, and interrupted, don't worry, if one day we can't find supplies, that's when we can grow our own things and be self-sufficient. Hearing such words, Bai Lan couldn't help but raise his head and glance at Xiaobai beside him. From the moment she met this person until now, every word he said seemed to come true. Escape from the school, go to the Ice City prison survivor base, and even fight your way out of the zombie wave. So, is this also true? Will there really come a day when they no longer have to run around collecting supplies and risking being killed by zombies like they are here now? Bai Lan was slightly stunned. Xiaobai smiled and said, then, let's start by taking a hot bath tomorrow. Bai Lan glanced at him and said, okay, but who is that little girl today? Don't be irresponsible. You should bring that little girl back. Xiaobai. Dear book lovers, please collect, recommend and support me. Collect it. The next day, Xiaobai used the solar generator he had built. A generator would not be of much use to the battleship, so he simply used it to power the villa first. Although it could not meet the huge demand, it would be of great help in the end of the world. For everyone in the city, having electricity was an unbelievable thing. Ho Shuang and Li Jingyang even discussed enthusiastically about getting a few computers from an internet cafe in the city and playing Glory of the Republic online here. In this regard, Xiaobai didn't need to speak. Bai Lan said, you are playing games in the apocalypse and don't want to live anymore? Of course, Ho Shuang and the others were just joking. Although they seemed to have settled down safely here, didn't they look extremely safe when they were at the Bingchang prison survivor base? Even the survivors of Ice City prison can be swallowed up by the zombie tide. Their small stronghold is not safe at all. Big problems may occur at any time, especially now. There is no military to help them guard, and they are responsible for all safety issues themselves. Ho Zhuan, although they are big-hearted, they are not that big. If they really get a few computers, although they say they are happy, they will never touch them. Moreover, they are a few living people here. Although the number is not large, zombies are often attracted. Sometimes there are only one or two here and there, and sometimes there are more than a dozen. Following the faint light in the snow, the smell of living people staggered out from the corners of the city, but without exception, they were shot one by Ho Zhuang and the others. Moreover, in order to prevent the smell of blood from attracting more zombies, they had to endure it. Dispose of the corpses of the zombies they killed with the stench rising into the sky. Xiaobai has not been idle these 2 days. While arranging the automatic alarm facilities in the entire villa, he is also preparing for the winter. After a while, the snow will stop, and their movements will be somewhat restricted, and the problem of keeping warm around him must be solved in advance. In addition, Xiaobai is also seizing the time to produce drones. With this thing, his zombie hunting plan is equivalent to getting a powerful help. And with this thing, he can even better observe the situation in the entire Zhuwa city and the movements of zombies. After he caused an explosion in Nanchang district last time, the zombies gathered in Nanchang district were all moving. This abnormal movement was different from what Xiaobai had imagined. He originally thought that after an explosion, zombies would gather densely, but in fact, only the place where he detonated the gas tank had a lot of zombies gathered. The flames in the building have long been extinguished, but there are still a large number of zombies wandering on the collapsed half of the building and the charred ground. However, the zombies further away are scattered slightly. Only then did Xiaobai realize that he had been naive in his previous thinking. These zombies were after all non-intelligent creatures. They were driven solely by virus activity and hunger, and used smell and hearing to detect targets. However, this feeling was also limited. Yes, at a nearby location, zombies will be attracted by the loud noise of the explosion, but for the many other densely packed zombies farther away, all over Nanchang district, the sound of the explosion is difficult to judge, but the sound does exist. Yes, they will wander around like headless flies, and even swarm into other urban areas where there are not many zombies. With these zombies gathered in Nanchang district plus the zombies originally in the city, the zombie branch in Juhua city will become very compact, and the number of zombies here will even increase like a snowball. This means that if Xiaobai continues to use the previous method to lure zombies to explode, it is very likely that by the time he explodes for a month, the zombie tide will have spread to the villa. By then, let alone winter, they will be gone. Gotta run. There are hundreds of thousands of zombies in Juhua city. Although Xiaobai's battleship is strong, it is not strong enough to compete with hundreds of thousands of zombies. Xiaobai realized that he had taken this for granted. In the game, monsters spawned at fixed positions may get stuck out of their active areas. What's more, in reality, those zombies were spawned by alien viruses. A being with super strength and speed. Of course, zombies must be killed. Xiaobai came to Juhua city not just to spend the winter. If he really wanted to spend the winter, he might as well go to Xingjing first. The important purpose of his coming here is to seek development, but if you continue to use the previous method to kill zombies, you may have to make new plans, and the zombies in the nearby location must be cleared out as soon as possible. As the drones began to be manufactured, Xiaobai's few energy points were once again running low, and Xiaobai used all the rest to create naval gun shells with 20 energy points each. Since the battleship was upgraded to level 3, the weapons manufacturing list has been expanded again. Most individual weapons can be manufactured, and the relevant ammunition has also been released. However, further up, the missiles used in the battleship's missile launcher are still unmanufacturable, but naval gun shells can be made. Xiaobai had been rushing to make too many things before, and now he finally had the opportunity to start making this thing. Although the power of naval guns is still not as powerful as missiles, one shot can still clear a small open space among the corpses. Xiaobai felt that he was really confused at the moment and had no energy at all. The current level 3 is enough for Xiaobai. He is not in a hurry to upgrade to level 4. He needs to improve all the internal performance of the battleship and make reserves. Otherwise, even if he upgrades the level 4 battleship, it will be nothing more than it's just an armored vehicle, meaningless. Warships are mobile fortresses in space. They are not only invincible and powerful space combat weapons, but also mobile space bases. Weapons and defense systems are very important to warships, but they are not everything. These things can be done slowly. There are hundreds of thousands of zombies in Juhua city. Xiaobai has a winter, and he has powerful battleships. It shouldn't be difficult to get 20,000 or even 30,000 energy points. Xiaobai's top priority now is to quickly get the battleship's hardware facilities up and improve the battleship's overall combat capabilities and even other capabilities. Originally Xiaobai was not so anxious, but the breach of the Bingcheng prison survivor base almost confirmed the emergence of intelligent zombies. Although Xiaobai did not meet him face to face, he has not yet seen the shadow of intelligent zombies, but he also felt a sense of crisis to some extent, and took the time to stop and solve a series of problems with the battleship. Apart from this, Xiaobai was more concerned about his battleship's medical bay. Regardless of whether it is before or after the apocalypse, as long as you are a human being, who can guarantee that you will not get sick or injured? Especially in the last days. In Xiaobai's opinion, this medical warehouse was even more useful than a naval gun. Please collect, recommend, vote and support in any way. Collect. The functions of the medical warehouse are powerful. Judging from the descriptions and treatable items that Xiaobai read before, the third-level medical warehouse can handle almost all aspects of the situation, and can even perform independent surgeries. Xiaobai saw that come on, this thing is simply a treasure, an artifact of logistical and medical support. Therefore, Xiaobai was particularly interested in this stuff. Today he looked at the detailed map of Yansu City and found that there was a very large hospital to the east of the city. He was slightly excited and planned to get something. There is nothing missing in his battleship, but medicines are relatively scarce, and some special medicines are often only available in large hospitals like this. Although the battleship's medical bay can synthesize medicines independently, it also costs energy points. In this world, matter is conserved, and nothing can be created out of thin air. What Xiaobai lacks most now is energy points, medicines, and the like. Since he could get it nearby, there was no need for him to spend all his energy points to build it. What's more, his other purpose in coming to Jua City, besides hunting zombies, is to take this opportunity to collect a large number of these useful and important materials in this city. It is indeed necessary to make a trip to this hospital. Of course, a hospital in a zombie apocalypse is basically similar to a horror movie. If you really want to go there, you need to be mentally prepared. Xiaobai made a plan and briefly talked with Ho Zhuang and the others in the evening, and planned to go there tomorrow to see the surrounding situation before making a decision. After the plan was finalized, Xiaobai returned to his room and went to sleep. The size of this villa is not small. Except for a few girls who like to live together, the boys basically share a room. That's it. There are also some empty rooms that can be used to store weapons and supplies. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, the sky was dark, and it was snowing again outside. Xiaobai was lying on the bed, thinking about messy things, and fell into a deep sleep after a while. He also had a dream. He dreamed that he was somehow put on a stretcher and carried into a very strange hospital. There was a little nurse next to him. She was very good-looking and wore a nurse uniform with open breasts. A large piece of it was exposed, and a patch of white flowers was exposed. The nurse was chattering something that Xiaobai couldn't hear clearly, and her hands were groping Xiaobai's body again and again, and she was walking in a long corridor full of the smell of disinfectant. The road seemed endless, but the two brothers carrying the stretcher in front and back were not very stable. Xiaobai felt like he was shaking and wanted to vomit. And at this moment, in the direction they came from, behind the empty corridor of the hospital, a sound similar to the ringtone of an intercom suddenly came, which seemed particularly abrupt and irregular. The atmosphere started to get uncomfortable from this point on. At this moment, the nurse suddenly turned her head, looked in the direction of the sound, and rushed the back of her head towards Xiaobai. Not knowing what she saw, she let out a strange and terrifying laugh, and then turned back like lightning. However, in just one moment, the nurse's face underwent earth-shaking changes. The innocent face turned into a rotten face, one eyeball drooped out of the eye socket, and the mouth seemed to have been torn open. Her grin reached to the base of her ears, which contained jagged, bloody teeth. She let out a terrifying howl at Xiaobai and bit down on her head. Xiaobai suddenly woke up from his sleep. He sat up and reached out to touch the row of guns placed on the inside of the bed by the window. But then, he realized that it was a false alarm. Yet the bell still rings. Xiaobai turned around suddenly and realized that it was his walkie-talkie that was ringing. The bell in the dream just now was the one that was ringing. When the bell rang, spring dreams suddenly turned into nightmares. The time now was already past midnight. Xiaobai and the others were in shift vigil mode at night. The intercom rang. It should have been the person on duty downstairs calling him, but now was not the time when Xiaobai should be on duty. Xiaobai frowned slightly and immediately picked up the intercom and said, "Huh?" Inside was Qin Tiancheng's slightly nervous voice, "Brother Xia, the alarm outside has gone off. There are survivors coming towards us." Xiaobai was startled. He immediately got up from the bed, came to the window, looked down, and sure enough he saw a sneaky shadow coming in from outside. But the man seemed to have been prepared. He entered the courtyard of the villa where they were, and came to Xiaobai's RV with a clear purpose. In the dark night, he seemed to squat down in front of Xiaobai's car door, very professional and polite. The familiar one wants to slide the door and pick the lock. The system prompt immediately sounded in Xiaobai's mind. "Dear Captain, there is an unknown person approaching the battleship. The unknown person is armed and it is recommended to expel him. Dear Captain, this unknown person is performing unknown operations on the warship and has not taken any extreme actions. It is still recommended to expel him immediately." The man seemed to be really trying to use techniques to open the door, and the battleship didn't even set off the alarm. But Xiaobai knew that it was impossible for this guy to succeed, no matter how skilled he was, because the keyhole in the RV form of his battleship was simply fake. If this person could use a fake hole to open the car door, then it's God. Xiaobai breathed out. Their actions in Jua City these days were not concealed, and it was normal for them to be targeted by other survivors. After all, in the eyes of the vast majority of survivors, robbing the same kind of people was comparable to killing someone from the mouth of a zombie. It's much easier to do things little by little. He asked, how many are there? Xiaobai and the others transformed the storage room on the first floor into a security room, and the external monitoring and detection equipment were connected to the computers there. Chen Tiancheng replied immediately, 6 or 7, there is a van. I looked at the surveillance outside. Everyone else was hiding outside, and now this one person has come in. Xiaobai frowned and said, I guess they came here to find out the bottom. These people saw our firepower and didn't dare to confront us head-on, so they came here in the middle of the night. Chen Tiancheng said, what does Brother Xia mean? They just want to steal the car? Xiaobai silently took out his 09 sniper rifle from a row of weapons in the corner and shook his head. If he really wanted to steal a car, why would there be so many people? Isn't it important to have a large group of people come together to steal something? At this moment, the car thief below had no success, so he started to make other small moves, gesturing to call people outside to come in. Dear book lovers, please collect, recommend and support me, please collect it. The car thief failed to steal the car, so he took out a small infrared toy and scanned a specific location first. The few people hiding outside seemed to have heard the signal and entered one after another in the dark. He entered the villa yard, and the car thief simply took out the gun from his arms and walked towards the villa first in the dark. Apparently he wanted to take advantage of the night to kill all the sleeping survivors in the house. Kill them all. But what he didn't know was that at this moment, the villa in front of him was very lively. Chen Tiancheng was very efficient. When the car thief failed to steal the car, he had already used a walkie-talkie to wake up everyone in the room. At this time, everyone in their message channel lowered their voices. As he spoke, there was a black muzzle sticking out of the window of every room. Chen Tiancheng, this girl is definitely not a car thief. Ho Zhuang, they came in with guns. Do you still think they just want to steal the car? Are you the Holy Mother? Li Jingyang, these people are very agile. Ailan, keep your voices down. The people behind you haven't come in yet, so don't startle them. Yang Xin, cautiously, when shall we open fire? Chen Tiancheng, wait for Xia. Damn it, Brother Xia has already opened fire. Xiaobai did open fire. At that time, the leading car thief had arrived downstairs and was about to disappear into the blind spot of Xiaobai's sight. Although not all of the car thief's accomplices had come in yet, he couldn't wait any longer. He is not worried about putting such a person into the villa. If this guy dares to come in, the first person he has to deal with is Bailan, the Awakener. But if there is a fight in the house, smashing and bumping, it will be easy in the past 2 days. The house that had been cleaned up was in chaos again, so Xiaobai directly opened fire upstairs. He used a sniper rifle with a caliber of 12.7 mm, and at such a distance, he was shooting from upstairs to downstairs, and he also used a scope, so there was no reason to miss. The car thief was so proud, but he didn't even realize what was going on. His head exploded instantly. At the moment of death, he didn't even know he was dead. He fell backwards and fell heavily to the ground behind him. On the ground, there was a large pool of blood in the snow. In the space, the thunderous sound of sniper rifles echoed. Immediately afterwards, a heart-rending shout rang out from the car thief's companions behind him, "Fuck you, sniper!" Xiaobai calmly turned the gun and pointed it in the direction of the sound, but before he could fire, someone over there opened fire first. He didn't know who had such good eyesight, and he spotted Xiaobai in an instant. Although the opponents were all armed with pistols, they all seemed to have one. They fired at the same time. Xiaobai had to stop and retreat, and was forced into the room. Xiaobai exhaled. Now that this group of people are here, don't even think about leaving. Their firepower is generally small and they don't even need to move the battleship. Be simple. The other party's gunshots resounded instantly. Although they were all pistols, 5 or 6 of them fired at the same time, which was quite shocking. But there is no use in forcing Xiaobai back. Because the next moment, Ho Zhuang and the others opened fire. The bang 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 sound of gunfire was instantly replaced by ta-da-da-da. On Ho Zhuang's side, all rifles and submachine guns fired in a burst, suppressing all the survivors. Xiaobai only heard screams coming from below, and then, someone yelled at the top of his voice, "Boss, the idea is prickly. As for Xiaobai, there was also a burst of noise in the news channel. What are you shouting from the other side? That guy wants to run away. Fuck him. Should we leave him alive? That man can run faster than my grandson. Fight this grandson with me. Fuck. It's the awakened one. It's the awakened one. No, that person isn't trying to run away. Damn it, what kind of operation is this? Wait for me, cover me. Xiaobai originally thought that he didn't need to take action anymore, but he didn't expect that the other party seemed to have an awakener. He also changed his color slightly and came to the window again from behind. Then he looked down and saw Jean. He also changed his color slightly. There really was an awakened person among the group of people below. Moreover, at this moment, the awakened person moved a Wuling Hongguang that Xiaobai was familiar with from nowhere. He held it diagonally and used this card domineeringly. As a shield, he protected the people behind him and resisted the shots of Chen Tiancheng and others. Moreover, this person was also a ruthless character. Even if the situation reached this point, he still did not intend to retreat at this moment. Instead, he held up the shield. Wuling Hongguang rushed towards the side like crazy. The awakened one was extremely fast and powerful. This thing was like a toy in his hands. It wouldn't take long for him to rush in with this thing on his head. Xiaobai changed color. He once again set up his sniper rifle, intending to find an angle to kill the awakened one. But at this moment, Xiaobai saw out of the corner of his eye that a rocket flew out from the front entrance of their villa. Xiaobai was shocked. The rocket flew out from the front entrance of the villa, and in an instant, it hit the Wuling Hongguang of the awakened people over there. The awakened people seemed to have never expected that Xiaobai and the others not only had sniper rifles, but also rifles. He was able to take out the RPG, but he didn't react and kept rushing forward. Therefore, in the eyes of Xiaobai, who was on the roof, the scene in the field was like a rocket that the awakened person had bumped into. The two collided instantly, and the van and a group of people behind it were all blown away. The flames rose 3 to 4 meters high, and the entire courtyard of the villa was illuminated. The fire and thick smoke obscured his sight, so Xiaobai carried a spray gun and walked all the way downstairs. When he got downstairs, he saw Hou Zhuang putting down the rocket launcher. Chen Tiancheng came out of the control room with a complicated look on his face. He looked at Hou Zhuang with an expression that wanted to both curse and praise. Xiaobai glanced at Hou Zhuang. It was this guy who had just cleared the place. Hou Zhuang was rubbing his shoulders now, as if he was in pain from the shock. Xiaobai said, "Take the gun and follow me out to hit the target." However, at this moment, Bai Lan's voice sounded in the message channel. The awakened one ran away. When Xiaobai rushed out, he saw the awakened person whose arm was blown off, running out of their villa yard while holding on to a door panel, and got into a car they drove over. "Just run away." Hou Zhuang asked, "What should we do?" "It would be okay if the person running away was an ordinary person, but this is an awakened person." Xiaobai walked directly to his battleship and said, "I am a guest. Since I am here, it is not good to let me leave like this." At that moment, he and Hou Zhuang got into the car, notified by Lan, and chased after him. Dear book lovers, please collect, recommend, vote and support in any way the sky, please collect it. Although Xiaobai's RV was large in size, it was very powerful and fast. The opponent, a BMW, was caught up little by Xiaobai, who started behind the wheel. But the other party's speed was also quite fast. He only had one hand left and drove the car steadily. He drove all the way from the villa area to the city. During this period, Hou Zhuang picked up the rocket launcher and wanted to shoot this girl again, but was stopped by Xiaobai. Pulling back, there were not many zombies in the previous villa area on the outskirts of the city. But now it has driven into the city. Such a cannon can certainly blow up the awakened person and his car into the sky, but the surrounding zombies will probably be attracted in large numbers. Except in the villa area, Xiaobai didn't even think about opening fire. The opponent's BMW couldn't outrun him, so he planned to hit him and knock him over. The two cars were speeding in the dark night of Zhuhua City, and Xiaobai's car was gradually closing the distance with each other. At this time, Ho Zhuang on the other side said, "This guy seems to want to lead us somewhere." Xiaobai also saw this. When the other party was in the villa area, he was still driving in a panic, but when he entered the city, he seemed to have thought of something, and the direction began to become clear. Moreover, Xiaobai had already guessed what the other party wanted to do. Because the direction that the other party is heading is exactly the direction that the female high school student Yi Hanyu told him about the wolf dog. That thing is probably a powerful extreme mutant. Yi Hanyu knows the existence of that thing, and it is also a local. The awakened survivor knows this as a matter of course. The awakened one obviously planned to use the existence of that extreme mutant to kill himself. This guy still has some brains. But Xiaobai had no intention of retreating. The extreme mutant was so close to the villa area, and Xiaobai had wanted to kill it before. Now that someone with a kind heart was taking the initiative to lead the way, there was no reason for him not to accompany him. The awakened person in front was getting more and more excited. He had a broken hand, his face was pale and sweaty, but now he showed an ecstatic expression. He was indeed leading Xiaobai and the others to a terrifying extreme mutation body, and, in his opinion, these people were stupid enough to be fooled. Just wait for a moment, wait for a moment. When that extreme mutant comes out, no matter how fast your car goes, no matter how fierce the RPG is, you will all die. At this moment, the awakened man showed an almost crazy smile. He looked at the arrogant RV in the rearview mirror, and the madness in his eyes became more and more intense. These idiots, why don't you just give them everything? It has to get to this point, it has to. The awakened person suddenly turned around while passing through a community in front, and rushed all the way to a semi-underground parking garage. At the last moment, the awakened person increased the speed of the car to the fastest speed, pushed the door open and rolled out. Watching the BMW rush into the garage in front like a cannonball, and immediately made a loud noise. On the other side, the RV was belatedly arriving, but it was also driving over at a lightning speed. However, at this moment, in the semi-underground garage, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came. A giant wolf-like zombie with a height of 2 meters, a body length of 3 meters, and a scarlet body jumped out. It seemed to be disturbed by the BMW, and let out a howling sound that shook the night sky. It immediately focused its attention on top of the RV battleship here, and with the roar, this monster rushed towards the RV here without hesitation. The awakened person over there let out an almost maniacal laugh. In his opinion, the RV and the people in it were dead. This is the fate of those who dare to kill him and kill him. However, in the next moment, the awakened man's smile stiffened. Because right under his gaze, the RV underwent an unimaginable change in that instant. From a car running on the ground, it transformed instantly like a transformer, and suddenly turned into a dark and cold ship. The battleship, exuding an unimaginable sense of technology and heaviness, even lifted off the ground. In an instant, it accelerated to a terrifying high speed that even a sports car could not reach. Without evading it, it ran headlong into the giant wolf-like creature. And what happened next was far beyond the imagination of the awakened man with a broken arm. In the man's stunned eyes, the RV that turned into a black battleship out of thin air hit the body of the extreme mutant head-on. Then, it took the body of the giant wolf all the way backwards, taking the body of the giant wolf with it. The huge flesh and blood body slammed into the building on the other side, pressing the extreme mutant's body against the wall. The extreme mutant went crazy, howling crazily, and tearing the front hull of the ship crazily with its huge forelimbs. However, in the midst of the swirling smoke and dust, a turret rose up in the middle of the battleship, and a machine gun with an exaggerated diameter was instantly aimed at the head of the giant wolf-like extreme mutant. Immediately afterwards, the machine gun aimed at the mutant's head and began to pour out firepower crazily. Within a few seconds, the giant wolf extreme mutant, which the survivors in this area were so frightened that they dared not provoke, was beaten alive by the ferocious firepower of the battleship, and blood was sprayed behind him with every shot. Yes, his body twitched for a moment, then completely collapsed and became completely motionless. At the same moment, in the battleship, Xiaobai looked at the extreme mutant that had completely lost its vitality and exhaled slightly. Ho Zhuang asked, "Such a big wolf?" Xiaobai glanced at it and said, "It's probably a mutation of some large dog." While he was talking, Xiaobai had picked up his troll again. That group couldn't run far, they already had a broken hand, and they dared to jump out of such a fast car. They are the awakened ones, and now they are half my life is gone. And just as Xiaobai and Ho Zhuang jumped out of the car one after another, preparing to go over and finish the job, under the cover of night, in a corner that no one noticed, a little boy about 6 or 7 years old stood in the corner on one side of this ruins. The boy seemed very quiet, with half of his body hidden in the shadows, like a ghost, with bloodstains on his face and a dull look in his eyes. After a moment, a piece of flesh on his face suddenly drooped down, and a small piece of dry tape was torn off. Only a broken piece of flesh and blood was connected. The boy raised his hand expressionlessly, pressed the piece of flesh back on, and after silently staring at Xiaobai's back for a moment, he turned around and walked into the shadows behind him. As he turned around, the photo he held in his hand was briefly exposed to the moonlight beyond the shadow. It was a family photo. The faces of the boy's father and mother had been blurred by bloodstains. Only the boy's figure was clear on it. In addition, a golden retriever was lying at the feet of the boy in the photo, vomiting to the world outside the picture. Sticking his tongue, he seemed to be trying to please the world. Dear book lovers who like this book, I hope you will support it and vote for favorites. Thank you for herbal tea. Although this was not the first time he saw a battleship take action, Ho Zhuang was still speechless when looking at this messy scene, feeling like he was in a dream. But he didn't forget what he had to do now. They are going to kill the awakened one. Xiaobai walked in front, while Ho Zhuang was behind and alerted the surroundings. Many zombies were attracted by the loud noise here. In the world of zombies, there are no territorial laws, even around extreme mutants. There would often be a large number of zombies, so Ho Zhuang would fire sporadically. His marksmanship was not very accurate, but he could still stop the wandering zombies. But at this moment, Xiaobai in front suddenly stopped. Ho Zhuang thought something was wrong, so he immediately turned his gun and looked forward, and saw a group of people approaching in the shadows in front. It's not quite right to call a group of people, it was just 4 people. Ho Zhuang's tactical flashlights clearly illuminated the figures of these people. To be exact, that was 5 people. The person in the lead was wearing a crisp suit and leather shoes, dragging a motionless person in his hand. Behind him, there were 3 people with light ammunition, dressed in the same military style that Ho Zhuang had seen before. The personnel are all different, and I don't know if they are from the military. Ho Zhuang became slightly vigilant. He stood beside Xiaobai, waiting to take action at any time. But until the distance between the people on both sides was reduced to 5 or 6 meters away, no conflict really broke out. The man in the suit who was leading him dropped the person he was dragging on the ground in front of Xiaobai. It was the awakened person who had lost his arm just now. He seemed to be breathing, his eyelids were trembling slightly, and his lips were opening and closing. You know whether you are breathing hard or trying to call for help. This kind of dying without dying is the most painful thing. Xiaobai glanced at it, then raised his head, looked at the suit in front of him, smiled, and said, "Long time no see, Yi Qizhi." At this moment, standing in front of him was Yi Qizhi, the security chief of the Shihuan group who had offered an olive branch to Xiaobai at the gas station on the highway out of the city. Xiaobai didn't expect to meet this person here and at this moment. Although he was a little strange, he didn't show it. Ho Zhuang seemed a little surprised. He didn't seem to expect Xiaobai to meet an acquaintance here. When they were at the gas station, Xiaobai and Yi Qizhi talked at the car wall outside. Neither Ho Zhuang nor the others had seen this person before. Yi Qizhi also smiled. "It's not that we haven't seen you for a long time, it's only been more than a month. However, this is an awakened person. He can stand up and run even if he breaks an arm or falls." Xiaobai smiled. The awakened person's vitality was indeed tenacious, but even if the other party ran away, it would be impossible for him to escape from his hands today. However, he still said, "Thank you for your help." When he said this, he changed the topic slightly and said, "Why are you here?" In the previous life, Xiaobai did not remember that Zhuhua City was so lively. Ha! Yi Qizhi laughed, took out a pack of cigarettes from his waist, slowly pulled out one, lit it, took a sip, and then said slowly, "There is a scientific research base behind Shirzue Mountain over there. Our group and relevant government departments are jointly developing anti-zombie viruses there. Yi Chiji said it very happily, which surprised Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai was even more surprised that he didn't know that he actually had a scientific research base here. There were only a few months between when he arrived here in his last life, but the pattern in this city seemed to have changed. A sea change. Instead, Xiaobai felt vaguely uneasy. Seeing that Xiaobai didn't speak, Yi Chiji blew out a puff of smoke, glanced at the RV over there, and said, "What an incredible thing, didn't you get this from the military? Originally we didn't want to show up, the research institute is a secret. Yes, we are not military personnel. For safety reasons, we have been monitoring the movements of zombies and survivors in the city. We have limited manpower and have no intention of intervening. But you have been too vocal in the past 2 days. The stuff is too strong, and we are acquaintances, so I just came out to say hello to you." Xiaobai said, "Then I'm quite flattered." Yi Chiji said, "I don't mean that. I just want to ask if you are interested in joining our Shihuan group now?" "Ha! This time I am sincere." Xiaobai glanced at the soldiers behind Yi Chiji who were firing at the surrounding zombies, and said, "I don't want to take the military's car for the time being." Yi Chiji was stunned for a moment, looked at the RV over there, and seemed to understand something. He smiled and said, "Then I won't force it, but before, my place was still under military control. We survived in Bingqing prison. They came out when the survivor base was completed. They had been taken care of there, but now, the Bingqing prison survivor base is gone. They are driven around by zombies everywhere. It is said that they are going to Changbai Mountain. Our survivors, the research will continue, and once they leave, unless there is any new situation or new instructions, we will probably have to stay here." Xiaobai had an impression of this matter. In the previous life, around the first or second year of the apocalypse, a large number of survivor bases in the 3 eastern provinces began to undergo a great migration due to the pressure of the overly large zombie tide outside the base. Movement. At that time several groups of survivors and military forces gathered in the Changbai Mountain area, where they built the most famous Changbai Mountain survivor base in the entire northeast. It was the largest survivor base in the entire northeast at that time, gathering a large number of military armaments and high-end weapons, coupled with the natural geographical location of Changbai Mountain. Apart from the harsh local environment, it is almost impossible for zombies to pose a threat to the survivors there. The most famous 13 kings among ordinary survivors at that time also among them. But at that time, Xiaobai was far away from Changbai Mountain. When he wanted to go there, intelligent zombies had begun to appear. There were so many zombies outside the warning circle of the Changbai Mountain survivor base that he could only retreat to the direction of Liao province, and later, around the 4th year of the end, the Changbai Mountain survivor base completely collapsed. It is said that the 13 kings, composed of 13 superpowerful awakened people, launched an internal rebellion and wanted to squeeze out the government. The mixed forces of several parties became more and more intense, and finally caused a great chaos and gave the intelligent zombies a chance, causing the entire survivor base to collapse. And if the Changbai Mountain survivor base had not collapsed, the Shengjing survivor base would not have grown in strength, let alone become the next target of the zombies from the 3 eastern provinces. Of course, at this moment, these are things that have not happened yet. Thinking about it now, even Xiaobai felt like she was in another world. At this time, Yi Chiji over there said, "There are many people who want to join our Shihuan group, but there are not many people who refuse us, and refuse us twice. But it doesn't matter, I still have a free. I'm going to provide you with information. Do you want it? Dear book lovers, please collect, recommend, vote and support in any way. Collect." Xiaobai came back to his senses and said, "What information?" Yi Chiji kicked the awakened one's body on the ground, which was getting colder, and said, "I know where his lair is." Immediately afterwards, Yi Chiji noticed that Xiaobai's expression was different, and he understood and explained, "We are also the government after all. Although we mainly maintain the normal operation of the Scientific Research Center, we also know a lot about things in Jua City." Xiaobai said, "Then you are still so kind?" Yi Chiji said, "I won't tell you, but you have to look for it. Why don't you sell me a favor? Besides, there are some survivors over there who don't have much fighting power. You can take all the supplies, but I want to take those survivors with me." "Walk." Xiaobai glanced at him and said, "What do you want the survivors to do?" "Protect them." Yi Chiji smiled unpredictably, "Lest you kill them all." This man is not telling the truth. Xiaobai had no intention of going into details. He had only had a few contacts with Yi Qizhi for a short period of time, but he had a certain understanding of this person. He knew that even if he asked, the other party might not tell him. Xiaobai just said, "In this city, as long as you don't touch my people, there will be no conflict between us." Yi Qizhi smiled, then glanced at the RV over there, and said, "That's what I mean too, otherwise I won't come out today, just say hello so we can meet each other in the future, let's not cause any conflicts, that's it." To make friends. Xiaobai said, "Let me ask more, to what extent has the scientific research center on Shirzue Mountain reached the stage of antiviral development?" "Such things don't matter. There are no real secrets at the moment." Yi Qizhi said, "I heard that the progress is not very good. It is said that a section of the virus's gene is similar to the infinite growth of sharks. I heard people say that this kind of zombies will not die on their own after a long time. As long as they have food to eat, they will maintain this semi-immortal state, so they will also be harmful to those of us who can be regarded as food is more of a priority." Xiaobai was also frightened when he heard this. Although he had been living in the apocalypse for more than 5 years in his last life, he had always been a low-level person who struggled and struggled. He really didn't understand these things. The two exchanged some pleasantries. Yi Qizhi's meaning was actually very simple. He didn't want to conflict with Xiaobai. Of course, Xiaobai didn't want to conflict with Yi Qizhi either. The two of them hit it off right away, regardless of what they thought. The chatter on the face was in full swing, and when there were more zombies around and they had to leave, they took action. As for the materials in the lair of the awakened people, Xiaobai and Yi Qizhi also discussed a plan. Yi Qizhi told Xiaobai the location, and tonight Yi Qizhi's people will go there first and take away all the survivors there. Xiaobai went over to collect supplies the next day, which was another art of showing sincerity to each other. At that moment, Xiaobai drove his battleship and returned to his villa with Ho Zhuang first. Seeing Xiaobai and the others disappear into the vast snowy night, Yi Qizhi breathed out. Their people wandered around the city every day, avoiding direct contact with other survivors while also collecting information everywhere. Not only it is information about survivors, zombies and even extreme mutants. Therefore, as Yi Qizhi himself said, they know the situation in this city quite well. Yi Qizhi has actually known about the arrival of Xiaobai and the others for a long time. Tonight Yi Qizhi also learned about the conflict between Xiaobai and the group of awakeners immediately. However, what he didn't expect was that when he rushed over, he saw such a scene. Xiaobai completely crushed them with battleships. With such a posture, he killed the giant wolf-like extreme mutant. Yi Qizhi had been staring at the extreme mutant for a long time. It was definitely one of the most powerful mutants in the entire Zhuwa city, but now it was killed by Xiaobai with thunderous means, and the aircraft. All this is why Yi Qizhi stood up. Xiaobai and the others were actually stronger than Yi Qizhi imagined. Yi Qizhi even felt that Xiaobai and the others were capable of defeating their scientific research center. Therefore, Yi Qizhi hurriedly stood up. "Come out and say hello to Xiaobai in advance, they are acquaintances after all, so that you can avoid any real big problems later." However, watching Xiaobai and their RV whizzing away, Yi Qizhi couldn't help but have the thought, if that car was his. But he quickly shook his head and shouted amidst the heavy snow and more zombies around him, "Take that extreme mutant away from me." He thought to himself, if he picked up such a large experimental body and brought it back, wouldn't those researchers treat him as their ancestors? Although he didn't kill this thing by himself, but he was bragging or something. At this moment, Xiaobai was driving through Zhuwa city at night. The snow is getting heavier tonight, and the temperature outside is getting colder. The winter in Longjiang province is gradually showing its amazing power. A zombie swinging in the middle of the road was knocked away by Xiaobai, but Xiaobai was slightly distracted. That scientific research center, was it because I was alone in my previous life and didn't stay there for too long, so I didn't have any interactions and didn't find out? As they moved forward, they also entered the villa area again. At this time, the impact of the explosion in the villa has been basically cleared up. Bailan, Chen Tianchang, Li Jingyang and the others are disposing of the corpses outside and strangling the zombies who heard the sound. It is almost over. The snow is falling heavier and heavier, and soon another layer will accumulate on the ground. For zombies, this will greatly reduce the possibility of them detecting humans through their sense of smell. By the time Xiaobai and the others had completely dealt with the situation, the sky had begun to turn slightly white. Xiaobai originally wanted to take a nap in the car because the drone was about to be successfully produced, and he could study it on the spot. After all, this was the first time Xiaobai used this thing. But when he returned to the RV parked in the yard, he noticed a person sitting on the edge of the roof of the villa. That's Bai Lan. She was sitting on the edge of the building in the heavy snow, shaking her legs and looking up at the sky in a daze. Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, but then entered the building, wrapped himself in a cotton-padded jacket, and went all the way up to the rooftop. He sat down next to Bai Lan, glanced at the awakened girl next to him who was still wearing a thin coat, and said, "You is not it cold?" Bai Lan glanced at him and didn't feel surprised. He smiled and said, "Maybe it's because of the awakened ones. I don't feel too cold now." Xiaobai was stunned for a moment and sighed sourly, "Ah, the awakened one. Dear book lovers, please collect and support me. It." As if he heard Xiaobai's sour tone, Bai Lanchi glanced at Xiaobai beside him and joked, "You, a guy who drives a battleship to chase awakened people away, will you still envy awakened people like us?" Xiaobai said, "Then I won't get out of the car, in case I am bitten by a zombie. The awakened ones are not afraid of bites." Hearing this, Bai Lan inexplicably glanced at the wound on his arm that was still bandaged, and said, "To be honest, even though many days have passed, I still feel like I'm going to turn into a zombie." Xiaobai looked at the other person's frowning expression and said amusedly, "Is this completely a psychological problem?" Bai Lan smiled and turned to look at the sky in the distance. It has been snowing heavily for nearly midnight, and there is a faint line of dark red in the sky. After being silent for a while, Bai Lan suddenly said, "Have you heard of Diomede Island?" "Which Diomede are you talking about?" Xiaobai said, "If you are talking about other literary and artistic cities, I have probably never heard of it, but if it is an inaccessible place like Diomede, then I must know everything about it." Bai Lan asked strangely, "Why?" "The rules for survival in the doomsday." Xiaobai replied matter-of-factly, "If you are living in the doomsday, even if you are trapped in a bigger place, you still need to understand these safe havens in the world where there are no people or zombies, of course. Diomede is not a holy land, the environment there is too bad, there are no zombies, and there is a lack of external supplies, so people cannot survive." Bai Lan smiled and said, "You sound very experienced. I was actually thinking just now, if we could run from here to the big Diomede Island, would we be able to stay away from these zombies and become safe? But listening to you, this idea is really not a good idea?" Xiaobai said, "The reason why there are no zombies in places without zombies is because there are not many people living there before the end, and the reason why there are not many people living there is because that place is not suitable for human survival at all. If a place like Diomede, if they are not killed by zombies, they will probably die of hunger in extreme environment." Bai Lan stretched out her hand and caught a piece of snow. Watching the crystal snowflake slowly melting in her hand, she turned to Xiaobai and smiled. The woman's smile under the brightening night sky has a soul-stirring beauty. Immediately afterwards, Bai Lan clapped his hands, stood up, and said, "Na Master Quangma, I'm going back." Hearing such a call, Xiaobai's mouth couldn't help but twitch, but he didn't say anything. When Bai Lan returned to the villa, he still sat here for a while, squinting and looking at the distance. Sky. The night here is surprisingly quiet. Looking at it from this angle, the zombie city in the distance doesn't seem so scary. Instead, it gives people an indescribable sense of peace. Xiaobai also understood why Bai Lan was sitting here. This feeling was indeed good. Xiaobai rarely experienced such peace. Before the apocalypse, he had hardly looked at the sky like this since he was growing up. At that time, having mobile phones and computers, and browsing Weibo felt more meaningful than watching the sky scenery. When the apocalypse comes, during those 5 years, Xiaobai struggled all the way to survive. His experience was all summed up little by little during those 5 years of struggle. His petty experience may not be of much use in big things, but it is quite useful in small details. It was not until this life that Xiaobai finally seemed to have such an opportunity. Below is his battleship, his biggest asset for survival at the end of this life, and the villa is a group of people he can trust and can truly be called companions. They may not be that outstanding, but it is because of the existence of this group of people. Xiaobai didn't have to worry about being attacked by other survivors in the middle of the night or having any zombies touch him. There was someone who could help with every little thing, and even talk to him. The end is the end, but life is also life. The end of the world may amplify some dark sides, but this does not mean that the world will become absolutely dark. Although the end of the world is the degradation of civilized society, unless one day the world reaches an ice age and civilization stops, certain things, human nature and culture that have been cultivated for a long time cannot decline so easily. Some people may take extreme measures to survive, but it can't be everyone. Moreover, the military is still there and the survivor base still maintains the system, so the world cannot really become so absolute. Isn't the wonderful thing about this world that nothing is truly absolute? Xiaobai sat on the roof of the villa until the sun rose at the end of the sky before he stood up and walked downstairs. Bailan didn't sleep either and was preparing breakfast for everyone downstairs. Xiaobai saw her and smiled slightly. However, Xiaobai couldn't stay idle. After having breakfast, he came to his battleship and started tinkering with his drone. The drone built by Battleship belongs to the category of war robot. Although its specific functions are no different from ordinary advanced drones, its appearance still inherits the dark and cold style of Battleship. According to the description, this thing also has a layer of external armor, the strength of which is comparable to the armor of second-level battleships. This thing was built, but Xiaobai had no intention of using it himself. He has no skills at all to fly a battleship, so how can he control this thing unless he has 3 heads and 6 arms? Moreover, in Xiaobai's view, the significance of this thing is not only to help him attract large groups of zombies to collect energy points, but also to collect energy points through this thing helps him detect the situation and get certain information in advance. Therefore, Xiaobai only studied this drone by himself, then squatted at the door behind the battleship and RV to see who passed by and catch whom. After last night's battle, everyone except Bailan and Xiaobai went to catch up on their sleep. Bailan's breakfast had been prepared early, and even the awakened girl had already gone outside to check the fence, but other people are basically not awake yet. However, there is one exception. After Xiaobai squatted for a while, he discovered a strong man, Li Jingyang. This guy was the only one in the team who woke up so early. He walked out after breakfast and wanted to help Bailan, but was suddenly stopped by Xiaobai who was standing next to him. Xiaobai called this guy over directly and told him about the functions of this drone. Li Jingyang was still a little uninterested at first, but as he listened, his eyes lit up and he said, "Let me go, brother Xia, where did you get such a drone? It has too many functions, right?" Xiaobai chuckled twice, and just when he was about to say something, he heard Bailan calling him over there, as if someone was coming. Xiaobai frowned slightly and asked Li Jingyang to study this thing by himself, while he stood up and walked out. A group of survivors came outside, and Xiaobai knew them. Those were the group of high school students from Chengyu Middle School next door. Asking for all kinds of support. Survivors. The leader of this group was the girl with the tattoo on her face. Xiaobai remembered that she seemed to be named Yi Hanyu. She brought 2 bad girls over. They drove a smaller electric car, which looked a little funny. They parked it on the other side, but this can be regarded as a model of how everyone has their own way in the apocalypse. But at this moment, the girl was being blocked outside by Bailan, looking a little nervous. When Xiaobai came over, Yi Hanyu said, "Your name is Xiaobai, right? Take care of your little brother, he has no manners at all." This guy was as usual, looking like a female gangster, and he was also carrying a fire-breathing device. With the ability of the awakened person, he seemed very relaxed. Bailan frowned. This was the first time she met Yi Hanyu, and she was a little bored with the delinquent demeanor of the other party. After all, although Bailan had a cold temperament, she was the kind of person who had been treated as other people's children since she was a child. The top student who grew up as a model of a good child. Xiaobai said, "What are you?" Yi Hanyu waved her hand and said, "Of course I'm here to express my condolences. We are also neighbors. There was such a big noise last night, so I always came to take a look and help if anything happens." Bailan said angrily, "Are you here to pick up the leak?" In Xiaobai's opinion, Bailan definitely hit the nail on the head. If Yi Hanyu really came here to help out of his status as a neighbor, he should have come yesterday. He came here now. It is more likely that he came here to see what the outcome was and whether there was any advantage to be taken. However, it seemed that they didn't have any bad intentions. Their calculation was probably, if everyone on Xiaobai's side is dead, they will see if they can pick up some leftovers or something. Otherwise, if they really came to cause a conflict, it's impossible for just 3 people to come here, and it's impossible to just drive a small electric car over. Now that there's nothing left to pick up, Yi Hanyu's tone directly changed to condolences and help. Yi Hanyu said, "What are you picking up?" "We are doing it out of kindness." She couldn't finish what she said, because at this moment she suddenly noticed that in the villa yard behind Xiaobai and the others, a small drone suddenly took off and flew from behind like a rocket. Jump up and reach the sky in the blink of an eye. The drone was pitch black and cold. From this angle, it exuded a cold sense of technology and advancement, as if it were a cutting-edge military model. Of course, in fact, the actual condition of this thing was unknown. It's so powerful, but it's just looking cool at most. But Yi Hanyu was a little confused. She thought about the huge explosion that came from here last night, and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Xiaobai turned to look at it and smiled. "Ha, that's the drone we just got. As for who we are, it doesn't matter, we are just ordinary survivors, really ordinary survivors." Yi Hanyu looked at Xiaobai in front of her and didn't know what to say. But Xiaobai said, "We appreciate your kindness. We are indeed neighbors. We can communicate well in the future." Yi Hanyu opened her mouth and was a little stunned. She came here originally to show off her ability and strength, but judging from the current situation, it seems that she is better than her at all. Lure zombies to blow up zombies, plus this military drone and the explosion and battle last night, could this be an ordinary survivor? At this moment, Yi Hanyu's thoughts quietly changed. Among other things, she must have a good relationship with this group of ordinary survivors. Yi Hanyu has been a school bully for who knows how long, but this is the first time she actively wants to have a good relationship with others. However, before Yi Hanyu could think of something to say, Xiaobai over there had already said, "Well, if nothing happens, I will visit you next time. You see, my drone is ready. I'm going to kill zombies." Xiaobai was talking nonsense. His real idea was to go to the awakened one's home yesterday to move supplies. But Yi Hanyu looked at Xiaobai in front of her, thinking about what this man told her 2 days ago about his ambition to kill all the zombies in the city. She didn't believe it at first, but now she surprisingly believed it a little bit. He nodded, and said, "That I won't bother you, let's go back first." Immediately afterwards, Xiaobai and Yi Hanyu exchanged pleasantries for a while, and exchanged extremely standard business blows. Bailan, who was standing by the side, looked at this scene and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he seemed hesitant to speak. In the end, he just raised his forehead, said nothing, turned around and walked inside. Xiaobai pretended to be invisible for a while, then sent Yi Hanyu and the others away. The commotion yesterday was not big but not small either. Many survivors near and far were alarmed. Xiaobai waited for them to get up, and then drove the battleship and took everyone to the lair of the unlucky group of survivors who stole the car yesterday. Following the directions given by Yi Qizhi, Xiaobai searched on the map of Zhuwa City and soon found the location where the group was hiding, which was not far from where Xiaobai and the others were. The survivors here who were originally with that group were taken away by Yi Qizhi early last night. When Xiaobai and the others came over, they saw a small group of 2 or 3 survivors here, rummaging around furtively. Apparently, they were also come pick up the missing ones. But when Xiaobai and the others came over, these survivors realized that Xiaobai and the others were the survivors of the villa area where the original owner had been killed last night. They honestly put down everything in their hands and became very hot with Xiaobai and the others. After a few pleasantries, the meaning was probably similar to that of Yi Hanyu, and finally they all left. This group of survivors don't even have guns, so they naturally don't dare to compete with Xiaobai and the others. Moreover, Zhuwa City has more supplies and there are not many zombies except in Nanchang district. There is no need to fight with Xiaobai and the others for such a small thing. Conflict. Xiaobai remembered an old saying, the scarcity and adequacy of supplies determine the severity of a conflict. However, everything is going well in the current situation. Xiaobai collected the supplies here and killed this group of people. He has finally established a foothold in Zhuwa City. Although he does not know how many survivors there are, most of them have survived. But everyone knew about the existence of Xiaobai and his group of ruthless people, and no one dared to pay attention to them anymore. And Xiaobai couldn't really be idle. As soon as the matter here was resolved, he would start upgrading zombies again. Dear book lovers, please collect, recommend, vote and support in any way. As for the typos that everyone has raised recently, I also attach great importance to them and am slowly correcting them, especially those that you helped point out. However, if you have read the modified chapters of Qijian before, you will not be able to see them without reloading. I don't have them. I have turned a deaf ear to everyone's comments. There are indeed typos and inaccuracies. Herbal Tea apologizes to everyone. Moreover, because the author account level is insufficient, I cannot reply to this chapter in the comment area. I can only explain it here. I am really sorry and hope everyone can understand, and I am also working hard to upgrade it. November 30th, in the southern suburbs of Nanchang District, Zhuhai City. Xiaobai was hiding with his battleship in a private garage. The garage was now fully enclosed, and the door outside had been lowered. The garage was dark, but the lights inside the RV were brightly lit. Xiaobai was lying on the driver's seat where he had put down a cigarette, holding a mobile phone charged by a solar battery in his hand, and watching Mad Max, looking as comfortable as possible. Beside him, Li Jingyang was not so comfortable. He was staring nervously at a holographic display screen in front of him. He was holding an operation panel in his hand and was controlling the aircraft named Black by Xiaobai. Eagle 13-inch drone produced by the warship. As for why it is called Black Hawk 13, I am afraid only Xiaobai, who named it, knows. The drone, controlled by Li Jingyang, was releasing little apples in Nanchang, attracting waves of zombies. This is also a technical job. In order to ensure that it can attract zombies to chase them, the flying height of the drone cannot be too high. If it is not too high, it means that it is likely to be jumped out of midair by zombies in the buildings nearby. Pounce down. Although this drone is called Black Hawk 13, it has no weapon system, so it can only be used for evasion. Therefore, Li Jingyang was already sweating for a while, and he worked hard to kill the surrounding zombies. Attracted to him, he formed a sharp contrast with Xiaobai, who looked like a landlord and a wealthy man next to him. However, the zombies were successfully attracted in the end. Along with the dissolute singing of Little Apple, who was gradually approaching here, the zombies' terrifying, continuous roars became clear, and could be heard through the garage door. You can hear the crazy roars and the footsteps of the dead people running wildly. Some zombies seemed to smell the breath of Xiaobai and the two living people keenly from the space, and turned around and rushed towards the garage, but more zombies were attracted by the drones and the loud singing. Flocked toward a small two-story building located across from where the garage was. After successfully introducing the zombies into the second floor, Li Jingyang, who was controlling the drone to hover and start to raise the altitude, became excited and shouted, "Brother Xia, it's done." Xiaobai became more energetic. He quickly raised his seat and took out his detonator. After Li Jingyang confirmed that their Black Hawk 13 had successfully risen to a safe height, he directly detonated the remote-controlled bomb that he had prepared. Several tanks of gas had been deflated in the building for a long time. In an instant, the sound of explosions shook the sky above the entire Nanchang district. Through the perspective of the drone, Li Jingyang could clearly see that the entire building and the surrounding zombies instantly it was already trapped in a large ball of flames, and the airwaves even lifted away countless zombies on the periphery. However, the explosion was a kind of attraction to these monsters, and they immediately desperately running or crawling from his position, he rushed towards the flames and explosions like crazy. Nothing better than a moth flying into a flame. Xiaobai's garage was also affected. Even though there was a wall of zombies outside to block it, the main entrance of the garage was also punched with holes by the debris flying out from the explosion. Xiaobai's battleship was also blown out. Several pits came, but this time with defense. The battleship's level of wear and tear was lower than the previous one, only 2%. And then, Xiaobai directly put down the detonator and mobile phone, and raised the dilapidated garage. At the same time as he opened the door, he directly controlled his battleship to roar out, knocking away many zombies at the door, and rushed towards the explosion point with fierce momentum. The place had already turned into a hell on earth. The zombies attracted by the drones were bombed to pieces. There was even a barbecue-like smell in the space, and those who rushed into the flames without hesitation now became firemen appeared one by one. Under the slightly bleak winter sky, they looked like devils crawling out of the fire purgatory. Even though their bodies were full of flames, they were still fearless of death and ran around with their teeth and claws. Jumped into the flames more crazily, and even came to chase Xiaobai in their RV as Xiaobai drove around the exploding building several times. When his energy points increased by more than 300, he turned around and headed away from here at lightning speed. Li Jingyang controlled the Black Hawk 13 above his head to land on the top of the RV, turned on the drone's absorption and stabilization mode, and firmly fixed it on the RV. As Xiaobai drove away, he ran into a large wave of corpses that had been attracted by the explosion. The corpses were so dense that they covered half the street. Even a tank was here. Faced with such corpses, the tide will be turned over completely, and all the drivers will be held in the car and wait to die. But this was nothing to Xiaobai and his battleship. The moment he collided with the zombie tide, he directly transformed the RV into a battleship, started the anti-gravity engine, and swept over the heads of the dense zombie tide. And then, he landed again on another street with few zombies, and drove away from the crime scene in a RV at lightning speed. The reason why Xiaobai left the scene in such a hurry was, of course, because the zombies in Nanchang district were too dense. China has a large population. Provincial capitals like Bingcheng have tens of millions of people. Although Zhuhai City only has a population of more than 600,000, according to the zombie transformation rate, at least 400,000 people have become zombies, and because of the military he and a large number of survivors were stationed and retreated here. The number of zombies gathered in Nanchang district was the largest in the city, at least more than 200,000. The previous time Xiaobai chose to detonate, he chose the direction inside Nanchang district. The large number of zombies in Nanchang district began to spread into the city. But this time, Xiaobai chose to detonate outside Nanchang district in Zhuhai City. Detonate at a certain position. In this way, the direction of the sound source is outside the city. Even the zombies who only hear vague sounds will not spread into the city, but will spread outside the city. In this way, the process of redispersing the whole city will be slowed down. However, the corpses are also the densest at this location. Xiaobai has made a big move. If he wants to escape completely, he must be quick. However, this does not mean that Xiaobai can lure all the zombies away and sit back and relax in the villa. This is impossible. Zombies are extremely sensitive to the breath of living people. Perhaps because of external interference and the presence of heavy snow, the speed of finding living people will slow down, but eventually they will definitely swarm into that villa area, asking for all kinds of support. This is not a joke, it is a fact. The ability of the zombies spawned by this alien virus to find living people is incredible. Ordinary people and a team of ordinary survivors may be able to avoid zombies in a corner of a city for a while, or even find ways to distract the surrounding zombies, but as time goes by, the remaining breath of living people who have lived in the same place for a long time will attract zombies in large numbers. Even zombies that are far away can smell even a little bit of breath as long as there is enough time. It will also be pursued bit by bit through time. At first, ordinary survivors may be able to resist, but in the end, thousands of zombies swarm over, and it is a dead end. It's not like in the movies that a few survivors can live for several years without any accidents. Even if you hide in the wilderness for a while, the zombies around you will be attracted to kill and exterminate humans. Which is exactly the meaning of the existence of this virus. Around the second year of the apocalypse, this characteristic of zombies has become well known to everyone. Few independent survivors and survivor teams dare to build any bases in the city, either. Gather into a large survivor base and rely on high walls to block the tide of zombies, or form a convoy and wander around in the apocalyptic world outside. And in the last 4 or 5 years of the end, there were not even many fleets like that, because as time went by, the supplies that could be searched in the city were greatly reduced, and many things were no longer usable, and the probability of being in danger when searching for supplies is also very high, so the survivor base becomes increasingly important. And at that time, the world situation had completely stabilized. Although the situation in the three eastern provinces was still not very good, large citywide survivor bases began to emerge and gather around the world. There are a large number of survivors, and in some places, it is even necessary to start clearing out zombies in a planned manner. Now that Xiaobai thought about it, it was not unreasonable for alien creatures to appear in the 5th year of the apocalypse and officially begin their final extinction activities. At that time, humans began to gather in large groups and began to recover from this zombie apocalypse that was indiscriminately mutating. After this period of time, humans may be able to recover from this zombie apocalypse. But a little earlier, the surviving humans have not really gathered in large groups, and it is difficult to become extinct together. This is indeed true. As soon as aliens appeared, the Earth was basically defeated. It is said that the aliens who invaded the Earth were not at a high level, but they were still not something that the Earthlings could fight against. At that time, China's open magic city survived. Zhiqing was almost the first to bear the brunt. Although the Xinjiang survivor base where Xiaobai was located at that time was considered large in scale in the three eastern provinces, it was actually not as good as the Changbai mountain survivor base that collapsed due to internal and external troubles. It had no manpower but no large number of people. Highly sophisticated weapons. According to Xiaobai's memory, it was said that on their side, the alien spacecraft only showed a shadow in the clouds. It only attacked once and then just drove away the zombies and breached the Xinjiang survivor base. Xiaobai had never seen an alien spacecraft, but during the last period of time at the Xinjiang survivor base, he heard others say that aliens were like fighting crickets, and zombies were crickets raised by aliens. And human beings are the ones who are fighted to death. And the rest, regardless of the living or dead in the entire Earth, seems to be the resources that others want. The thing that Xiaobai regrets most right now is that he didn't risk his life to see what the alien spacecraft looked like, and didn't ask a soldier to ask what kind of impact they would have. Now he is blind. But this is actually not Xiaobai's fault. At that time, the survivor team he was in was appointed to stop the zombies in another direction. He was just a small person at the time. He couldn't deal with the zombies, and it was even less possible for him to want to see any aliens. The spaceships, especially the evil rumors at that time, said that all the people who saw aliens died, so no one knew what their spaceships looked like. It would be amazing if he could think of what could happen in the future. However, because of the characteristics of zombies, Xiaobai and the others cannot stay in Zhuhua City for too long. They will leave as soon as this winter is over. Before that, Xiaobai had planned to not only save energy reserves and solar cells for the battleship, but also save the capital to upgrade the 4th-level battleship. After leaving Zhuhua City, Xiaobai still had plans for the next step. He was a reborn person after all, so he couldn't wander around in the apocalypse like he did in his previous life. Although the Bingcheng prison was breached by Xiaobai unexpectedly, overall, everything at the moment was basically in line with Xiaobai's plan. At this moment, he and Li Jingyang lured and killed the zombies here, and rushed towards the villa. They solved the matter here, and they also had to work hard for the Zhuhua City Hospital, which was undefeated for a long time. After killing the group of survivors last time and collecting supplies, these days, regardless of whether there are other survivors in the city, they are now becoming more honest and no longer dare to reach out to Xiaobai and the others. At the same moment, in Xingyu Middle School, Yi Hanyu, who had been taking a nap, suddenly woke up because of nothing else but the muffled sound from Xiaobai's explosion. Zhuhua City is not big or small, and the location of the explosion is quite far away from here. It was far away, and the sound came through just as a muffled sound, but Yi Hanyu was still very vigilant. She stood up and hurried to the window to take a look. At this time, the bespectacled woman from before whispered, "Isn't that right, Xiaobai and the others?" Yi Hanyu smacked her lips and said, "These are a bunch of animals. Do you really want to kill all the zombies in the city?" A girl next to me said, "Sister, what should we do? What else can we do? Let's build a good relationship." Yi Hanyu rubbed her chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "Come on, I'm going to go for a walk tonight. Where are the 2 large bottles of lactobacillus yogurt that I collected last time? I'm going to go for a walk tonight. One time." The bespectacled girl was stunned for a moment and whispered, "Hanyu, the shelf life expires today, is it really okay to give it away like this?" Yi Hanyu said, "Then it's still not expired, right? Hurry up and return it now before it's too late." Let me tell you, this thing is a treasure. I can't bear to drink it myself, girl with glasses, who else would drink this except you? The girl who spoke before said, why don't you give me the bottle of 1982 Lafite that I found last time? Come on, just kefir. Yi Hanyu said, anyway, it's just to build relationships, don't ask for anything, just look good, and you treat that bottle like a treasure, you think I don't know? The girl muttered something, don't you treat the kefir as a treasure? Jua City Hospital, this is actually the target that Xiaobai has been paying attention to for a long time. When we were in Ice City, there was a chaos of war and there were zombies everywhere. The hospital in the city was almost a den of corpses, because at the beginning of the apocalypse, even if some people saw zombies biting people, it would be hard to believe that there would really be zombies. When zombies or a doomsday crisis breaks out, hospitals are still the first choice for many people who are bitten. Even if many people realize that the doomsday is coming, they will always rush to the hospital to see if they can get anything that can resist the virus. Something to come. The population of Ice City is too huge, which directly leads to an outrageous number of zombies in the hospital. Therefore, when he was in Bingchang, Xiaobai never thought about going to the hospital. The building was a place where battleships could not enter, and there were so many zombies that they relied on manpower to search, so the possibility of an accident was too high. When he arrived in Jua City, Xiaobai inevitably came up with the idea of a hospital. Many drugs and related items were not available in pharmacies outside and could only be obtained from the hospital. Battleships could even perform simple surgeries at the moment. For surgery, Xiaobai needed to get some surgery-related things. He couldn't find a supplier in the city, so he had to go to the hospital to find them. But Xiaobai had been planning this plan for several days, but had never been able to execute it successfully. Because of a problem, Xiaobai was blocked. At this moment, Xiaobai was sitting in the living room of the villa, looking at the footage captured by the drone. It was taken at a very high altitude. There were not many zombies around the hospital, but the Black Hawk 13 still did not dare to lower the altitude. The reason is actually very simple. In the picture, there is a century-old tree in the courtyard in front of the hospital. It has already entered winter, and heavy snow has accumulated a thin layer on the ground. The tree has long since dried up, but there were more than a dozen or nearly 20 zombie sparrows parked there. They were small in size and had dull eyes. Most of their body hair was dyed red with blood. Some of the injured areas were even obviously rotten. They just stood there blankly withered. On the tree pole, in the dead silence, it seemed like a ghost. Some people say that this kind of zombie sparrow is the transformation of the undead in the apocalypse, because as such a small animal, after being infected by the virus, the probability of complete death is relatively high, but the probability of becoming a zombie is not high. It is a rare thing, but they are the nightmare of countless survivors in the apocalypse. After turning into zombies, these things are no longer afraid of people but also crave flesh and blood, and their flying speed becomes faster. Even Xiaobai has difficulty guaranteeing that he can accurately control these things. Killed, but they kill faster. Those survivors who drove away in cars on the road were most afraid of this thing. This thing penetrated like an arrow and smashed through the glass. In the cramped space, if this thing could not be killed immediately, everyone in the car would basically be killed. To die. If Xiaobai had been huddled in the battleship, of course he would not be afraid of such things, but if he wanted to get out of the car and search the hospital, he had to get rid of the nearly 20 zombie sparrows first. Xiaobai had never seen so many zombie sparrows in the past 5 years. Not only Xiaobai was dealing with it, but Ho Zhuang and others were also thinking about it. At this moment, everyone was lying down together and watching the aerial video. Chen Tiancheng said, "How about we just send the drone to play songs to lure them away?" Xiaobai shook his head, but before he could speak, Ho Zhuang over there said, "You don't want the drone? This thing can fly faster than the fighter jet." Our Black Hawk 13 flew over and circled around without waiting. "Speed up and run away, we are probably going to be shot down by these sparrows. With such a huge drone, we might as well just hit a missile. After the missile passes, these stupid zombie sparrows probably think they are some living people. Now that it's here, you might as well hit it up yourself." Chen Tiancheng was not to be outdone. "Do you want to use missiles to hit sparrows?" In fact, there are many ways to kill zombie sparrows, but it is difficult to reduce the losses. The drones cannot be dispensed with, and the 3 remaining Thunder 8s on the battleship cannot be used to fight sparrows. Xiaobai had a slight headache. He couldn't lure this sparrow with a battleship because it flew extremely fast. Xiaobai couldn't turn on the battleship mode and use the anti-gravity engine to move forward at full speed and rush out for several kilometers just to get rid of this sparrow. A group of sparrows? They were discussing here, and suddenly a voice from one side said, "Where is the fire?" Everyone turned their heads. She unexpectedly saw Yang Xin, who was in the monitoring room, coming over at some point. She glanced at the zombie sparrow in the picture and said, "What I mean is, get a remote-controlled toy car and tie it to a flammable object. Drive it under the tree and light it. These zombie sparrows can't avoid fire at all, and they can't feel the heat, so won't they all burn to death?" Everyone looked at each other. After a while, Chen Tianchang murmured, "Where can I go to assemble the toy car?" Yang Xian's face turned slightly red and she said, "Last time I picked up a toy car from the Zhuhua City Mall." Ho Shuang said, "Did we think too complicated before?" Xiaobai shook his head and smiled, and at this time, Yang Xian said, "Well, there is a person outside our villa, standing under the monitor we arranged. It turns out that this girl came here for this matter." Xiaobai clapped his hands, stood up, and first went to the monitoring room to take a look. He actually knew that person. It was Yi Qizhi, the security chief of the Shihuang group. This guy is still wearing that ridiculously stiff suit, dressed like a successful person in the apocalypse, but it still doesn't make people feel ridiculous and out of place. At the moment, he is holding a cigarette in one hand and carrying a living thing in the other. Chicken, standing under the surveillance camera, smiled at the monitor. The person in charge of security actually looked a bit gentle. This guy seems to be here alone. What is he here for? Xiaobai went out and met this guy outside the yard. Yi Qizhi blew out the smoke and said with a smile, "The position of your camera is quite hidden, but it is too amateurish. I will ask my people to teach you later." Xiaobai said, "That's a good feeling, but you guys are doing so much all day long, how can I sit still?" Yi Qizhi laughed, seeming to be talking about Xiaobai's bombing of zombies today, "So, I just came here to walk around and make friends." Everyone said that in the apocalypse the most useless thing is friends and interpersonal relationships, but I don't think much about it. Before the apocalypse, you have to rely on friends to do anything. After the apocalypse, wherever you go, you will have fun if you have many friends. Only fools kill people all day long. Smart people know how to make friends, are you right? Please support me in any way. I have noticed that some book friends have recently responded that this section is relatively dull. I will pay attention to it. These chapters are mainly about transition. The transition will be over within this week and will soon enter the next big stage. However, this is plain and stable. Development, want to eat chicken? Even in the Doomsday, even if he has a group of armed forces in his hands, Yi Qizhi still behaves like a successful person. Xiaobai knew that in ordinary places, the position of security chief was a nice name for security captain, but in an enterprise like Shihuang Group, the concept of security chief was much bigger. Seeing that Xiaobai didn't say anything, Yi Qizhi continued, "However, counting the previous time, plus today's time, the killing of zombies is not small." When Yi Qizhi mentioned this level, Xiaobai completely understood. This guy was also a little confused by his rumbling explosion in the past 2 days, so he came over. Yi Qizhi did come to find out what Xiaobai wanted to do. To be honest, there were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of zombies in Zhuhua City. Yi Qizhi was confused, and then he ran over to see what kind of condition Xiaobai was in. Could he be the kind of explosion maniac in the Doomsday? Xiaobai really didn't have to explain this matter. He smiled and said, "If we want this end of the world to end, don't we have to kill the zombies one by one?" Xiaobai's implication is, "I have a great ambition, which is to wipe out all the zombies on the earth, starting from one zombie at a time." Yi Qizhi glanced at Xiaobai, and said with a doubtful smile, this is really," he held it here for about 2 seconds, and probably didn't know how to round it out, then said, "So, will it continue to explode in the future?" Xiaobai nodded very simply and said, "Absolutely. Roughly the same." Yi Chiji thought for a moment and suddenly felt a little frightened. He thought for a moment and then said, "But, I still have to remind you that our Biological Research Institute is on Shirzue Mountain behind. Although it is semi-underground, when you, explode zombies, pay more attention and care." Xiaobai said very calmly, "Don't worry, I will mainly bomb here in Nanchang district." To be honest, it has been nearly 3 months since the end of the world. Yi Chiji asked himself that he had seen a lot of all kinds of people in the end of the world. This was the first time for him to see people like Xiaobai who had finally managed to live in peace but rolled up his sleeves and went around blasting zombies. Yi Chiji thought a little absurdly, this may be the kind of terrorist mentality awakening at the end of the world. He exhaled, picked up the chicken in his hand, and said, "This is from our research institute over there. It is not infected. It was originally intended to be used as experimental receptors, but it would be inappropriate to just take one out and eat it." Question: before the end of the world, a live chicken like Yi Chiji would not be able to give it away at all, but in the current doomsday, such a live chicken is worth more than anything else. Xiaobai was also very proud. He took the chicken and said, "Just in time, we still have beef in the refrigerator. You can have a bite at my place today." Xiaobai actually had the same idea as Yi Chiji of establishing a good relationship. The Xihuan group was a major force in the 3 eastern provinces in the apocalypse. Although it had always been invisible, in Xiaobai's memory, they were among the survivors of Changbai Mountain. The base and the survivor base in Xinjiang are a very powerful group of people. Not only do they have military backgrounds, but they also control several important resources. It is said that even if it is the end of the world, they still have production lines in operation, with a steady supply. Produce some important materials. At that moment, Xiaobai and Yi Chiji walked side by side into the villa. Yi Chiji and Xiaobai talked a lot about the situation in the Biological Research Institute. As he said before, it is the end of the world now. What are the research progress and results? In his opinion, it's not a secret, it's all something that can be said. But just as Xiaobai expected, Shizuoshan's Biological Research Center has been studying this virus for a long time, but still has not come up with any results. It has not found a way to resist this virus, and even its characteristics have not been found. There is no clear research, but according to Yi Chiji, this thing also has mutant viruses and is also changing. Yi Chiji even said, "To be honest, the development of this antiviral drug is not optimistic. I heard Director Zhang tell me that this thing may not even be on the Earth, or it may follow a meteorite belt that fell in from space. Our Earth has become a breeding ground for the viruses that have come in, and he also said that this thing has the possibility of mutating many times, and even if a serum is developed, there may be nothing we can do against the virus variants." Xihuan Group actually attaches great importance to this biological research center and has invested a lot of resources and manpower here. However, the situation is not optimistic. As large companies, they also want to end this catastrophe more than anyone else. Yi Chiji was left by Xiaobai to finish the meal, and was also shocked, because Xiaobai had not only beef, but also all kinds of other rare things in the apocalypse. There were so many dishes on the table that he could even catch up. A pre-apocalyptic meal. And they were only halfway through eating when another uninvited guest came to the door. It was Yi Hanyu who came with 2 bottles of yogurt. Her purpose of coming was essentially the same as Yi Chiji, and she was bombarded by Xiaobai all day long. Boom! I was so frightened that I came over to see the situation. Xiaobai's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 bottles of yogurt, and he greeted very enthusiastically, "Miss, do you want to eat chicken?" Yi Hanyu, after this meal, Xiaobai and the others have become completely close to Yi Hanyu and Yi Chiji. Not only are you fighting over each other among the survivors in the apocalypse, but this kind of peaceful coexistence is also common. Only fools kill every day. The next day, Xiaobai was not idle. He set off directly with Ho Zhuang and others. He first lit the dead tree in front of the hospital and burned the zombie sparrows to pieces, and then poured into the Zhuwa city behind. Inside the hospital, the contents began to be swept away. There were a lot of zombies in the hospital, most of them gathered at the main entrance. Xiaobai and the others concentrated their firepower and swept through them, then entered the hospital in pairs. The zombies in the hospital were even more bizarre, and some of the original patients even huge sarcomas appeared on the body, which were extremely bloody and terrifying. There were also those little nurses, naked, shielded, exposing large areas of purple-black skin, showing off the weirdness and horror of a hospital in the apocalypse. Xiaobai even saw a fat zombie blocking the entire corridor. He picked up his spray gun, advanced instead of retreating, and hit the zombie's head with his head. Immediately afterwards, the huge zombie slowly fell backwards and crashed onto the ground. The whole building seemed to shake. Li Jingyang, who was behind Xiaobai, moved forward with a gun. Xiaobai suddenly turned around and glanced into the cold corridor behind him. He didn't know if it was an illusion. Just now, he suddenly felt as if something was watching him from behind. However, the corridor was empty. Was there anyone there? However, Ho Zhuang and his group were in danger. They encountered more than 30 child zombies gathered together on the third floor. Xiaobai carried a flamethrower and swept them away to eliminate the risk. Everything went smoothly next. However, when evacuating the hospital, perhaps because of the dead tree outside that had not yet burned dry, the number of zombies gathered far exceeded Xiaobai's imagination, but of course it was impossible to stop Xiaobai. The battleship roared into the sky and flew away in the blink of an eye. What he didn't notice was that as his battleship left the field, on the rooftop of the hospital, there was a little boy watching his battleship go away blankly. The little boy stared blankly at Xiaobai's battleship disappearing into the distance, and then looked at the crowd of zombies on the ground with a very obviously confused expression. I'm asking for all kinds of support while being cute.